Chapter 1. Where am I? Fang Yi slowly opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings. The space was constructed entirely of wood, resembling the interior of a ship's cabin. Where am I? He sat up from his solitary bed, disbelief washing over him as he touched his own body. He had presumed he had merely fallen asleep on the sofa after an exhausting gaming session. How had he awoken in this unfamiliar place? What has happened to me? Gazing at his hands, Fang Yi felt certain that this was not his body. He was undeniably a man in his 30s, a successful individual, yet the hands and body he now possessed resembled those of an 8 or 9-year-old child. Creak. As Fang Yi grappled with his bewilderment, the wooden door suddenly swung open, revealing a man of about 30, adorned with a straw hat and sporting a pair of small mustaches, who entered with a smile. "Hey there, kid, you're awake." The man casually greeted him, grinning widely. The warmth of his smile was infectious, instilling in Fang Yi a sense of trust, as if this stranger could not possibly harbor ill intentions. Who are you? And where exactly is this place? Fang Yi inquired hesitantly. "I am Gold, Roger, a man destined to become the Pirate King, and this is my ship, the Weno." Roger grinned as he spoke. Fang Yi couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. A man aspiring to be the Pirate King? Did he think he was that rubber-bodied character, Luffy? Fang Yi was well aware of one of the most famous lines from the series, having indulged in anime and gaming as a means of relaxation despite being a successful middle-aged man. As one of the 3 major labor-intensive anime series, he had certainly watched One Piece. Moreover, he was cognizant of how some individuals enjoyed mimicking the dialogue of characters from the anime, and it appeared that this man was no exception. "By the way, how'd I end up here?" Fang Yi took a sip of the water Roger had offered, his curiosity piqued. "Huh, you don't remember?" Roger seemed more astonished than Fang Yi, saying, 3 days ago, we found you drifting on the sea. Thought you were a goner, but unexpectedly, you woke up? So you rescued me?" Fang Yi furrowed his brow slightly. It wasn't that he felt any resentment, rather. He sensed that he had forgotten or overlooked something significant. "Rescue? I suppose that's one way to put it. But it was mainly your own doing." Roger nonchalantly waved his hand, seemingly unconcerned, while producing an apple from somewhere and taking a bite. Creak. As the two conversed, the wooden door swung open once more, and a man with short golden hair entered. "Hey there, little guy, you're awake." The blond man greeted Fang Yi before turning to Roger. "Captain, we've spotted the Navy ahead. Should we go around?" "The Navy? They've caught up already? It can't be that bastard Garp again, can it?" Roger's face immediately fell at the news. "Navy? Garp?" Fang Yi felt as though he had been struck by lightning, staring blankly at the two men, increasingly convinced they looked familiar. Gulp. Fang Yi swallowed hard, eyeing the blond man and then Roger, trembling as he asked, "What did you just say your name was?" Roger looked at Fang Yi in surprise, as if he had already mentioned being a pirate. "Roger, Gold. Roger." Roger reiterated, pointing at the man beside him. "This is my companion, Rayleigh. We are both pirates." Fang Yi's smile was more pained than joyful as he stammered. "It's really you." At last, he had confirmed his inner suspicions. Gold. "Roger, the future Pirate King." "Why the future Pirate King, you ask?" It was simple. This Roger appeared significantly younger than the one who would eventually claim the title in the original story, which was why Fang Yi had failed to recognize him at first. "Wah, don't worry. Once we reach the next island, we'll let you disembark." Roger chuckled heartily. He assumed Fang Yi was reluctant to associate with pirates like them. Fang Yi understood that Roger had misconstrued his intentions, but before he could clarify, an explosion echoed from outside. "It seems those guys have caught up. Little one, just rest easy here. Don't worry, everything will be fine," Roger said, patting Fang Yi on the shoulder before departing with Rayleigh. However, the moment Roger touched Fang Yi, a mechanical voice resonated. "Gold. Roger, checkpoint successful. System activated." "Congratulations, host. The system has been successfully activated, and the backpack interface is now live. The novice gift pack has been dispatched to your backpack. Please check." "Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in with Gold. Roger, granting you one chance at the prize wheel." The continuous mechanical announcements left Fang Yi utterly stunned. Indeed, the golden finger of crossing over has arrived, albeit belatedly. Fang Yi let out a wry smile and plopped back onto the bed. After forcing himself to regain composure, Fang Yi decided to thoroughly explore his newfound abilities. First, he noticed that after activating the system, 3 icons remained visible in the lower right corner of his view. The first resembled a small figure upon opening it. He found nothing but his name. The second was a small backpack, presumably the backpack function mentioned earlier, and the last resembled a prize wheel, likely the interface for drawing rewards. Upon opening the backpack, a transparent item slot appeared before him, presenting a 6x6 grid, with only the first slot containing a small gift-like object. Without hesitation, Fang Yi chose to open it. You have used the novice gift pack, obtaining the item. 10 consecutive draw exchange ticket. 10 consecutive? Hearing the system's prompt, Fang Yi was momentarily taken aback, as it evoked memories of gaming. Yet he knew this was not a game, but the real world. Suppressing the flood of thoughts within him, he exited the backpack interface and directly opened the lottery interface. The entire interface was simplistic, featuring a large prize wheel with a countdown timer of just over 2 hours below it. Based on the time, it would reset at midnight. The wheel was packed with an array of prizes. After a brief glance, Fang Yi took a deep breath and clicked to draw a prize. Congratulations, host. You have won a bottle of purified water. Phew, quite normal, quite normal. No one wins a grand prize on their first draw. Calm down, let's try again. Although he hadn't drawn anything remarkable from the wheel, he still had a 10 consecutive draw ticket, so Fang Yi was not overly anxious. With hands pressed together and murmuring incantations, Fang Yi used the 10 consecutive draw ticket. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an ordinary weapon exchange ticket. Congratulations, host. You have won a bottle of purified water. Congratulations, host. You have received a small portion of bread. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a standard longsword. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a single-tube telescope. Congratulations, host. You have received the skill precision. Congratulations, host. You have won a small portion of bread. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a leisure outfit. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a bottle of purified water. Congratulations, host. You have received a stand-in doll. Using up the 10 consecutive draw ticket in one go, Fang Yi secured 10 items, including a skill that made his heart race. He immediately checked the details. Precision LV1. You have a 10 chance of hitting the enemy with absolute certainty. Staring at the skill's description, Fang Yi was momentarily dumbfounded. Absolute certainty of hitting the enemy? Although it was merely a 10% chance, that was still quite extraordinary. Much like a natural type ability user, ordinary individuals found it nearly impossible to strike them without the use of armed hockey. Fang Yi was unsure of the context behind the absolute certainty of hitting the enemy mentioned in the skill description, but regardless of its nature, it was undeniably an irresistible, godlike ability. In addition to the skill, there was an item called the stand-in doll, which puzzled Fang Yi until he read its description and immediately understood. Stand-in doll. When the host suffers a fatal blow, it will absorb 1 hit on their behalf, effective while in the backpack. This item was a lifesaver. Overall, with the activation of his golden finger, Fang Yi felt a sense of reassurance at the very least. He now possessed the means to survive in this world. Only then did he recall that the system had activated the moment Roger had patted him on the shoulder. Is it enough to merely interact with the denizens of the Pirate King's world to successfully check in? Or must one be a person of renown? Fang Yi pondered how he could achieve a successful check-in, as it directly impacted his ability to obtain a lottery ticket. At that moment, the cacophony of battle outside jolted him back to reality. Thus, Fang Yi resolved to venture outside and witness the authenticity of this world. With a quiet creak, he pushed open the wooden door of the cabin. The clamor of combat grew louder. Yet he soon discerned that the majority of the fighting was occurring on a nearby naval warship. As for his own vessel, skirmishes were scattered and minimal. After surveying his surroundings, he discovered a mop tucked away in a corner. Summoning his courage, Fang Yi stealthily approached a naval soldier from behind and, in a sudden motion, pushed him overboard into the sea. However, the force of his action was such that he lost grip of the mop, which tumbled into the depths alongside the soldier. Had he not released it in time, he too might have followed suit. Haha, you must be the lad saved by the captain. A pirate, adorned with a bandana, boomed with laughter. Indeed, though I am yet unclear on the circumstances, I consider you all my saviors, and thus I deem myself part of your crew. Fang Yi replied, a grin spreading across his face. Previously silent on the matter, he now recognized that possessing a golden opportunity meant that remaining aboard the ship destined for the future Pirate King was an advantageous choice. Thus, he had effectively aligned himself with them in advance. Oh, the captain has returned. It appears the enemy has been vanquished. One of the pirates conversing with Fang Yi suddenly exclaimed, beaming towards the bow of the ship. Ah, little one, what brings you out here? Fang Yi turned to see Roger and his crew returning, laughter echoing as they approached, laden with spoils. Given that you rescued me, I thought I might see if there is any way I could lend my assistance. Fang Yi smiled at Rayleigh, suppressing his excitement. He had previously attempted to engage with the few pirates who remained aboard, but had failed to trigger any check-in effect, even when he encouraged one to pat him on the shoulder. Thus, he speculated whether it was necessary to interact with someone of notable stature within the Pirate King's world. On Roger's ship, aside from Roger himself, Rayleigh was undoubtedly the most renowned figure. However, Rayleigh seemed particularly attuned to Fang Yi's gaze. Upon noticing his continual glances, he instinctively smiled back, startling Fang Yi in the process. Haha, is that so? The opponent is a naval soldier, and we are notorious pirates. Are you certain this is wise? Roger chuckled in response to Fang Yi's words. Fang Yi offered a slightly awkward smile and replied, in this day and age, who truly wears the title of villain on their face? There are not so many genuine champions of justice. If possible, I would like to join your ranks. Join us? Roger looked at Fang Yi with surprise, inquiring, you wish to become a pirate? Precisely. After all, I have nowhere else to go. Fang Yi nodded affirmatively. This conclusion was reached after considerable contemplation. Prior to Roger's return, he had gleaned from the remaining crew that they were in the latter half of the Grand Line, in a region known as the New World. However, it seemed that they were still unaware of the significance of the navigational markers. This implied that the Roger pirates had yet to reach Raftel and remained oblivious to any secrets concerning the final island. Of course, it was also possible they were privy to certain knowledge, but chose not to divulge it to him. If they were in the East Blue, yet to enter the Grand Line, or had only just begun their journey, Fang Yi would have certainly opted to disembark, find a secluded spot, and gradually develop his abilities using his golden opportunity. Yet, here in the latter half of the Grand Line, it was perilous for someone like Fang Yi. Aligning himself with Roger seemed far safer. Is that so? Roger contemplated for a moment before nodding and declaring, then it seems there is no alternative. Very well, I grant you permission to board. Wait, Roger. This is unwise. He is far too young. Just as Fang Yi exhaled in relief, believing he had secured a promising alliance, Rayleigh interjected. It's quite all right, Rayleigh. It is precisely because he is young that we cannot abandon him. Roger waved his hand dismissively, chuckling. Seeing Roger's stance, Rayleigh chose not to press the issue further, though he cast a lingering glance at Fang Yi, his eyes reflecting a hint of compassion. One must understand that being a pirate is no trivial matter. Despite their seemingly carefree and liberated demeanor, they often encountered formidable adversaries that could lead to their annihilation at any moment. Sometimes, even a single storm could spell doom for a pirate crew. Though Fang Yi had successfully boarded Roger's ship, his status was still merely that of an apprentice crew member. Given his tender age, he could not genuinely participate in battles, and according to Roger and Rayleigh, he was to remain aboard for the time being, waiting for the right moment or until he matured further before he would be permitted to disembark. Thus, Fang Yi successfully managed to remain aboard the future Pirate King's ship, albeit as an apprentice crew member. After several days, he finally comprehended the full extent of his fortunate ability by interacting with certain key individuals. Fang Yi could check in with them daily, and upon doing so, he would receive lottery tickets. Currently, within the Roger pirate crew, the individuals with whom Fang Yi could check in were Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba, meaning he could obtain 3 lottery tickets each day. As for the lottery we'll use for drawing prizes, it would reset every night at midnight, and with the reset, the prizes on the wheel would also change. Therefore, his current task was to accumulate lottery tickets and, once the desired items appeared, to invest all his tickets at once, thereby increasing his chances of acquiring the coveted items. Moreover, the skill he had drawn on his first day was indeed upgradable. As each time its effect was triggered, the skill's experience would grow. Now, he would follow Rayleigh daily to learn swordsmanship, as most of the crew utilized swords as their weapons. Thus, Fang Yi opted for a sword. Yet he was uncertain whether it was due to a lack of talent or simply because his body was still too small. He felt that his progress was nearly negligible. Conversely, the sharpshooter, Peter, often jested, encouraging Fang Yi to learn firearms instead, having keenly noticed that Fang Yi's attacks sometimes astonishingly rendered evasion impossible. One day, while diligently cleaning the deck as an apprentice crew member, a task he typically volunteered for to leave a favorable impression on the crew, an excited lookout atop the mast suddenly shouted, "Captain, a small island ahead." "Wow, finally an island." "Ha, everyone, full speed ahead," Roger exclaimed, bursting forth to the bow and gazing eagerly ahead. Hearing about the island, Fang Yi, mop in hand, curiously peered forward, spotting a distant black that marked his first sighting of an island in this world. "Shout, Yi, how about it? Is there anything you wish to purchase once we land? If you lack berries, I can lend you some." Rayleigh chuckled, noticing Fang Yi's eager expression. "No, thank you, Uncle Rayleigh," Fang Yi replied, his lips twitching involuntarily. Rayleigh was a kind soul, but he had a penchant for teasing him, perhaps because he still appeared to be a child. If he were to borrow berries from Rayleigh, the other crew members would surely swarm him like leeches, draining every last berry and justifying it as a reward for their usual care. Fang Yi had already learned this lesson the hard way more than once over the past few days. However, he understood that the crew was merely joking with him, expressing a sense of camaraderie. "Wait a moment, Captain. Something feels amiss," just as the Oro Jackson arrived at the port and everyone prepared to disembark. The navigator, Jabba, suddenly called out to the group. "What is it?" Roger asked, looking at Jabba in confusion as the third in command of the Roger pirate crew. Among the gold, silver, and bronze, Jabba's words held significant weight with Roger. "Take a look at this." Jabba displayed the malfunctioning log pose on his wrist, allowing Roger to see it more clearly. "How can this be? Is it broken?" Everyone was astounded as they observed the completely non-functional log pose. "Impossible! Do not forget that ironclad rule. Even if you doubt your common sense, never doubt the log pose." Jabba shook his head firmly. "It seems we must go ashore to inquire. The residents here must know something," Rayleigh said, slightly furrowing his brow. "It appears that is our only option. Let's head ashore to gather information and prepare the necessary supplies. You few, keep an eye on the ship." Roger nodded in agreement. Among those he mentioned was Fang Yi, still an apprentice, which served as a form of protection for him. After all, no one knew what awaited them on this island. Before long, Roger and the others gleaned the situation's details from the tavern in town. "So this is the final island?" Roger asked, incredulous. "Indeed, according to the information we've gathered, once we arrive here, the log pose becomes unusable, meaning we can no longer proceed." Rayleigh confirmed with a nod. "Impossible. This cannot be the final island," Roger declared resolutely. "If it were so simple to arrive, what would be the point of calling it the final island? But we have no means to continue relying on the log pose," Rayleigh said after a moment of silence. Including Roger, everyone fell silent, the atmosphere plunging to a freezing point as they seemed to have lost their direction of advance. "Everyone, are you planning to give up?" At that moment, Roger suddenly broke into a grin, saying, "In this world, there are so many pirates. I believe there are quite a few who have reached this place. However, those who can truly arrive at the final island are indeed few. Only those who reach the hidden final island have a right to be called the Pirate King. Since the captain has said so, how can we not accompany him to the end?" "Captain, it seems we are destined to become the first pirate crew to reach the final island." As everyone gazed at Roger's smile, they seemed to be infected by his exuberance, bursting into laughter and rekindling their determination to pursue their goal relentlessly. "Captain, Mr. Rayleigh, back so soon?" Fang Yi, feeling somewhat bored aboard the ship, happened to spot Roger and the others carrying supplies toward the Oro Jackson. He had expected them to return at least the following day. "Yes, Everyone, rest well tonight. All of you disembark and relax, and we shall set sail tomorrow morning." Roger smiled at Fang Yi, who was helping with the cargo. "Yes, Captain," Fang Yi replied, momentarily taken aback, before bowing respectfully, without Roger's command. As an apprentice crew member, he was not permitted to leave the ship freely. However, since Roger had declared that everyone could disembark to rest tonight, that naturally included him. The following morning, as he watched Waterstar Island gradually recede into the distance, Fang Yi sighed. He had learned last night that this was indeed Waterstar Island, the theoretical endpoint reachable by the log pose. Now, the entire Roger pirate crew had lost its objective and was uncertain how to proceed. Yet, this mattered little to him as a mere apprentice. Surely, with Roger and Rayleigh's capabilities, they would eventually discover the existence of the Red Line. Thus, Fang Yi refrained from voicing his thoughts to Roger, knowing that even if he did, the captain might not believe him. But he distributed some gifts he had quietly purchased the previous night to the crew, which he had procured using the berries from the standard longsword and leisure outfit he had drawn from the lottery system. While the gifts were not extravagant, the crew seemed genuinely delighted to receive them, appreciating this thoughtful little apprentice. Subsequently, Fang Yi successfully checked in with Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba once more, earning 3 additional lottery tickets. After several days of accumulation, he now possessed 14 tickets. However, the lottery wheel had not displayed any skills in the past few days, so he had refrained from drawing. Bang! A gunshot rang out as an unidentified bird flying overhead plummeted into the sea nearby. "Ha! I told you, you was shooting genius. Why are you still learning swordsmanship from Mr. Rayleigh? Hurry up and learn to shoot with me, you fool." Peter, the sharpshooter, laughed heartily, patting Fang Yi on the shoulder, holding the sniper rifle. Fang Yi smiled shyly. The shot was clearly not the result of his aiming, but rather the activation of the skill precision, as evidenced by the skill's increment in experience. Since he had gifted the crew, they had grown closer to him. Occasionally, crew members would playfully tease him or impart practical combat techniques. Xiao Yi indeed possesses a talent for shooting. Why not consider it? Swordsmanship and shooting can be learned simultaneously. Rayleigh chimed in with a smile, nodding as the first mate and a kind-hearted mentor willing to guide newcomers. Rayleigh never turned down Fang Yi's inquiries whenever he had the time, but it had been several days since they departed Waterstar Island. However, devoid of a clear purpose, they could only meander aimlessly across the vast ocean. The bored sniper, Peter, insisted that Fang Yi give shooting a try, resulting in the earlier scene. In truth, Fang Yi was aware that such long-range attacks, when combined with his precise skills, could yield effects far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary sniper. Yet he had no desire to become a sniper, for his aspirations reached further in this world, to become a formidable force. One must possess an overwhelming presence. However, a sniper imbued with such presence still cannot ascend to the pinnacle of power. Why is this so? It is precisely due to the existence of Kenbunchika haki. One's attacks can be anticipated by others. This is especially true for the top-tier powerhouses, whose alertness to danger is extraordinarily keen. Such long-distance sniping, while providing a sense of safety, affords the opponent ample time to react. Thus, true strength is derived from one's own formidable capabilities, rather than reliance on external tools like a sniper rifle. Who says a sniper cannot engage in close combat? We can wield firearms for close-quarters battles just as effectively, whether at extreme distances or in close proximity, especially after closing the distance. The formidable firepower of a sniper rifle, with its rapid bullet velocity, renders it nearly impossible to defend against. Upon hearing Fang Yi articulate his perspective, Peter scoffed dismissively. But if you were to battle Mr. Rayleigh, he would give you the opportunity to fire. And even if you did, you wouldn't hit him. Fang Yi shook his head stubbornly in response. You annoying little brat. You're simply insufferable. Peter, feeling outmatched in their debate, grew somewhat indignant. After delivering a reprimand to Fang Yi, he cheerfully left him behind to indulge in a drink, rubbing his head. Fang Yi silently vowed that once he surpassed Peter in strength, he would return the favor. Indeed, Peter wasn't entirely mistaken. True snipers are indeed fearsome. Just as you said, in a duel against him, I wouldn't be granted the chance to fire. But why is that? Because once a sniper takes the shot, the consequences can be dire. Observing Fang Yi's unwavering focus, Rayleigh chuckled softly. "You possess remarkable talent for shooting. Do not let it go to waste. The path you tread is your own. Summon the courage to surpass yourself." Encouraged by Rayleigh's words, Fang Yi began to contemplate seriously. Initially, based on his precise skills, utilizing a sniper rifle or flintlock would be ineffective due to their slow rate of fire, which would fail to showcase his advantages. However, if he were to wield a Gatling gun, he would not hesitate. Imagining the scene where thousands of rounds would be unleashed in a minute, even if the skill trigger rate were only 10%. Hundreds of bullets would assuredly strike the enemy, by enveloping all the bullets with armament hockey. Fang Yi was convinced that no one would stand against him. Such a vision was both beautiful and brutal, yet it remained merely a fantasy. Excluding sniper rifles, his options for weaponry included handguns. Fang Yi knew of several formidable individuals who wielded pistols, whether it was the captain of the 16th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Aizu, or the vice-captain of the Red-Haired Pirates, Ben Beckman. Both were notable figures who relied on handguns as their weapons. However, Fang Yi's situation differed from theirs. His greatest asset was his precision skills. Thus, he required a means to deliver rapid, high-volume attacks against his foes. Enemy ships spotted. Just as Fang Yi was lost in contemplation of the future, the lookout atop the mast suddenly shouted, pulling him back to reality. Could it be the Navy again? With that question in mind, Fang Yi dashed towards the deck. "Captain, it's the Rocks Pirates." Upon reaching the deck, he heard Rayleigh announce the name of their adversary. The Rocks Pirates? Fang Yi's eyes widened. Disbelief etched across his face. Indeed, the Rocks Pirates, a troublesome bunch. Roger smiled slightly at Fang Yi's involuntary exclamation. "Mr. Peter, could you lend me a weapon?" Fang Yi swallowed hard and turned to the approaching sniper. "Peter, kid, what do you intend to do? This level of conflict is not something you should involve yourself in." Peter frowned, questioning him. "Not all." Fang Yi shook his head, asserting, "I merely wish to ensure my own safety." "Ha! Clever little brat. Keep it up. I have faith in you." Peter, momentarily taken aback, laughed heartily as he tossed his handgun to Fang, standing behind everyone. Watching as the two pirate ships drew closer, Fang Yi felt the sweat pooling in his palms. He had never imagined that he would encounter the legendary Rocks Pirates so soon. After all, they were notorious for their sheer ruthlessness. Across from the Oro Jackson, on a massive ship, Captain Rocks was currently bleary-eyed. The previous night's hangover rendering him somewhat lethargic. "Captain, the pirate ship opposite us has not altered its course upon spotting us. Lord Silveraxe intends to lead a charge," a pirate cautiously reported to Captain Rocks. "Understood. Let Silveraxe handle it. He can keep half the spoils. The rest belongs to him." Rocks yawned, turned, and continued to sleep. The reporting pirate opened his mouth, ready to say more, but upon noticing that Captain Rocks had already dozed off, wisely chose to remain silent and hurried off to relay the message to Silveraxe. Silveraxe, a senior officer of the Rocks Pirates, was revered alongside Shiki the Golden Lion as one of the formidable commanders under Rocks. "Oh, they're already halfway there. How disappointing. But with that in mind, you all 1T engage, right? After all, adding another person would dilute the benefits," Silveraxe remarked with a smile to his companions upon hearing Rock's message. "I am not particularly interested in treasure, but Silveraxe, Roger is no pushover. You ought to be cautious." A man with long golden hair, wielding a massive naginata and wearing a white hat, spoke softly. "Ha, worry not. Newgate, though Roger-S crew has garnered significant fame of late, they still pale in comparison to us, the Rocks Pirates," Silveraxe replied dismissively. Meanwhile, sitting at the ship's railing, Shiki the Golden Lion and the alluring Charlotte Linlin remained silent, both wearing expressions of eager anticipation. "They're coming." As the two ships drew near, Roger unsheathed his weapon and spoke softly. You must be the recently famed captain of the Roger Pirates. Roger, surrender your treasures, and I might allow you to leave." A towering figure wielding a silver-handled axe leaped from the Rocks Pirate ship onto the Oro Jackson, laughing boisterously. Lord Silveraxe, don't frighten them into wetting their pants." Alongside him were 2 to 3 dozen menacing-looking pirates, who jeered in the background. "Who is he?" Yet before Roger could respond, Fang Yi, bewildered, queried the crew beside him. Unbeknownst to him, perhaps by coincidence, Fang Yi's voice, though not loud, rose above the silence just as he asked his question, allowing both sides to hear him clearly. The atmosphere grew awkward, with both the Roger pirates and the invading pirates casting strange looks at him, instilling in Fang Yi a sense of foreboding. This was not entirely his fault. After all, he knew of the Rock's pirates primarily because 3 of the future emperors hailed from this very ship, including the formidable Shiki the Golden Lion. However, it was evident that this man was not one of the 4 individuals he recognized. "You little brat, are you provoking me? Very well. You have successfully ignited my wrath. I now intend to slay you all and seize your treasures. Prepare to repent in hell." Although the speaker was merely a child, the awkwardness of the situation only fueled his anger. Fang Yi, his face paling, desperately sought a place to hide. Though he did not recognize the opponent, the fact that the Rock's pirates had sent him forth indicated a significant reason behind it. After all, the Roger pirates were far from mere newcomers on the vast seas. Even in the New World, one possesses a certain reputation, and these accolades have been earned through true grit and valor. However, he now finds himself targeted by such individuals, and it is evident that a single strike from them could very well end his life. When the battle commenced, Fang Yi did not recklessly charge forward. Instead, he sought refuge in a corner, planning to ambush a few weaker foes. Yet, the situation unfolded in a manner that caught him off guard, despite the fact that the opponents were members of the Rock's pirates. The appearance of Silver Axe was swiftly subdued by Roger and his crew. Bang! Hiding in the shadows, upon witnessing his comrades in peril, Fang Yi acted without hesitation and fired a shot at the enemy poised to ambush him. Clang! However, his attack was effortlessly deflected. "You little brat, you've got some nerve, daring to launch a sneak attack on me." The pirate, seeing Fang Yi with his pistol raised, abandoned his initial target and approached Fang Yi with a sinister grin. Bang, bang, bang. Although Fang Yi felt a surge of panic, he understood that pleading for mercy was futile. Taking a deep breath, he fired again. Clang, clang, clang. At such close range, his bullets were on target, yet they were easily blocked by the adversary. The bitter realization washed over him. In the New World, even a mere lackey could deflect bullets. Under normal circumstances, victory against such opponents seemed impossible. But what was that? Just as the enemy drew near, Fang Yi suddenly feigned terror, pointing ahead as if he had witnessed something unbelievable. The pirate paused, instinctively glancing back. Die! Bang! Seizing the moment of distraction, Fang Yi fired at the foe. Thud! The pirate, struck by Fang Yi's bullet, turned in disbelief to the wound before collapsing. Humph, you thought you could challenge me. Combat is not solely determined by strength. Cleverness is also a form of power. In a moment of triumph, Fang Yi approached and kicked the fallen pirate, boasting with a hint of arrogance. However, just as he prepared to leave and continue fighting, he suddenly felt someone grasping his ankle. "You little brat, I'm a pirate." It was the pirate on the ground. Though he had been shot by Fang Yi, it was not a fatal blow. He had feigned his fall to trick Fang Yi. Bang, bang, bang. The pirate rose and landed 2 solid punches to Fang Yi's abdomen, finishing with a kick to his face that sent him sprawling. Cough, cough, cough. Fang Yi collided with the ship's railing, feeling as if his stomach had been punctured, the pain excruciating. He realized this was the consequence of his overconfidence. Had he not approached so brazenly, but rather fired a couple more shots, this predicament could have been avoided. "You brat, remember that you perished at the hands of the great pirate. Alec." The pirate brandished his sword, grinning maniacally as he advanced towards Fang Yi. Bang. Despite the perilous situation, Fang Yi felt an unexpected clarity of mind. Summoning his remaining strength, he aimed for the pirate's heart and fired. Thud. The sword-wielding pirate looked at his heart in disbelief. He had clearly blocked the bullet, so how had he still been hit? Observing his skill experience increase slightly, Fang Yi grinned and remarked, "Fool, didn't I tell you? Luck is also a form of strength. Are you all right, little guy?" At that moment, the sniper, Peter, appeared by Fang Yi's side, smiling as he inquired. Akati turned out he had been keeping an eye on Fang Yi's battle, ready to intervene if necessary, but was pleasantly surprised to see Fang Yi handle the enemy himself. "Ouch, ouch, ouch. Brother, I'm injured. Could you be a bit gentler?" Fang Yi yelped as Peter roughly helped him up. "Tisich, you little brat, what's a mere scratch? Stop overreacting. Come on, the battle is nearly over," Peter chided, tapping Fang Yi lightly on the head. Fang Yi twitched his lips, wanting to retort, but finding no words. Instead, he snorted and made his way towards Rayleigh. "Uncle Rayleigh, why aren't you helping the captain?" Observing the scene, aside from Silver Axe still engaged with Roger, nearly all the others have been defeated. Fang Yi questioned Rayleigh in confusion. "This is a battle between the captain and Silver Axe. Unless the captain is in danger, we should refrain from intervening. Otherwise, he would be quite displeased." Rayleigh explained with a knowing glance at Fang Yi's bruised visage, recognizing that he had participated in the fray. God's avoidance. In the midst of battle, Roger's expression shifted as he unleashed a powerful strike. Bang! Silver Axe, unable to evade in time, was struck and slammed against the ship's railing. "Shall we continue?" Roger did not pursue, but stood his ground. Sword pointed at Silver Axe, inquiring, "It was my oversight." Silver Axe retrieved his axe from the ground, glancing at the fallen pirates around him, acknowledging his defeat, and chose not to press the attack further. "Haha, what an amusing fellow. You provided me with quite the spectacle." Just as Fang Yi thought the battle had concluded, the infamous Shiki, the golden lion, began to levitate towards them. Silver Axe, returning to the ship, merely cast a glance at Shiki and scoffed, saying nothing further. "Shiki, do you wish to challenge me?" Roger squinted at the golden lion, questioning that no. I hold no intentions of fighting. I merely came to inquire whether you would like to join our crew. You must be aware of the strength of the Rock's pirates. Based on your recent display of power, you would certainly qualify to join us. What do you say?" Shiki floated in the air, eagerly asking. "Shiki, I shall not join you. I have my own adventures to pursue. Our paths diverge." Roger laughed heartily, his grin wide. "Haha, is that so? I hope when we meet again, you can still say the same." Shiki chuckled as he floated away. With the departure of the enemy, Fang Yi finally let out a sigh of relief, puzzled as to why the Rock's pirates had not engaged further, especially the legendary Captain Rocks, who had not even shown his face. Was Roger's crew not worthy of his attention? Yet, Fang Yi soon felt a pang of regret. That had been an opportunity. Figures like Shiki, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, and Charlotte Linlin were undoubtedly worth pursuing. Had he encountered them, he could have amassed several lottery tickets. Nevertheless, considering the inherent danger, Fang Yi felt that merely accumulating attendance at Captain Roger's side was not such a bad fate. The Oro Jackson continued its voyage, and Fang Yi sought out the ship's doctor, hoping for treatment. However, the doctor merely bandaged him and offered little more. Stifling his desire to complain, Fang Yi returned to his quarters. He needed to reflect on the day's skirmish, the foremost lesson being the importance of vigilance in battle. Otherwise, next time, fortune may not favor him as it had today. According to Rayleigh, today's encounter scarcely amounted to a true battle. The enemy had simply come to exchange pleasantries. Had it escalated into an actual fight, the annihilation of Roger's crew would have been entirely plausible. Opening his character interface, he examined his skills. Precision, LV.1, 10,100. Your attacks have a 10 chance to strike the enemy with perfect accuracy. He had gained 10 experience points, needing just 90 more to level up. In his inventory, aside from 20 lottery tickets, he possessed a voucher for an ordinary weapon exchange. After contemplation, he redeemed a pistol. He had previously used Peter's pistol and returned it post-battle, so a new one was necessary. Securing the newly acquired pistol at his waist, he activated the lottery spin to another skill, and 2 at that. The spin revealed the skills he yearned for, though the specific effects remained unclear. Any skill was preferable to none. Without hesitation, Fang Yi utilized 10 lottery tickets for a 10-spin draw. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a small skill experience voucher. Congratulations, host. You have received a bottle of pure water. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a small portion of bread. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the weapon, a dagger. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a magical bait. Congratulations to the host for receiving a fragment of the skill experience scroll, medium. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a fragment of the sun-shooting bow. Congratulations to the host for receiving nothing at all. Fang Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. He had performed 10 consecutive draws, and not a single skill had emerged, not to mention the one time he had gained absolutely nothing. However, this time could not be deemed entirely fruitless, as there were indeed a few items that piqued Fang Yi's interest. Yet the absence of crucial skills left him disinclined to dwell on those. After a moment's hesitation, Fang Yi gritted his teeth. and used his final 10 lottery tickets. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill. Dodge. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a fragment of hockey, armament hockey. Congratulations to the host for receiving a full set of fitted combat attire. Congratulations to the host for acquiring an underwater breathing pill. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a frightening toy, spider. Congratulations to the host for receiving a delicacy cake. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a bottle of rum. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bottle of purified water. Congratulations to the host for receiving a fragment of the skill experience scroll, medium. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a fragment of the bloodline limit, Byakugan. In this round of 10 consecutive draws, the first reward was a skill, which elicited a surge of excitement from Fang Yi. Perhaps this was a form of compensation for the prior round in which he had received nothing. Furthermore, the subsequent appearance of hockey fragments and Byakugan fragments only intensified his exhilaration. The emergence of these fragments signified that he had the potential to acquire these abilities. Taking a deep breath, he steadied his racing heart. Although he had only obtained one of the 2 skills available, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Precision, LV.1, 10-100. Your attacks have a 10 chance to hit the enemy with absolute certainty. Dodge, LV.1, 0-100. When facing enemy attacks, you have a 10 chance to evade directly. These are the 2 skills currently possessed by Fang Yi. One is an offensive marvel, while the other serves as a defensive wonder. When the probability of his skills reaches 100%, the scene will indeed become rather ruthless, and no matter how one attacks, the enemy would be unable to evade, and even if they struck while he stood still, they would miss. Therefore, Fang Yi was immensely pleased with having acquired a skill after expending 20 lottery tickets. In addition to this, he had obtained a skill experience voucher, which he promptly used on precision to grant him a small boost in experience. Although it was minimal, every little bit counts, and Fang Yi was not one to scoff at it. Moreover, the fragments of the sun-shooting bow, armament hockey, and Byakugan were delightful surprises. Particularly, the fragments of the sun-shooting bow sparked an intriguing possibility in Fang Yi's mind. What if he chose to wield a bow instead of a pistol? The difficulty of enveloping arrows in armament hockey would certainly be far less than that of bullets. The warriors of the Amazon Lily, for instance, are born archers, all capable of wrapping their arrows in hockeyed. If he were to acquire a powerful bow, he could engage in both ranged and close combat, achieving his ideal state. However, aspiring to be an exceptional archer would undoubtedly be more challenging than being a marksman. This is due to the heightened demands placed on strength and speed. Thus, Fang Yi resolved to devise a rigorous training regimen to mold himself into the strongest archer. Unfortunately, the ordinary weapon exchange voucher had already been redeemed for a pistol, leaving him without a bow for practice. Moreover, when he attempted to formulate an exercise plan, he realized he lacked the knowledge to create an effective training regimen. Consequently, Fang Yi sought out Rayleigh. An archer? But I don't know how to use a bow. Rayleigh shrugged helplessly, chuckling, Then who on the ship can use a bow? Fang Yi asked with a grimace. You might want to ask Yamong. I think she knows how to use a bow. Rayleigh pondered for a moment before responding. Yamong. Huh. Is there no one else? Fang Yi's expression immediately fell to, it wasn't that Yamong couldn't teach him, but rather her personality was somewhat daunting for Fang Yi. Oh, little Fang Yi, you usually avoid me. What's brought you to seek me out today? Upon finding Yamong, who was indulging a drink, her eyes sparkled upon seeing him approach. Does Yamong know how to use a bow? Fang Yi inquired awkwardly. Of course. I can draw a bow, and I'm quite formidable at it. As a warrior of the jungle, I'm skilled with both spear and bow. So, are you looking to learn archery from me? Yamong said with a mischievous grin. Seeing Fang Yi nod helplessly, Yamong's smile grew wider. In that case, you know what to do. She beckoned him over, reminiscent of a temptress luring a young girl down a treacherous path. Fang Yi wore an expression akin to that of someone marching to their doom as he leaned in closer. His comical demeanor elicited laughter from the crew members nearby. Ha, you little rascal. I'm just going to pinch your face. No need to be like that. Yamong pinched Fang Yi's face until it became distorted, treating it like a lump of clay. Yamong, is that enough now? Fang Yi struggled to say. Ha. Rest assured, as long as you continue to be this obedient, I will teach you everything. Yamong seemed quite pleased, taking another swig and laughing heartily. This was precisely why Fang Yi was reluctant to approach her. As a jungle warrior, Yamong's strength was formidable. Whether it was tracking, setting traps, or engaging in close or range combat, she was incredibly skilled. Especially in the jungle, even Roger and Rayleigh had to exercise caution around her. Yet, this free-spirited woman had no resistance to adorable things, and as a charming young boy, Fang Yi's cute demeanor often made him a target for her playful antics. In just a few days, he had developed an indelible fear of her. Were it not for his desire to learn archery, he would never have sought her out. However, aside from her affinity for pinching his face, her prowess was indeed impressive. Especially regarding archery, Fang Yi felt he was making rapid progress after only a few days of training with her. Little one, do not become too complacent. Where are you currently? Focus on perfecting your fundamentals. Perhaps sensing Fang Yi's pride and arrogance, Yamong significantly increased the difficulty and intensity of the subsequent training sessions, especially regarding basic exercises, which were extended nearly double the time. Initially, she thought Fang Yi would resist the tedious fundamental practice. However, she was unaware that, despite his youthful appearance, Fang Yi's soul belonged to a man in his 30s who understood the importance of foundational skills. Thus, rather than resisting Yamong's insistence on rigorous basic training, he diligently committed himself to it. This child is indeed remarkable. Watching Fang Yi diligently practice his foundational archery skills on the deck, even Yamong couldn't help but comment to Rayleigh beside her. To endure such monotonous fundamental exercises, especially knowing he possesses greater abilities that remain untaught, is truly impressive. However, this also indicates that he harbors grand ambitions within. If not properly guided, he may one day unleash a storm upon these seas. Jabba interjected with a hint of concern. "Haha, your worries are unfounded. Little Yi's heart is not so dark," Yamong retorted, rolling her eyes in discontent. Now that Fang Yi could be considered her half-disciple, she was somewhat irked by Jabba's remarks. Jabba opened his mouth to speak, but, upon seeing Yamong's expression, chose to remain silent. By the way, Yamong, this kid seems to be practicing with a dagger on his own, right? Suddenly recalling something, Rayleigh addressed Yamong. Indeed, I've told him it's of no use, but he refuses to listen, insisting that an archer must also possess defensive capabilities in close quarters. Yamong scoffed, saying, "Doesn't he have long legs? If the opponent can move, why can't he? As long as you're fast, no one can approach you before you draw your bow. Instead of wasting time on a dagger, he should focus on enhancing his physical training." Rayleigh chuckled lightly. Offering no comment on Yamin's words, he then turned to Jabba beside him and said, "Since you are concerned about Xiao Yi, why not personally instruct him?" After a brief moment of surprise, Jabba hesitated, responding, "But is that really appropriate?" What could be inappropriate about that? Wouldn't it be better for you to experience his ambition firsthand?" Rayleigh replied, his words laden with implication. "Understood, I shall find an opportunity to speak with him and ascertain his interest." Jabba replied thoughtfully. Hearing this, Yamin allowed a soft laugh and approached Fang Yi, who was engaged in training. She murmured something to him, occasionally gesturing towards Jabba, eliciting wry smiles from both Rayleigh and Jabba. Indeed, it was not long before Fang Yi strolled over, bowing to Jabba, and with a hint of disbelief asked, "Teacher Yamin said I could learn close combat techniques from you?" "Indeed. However, my weapon of choice is the axe. While it qualifies as a close-range weapon, I cannot guarantee that my techniques would suit you as well against a more perilous dagger," Jabba replied with a chuckle. "They will be suitable, without a doubt. It is an honor to receive guidance from Teacher Jabba," Fang Yi declared without hesitation, quickly establishing Jabba's title. It is worth noting that as the third-in-command aboard the ship, Jabba's prowess was hardly inferior to that of Rayleigh. Having such a figure to mentor him was a rare stroke of fortune that most could only dream of. Thus, under the tutelage of Yamin and Jabba, Fang Yi continued to make remarkable progress. While the Roger Pirates' renown surged in the New World due to their active exploits, Fang Yi, too, gained considerable experience within the ranks of the Roger Pirates, even participating in several skirmishes with the Navy. Though he had yet to encounter the fabled opponent of Roger, Karp, Captain, enemy ships spotted ahead. One day, as Fang Yi was engaged in combat with Jabba to hone his close combat skills, he suddenly heard the lookout's call from the crow's nest. It's a pirate ship. Upon joining Jabba on the deck, Fang Yi soon perceived the enemy's presence, especially underscored by the fluttering pirate flag, which unmistakably revealed their identity. It's the Adre pirates. Their captain is the maniac Adre. With a bounty of 180 million berries, Rayleigh stated, having appeared out of nowhere. Adre, Roger glanced at the approaching ship and shook his head, saying, "No need to pay them any mind. We shall continue on our course." "No, Captain, that pirate ship seems to be fleeing from something. It's the Navy. Karp's warship." At that moment, the lookout suddenly shouted towards the deck. "Karp?" Roger and Rayleigh exchanged knowing glances, both acutely aware that trouble was brewing. If Karp discovered their presence, he would undoubtedly abandon the pirate ship in pursuit of them. "Change course. Prepare to flee." Roger turned, laughing heartily as he called to the helmsman. As Karp's longtime rival, Roger was well aware of Karp's tenacity. It was best to avoid confrontation. However, fate had other plans, as it seemed the Adre pirates had also taken notice of them and were now steering their ship directly towards Roger's, seemingly intent on using them as a means to escape Karp's pursuit. Those scoundrels, they deliberately lured Karp here. Yamin, known for a fiery temper, began to curse vehemently. As a veteran of the Roger pirates, she understood all too well what Karp represented. What kind of luck is this? Running into you here, on the surface of the sea, at the bow of a dog-headed warship, a robust man clad in a Navy uniform and donning a cloak of justice laughed joyously. "Karp, you shouldn't describe your luck in such a way," replied his aide, Kaido, who was also in Navy attire, with a hint of exasperation. "Chase them down. We cannot let Roger escape," Karp declared, his face alight with glee. "But sir, our mission is to apprehend the Adre pirates. Should we not capture them first before pursuing Roger?" Kaido, well aware of his superior's history with Roger, reminded him. However, they were on an assigned mission and could not afford to deviate. "Enough chatter. The Adre pirates can be caught at any time, but Roger and his crew are a different matter entirely. Follow them immediately," Karp commanded, showing no sign of compromise, though Kaido had anticipated such a course of action. He still felt a twinge of resignation as Karp made his decision. "Understood. Full speed ahead towards Roger's ship," Kaido nodded, issuing the orders. Despite knowing that their primary target was not Roger's crew, he had long since come to regard them as a must-capture objective due to his time spent alongside Karp. Sure enough, once Karp set his sights on the Roger pirates, the Adre pirates' vessel quickly veered off in another direction to flee. The Navy's warship, inherently faster than a typical pirate ship, soon drew within cannon range of the Oro Jackson. "Shout, E, follow me to the stern," Yamin suddenly called, interrupting Fang Yi's pre-battle preparations as he joined her at the rear of the ship. "Watch closely." Yamin bent her bow and knocked an arrow, releasing it towards an incoming cannonball. Whoosh! Boom! Yamin's arrow did not merely explode the cannonball on impact. It pierced through it, unharmed by the subsequent explosion, and sailed towards the Navy's ship. While Fang Yi could not ascertain whether the arrow struck its target, he was nonetheless astounded by her display of skill. "Give it a try," Yamin said, handing the bow and arrow to Fang Yi with a smile. "All right." Fang Yi took a deep breath, accepting the bow without hesitation. Let me see just how formidable your archery skills are since you've abandoned firearms," Peter, perched on the second-tier railing with a sniper rifle, remarked playfully. Fang Yi paid him no mind, focusing instead on drawing the bow and aiming at a nearby cannonball. Whoosh! As he released the arrow, it sped toward the cannonball. Boom! The arrow collided with the cannonball, successfully detonating it, yet Fang Yi's own arrow was obliterated in the blast. "Ha!" Peter erupted into laughter at the sight. However, under Yamin's fierce glare, his mirth quickly morphed into an awkward silence. "Your current strength is insufficient. Thus, you cannot penetrate the cannonball. You must enhance your foundational training going forward." Yamin nodded at Fang Yi, instructing him, "You will defend this position. Do not allow the cannonballs to strike you. Do you understand?" "Yes, teacher, I comprehend." Fang Yi nodded, continuing to draw and shoot. Targeting a moving object proved far more challenging than a stationary one. So Fang Yi was determined not to squander this opportunity, diligently fulfilling the task Yamin had set for him. Nevertheless, no matter how hard he tried, the Navy's warships steadily closed the distance. "All right, Xiao Yi. We will take it from here. At some point, Roger and Rayleigh had joined Fang Yi's side. Understood, Mr. Rayleigh. Fang Yi nodded, stepping back slightly, aware that the ensuing battle was beyond his capacity to participate in. However, he had no intention of retreating to the cabin. He wished to witness the ferocity of their combat. Rayleigh, Jabba, we are about to engage. Roger grinned widely, his enthusiasm palpable. Both Rayleigh and Jabba unsheathed their weapons, while the remaining crew exuded an air of determination. Peter, take out their cannons. Roger glanced at Peter, who had positioned himself for the perfect shot. No problem, Captain, Peter replied with a grin, raising his sniper rifle. With several gunshots ringing out, a number of Navy soldiers fell, specifically those manning the cannon. Observing Peter's taunting gaze, Fang Yi felt a sense of disbelief. What was the point of a top-tier sniper competing against an intern? However, Fang Yi's silence did not imply that Yamin was unconcerned. She promptly hurled the spear in her grasp towards the naval warship. Whoosh! Boom! Just as a cannonball was fired by the Navy, it was struck by the spear, resulting in a direct explosion. Due to the proximity, a large hole was blasted into one side of the ship. Observing Peter's dismay, Fang Yi and the surrounding crew members could not help but burst into laughter. Meanwhile, at the bow of the ship, Karp witnessed the scene and halted the soldiers from continuing their cannon fire, instead instructing them to bring him more cannonballs. Hey, what is that guy planning to do? Fang Yi felt a sudden sense of foreboding as he watched Karp toss the cannonball in his hand. Fist of the Meteor! Karp, holding the cannonball, threw it directly towards them. Launching a cannonball with bare hands? Is that fellow even human? Although Fang Yi was aware of Karp's capabilities, witnessing it firsthand was still profoundly shocking. Moreover, he sensed that the cannonball Karp threw was propelled faster than those fired from the cannon. Boom! Roger casually unleashed a slash, intercepting the cannonball mid-air. Roger! Karp! Karp and Roger exchanged hearty laughs, both knowing that the warm-up was over and it was time to get serious. Suddenly, the entire naval vessel began to tremble, followed by a thunderous noise as its speed decreased sharply. Hey, sorry Karp, we're taking our leave. Roger seemed to have anticipated this, waving goodbye to Karp with a loud declaration. Why, truly remarkable, Karp replied with a hearty laugh. Sir, the propulsion system has been damaged. It must have been a fishman from beneath the sea, Kaido said grimly to Karp. No worries. Send someone to the cabin and ensure they don't breach the hull. Karp chuckled and instructed his subordinates. Bring me my iron balls. Yes, sir. The naval soldiers immediately saluted in response. Watching the naval ship and the Oro Jackson grow increasingly distant, Fang Yi quietly exhaled. Karp exerted immense pressure on him. Although he was not specifically targeting him, it still made Fang Yi extremely tense. Captain, Sandbell has returned, Rayleigh announced as he observed the drenched fishman Sandbell climbing aboard. Haha, thank you for your trouble, Sandbell. Roger nodded at the fishman Sandbell. Hee, I was discovered while damaging their propulsion system, so I came back. Sandbell bashfully scratched the back of his head in response. It's all right, that's sufficient, Roger replied with a smile. Captain, look over there, what is that? Fang Yi exclaimed anxiously, pointing towards a naval ship. He noticed a colossal iron ball, roughly half the size of the warship, being effortlessly held aloft by Karp. Wah, Roger, try out this new gift I prepared for you. Don't die now. Karp cackled loudly before hurling the enormous iron ball towards the Oro Jackson. He truly throwing it. Is that fellow even human? Fang Yi felt as though his soul was about to escape as he watched the massive iron ball hurtling towards him. The crew around him turned pale. Should they be struck by such an object, they would indeed be destined to feed the fish. Hey, what an incredible feat! Roger drew his sword, slowly making his way to the stern, then gripped it with both hands. After a mighty shout, he unleashed a slash towards the gargantuan iron ball. Swish! The flying slash cleaved the enormous iron ball cleanly in two, with a smooth and even cut that possessed an aesthetic allure. Fang Yi's mouth hung agape, unable to close for an extended period. He began to doubt himself. Even with a golden finger and an external aid, could he truly contend against such a formidable hero? Was this the pinnacle of power on the seas? Fang Yi murmured to himself. Do not compare yourself to them. They are monsters. Yamin had silently approached Fang Yi from behind, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. Fang Yi took a deep breath, believing that one day his strength would grow to such heights. And at that time, he would command the vast seas. Boom! The massive iron ball plunged into the ocean, creating a colossal splash. Meanwhile, the Oro Jackson seized the wave and swiftly retreated into the distance. Wah! No doubt it's Roger. Have them repair the propulsion system, and we shall pursue. Karp laughed heartily as he turned to leave, showing no signs of disappointment over Roger's escape. Yes, sir. The soldiers responded loudly after saluting. Although the power displayed by Roger had astonished the naval soldiers, their leader, Vice Admiral Karp, possessed capabilities that were equally formidable. Thus, they felt no fear. Rather, spurred on by Karp's words, they were filled with fighting spirit. Ever since Fang Yi caught a glimpse of the tip of the iceberg that was Roger and Karp's strength, his training had become even more rigorous, not for any other reason, but simply to survive in this world in the future. However, after spending 20 lottery tickets to obtain a skill last time, he had drawn twice more 10 times, yet had failed to acquire any skills, though he had amassed numerous miscellaneous items. Notably, he had collected quite a few skill experience scrolls, as there was typically one in each 10 draw. And coupled with his training over this period, his skill, precision, proficiency had finally surpassed half, with only half remaining until the next level. Captain, an island has been spotted ahead. After more than a week of sailing, the Roger pirates finally discovered a small island. However, upon landing, they realized it appeared to be uninhabited. Xiao Yi, bring those items over here. At the beach, the chef was directing Fang Yi and several other crew members to transport ingredients and tools. As Captain Roger planned to host a banquet there to an apprentice crew member, Fang Yi naturally had to assist AS for Roger and the others. They had already set off to explore the island. Xiao Yi, go catch some animals. I fear we might run short on ingredients tonight. Chef Yao looked up at the sky and cheerfully called out to Fang Yi, aren't you learning from Yaman? She asked the fiercest warrior in the jungle. Fang Yi's face darkened. He had only learned archery, not survival skills in the wilderness. However, viewing it as a practical opportunity, he nodded in agreement without hesitation. Equipping himself, Fang Yi ventured alone towards the center of the island, but had not gone far when he heard a roar emanating from the island's heart. What is that? Listening to the distant growl, Fang Yi deduced that it must be Roger and his crew hunting some wild beast. However, he had no intention of approaching. Instead, he aimed to seize the opportunity to capture some small animals nearby. Otherwise, returning empty-handed would be quite embarrassing. After advancing further into the central area, Fang Yi climbed a large tree, knocking an arrow and waiting for his quarry. Sure enough, it wasn't long before he heard a flurry of activity around him. The roars of beasts would certainly scare some timid animals out. All he had to do was wait patiently for them to come into view. Here they come. Observing the nearby undergrowth begin to rustle, Fang Yi knew something was about to emerge, and he aimed his bout towards that direction, prepared to shoot the moment it appeared. Whoosh! A wild boar, nearly the height of a man, suddenly burst forth from the thicket. Fang Yi released his arrow with lightning speed, sending it hurtling towards the terrified creature. Thud! The wild boar, having just emerged from the brush, was taken by surprise. It had no time to halt or change course as the arrow struck its eye. Coconut fiber. Although his aim had been at its forehead, hitting the eye was still commendable. However, the struck boar did not die immediately. With a furious roar, it continued to dash about wildly, blinded in one eye. It collided with several trees due to its impaired vision. Humph! What a spirited fellow! Fang Yi observed the wild boar darting about in a frenzied manner, and he certainly could not allow his hard-earned prey to escape. Thus, he knocked another arrow and took aim at the beast. Whoosh! Thud! The arrow struck the boar's tough exterior, piercing through its resilient hide, causing the frantic creature to slow its pace. Yet before it could flee another few steps, a second arrow found its mark, bringing the wild boar crashing to the ground. Now, where do you think you're going? Descending from the tree, Fang Yi swiftly dispatched the still-breathing boar, ensuring that one strike was sufficient. He would not repeat the same mistake. Binding the boar with the rope he carried, he discarded it beneath a grand tree and resumed his perch, awaiting the next quarry. That a single wild boar was hardly enough to satisfy a whole ship of pirates. Moreover, this rare opportunity was perfect for honing his practical skills. He could not afford to squander it. Earlier, his skill, precision, had not activated even once, Yet all 3 arrows had struck true, a testament to his daily training. Before long, Fang Yi employed the same technique and captured a creature resembling a mountain chicken, along with another wild boar that was even larger than the first. The latter was particularly unfortunate. When Fang Yi shot it, his skill, precision, activated, and the arrow cleanly pierced its skull. Dragging his haul, he made his way toward the coastline, feeling that this was more exhausting than the hunt itself. After all this time, "Is that all you brought back?" The head chef, Yao Yi, chuckled heartily as he saw Fang Yi laboriously hauling the spoils. "Yes, that all. Do you have any idea how much longer it took me to bring them back than catch them? Look at this massive wild boar. It towers over me." Fang Yi exclaimed, gesturing toward the final boar he had captured, his tone tinged with exasperation. "Well, that's impressive. A single-shot kill," Yao Yi remarked with a light laugh, glancing at the large boar Fang Yi had mentioned. While such a beast held little significance for them, it posed a challenge for Fang Yi, especially to achieve a single-shot kill. However, upon noticing several wounds on the slightly smaller boar, he inquired, "Why did you require at least 4 arrows for this smaller one?" "Because it's small, hence more agile," Fang Yi replied. Justifiably, he would naturally not admit the truth. That would be far too embarrassing. "All right, you rascal. This large boar is quite satisfactory. Let's roast it for dinner, and then you can fetch a couple of trees." Yao Yi, not overly concerned, meticulously inspected the ingredients before instructing Fang Yi to gather wood. Fang Yi held a fondness for the chef, whose hair resembled a fiery plume. Although Yao Yi often donned a cloak and kept his hands hidden, his warmth was unmistakable during their time aboard the ship. Fang Yi's meals were custom prepared by Yao Yi, who insisted that Fang Yi, being still a child, needed to ensure adequate nutrition. Of course, this had nothing to do with the rum that Fang Yi secretly gifted him. No, it absolutely has nothing to do with it. When Fang Yi returned, dragging 2 massive tree trunks, he found Captain Roger and the others already back at camp. Beside the camp lay a colossal beast, measuring over 10 meters in length, resembling a giant lizard. Later, Fang Yi learned that this creature was likely the king of the island, residing in a small lake at its center. Had it not charged out to devour Captain Roger and his crew, it might have survived. Little he has returned. "Hurry up, we've been waiting for you. It's time for the feast." Upon seeing Fang Yi, Roger called out with a booming laugh to his comrades aboard the ship. Even though Fang Yi was merely an intern, Roger would wait until everyone had gathered before commencing the celebration. As they feasted on roasted meat and drank merrily, spirits soared as pirates. Their dreams revolved around freedom and thrilling adventures. The song Bink Sake filled the air, its lively tune elevating the festive atmosphere. Having spent considerable time aboard, Fang Yi had naturally learned the song, joining the crew in singing and dancing, reveling in the joy of the moment. The following morning, having consumed little alcohol, Fang Yi was the first to awaken. Following the customary routine, he checked in with Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba, receiving 3 lottery tickets before gradually organizing his belongings. The enormous lizard from the previous night had been devoured, and even the youthful Fang Yi had been coerced into drinking some rum by the unscrupulous crew. Had it not been for Rayleigh's intervention, Fang Yi would likely still be asleep. Once he had loaded all necessary items aboard, the sun had already risen, and the crew began to stir. When everyone was finally awake, Roger announced their departure. It seemed that life was about to revert to the monotonous routine of sailing. Due to the revelry of the previous night, the crew appeared lethargic, lacking energy. Thus, Fang Yi found a quiet corner to hide, opening his backpack to discover he had amassed 10 lottery tickets once more. After a moment's hesitation, he opted for a 10-draw lottery. "Congratulations, host, you have obtained a bottle of rum." "Congratulations, host, you have received a small skill experience voucher." "Congratulations, host, you have acquired a miraculous fish bait." "Congratulations, host, you have obtained a fragment of a medium skill experience voucher." "Congratulations, host, you have gained the skill music." "Congratulations, host, you have received a small portion of bread." "Congratulations, host, you have acquired the small inheritance of strength." "Congratulations, host, you have obtained another bottle of rum." "Congratulations, host, you have received a fragment of hockey armament." "Congratulations, host, you have gained the skill shipwright." "Congratulations, host, you have obtained a fragment of the sun-piercing bow." After reading the system's notifications, Fang Yi was momentarily taken aback. he had unexpectedly acquired 2 skills. Moreover, he had received a fragment for both Haki and the sun-piercing bow. Additionally, there was something called the small inheritance of strength, the purpose of which remained unclear to him. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Fang Yi opened his character interface. Name: Fang Yi. Gender: male. Skills: precision, LV 1. 52,100. Your attacks have a 10 chance to hit the enemy with absolute certainty. Evasion: LV.1. 12100. When facing an enemy's attack, you have a 10 chance to evade directly. Life skills: music. Beginner. You possess basic music appreciation skills and preliminary instrument usage abilities, but only at an introductory level. Shipwright. Beginner. Your hands have become more dexterous, though you can only perform minor repairs on ships. This was categorized as a life skill, indicating that it held no benefits for combat, as the system classified it as such. After reviewing the skill descriptions, Fang Yi understood why he had drawn 2 skills today. However, this was certainly better than having nothing at all. After examining his skills, he opened his backpack. Unlike when he first received the system, his backpack was now filled with a hodgepodge of items. Small inheritance of strength can enhance your physical strength. Upon discovering the small inheritance of strength, Fang Yi was even more astonished after reading its description. This item could boost his strength? Hesitating momentarily, he took the small inheritance of strength from his backpack, eyeing the object that resembled a chocolate bean. After a brief moment of contemplation, he tossed it into his mouth. The instant he consumed the chocolate bean-like inheritance, a sudden heat surged through his body, as though a force were attempting to tear him apart from within. He wanted to scream to release the tension, but found his voice caught in his throat, rendering him mute. His body stiffened, collapsing to the ground, seemingly unable to breathe. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. He felt as if his entire being was on the verge of exploding. Time became an indistinct blur. Perhaps an hour had passed, or merely a minute, until the sensation of tearing gradually subsided. He felt as though he had been reborn. What in the world was that? Once he regained control over his body, Fang Yi gasped for air, his heart racing with fear. However, upon rising, he sensed something was indeed different about his physique. It felt as if his strength had genuinely increased. Clenching his fist, Fang Yi felt as though his strength had indeed transformed in some manner. Tio ascertained the extent of his newfound power. He retrieved his bow and arrow, intending to shoot an arrow into the distance for a test. Bang! However, even before he could muster his full strength, the bowstring unexpectedly snapped. What? Staring at the now unusable bow, Fang Yi was momentarily taken aback. This bow had been specially crafted by Yamen to accommodate his strength, and according to her, it was designed to last him for over a year, until his strength increased sufficiently to fully draw the bow. Yet now, he had not even exerted himself completely, and the bow had broken. It was evident that this was the effect of the recent inheritance of strength. Fang Yi had not anticipated such potency. When Fang Yi approached Yamen with the broken bow in hand, she too was taken aback. After rubbing her eyes in disbelief, she exclaimed, "Am I seeing things? Teacher, didn't you just recover from a hangover last night? Have you been drinking again this morning? That's not good for your health." "Actually, I feel like my strength has been rapidly increasing lately. I was just about to practice after finishing my tasks, and inadvertently, I ended up breaking the bow." Fang Yi feigned helplessness as he spoke. Yamen scratched her head and handed her bow to Fang Yi, saying, "Try my bow." Fang Yi had previously used Yamen's bow, but he could barely manage to shoot 3 arrows at full strength, unable to draw it any further. According to Yamen, her bowstring was specially made. Most people wouldn't even be able to draw the bow, let alone shoot an arrow. Taking Yamen's bow, he joined her on the deck and, in one fluid motion, drew the bowstring to its limit. Whoosh! As he released the arrow, it sped away, vanishing into the distance. Both Yamen and Fang Yi were astonished. The speed of that shot was more than double what he usually achieved. "Can you still draw the bow?" Yamen asked, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Fang Yi nodded, saying, "I feel like I can. Wait." Yamen set her spear upright at the bow of the ship, thought for a moment, and then placed a bucket atop it, instructing Fang Yi, "Aim for that bucket." Fang Yi nodded, once more bending the bow and aiming at the bucket before releasing the arrow. Whoosh, bang. The arrow struck the bucket, piercing it completely before falling into the sea far off. Yet both Fang Yi and Yamen frowned simultaneously. Your strength has indeed increased significantly, but your accuracy has diminished somewhat. Moreover, you have yet to fully master this newfound power, Yamen remarked, glancing at the bucket. Fang Yi nodded, realizing that the spot he had aimed at differed from where the arrow had struck. Normally, at such a close distance, even without triggering any skills, he should have hit the target without fail. You see the difference between this part of the bucket and this part. Yamen beckoned Fang Yi to come closer. This outer hole is slightly larger. Fang Yi observed the two holes in the bucket, hesitating before responding. Precisely, this indicates your lack of mastery over your strength. As an archer, you must be intimately acquainted with your bow and arrows. The arrows you shoot are a reflection of your will. Yamen nodded and continued. For the next few days, refrain from practicing archery and focus instead on acclimating to and mastering your strength. You mentioned that your strength has been increasing lately, and I suspect it may continue to do so. Really? It will continue to grow? That shouldn't be the case. How am I supposed to master my strength? Fang Yi was momentarily bewildered. His strength had come from the inheritance, so it seemed unlikely that it would increase any further. Yamen chuckled mischievously, saying, "Trust me, from now on, engage in foundational practice until you can no longer exert yourself." All right, Yamen. Though Fang Yi was somewhat puzzled, he decided to comply with her instructions. Drawing the bow, aiming, and releasing, he stood on the deck, repeatedly practicing the fundamental motions of archery. In no time, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. As he used Yamen's bow, after straining to draw it fully a dozen times, he felt his arms tremble. Just when he intended to take a break, Yamen appeared from nowhere, delivering a swift slap that compelled him to continue without rest. Reluctantly, Fang Yi gritted his teeth and persevered, while Yamen, having procured a jug of wine from somewhere, sat nearby watching him train. Days passed, and through Yamen's rigorous training regimen, Fang Yi not only gradually mastered his burgeoning strength, but also solidified his foundational archery skills. One day, after completing his training and with time spare, Fang Yi sat at the ship's edge, contemplating fishing. He recalled that he had won mystical bait several times in recent draws and was curious about its potential. So he decided to give it a try. After retrieving the mystical bait from his backpack, he began his fishing endeavor. "Hey, Xiao Yi, have you completed today's tasks?" Fishing so leisurely, a crew member remarked that, "I bet Xiao, you will catch nothing today." No, I actually think Xiao Yi is bound to catch a big one today. The board sailors, noticing Fang Yi fishing, began to tease him, even wagering on whether he would land a substantial catch. Fang Yi paid them no heed. Even with the mystical bait, he was uncertain of what he might reel in. "Hey, what's that, Xiao? Quick, reel it in." Shortly after, a faint golden glow emerged from the spot where Fang Yi had cast his line, leaving everyone astonished. That moment, Fang Yi's heart raced with surprise. Hearing the crew's encouragement, he instinctively jerked the rod upward. What on earth is this? Fang Yi stared at the half-meter-tall egg in his hands, emanating a soft golden light, hardly believing his eyes. "Why did I catch an egg?" he exclaimed, bemused. Moreover, it was so large that he needed both hands to cradle it. Goodness, it even glows. Could it be a golden egg? Peter popped up from nowhere, his eyes shining as he gazed at the egg in Fang Yi's hands. Before long, the news of Fang Yi catching a glowing golden egg spread like wildfire throughout the ship, even reaching Captain Roger and Rayleigh, who hurried over to see what kind of egg it was. "Are you sure you actually caught this?" Roger scrutinized the half-meter egg, glancing at Fang Yi as if questioning how one could even reel in such a large egg. To be honest, Fang Yi himself felt a bit confused, but there were plenty of crew members around, so he didn't need to respond. The rest began to recount the tale with great embellishment. "Why don't we eat it? It looks incredibly delicious," Roger suggested, swallowing hard. Witnessing the unseemly drool trickling from Roger's mouth, Fang Yi's expression darkened. "Are you really considering eating something when you don't even know what it is? Is that wise?" he cautioned quietly. "Wait, we can't eat it?" Instantly, Roger's interest in the egg waned significantly. However, at that moment, seemingly despite Fang Yi, the egg he held began to crack with a crack sound, and the top half of the shell was soon covered in fissures. "What is happening? Why is it breaking? Did it get scared hearing the captain say he would eat it?" Everyone gathered around, speculating curiously. "Arf?" Cracked at a small head emerged from the shell, and upon seeing Fang Yi, it let out a cute bark before brazenly gobbling down the entire eggshell. I asked at a dog. Fang Yi felt as if his understanding of the world was being upended. How could a dog emerge from an egg, and from the ocean at that? Oh my, how utterly adorable. It is simply kawaii, observing the little puppy with its round belly from devouring the entire eggshell, its solid-colored fur, and its amusingly charming antics. It was as if all the crew members aboard the ship were suddenly enchanted by its cuteness in an instant. I find the name Tai Zhu quite appealing. Yet Yuan sounds even more melodious. After all, wasn't he caught by Xiao Yi from the depths of the ocean? Thus, Yuan seems most fitting. What about Yuan? I think Haizeo would be better. Look at its dark green fur. Doesn't it resemble the color of seaweed? All the crew members were in a heated debate, naturally sparked by the egg that Fang Yi had caught from the sea that morning, and the puppy that hatched from it needed a name. The crew had been arguing for quite some time over the right to name it, yet Fang Yi was quite curious whether they were truly serious about the names they proposed. Enough of the bickering. Ultimately, it was Captain Roger, with a serious demeanor, who put an end to the commotion, stating, "Let us call it Dog Egg. I sent a puppy, and it hatched from an egg. So let's name it Dog Egg. Damn it, Dog Egg." If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't overpower Roger, Fang Yi would have kicked him for such a misinterpretation of the term Dog Egg. In the end, as the puppy's owner, Fang Yi suggested the name Wang Kai. What a delightful name Wang Kai is. And think about it, pirates, what do we seek? ISNT at the endless treasures. Therefore, naming it Wang Kai carries a splendid meaning. Fang Yi attempted to persuade the other crew members. You must understand, in another world, this name is highly sought after. However, in this world, Fang Yi could confidently assert that it was a unique name. A name of honor. Indeed, after hearing Fang Yi's words, most of the crew members involuntarily nodded, feeling that it indeed held significance. The only disgruntled individual was Roger, who was particularly displeased that his suggested name was not chosen. What do you mean, Wang Kai? We did not set sail for mere treasures. We seek freedom. We pursue the unknown adventures. We heed the call of the pirate flag. Roger attempted one last struggle, standing up to oppose. Indeed, we are men who have set sail in response to the call of the pirate flag. The crew members cheered, supporting Captain Roger. Come on, enough of the nonsense since you disagree with Xiao Yi's proposal. Why not suggest a name that surpasses Wang Kai? As Meng Yi's mentor, Yu Meng had some say in this matter, and importantly, she was not afraid of Roger. If Dog Egg won do. Let us call it Wong Wong. In a moment of desperation, Roger blurted out a name that left Fang Yi utterly dumbfounded. If it weren't for the certainty that the person in front of him was indeed the future pirate king Roger, Fang Yi would have thought he was his fellow townsman. You see, Xiao Yi suggested Wang Kai, but my proposal is different. Wong Wong. Everything is prosperous, and the puppy-esque bark is Wong Wong. ISNT it fitting to name it after its own sound. Wong Wong that barks Wong Wong. Everything is prosperous. The more Roger spoke, the more suitable he felt the name was. He was nearly ready to worship himself. After Roger's explanation, it seemed that the name Wong Wong truly fit. Particularly as Fang Yi became somewhat dazed by Roger's words. Thus, the puppy-esque name was finally established. Wong Wong, come here. I've prepared a big bone for you. At dinner, a crew member specially threw a meaty bone to Wong Wong. Wong Wong, come and have some milk. The head chef Yaoi approached, carrying a small bowl of milk, placing it before Wong Wong, who sniffed it and happily began to drink. Wong Wong, come play with us. With the arrival of the puppy, the ship was filled with much more joy. However, as time passed, everyone noticed a problem. Whenever they called Wong Wong, outsiders might mistakenly think they were imitating dog barks, leading to a rather awkward atmosphere each time they uttered the name. Yet, they had all agreed to it during the naming process. Thus, aside from regret, they did not propose renaming Wong Wong. Eventually, Fang Yi, unable to endure it any longer, suggested that as Wong Wong was still small, it would be better to give a nickname. Consequently, the name Wang Zai was elected with the highest votes, almost making Fang Yi reminisce about the third dimension that as for who came up with the name, it no longer mattered. What was significant was that from then on, when they called Wong Wong, they would no longer feel awkward. After all, the character Zai signifies smallness, and since Wong Wong was still small, Wang's eye was simply perfect. How utterly reasonable, was it not? In any case, ever since Fang Yi caught an egg, more crew members began to fish each day. Of course, they did not have much success. In fact, if they did not use the miraculous bait, Fang Yi would be no different from them. Gradually, the number of fishermen dwindled. "Captain, are you still at it?" Seeing Roger still fishing at the ship's edge, Rayleigh chuckled and asked. "Humph, I am certain I can catch something," Roger replied with a disgruntled expression. The rest of the crew had mostly given up. Only Roger continued to fish daily, though he often fell asleep shortly after. "Captain, do you mind if I sit beside you?" After secretly switching to the magical bait, Fang Yi approached Roger, thinking simply that if he did catch something, he could claim it was caught by Captain Roger, thus relieving Roger's incessant longing. Before long, after using the magical bait, Fang Yi felt as if something was approaching, causing even Wang Zai, who had been sleeping on his head, to open its eyes and bark towards the water. "Captain, did you catch something?" Fang Yi sensed a significant shadow appearing right where their lines were cast. Oh, it's coming. It must be a big one." Roger, who had been dozing, instantly perked up and raised his fishing rod, and Fang Yi instinctively mirrored his actions. Yet only Roger's fishing rod emerged from the water. "Wow. Shout, you caught something? Quick, pull it up and let us see what it is." Roger was taken aback for a moment before tossing his rod aside and calling out to Fang Yi, "I can't. Captain, this thing is too heavy for me to pull. Why don't you come and help?" Fang Yi pulled a few times with all his might, but the rod remained still, so he passed it to Roger for assistance. "All right, watch me." Roger took the rod and began to tug forcefully. To be honest, Fang Yi was genuinely afraid the rod might snap, but in Roger's hands, even though it was bending almost into a circle, it held firm. "Come out," with a furious shout from Roger. A massive zebra head broke the surface, though much of its body remained submerged, a sea beast. Fang Yi's eyes nearly bulged. The miraculous bait had caught a sea creature. It's so big. We'll surely have a feast tonight." Roger appeared entirely unconcerned. In fact, he looked exceedingly pleased. "Captain, shoot until we release it. If this continues, the ship will capsize," Fang Yi said, somewhat apprehensive. "No way. We can't release it." "Watch me." Before Roger could respond, the crew members who had rushed over exclaimed with gleaming eyes. Following that, several of them sprang into action simultaneously, along with Wang Zai, who had been resting on Fang Yi's head. "Wang Zai, come back!" Fang Yi shouted in alarm upon realizing Wang Zai had already leaped into action. Yet before Wang Zai could attack the sea beast, it had already been shot in the head, a spear piercing its neck, and its body was cleaved in two. "Captain, you're amazing. You caught such a large meal. Tonight, we can change things up?" The head chef Yao Yi approached with two chef's knives, laughing heartily. The surrounding crew members also showered praises on Captain Roger, who was exceedingly delighted and laughed heartily. "Oh, little Wang Zai is impressive. At such a young age, he knows how to hunt." It was at that moment the crew members noticed Wang Zai perched on the carcass of the sea beast. As the praises for Wang Zai began to flow once more, it was evident that, despite the brief time he had spent with the crew, the little creature had already grasped their general sentiments. Aware that they were extolling his virtues, his tail wagged incessantly, mirroring Roger's own proud demeanor. Yet, Fang Yi remained somewhat oblivious, still processing the astonishing fact that such a formidable sea beast had been dispatched so swiftly. When the creature was finally hauled aboard, the festivities resumed. Amidst the revelry, Roger continued to boast about how he had caught the very sea beast they had just consumed, while the crew indulged in hearty drinks and listened to their captain's grandiose tales. Although they were well aware that many of his claims, such as the beast's size and his solitary conquest, were exaggerated, it mattered little to them. Fang Yi, seated in a corner, gently stroked the slumbering Wang Zai, having previously noted the little one's remarkable speed. Truth be told, even at close range, his own shooting accuracy might not suffice to hit Wang Zai. This alone spoke volumes. Wang Zai was certainly no ordinary pup. And what kind of dog hatches from an egg? Aren't dogs typically born live? When it came to the source of the commotion that had stirred the entire ship, Fang Yi felt compelled to regard the miraculous bait with the seriousness it deserved. With only one portion of the extraordinary bait left in his backpack, he had no intention of using it recklessly, as it might yet prove useful. The sounds of Banquet wafted towards him. Akin to the free-spirited ocean breeze, Fang Yi recognized that the climax of the banquet had arrived. Indeed, everyone began to sing boisterously, consuming copious amounts of drink and meat, embracing the most exhilarating risks, and riding the wildest waves. Such was the life of a pirate. Glancing at the violin set aside, Fang Yi felt inspired and joined the grand chorus. His musical skills enabled him to play various instruments. Though not a virtuoso, he was more than capable of participating in such a collective performance. The awakened Wangzai frolicked around, seemingly reveling in the joy of the moment. "Teacher, what seems to be troubling Captain Roger?" Fang Yi cautiously inquired of Yamen as they navigated through the jungle. Yamen shook his head, remaining silent, merely entertaining the pup resting on Fang Yi's shoulder. After several days of sailing, they arrived at this uninhabited island at noon. However, from the moment they set foot on the land, Captain Roger appeared somewhat off-kilter. After summoning everyone, he led them purposefully in a particular direction, as if he had visited this small island before. Yet, as they advanced, Fang Yi sensed something amiss. It felt as though a voice was beckoning him, and their trajectory aligned with the source of that voice. "What is happening?" Fang Yi attempted to halt his steps, yet the faint call persisted, growing stronger and clearer the further he ventured. "Xiao Yi." "What's wrong?" Yamen, the first to notice Fang Yi's unusual demeanor, asked. "Teacher, I'm not sure if I should mention this, but considering the peculiar circumstances, it might pose a danger to everyone." Fang Yi pondered before recounting his experience. "What voice is calling you?" Yamen queried, taken aback, then asked seriously, "Which direction?" "Show me." "It's directly ahead," Fang Yi asserted, pointing resolutely. "Captain Roger." Yamen called out to Roger, who approached with Rayleigh and others, inquiring about Fang Yi's situation. I don't know what it is, but I fear there may be danger ahead." Fang Yi nodded earnestly. He was concerned that Roger and the others might not believe him. If there truly was a threat, it would be disastrous. "Can you explain it to me in detail?" Roger exchanged glances with Rayleigh before turning to Fang. "I can't quite describe it. It feels as though someone is whispering something in my ear, though I can't discern the words. Yet I can sense that it lies directly ahead." Fang Yi, anxious for Roger's belief, insisted, "Captain, I assure you, I speak the truth. Stay calm." "I believe you." Roger waved his hand dismissively, a smile gracing his face. "I can feel it too." "Huh?" Fang Yi was truly taken aback, having thought this phenomenon was unique to him. To his surprise, Roger revealed that he had also sensed it. As he observed Roger's smile, Fang Yi felt a sense of calm wash over him, for he was already aware of Roger's ability to hear the voices of all things. Could it be that he had awakened to a similar power? "Captain, do you know what is calling us?" Once his apprehension subsided, curiosity took hold of Fang Yi. Roger shook his head, replying, "I don't know. I discovered my ability during our past adventures. When I focus, I seem to hear the voices of all things. However, unlike you, I have never actively felt anything calling me." Fang Yi nodded thoughtfully. He could not yet hear the voices of all things, perhaps because his ability was still newly awakened. Yet, since Roger had previously utilized his power upon arriving at the island, he must have known what lay ahead. Before long, the group followed Roger to the entrance of a massive cave. "Xiao Yi, does the voice calling you come from within the cave?" Roger inquired, glancing at Fang. Fang Yi nodded affirmatively. "Yes, it's very close, right inside." Roger smiled knowingly, proceeding forward as he remarked, "I sensed a profound sound upon arriving here, as if it were narrating a history to me." Fang Yi's heart skipped a beat. Could it be? Eager to confirm his suspicions, he hurriedly followed Roger into the cave. The interior was modest, with a large, square stone covered in moss and vegetation at its center. That moment, Fang Yi realized that the source of his summons was indeed a historical text. "Oh, it is this," Roger exclaimed with a smile. Clearly familiar with such artifacts, I wonder what purpose this serves. It seems these texts are scattered across the globe. Rayleigh mused, stroking his chin. Roger grinned at the astonished Fang Yi, saying, "Perhaps Xiao Yi will provide us with the answers." Yet at that moment, Fang Yi paid no heed to Roger's jest. Instead, he was transfixed by the historical text, feeling an irresistible urge to touch it, as if the voice within him persistently urged him to do so. Thus, Fang Yi stepped forward and reached out to the stone. The instant his fingers made contact, ancient characters surged into his mind. Although their meaning eluded him, the system's notification rang out, scanning for fragmented historical text in progress. Scan complete. Congratulations, host. You have discovered a lost historical text, earning 1,000 points. First-time points earned. The shop interface is now opened up. In the wake of the system's announcement, Fang Yi noticed that the 3 icons in the lower right corner had transformed into 4, the last of which was presumably the shop mentioned. However, before he could explore its features, Roger and the others gathered around him, concerned. Xiao Yi, did you sense something? Roger asked, a hint of anticipation in his voice. Captain, do you know what this is? Fang Yi retorted, eager to respond to Roger's inquiry. I'm not sure, but I can feel the weight of history and the echoes of fierce battles emanating from the stone. Roger shook his head and spoke. Fang Yi pondered for a moment before responding. Indeed, Captain, what you are feeling should be the essence conveyed by these inscriptions. These are ancient texts, chronicling the blank century of history. Hence, this stone is also referred to as a historical text. Historical text? Everyone, including Roger, looked at Fang Yi with a hint of surprise. They were pirates, not scholars. Such matters held no allure for them. Can you decipher what is inscribed upon it? Rayleigh inquired, directing his gaze towards Fang Yi. He shook his head and replied, I cannot comprehend it. Like the captain, I can merely sense the emotions these words evoke within me. Is that truly the case? Roger sighed, saying, Ever since we arrived at Water 7 Island, we have lost our sense of direction. That I had hoped these stones might provide some clues, only to discover they merely document history. Fang Yi was taken aback, finally grasping why Roger sought the historical texts. The entire Roger pirates had lost their guiding objective. Nevertheless, Roger had not given up hope, and the stones he had encountered during their adventures piqued his interest, prompting him to explore whether they might yield any clues. Captain, why do you believe these stones might hold clues? Fang Yi feigned surprise as he asked. Roger shook his head and said, I do not know. It is simply a feeling I possess. I too sense as if these stones are guiding us towards something. Fang Yi hesitated for a moment before speaking, hoping to leverage the strength of the Roger pirates to seek out more historical texts. Upon his recent encounter with the historical text, he had earned 1,000 points. Although the purpose of the points remained unclear, it was evident that the system required him to find more historical texts to accumulate further points. As Roger aspired to reach the final island, understanding the historical text was imperative. Thus, it was a mutually beneficial scenario. It was only at this moment that he could utter such words and be believed by Roger and the others. Indeed, I feel the same. I knew these stones must possess something special. Upon hearing Fang Yi's words, Roger's spirit lifted, and he exclaimed with excitement, Though it seems somewhat incredulous, we currently lack a better approach. Let us follow the captain's lead and search for these peculiar stones. Rayleigh nodded in agreement. However, we are not acquainted with these inscriptions. Even if they provide directions to the final island, we would be unable to comprehend them. Jabba interjected, furrowing his brow. Why not take rubbings of these inscriptions? This way, we can search for more historical texts while simultaneously seeking someone knowledgeable in ancient writing, and we could then have them translate what we have collected. Fang Yi proposed after some contemplation. Precisely, what you suggest is indeed correct. Fang Yi, let us proceed thus. Roger grinned widely, laughing heartily. With a newfound objective, Roger decided to rest on the island for the night and set out the following morning to seek more historical texts while inquiring about individuals capable of interpreting ancient writings. In the evening, the enthusiastic crew commenced a feast, and it was during this time that Fang Yi found the opportunity to explore the newly acquired shop function. Upon opening the shop, he realized the purpose of the points awarded by the system. The few items available were all priced in points. Lottery tickets are 200 points each, so, having discovered the historical text earlier, does that mean I have effectively earned 5 lottery tickets? Although Fang Yi could not compare the other items, he could certainly make a comparison with the lottery tickets. Furthermore, the shop also offered skill experience scrolls, albeit at a steep price, 200 points each, meaning 200 points could be exchanged for a mere bit of skill proficiency. To Fang Yi, this seemed rather unwise. Especially for the skill of precision, it was even less advantageous. During his daily training, he could trigger several events, which was still the case given that he focused on foundational abilities without engaging in practical combat training. However, acquiring experience for the skill of evasion was significantly more challenging, as one needed to endure strikes for it to increase swiftly. This was the fundamental reason his proficiency in evasion remained at a mere 15 points. Beyond these two desired items, the shop contained other goods such as purified water, rum, and food. However, these held no allure for Fang Yi, thus he paid them no heed. After reviewing all the items, Fang Yi decided to exchange for 5 lottery tickets. As they were the most valuable and urgently needed items to enhance his strength, skills remained the fastest and most effective choice. Naturally, if he could acquire a power like the one he had previously obtained, that would be even better. Although consuming that power was undeniably painful, its effects were remarkably evident. With the lottery tickets he had just obtained from the merchant ship, he had accumulated a total of 10 tickets. However, he had no intention of using them immediately. Instead, he planned to wait until the prize featured items he desired. The next morning, the Oro Jackson set sail towards the next island. Fang Yi once again entered the routine of daily training. As his time aboard the Oro Jackson extended, not only did his strength grow, but his demeanor increasingly resembled that of a pirate. Whoosh! An unknown bird soared through the sky, only to be struck down by Fang Yi's arrow. Plummeting to the ground, woof woof, before Fang Yi could utter a word, a figure darted past him. It was the little dog Wang Zai. After a month, its size had increased significantly. It was no longer small enough to perch atop Fang Yi's head. Moreover, as it grew, its speed had also improved. The crew had discussed its origins, yet no conclusions emerged, primarily because none had heard of any breed of dog hatching from an egg, especially one caught from the sea. Ultimately, the matter was left unresolved. The little creature now lived aboard the ship, effectively becoming one of their companions. Perhaps it was because Fang Yi had caught it, or perhaps it was due to their first encounter. But the bond between Wang Zai and Fang Yi was the strongest, leading the little dog to stay close to him, which elicited envy from several crew members. During this month, Fang Yi's strength had also grown considerably. He had become proficient in wielding the Yaman's bow and arrow in battle. He was no longer the invisible figure he had been a month prior, relegated to lurking in the shadows for sneak attacks. Throughout their journey, they had encountered both pirates and the Navy. During battles, although Fang Yi could not yet claim to stand alone, he had become increasingly helpful. However, during this month, they had neither discovered new historical texts nor found anyone capable of deciphering ancient writing. Conversely, Fang Yi diligently checked in with Roger and the others daily, managing to accumulate enough points for 10 consecutive draws every 3 to 4 days. Yet for some unknown reason, he felt the probability of drawing skills had diminished significantly. In this month, combined with the several tickets he had accumulated, he had conducted 10 rounds of 10 draws, but only 2 skills had emerged, while a plethora of miscellaneous items had filled his inventory. "All right, take this to the chef. Let him prepare you an extra meal. I've completed my training for today. Now, I shall take a bath," Fang Yi said, patting Wang Zai, who had returned with a fallen bird. Wang Zai wasted no time, grabbing the bird by its neck and scurrying towards the cabin, effortlessly navigating the path to the kitchen. After emerging from his bath, Fang Yi did not head to the deck, but instead opened his character interface. Name: Fang Yi. Gender: male. Skills: precision, LV 2, 89,300. Your attacks have a 20 chance to hit the enemy with absolute certainty. Evasion, LV.1, 43100. When faced with an enemy's attack, you have a 10 chance to evade directly. Divine Protection, LV.1, 12100. When you suffer a fatal blow, you can completely evade this attack with a 100 success rate. Can only be activated once a month. Eagle Eye, non-upgradable, enhances your vision, granting you eyesight akin to that of an eagle. Life Skills. Music beginner. You possess a fundamental ability to appreciate music, as well as rudimentary skills in playing instruments, but remain merely at an introductory level. Shipwright beginner. Your hands have become more dexterous. However, when it comes to repairing ships, you can only manage basic stitching. Navigation beginner. You have the ability to sail upon the vast ocean, yet you are prone to losing your way. The skills Divine Protection and Eagle Eye are his most significant gains this month, along with the acquisition of the life skill Navigation, which proves quite practical for him. Furthermore, the skill precision, which he acquired earlier, has finally undergone an upgrade, advancing to LV.2, with its triggering percentage increasing from the previous 10% to 20%, thereby enhancing the threat level of his attacks, AS for the skill Divine Protection. He has yet to trigger it in reality. Despite its assured activation rate, it necessitates enduring a lethal blow to take effect, thus he lacks the audacity to experiment with it. The 12 experience points he obtained were accumulated through the use of skill experience vouchers. A full 10 consecutive draws yielded him 10 fragments of a skill experience voucher, medium, which he subsequently synthesized into one skill experience voucher, medium, instantly boosting the proficiency of Divine Protection by 10 points. The final skill, Eagle Eye, initially perceived by Fang Yi as the least useful, has surprisingly provided him with the most profound enhancement. The mere benefit of dynamic vision has greatly aided Fang Yi, not only significantly improving his marksmanship, but also assisting him in close combat. Coupled with the visual enhancement conferred by Eagle Eye, he can now see further and with greater clarity. Presently, he no longer needs to utilize experience vouchers for the skill precision. All his vouchers have been allocated to Divine Protection. After all, he can still train the other two skills independently, but the nature of Divine Protection renders him reluctant to practice it casually, as being severely injured is far too terrifying. Aside from the changes in skills, his backpack is also filled with numerous items. For instance, the much-coveted Sun Shooting Bow, of which he has gathered 9 fragments, leaving only one more to forge a true weapon. Various other fragments have also been collected, including a few of the tricolor domineering fragments, albeit in limited quantity. Moreover, and most importantly, following his previous acquisition of the Legacy of Strength, he has now obtained the Legacy of Agility, which upon consumption has significantly enhanced his speed. Both his striking speed and movement speed have witnessed considerable improvement, making Fang Yi yearn for this boon even more. Regrettably, amidst the 10 consecutive draws, he has only received this solitary enhancement, a probability lower than that of skill acquisition. After briefly surveying his inventory, Fang Yi donned a set of casual attire before closing the system interface and proceeding to the deck. Woof woof! Upon seeing Fang Yi, Wang Zai dropped the meat bone in his mouth and barked twice at him, seemingly inviting him to join in the meal. Enjoy your meal. I shall not compete with you. Fang Yi chuckled, patting its head before walking towards the bow of the ship, where he wished to feel the sea breeze. What is that? However, as Fang Yi approached the bow, he noticed a small black in the distance. The diminishing daylight made it difficult for him to discern clearly. Golan, are you there? Check what lies ahead. Fang Yi called out loudly towards the mast. Golan, a tall fellow who typically wore an infantry helmet, served as the lookout for the ship, usually stationed atop the mast to carry out his responsibilities. Yet, after a shout, Fang Yi received no response, indicating that Golan was likely not present, as he might be in the cabin drinking with the others. Lookouts do not remain on the mast 24 hours a day. Although they are responsible for observation, they often merely carry binoculars and scan their surroundings, only ascending the mast for a closer look upon discovering something noteworthy. With no answer from Golan, Fang Yi swiftly climbed the mast and, utilizing the binoculars affixed to it, peered into the distance that a battle is occurring ahead. Pirates are attacking a merchant vessel. Upon discerning the situation, Fang Yi immediately shouted towards the cabin. His initial loud call had already attracted the attention of several crew members, so by the time he reached the mast, Roger had emerged from the cabin with the crew. Shout Yi, which pirate crew is it? Rayleigh inquired of Fang Yi, perched upon the mast. Fang Yi hesitated, awkwardly scratching the back of his head. He did not recognize the pirate flag, having been in this world for less than 2 months. Allow me. Golan appeared behind Fang Yi unannounced, grinning widely. Apologies. Fang Yi quickly moved aside, relinquishing the best vantage point to Golan. Being a lookout is no simple task. A competent lookout must be intimately familiar with the flags of notorious pirates, enabling them to promptly inform the captain of the crew's identity, allowing the captain to assess their strength. Captain, it is the Hungry Wolf Pirates, led by Captain Wolf Viss, with a bounty of 13 million berries. And he is a Zoan-type devil fruit user. Golan merely glanced at the pirate flag and promptly relayed the initial intelligence. Captain, shall we assist? Fang Yi, having descended from the mast, turned to Roger to inquire. Indeed, the Hungry Wolf pirates are a notoriously bloodthirsty crew. I hope we can arrive in time. Roger's smile faded as he nodded in response. Excellent. Upon hearing this, Fang Yi's face lit up with joy. He relished combat, not only because it provided him with valuable real-world experience, but also because each victory over an opponent granted him points, since he had first encountered the historical text and unlocked the marketplace interface. He could now earn points by defeating adversaries. Depending on the opponent's strength, he could earn a few points at times, and, at others, he could gain a dozen or more, while the points he currently earned were modest. As his strength grew, so too would the strength of his opponents, resulting in increasingly higher point rewards. Although he currently lacked even a single point for a lottery ticket, he remained filled with anticipation for the impending battle. However, as they approached, they realized the conflict had concluded. The Hungry Wolf pirates had successfully executed their ambush, and their members were now busily transporting food and treasures from the merchant ship. Peter, Roger shouted grimly at the sniper. Peter, they had spotted the vast expanse of crimson staining the waters surrounding the merchant vessel. They knew all too well what that signified. Bang! With Peter's shot, a laughing pirate fell to the ground. Who goes there? Upon witnessing his subordinate's demise, a burly man radiating ferocity bellowed in anger. Captain, it is the Roger Pirates. A pirate immediately informed the hulking figure. The Roger Pirates? Wolf Viz squinted at the approaching Oro Jackson, proclaiming loudly, all the spoils here belong to me. You brats wish to wage war against us? Roger unsheathed his sword, directly stating, eliminate them. Oi! The crew members, hearing Captain Roger's command, hastily drew their weapons, preparing for battle. Whoosh! Upon hearing Roger's order, Fang Yi wasted no time shooting an arrow at the nearest pirate, who fell in response. The supplies he was clutching tumbling to the ground, he refrained from attempting to ambush the pirate captain. The chances of success were too slim, making it far more prudent to deal with the minions. Bang, clang. Alongside Fang Yi, Peter also opted for an ambush, aiming for the captain, Wolf Viz. Unfortunately, his well-aimed shot was intercepted by one of Viz's subordinates. Having made contact, open ambushes are typically difficult to resolve, unless there exists a significant disparity in strength, which is precisely why Fang Yi chose not to target the captain. Tisich, seeing his attack thwarted. Peter grimaced in frustration. You lot, get rid of them. Regarding the ambush by Fang Yi and Peter M., the enraged Wolf, Weiss, issued a direct command for attack. Consequently, the two sides, already pressed together, immediately engaged in combat. Like Peter M., Fang Yi was a defender, remaining on his ship while the others followed Roger and Rayleigh into battle. Woof woof. This was not Wang Zai's first encounter with such a situation. He too would lend his strength against the pirates charging towards them. Whoosh! A pirate, distracted by Wang Zai, was struck down by Fang Yi's arrow. Congratulations to the host for defeating a pirate and earning 10 points. Well done. Hearing the system's notification, Fang Yi praised Wang Zai and continued to seek out targets. Woof woof! Wang Zai barked proudly and once again darted forward to draw the enemy's attention, creating better conditions for Fang Yi. The coordination between the man and his dog was remarkably proficient. Eliur, be careful. Peter M. called from the railing on the second level, dispatching a pirate who attempted to ambush Eliur with a single shot. Thanks, those scoundrels are just playing dirty. Eliur waved at Peter M. and smiled. The pirate he had just fought had used a dagger laced with poison, nearly catching him off guard with a surprise attack from behind. The evil wolf pirates were numerous, and they seemed to relish ambush tactics and poison. Fortunately, their overall strength was lacking. Thus, even Fang Yi managed to take down several pirates. Soon, the invading pirates on the Oro Jackson were nearly all dealt with. Roar! Bastards! Are you seeking death? At that moment, Fang Yi suddenly heard an enraged roar from the merchant ship. He saw the captain of the evil wolf pirates, Weiss, bellowing in fury as his form began to swell, transforming from a man into a werewolf with gray fur. What is this? Fang Yi's eyes widened. Not that he had never witnessed animal-type devil fruit users transform, but this particular transformation reminded him of the werewolf from the future battle at Eni's lobby, who possessed a similar devil fruit. Very well, you have successfully enraged me. Now it is time for you to pay the price. After transforming, Weiss appeared considerably more confident. However, Roger showed no mercy and immediately unleashed a barrage of blows, leaving Weiss questioning his life choices. After all, he was a devil fruit user, possessing immense strength and speed. Animal-type devil fruit users had the greatest enhancement to their physical bodies, making them quite resilient. Yet at that moment, Weiss wished he did not possess such powers, as he was utterly outmatched by Roger. Shinbika. It seemed Roger had lost interest in the fight, delivering a final blow that sent Weiss flying off the merchant ship and into the sea. Upon witnessing their captain being sent flying and the first mate already lying unconscious at Rayleigh's feet, the members of the evil wolf pirates hastily fled, carrying their fallen comrade. This battle was not particularly arduous. However, every weapon wielded by the enemy was coated in poison. As a result, many injured crew members displayed signs of poisoning, leaving the ship's doctor busily administering antidotes, relieved that the toxins were merely common varieties, manageable by his skills. Otherwise, the losses would have been substantial. Everyone, look around and see if there are any survivors. After the battle concluded, Rayleigh began directing the crew to gather the spoils. With no living souls left aboard the merchant ship, it would be wasteful to abandon the supplies. Thus, Fang Yi and the others worked together to transfer all usable materials and treasures to the Oro Jackson. "Captain, come quickly. There are survivors here," just as they were about to leave. A crew member discovered a hidden survivor. "Hey, are you all right?" The so-called survivor turned out to be merely 3 individuals, a badly injured, oddly dressed man and 2 children. "Thank you very much for saving me." The oddly dressed man coughed, expressing his gratitude to Roger and the others. However, when Fang Yi approached, his attention was immediately drawn to the 2 children, for he recognized them, one with bright red hair and the other with a large, comically red nose. There could be no doubt. They were none other than Shanks and Buggy. "I fear I may not have long left, and it is a pity I will not be able to return home once more." After exchanging a few words with Roger, the oddly dressed man seemed to realize his time was limited. Roger and the others were at a loss for words to comfort him, as his injuries were far too severe to be salvaged. "Where is your homeland?" Observing the man's samurai-like attire and noting his accent, Fang Yi felt compelled to ask, "My homeland? It lies in Weno." Indeed, the man's response confirmed Fang Yi's suspicions. "Weno? Is there truly a Weno? We have sailed these waters for so long without encountering any clues about it." The crew members were astonished to learn of a person from Weno, wondering if he was the legendary samurai. "I cannot believe you are from Weno. We have traversed the seas for so long, having only heard of Weno's name without ever seeing it." Roger chuckled in disbelief. My country has a policy of isolation, forbidding its citizens from venturing out to sea, so it is quite normal that you are unaware." The man from Weno coughed with a bitter smile. "I had the chance to set sail many years ago, but it has been years since I last returned, and now I shall die far from home, never to return." After conversing a bit longer, Roger inquired about the 2 children beside the man from Weno. However, the man appeared hesitant, prompting Roger to ask Fang to take Shanks and Buggy back to the Oro Jackson first. "You 2 little brats, introduce yourselves." Though Fang Yi had a strong suspicion of their identities, he still prompted them to introduce themselves. "Hello, my name is Shanks." The red-haired Shanks hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Humph, aren't you just a little brat as well? Shouldn't you introduce yourself first before asking others to do so?" The red-nosed Buggy was not as agreeable as Shanks, immediately retorting, It seems we have a little rebel here, but that's how this world works. The strong need not adhere to rules. And to you, I'm the strong one." Fang Yi chuckled mischievously, suddenly appearing before Buggy with a dagger at his throat. However, at that moment, the system notification chimed. "Congratulations to the host for successfully encountering the clown Buggy. You have earned 1 lottery draw opportunity." Hey, your captain didn't authorize you to do this," Shanks exclaimed, stepping forward to confront Fang Yi. Having just endured such terrifying events, they were on edge at the slightest provocation. Yet Buggy, threatened by Fang Yi, appeared unfazed. "Relax. I'm merely playing a prank on him. Look at your red-nosed companion. He isn't nervous at all," Fang Yi said with a smile, retracting the dagger. Having successfully obtained a lottery ticket for Buggy, Fang Yi felt elated. If these 2 joined the crew, he could potentially earn 5 tickets a day. Shanks glanced at Buggy upon hearing Fang Yi's words, but remained silent. Yet he understood that Buggy was not unafraid. Rather, he was so terrified that he had frozen in place. "You bastard! Who do you call red-nosed?" Buggy, who had been frightened, suddenly shouted angrily at Fang Yi. What an amusing fellow! Fang Yi was taken aback before bursting into laughter. Finding Buggy even more entertaining than Shanks. "I am Fang Yi, an intern aboard this pirate ship. It seems you two will be staying on board as newcomers, so you might as well stick with me from now on," Fang Yi said with a grin. "Just you?" With an air of disdain, Buggy declared. "I refuse to be anyone's underling." Shanks, standing nearby, remained silent, yet it was evident to Fang Yi that he shared Buggy's sentiments. "No worries. We have ample time. Trust me, you will both come to accept it willingly," Fang Yi remarked with a smile. Shortly thereafter, Captain Roger and his crew returned to the ship and announced their intention to set sail once more. "You two, come here." Roger beckoned Shanks and Buggy from the deck. They understood that this man was the captain of the vessel and had triumphed over the pirate crew that had previously robbed them. Thus they acted with considerable deference in his presence. "From now on, you two will remain on the ship as well. Like Fang Yi, you shall serve as apprentices," Roger stated, turning to Fang. "I leave these two rascals in your hands. Is that agreeable?" He gestured to Fang, inquiring. "No problem, Captain." Fang Yi stepped forward, raising an eyebrow at the two, and replied with a grin. "Not a chance. I refuse to follow him," Buggy interjected, stepping up in opposition. His impression of Fang Yi was far from favorable. He feared that working under Fang Yi would subject him to relentless bullying. "Captain Roger, it's acceptable for us to stay on the ship as pirates. But should he be closer to our age?" Shanks, though not openly opposing, made his thoughts unmistakably clear. "Oh dear, how troublesome to be underestimated." Fang Yi chimed in cheerfully. "Captain, may I take charge of this? Allow me to teach these two youngsters a lesson." Roger nodded with a smile, showing no reluctance in permitting such an arrangement. The surrounding crew members, eager for entertainment, gathered around. "Go for it. Just don't capsize the ship." "Ha ha ha, show these two what it truly means to be a pirate." Ignoring the raucous crew, Fang Yi addressed Shanks and Buggy. "If you are unwilling to accept my leadership, that's perfectly fine. However, since you are now pirates, we shall resolve our differences in a pirate-esque fashion. Let us have a duel. The winner dictates the terms." "Any objections?" Shanks hesitated, realizing that Fang Yi's boldness indicated confidence. Thus, he refrained from immediately accepting the challenge. Meanwhile, Buggy, oblivious to the hesitation, boldly stepped forward, shouting at Fang Yi, "Just don't cry when I beat you. You brat. Can you even wield a sword? If you need to switch weapons, now's the time." Fang Yi tossed a long sword to Buggy, chuckling, "This will suffice to deal with you." With confidence, Buggy caught the sword and declared, "This is more than enough." However, before he could finish, Fang Yi had already closed the distance, delivering a punch to Buggy's abdomen and swiftly placing a dagger against his throat. "You coward! How dare you launch a sneak attack?" Buggy retorted, outraged. "Ha! Red-nosed fool. Do you think being a pirate is childish play? The moment you picked up a weapon, the battle commenced. But to ensure you understand, I don't mind teaching you again," Fang Yi said, retracting the dagger with a smirk. His words elicited laughter from the surrounding crew. The humiliation of defeat, coupled with the crew's mockery, incited Buggy's anger. Thus, fueled by rage, he brandished the longsword and lunged at Fang Yi, shouting, "Who are you calling red-nosed? You little brat, you better not regret this." Clang! Buggy's stealthy strike was effortlessly parried by Fang Yi, as if he possessed eyes in the back of his head, the dagger effortlessly blocking Buggy's longsword. "You think you can sneak attack? You're still too inexperienced," Fang Yi declared, delivering a kick that sent Buggy flying. "Buggy!" Shanks rushed to his side upon witnessing the event. "Cough, cough," Buggy groaned, clutching his stomach while sprawled on the deck, clearly in distress. "How about you two team up against me?" Fang Yi challenged provocatively. Shanks and Buggy exchanged glances before nodding in agreement, flanking Fang Yi from either side. "Oh, so you can coordinate, can you? Yet, in the face of absolute strength. All schemes are mere paper tigers." Fang Yi chuckled. "Yes, that's so. Then let us see you try." Shanks shot Buggy a look, then bent his body and charged at Fang Yi with speed. Impressive speed. Fang Yi lightly tilted his head, evading Shanks' initial strike. However, Shanks was not finished. He leaped, aiming a kick at Fang Brat. When facing an enemy, never leap recklessly, for that way you lose the chance to change your attack. Fang Yi grinned mischievously, crouching low and supporting himself with one hand, launching a kick at Shanks. "Buggy, now!" Shanks shouted. "Here I come!" Buggy exclaimed, excitedly swinging his longsword at Fang, laughing as he echoed, "Remember what you said." Dante jumped recklessly. Seeing Fang Yi seemingly fall for their ploy, Shanks suddenly felt a sense of foreboding, noticing the wicked smile on Fang Yi's face. Unperturbed by Buggy's assault, Fang Yi exerted strength through a supporting hand. Propelling himself into the air, he kicked Shanks, using his body as a springboard to complete a half-rotation midair, landing a kick on Buggy's wrist while simultaneously striking his cheek, sending Buggy sprawling. Both of them crashed against the ship's railing before coming to a halt. Momentarily incapacitated by the force of Fang Yi's blows, "So, do you two have any objections to following me from now on?" Fang Yi stood up from his crouch, dusting off his clothes while smiling. "None at all." Shanks gritted his teeth, while Buggy, still on the ground groaning, had no opposing words. "Well done." Yaman grinned widely, saying, "You've begun to show a bit of my former flair. Thank you for the compliment. But I still have a long way to go compared to you all. For now, I can only bully these rookies." Fang Yi replied bashfully, scratching his head. Jabba, who had been about to say something, simply smiled and refrained from speaking after hearing Fang Yi's words that in truth, Fang Yi had learned much of his close combat techniques from Jabba. However, with Yaman praising him, Fang Yi didn't dare contradict, especially since Jabba had remained silent. As long as no major issues arose, Yaman remained a dominant force in Roger's crew, and what significant trouble could arise within their ranks. After resolving matters with Shanks and Buggy, Fang Yi felt particularly elated. He had acquired 2 lottery tickets from a duo, and now he would receive 2 additional tickets daily, reducing his wait for a 10 draw from over 3 days to just 2. How could he not be in high spirits? However, upon returning from the merchant ship, it seemed Roger and Rayleigh were engaged in a discussion about something significant as a mere apprentice crew member. He felt it was not his place to inquire. Yet, the crew had already begun to treat him as a true companion, allowing him to overhear discussions regarding Weno and the samurai. Thus, Fang Yi speculated whether Roger had learned that someone in Weno could read ancient texts. "Hey, come and fight. Today I will definitely defeat you." Early the following morning, Buggy sought out Fang Yi, challenging him to a duel. Yesterday, in a good mood, he had agreed to Buggy's terms. Whoever could best him would take over as the leader of their trio. Yes, the 3 apprentice crew members had formed their own group, with Fang Yi as the captain, effectively the superior to the other 2. However, it was clear that the others were not entirely convinced. Thus, they established a rule. The one with the greatest combat strength would be the leader, and challenges could be issued at any time. Fang Yi grinned at the defeated Buggy on the ground. Turning to Shanks beside him, "Do you want to give it a try?" "No thanks, I'm not your match right now." Shanks shook his head. "Good. You have a clear understanding of your own position." Fang Yi patted Shanks on the shoulder, smiling that he was delighted, having already claimed 2 lottery tickets from Buggy and Shanks early that morning. How could he not be cheerful? With the arrival of Shanks and Buggy, Fang Yi's life became considerably more fulfilling. Both Buggy, who challenged him daily, and Shanks, whose strength surged after training with Rayleigh, imposed a certain degree of pressure on him, although he maintained a facade of nonchalance. His training regimen became more rigorous than ever. Additionally, due to the increase in lottery tickets, his frequency of draws also rose, yet acquiring new skills seemed increasingly elusive. However, even without winning new abilities, his strength continued to grow steadily. Moreover, during the lottery, he could still obtain fragments and skill experience tickets, so it wasn't entirely without reward. "Brother Fang Yi, please instruct me." On this day after training, Shanks approached Fang Yi and finally issued a challenge. "Oh, so it's finally your turn? Are you confident?" Fang Yi asked Shanks with a smile that in truth, he did not shy away from such sparring sessions, even though Buggy's daily challenges could be somewhat bothersome. He had never outright rejected them, and sometimes even engaged in a back and forth with Buggy, which not only honed his close combat skills, but also provided him with valuable experience in skill evasion. It was worth noting that all the experience tickets he had acquired were invested in divine protection, and thus his evasion proficiency had not improved for quite some time, that I'm not overly confident. But I wish to gauge the difference between us. Shanks replied earnestly, "Dutto, you want me to go all out? Well, let us see if you have the capability." Fang Yi responded with a light chuckle. "Xiao Yi, don't hold back. Show Shanks your true strength." Rayleigh, leaning against the ship's railing, suddenly interjected, "In that case, demonstrate your abilities to Shanks." Before Fang Yi could respond, Jabba poked his head out from the second floor, grinning. Hearing this, Rayleigh adjusted his glasses and exchanged a knowing glance with Jabba, and they both smiled in unison. Fang Yi's close combat training was under Jabba's guidance, while Shanks had been learning from Rayleigh since boarding the ship. This was, in a sense, a contest between the two mentors. "Kid, no using the bow." Yamin, holding a wine bottle, interrupted as he saw Fang Yi retrieve his bow from his back. "Do not use your bow." Fang Yi shrugged and set the bow aside without retorting. Rayleigh and Jabba remained silent, trusting Yamin's judgment. Shanks, however, appeared somewhat taken aback. He knew Fang Yi practiced archery daily, but had yet to witness him wielding a bow in combat. Given their close proximity, he doubted Fang Yi's bow could pose a threat. In fact, it might even be easier to handle him should he employ the bow. "Hey, little boss, why not use your bow? That way, if you lose, you won't have an excuse about not using your favored weapon." Buggy, sharing Shanks' sentiment, called out directly. Although he harbored no fondness for Shanks, he found him more tolerable than Fang Yi. If Shanks were to defeat Fang, all Buggy would need to do was best Shanks to claim the position of captain. In his eyes, Shanks was far easier to handle than Fang Yi. Fang Yi chuckled at Buggy, fully aware of his intentions. However, he could not fathom Buggy's misplaced confidence in his ability to defeat Shanks, even if he triumphed over Fang Yi, although their power levels were comparable. When it came to battle sensitivity, Buggy was significantly lacking compared to Shanks. Perhaps it was Buggy's unfounded self-assurance that made him appear rather optimistic. "Let the match begin." Fang Yi twirled a dagger in his hand, smiling at Shanks. "Then I shall not hold back." Shanks replied, wielding a long sword in one hand, while the other, concealed behind his back, held a shorter blade. "Oh, a dual-wielding style?" Fang Yi raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised from his recollection. Shanks was not known as a dual-wielding swordsman. "No, I'm not a dual-wielder," Shanks responded, already charging at Fang. Fang Yi smiled slightly, effortlessly evading Shanks' attack. However, before he could counter, Shanks swiftly drew the short sword and, without even looking, slashed at Fang Yi. In response to Shanks' unconventional move, Fang Yi stepped aside, escaping the range of his attack. "Interesting, it seems I must take this seriously," Fang Yi mused, realizing how close he had come to being struck. Leaving aside the bow for a moment, his close combat skills had previously been on par with Shanks and Buggy, with the only advantage being his greater experience, as they were all still children. However, after receiving the legacies of strength and agility, his power and speed had far surpassed that of Shanks and Buggy. Coupled with his already superior combat experience, he found himself more adept at handling the situation. Nonetheless, Shanks, destined to become one of the four emperors, showcased impressive combat abilities after only a few days of training with Rayleigh. The two exchanged blows, remarkably evenly matched for a time. "You little brat. Still not unleashing your full power?" Jabba remarked quietly while observing the match. "Heh, you know he loves to hold back. I have no idea how far his archery skills have progressed." Yamin chuckled, taking a swig from his drink. "Oh, is that why you prevented him from using the bow?" Jabba asked, somewhat surprised. During this time, aside from guiding Fang Yi, he had rarely sparred with him, so he was ignorant of Fang Yi's current close combat prowess. If he were allowed to use the bow, Yamin shook her head, not finishing her thought, but Jabba understood her implication. Has that kid improved so rapidly? Jabba stroked his chin in contemplation that Yamin's comments piqued his interest in Fang Yi's abilities. He had mostly been the one guiding Fang Yi's close combat, and rarely allowed him to fight freely. However, hearing Yamin's words made him curious to witness Fang Yi's growth on the deck. Panting heavily, Shanks remained oblivious to Fang Yi's restraint, as he had given it his all. Observing Fang Yi, who continued to twirl the dagger without advancing, Shanks charged forward once more. Clang! This time, Fang did not dodge. Instead, he parried Shanks' long sword with his dagger. "If you have no new techniques, then it's my turn." Fang Yi smiled slightly, applying pressure to deflect Shanks' sword before delivering a kick to his chest. Thud! However, Shanks seemed to anticipate Fang Yi's move. blocking the kick with both arms. Yet he was still sent flying, crashing against the ship's railing before coming to a halt. Cough! How did you do that? Shanks exclaimed in disbelief, feeling the pain in his chest. Fang Yi wore an expression of helplessness. How could he explain this? It was simply that Shanks had been unlucky, triggering the precision skill that guaranteed a hit. Fang Yi had aimed for Shanks' chest. So even though he blocked the kick, the substantial damage still landed. This was the power of his precision skill. Once activated, it would always hit its target. Thus, when using the bow, he aimed for vital points. Yaman had advised him numerous times that the more critical the target area, the lower the likelihood of hitting it, as powerful opponents often sense such dangerous attacks. Therefore, range attacks like archery typically avoided aiming directly at the enemy's vital spots, as the hit rate was too low. However, Fang Yi found it difficult to explain the intricacies of his skills. Thus, during training, he chose larger body parts as targets, but in real combat, he preferred aiming for the head. Yaman had noticed this habit of Fang Yi's, which was why she had prevented him from using the bow during sparring. If Fang Yi were to get serious and inadvertently strike Shanks in a vital area, it would spell trouble. Impressive. Your strength has grown remarkably fast. However, to defeat me, you will need to exert yourself further. Fang Yi did not answer Shanks' question, but instead walked over and helped him up from the ground. Kid, do you still have the energy? However, just as Fang Yi and Shanks were about to depart, Jabba suddenly leaped down from the second floor and inquired of Fang Yi, Teacher Jabba, you don't intend to teach me a lesson, do you? Fang Yi grimaced and asked, Hee, draw your bow and arrows, and give it your all in this battle. Let me test your strength, Jabba said with a mischievous grin as he unsheathed his axe from his waist. The crew members surrounding them, having witnessed the conclusion of the battle between Fang Yi and Shanks, were initially preparing to disperse. However, upon seeing Jabba spring into action, their excitement reignited. They relished watching Jabba dominate weaker opponents. Ha! You little brat, this is your comeuppance. You've been bullying that red-nosed, red-haired kid every day, and now it's finally your turn, shouted the sharpshooter, Peter, as he sat atop a barrel, clapping his hands in laughter. Meanwhile, Fang Yi wore a wry smile. To battle a formidable opponent like Jabba with full force, he had yet to experience that, as fighting without exerting full strength made little difference. Previously, when Jabba had instructed him in some close combat techniques, they had sparred, but that was more of a guided practice. Once Fang Yi met Jabba's requirements, the instruction shifted from hands-on to verbal. Teacher Jabba, are you serious? Fang Yi asked cautiously. Stop the nonsense. Pick up your bow and arrows. Jabba replied with a grin. All right, I won't hold back then, Fang Yi exclaimed, eagerly rushing to grab his bow and arrows. Regardless of Jabba's reasoning for such a challenge, the opportunity to spar seriously with a powerhouse like him was rare. And Fang Yi sensed from Jabba's demeanor that it wasn't born out of dissatisfaction with him. Well then, Teacher Jabba, I'm ready to begin. After preparing himself, Fang Yi wiped the smile off his face and said earnestly, Let the battle commence, Jabba replied, nodding while wielding his axe. The number of crew members watching grew, and even Captain Roger had appeared, though it was unclear when Shanks and Buggy stood nearby, eager to observe the extent of Fang Yi's strength. After his recent defeat, Shanks belatedly realized that during their fight, Fang Yi had likely not fought with his full power. Had he unleashed his ranged attack sooner, Shanks would have been defeated much earlier. Thus, he resolved to closely examine Fang Yi's capabilities this time. Whoosh! As Jabba nodded, Fang Yi released his first arrow. Simultaneously, he did not remain stationary, but swiftly repositioned himself, seemingly wary of Jabba. However, Jabba chose not to attack Fang, but instead effortlessly deflected his arrow while crouching. Appearing poised for an assault, whoosh, 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 arrows rained down from all directions, and Fang Yi utilized his agility to constantly change positions, denying Jabba any chance to strike him, while also creating the illusion of multiple attackers simultaneously assaulting him through strategic positioning and timing. Interesting, Jabba smirked, taking a step forward as he lunged like a cheetah, effortlessly breaking through the arrows in his path. He did not target Fang Yi's current position, but instead anticipated where Fang Yi would be next, exploiting the timing gap. Nevertheless, Fang Yi remained unfazed, adjusting his course while releasing another arrow, observing Fang Yi's responses and fluid movements. Buggy and Shanks wore expressions of astonishment. Had Fang Yi utilized his arrows earlier? Shanks suspected he would have been rendered helpless, shot to pieces like a hedgehog, given he lacked Jabba's prowess. "Kid, if this is all you've got, I shall be sorely disappointed," Jabba remarked, deftly sidestepping Fang Yi's arrow with a chuckle. Fang Yi smiled faintly, but did not respond. Since the beginning, he had already released over 10 arrows, waiting for the moment to trigger his skill. Given the disparity between him and Jabba, he had no real chance of victory unless he activated the skill, which would provide an element of surprise. To do so, he needed to keep attacking, as it was fundamentally based on probability. This was why he was constantly repositioning and shooting. Although each shot lacked intricate technique, the precision of his skill was his greatest asset. Once triggered, it would surely astonish Jabba. Whoosh, whoosh, he loosed 2 more arrows. Although Jabba deliberately slowed his pace, the distance between them had already diminished significantly. With a muffled grunt, Jabba, who had evaded Fang Yi's arrows, suddenly froze as if struck. However, he had no time to react, as Fang Yi's second arrow was already upon him. Clang! This time, Jabba did not dodge, but instead deflected Fang Yi's arrow with his arm. Armament Haki. Seeing the black coating of Haki on Jabba's arm, Fang Yi's eyes gleamed with insight. He understood that his first arrow must have successfully triggered the skill. Otherwise, Jabba would not have reacted this way. Thus, Jabba resorted to using armament Haki against Fang Yi's second arrow. "Kid, how did you manage that?" Jabba inquired, examining his abdomen, which bore no marks from the arrow. However, the sensation he felt was identical to being struck. Prompting his curiosity, this was the precise characteristic of Fang Yi's skill. While it guaranteed a hit, it did not genuinely injure the target. Thus, whether using a bow, sword, or firearm, even if the skill was activated, the enemy would only perceive the sensation of being hit without any actual bleeding or wounds. For instance, if he swung a sword at Jabba's shoulder and Jabba blocked the attack with his axe, the skill's activation would only cause Jabba to feel the pain of being struck without any physical injury. However, if Fang Yi targeted a vital area, such as the neck or heart, an unprepared Jabba could easily lose his combat effectiveness in a single blow. This was particularly true given Jabba's exceptional physique. A regular person might not survive such an encounter. This was also why Fang Yi preferred ranged weapons. The probability of skill activation was notoriously unpredictable. Despite a seemingly low 20% chance, each strike had the potential to trigger the skill, meaning he could activate it with every attack, or, conversely, go an entire battle without triggering it once. Engaging in close combat with a sword or bare hands meant he might not even live long enough for the skill to activate. Moreover, this required the opponent to be unprepared. Against formidable opponents like Jabba, Rayleigh, or Roger, even a critical hit might yield minimal damage if they were on guard. However, against individuals like Shanks and Buggy, he had no such worries. Even if they were alert, they currently lacked adequate means of defense. Thus, if Fang Yi struck a vital area, the consequences would be dire. This was why Yamin had refrained from warning Jabba before the spar. He believed Fang Yi's peculiar abilities would not pose a significant issue for Jabba. "Teacher Jabba, have you never noticed my ability?" Fang Yi said with a slight smile down on the ship. Only 2 individuals had observed Fang Yi's unique ability: Yamin, who taught him archery daily, and Peter, the sharpshooter who had been the first to recognize this trait. It was Peter's casual observation of Fang Yi's attacks that led him to suggest using a sniper rifle. Ultimately, Fang Yi had diverted to learn archery from Yamin, leaving Peter feeling somewhat disappointed. "It seems I've underestimated you. Now I shall fight with utmost seriousness." Jabba grinned, and in an instant, vanished from his spot. Witnessing Jabba's disappearance, even with the advantage of having Hawkeye, Fang Yi could only glimpse fleeting afterimages rushing towards him, his body seemingly unresponsive to his commands. Bang! Jabba's knee collided directly with Fang Yi's abdomen, followed by a powerful elbow strike to the back of his neck. Thud! Fang Yi collapsed dramatically to the ground. "Ha ha! This kid is just a child. He still has a long way to go." Jabba laughed heartily, reveling in his triumph as he gazed down at the unconscious Fang Yi. The surrounding crew, however, could only respond with exasperation. "You do realize he's just a kid? To think they would take it so seriously. Just now, with Jabba's strike, it may appear simple, yet on board, no more than 5 could withstand it." The rest would undoubtedly share the same fate as Fang Yi. Especially Yimeng, who was almost amused by the situation. How could this fellow have forgotten why he was sparring with Fang Yi? Wasn't it to test Fang Yi's strength? Yet, he ended up knocking him out? What a farce. Observing Yimeng's expression, Jabba, who had been laughing heartily, suddenly stiffened. He too recalled the absurdity of the moment, but the embarrassment had caused him to momentarily forget, resulting in Fang Yi being knocked unconscious. Thus, this bout concluded amidst the laughter of onlookers. Before long, Fang Yi regained consciousness, and regarding the outcome, he felt quite satisfied. Jabba had acknowledged his abilities, and he had managed to conceal some of his trump cards. Indeed, he still had several techniques left unutilized. Yet given that this was merely a guiding spar among companions aboard, there was no necessity to reveal all his skills. Following this encounter, Bucky no longer challenged Fang Yi daily as he had before. He had come to realize that he was no match for Fang Yi, who merely indulged him in play. Knowing this infuriated Bucky, who believed Fang Yi was mocking him. Shanks shared a similar sentiment. Despite having agreed to fight with full strength beforehand, it was evident from the display of abilities between Fang Yi and Jabba that Fang Yi had not been fighting at his full potential when facing him. This left both feeling quite indignant, prompting them to train with even greater fervor. It wasn't until one day, when they unintentionally overheard a conversation between Fang Yi and Yimeng, that they grasped Fang Yi's intentions. "Why have you not been seen playing with Shanks and Bucky lately?" Yimeng inquired with a laugh, sipping his drink as Fang Yi practiced his archery. Shanks and Bucky, passing by, had no intention of eavesdropping, considering it somewhat impolite among shipmates. However, the topic was directly relevant to them, prompting them to halt in their tracks. "Those two are diligently training, eager to defeat me," Fang Yi replied with a chuckle as he drew his bow. "Who told you to make them think they could triumph over you so easily? Now that your strength is revealed, they must feel quite disdainful." Yimeng laughed heartlessly, showing no inclination to assist his disciples. "Ha ha ha. I am not deliberately toying with them. If I were to defeat them outright, what would they gain? I do not truly need two lackeys. By instilling hope in them, they will find motivation to train. In these treacherous seas, lacking strength could be fatal." Fang Yi stated without turning his head that Yimeng paused, and Shanks and Bucky, frozen in place, were equally astonished. They had never anticipated Fang Yi would think this way. "Iga, may I inquire why you never attack in a straight line? Isn't the shortest distance a straight line? That would allow for the fastest assault." Shanks, panting yet respectful, asked Fang. Meanwhile, Bucky, lying on the ground, seized the opportunity to listen in. "You are correct. The shortest distance is indeed a straight line, and in combat with an adversary, a linear approach is the most efficient and effective. However, perhaps due to my nature as a long-range attacker, whenever my form is exposed in an open field, I instinctively refrain from moving in a straight line. This has become something of an old habit for me. I just feel it is safer that way." Fang Yi replied with a grin. Ever since Shanks and Bucky understood Fang Yi's perspective, they began to engage with him actively. Now, apart from Fang Yi's archery training, their other exercises were conducted as a trio. Shanks and Bucky genuinely recognized Fang Yi's leadership within their trio, promptly seeking his advice for any issues rather than consulting Rayleigh, though Fang Yi was puzzled by this sudden shift in their behavior. Having two followers seemed rather pleasant. I see now. EGE's considerations are indeed thorough. Shanks nodded in agreement. "Bucky, are you well rested? If so, let us continue." Fang Yi smiled at Bucky, who was still lying there. "Humph. I've already devised a counter for your previous move. This time, watch me," Bucky declared, springing to his feet. Bang, bang, bang. Thud, thud, thud. With Bucky's rise, the three engaged in a chaotic free-for-all. Not merely a duel between Shanks and Bucky against Fang Yi, but an actual melee. In the evening, after training, Fang Yi returned to the cabin for a shower, and upon emerging, he decided to conduct 10 consecutive draws. He no longer performed draws every 2 days, as not every day featured skills on the wheel. Even if skills did appear, he often failed to obtain them, rendering draws a mere waste in the absence of valuable items. Today's will featured shards of the sunbow, and he was just one shard away from synthesizing it. Thus, even if no skills appeared, he resolved to try his luck. After all, he still had nearly 20 lottery tickets in his inventory, so using 10 was inconsequential. Congratulations, host, you have obtained. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a sunbow, shard 1. Congratulations, host, you have obtained. Seeing that he had indeed drawn a shard of the sunbow in this exploratory 10 draw, Fang Yi was momentarily taken aback. He had prepared himself for a failure, merely testing the waters, and was astonished that it actually materialized. From his experience, the closer one got to the end, the harder it was to gather the pieces, akin to a certain shopping app's philosophy in his previous life. Surprises always arrive so unexpectedly. Opening his inventory, he combined the 10 shards into the sunbow, which manifested in his hands. Sunbow, a finely crafted bow that allows the wielder to shoot farther and faster. Bestows the courage to chase the sun. What a magnificent bow! Fang Yi exclaimed, his eyes gleaming as he held the sunbow. Even without drawing it, he could feel a warm aura emanating from it. However, soon he found himself troubled. He could not utilize this bow as he could not explain its origin. After a brief admiration, he reluctantly stowed the bow into his inventory. His inventory could only contain items produced by the system, while the bow he currently wielded was crafted by Yameng, thus not being system-generated. Once they reached the next island, Fang Yi merely needed to concoct an excuse to slip away, and upon returning, he could present the sunbow as something he had purchased on the island, which would pose no issue. Boom! Just as Fang Yi was reviewing the other items he had drawn, a sudden explosion startled him, prompting a quick dash out of the cabin toward the deck. What happened? Upon reaching the deck, he immediately spotted a visibly excited Shanks and Bucky and inquired, "I don't know. It seems that merchant ship over there opened fire on us." Bucky exclaimed, brimming with excitement as he prepared for a fight. "A merchant ship fired upon us?" Fang Yi questioned his ears, glancing up at the pirate flag billowing high on the mast. Seeing it still intact, he felt somewhat incredulous. They were pirates, and typically, only naval vessels would attack them, alongside any pirates who fancied themselves capable of defeating them. Encountering an attack from a merchant vessel was a first. Perhaps it is a merchant ship that was just robbed by pirates, and they haven't had the chance to hoist the pirate flag before we cross paths. Rayleigh chuckled, explaining. Many pirates, after plundering merchant vessels, would seize the ships themselves, as numerous merchant ships were quite impressive, often superior to standard pirate ships. They would convert the stolen merchant vessels into new pirate ships, saving a considerable sum on constructing new ones. Fang Yi and the others suddenly understood. They had initially thought the other party was genuinely composed of merchants. However, once the two sides engaged in close combat, it was evident that they were indeed merchant ships. "Captain," Rayleigh remarked grimly, looking at Roger, "it is a slave ship?" "Ah, yes." Roger lowered the brim of his straw hat, obscuring his expression from view, and nodded thoughtfully as he remarked, "It appears they believe we have come to plunder them, which is why they struck first." Jabba turned to Roger, inquiring, "What shall we do now?" Typically, such slave ships are backed by formidable forces, and as pirates, they often refrain from engaging in conflict with such entities. Upon hearing Jabba's question, Roger placed a hand on his hat, a broad grin spreading across his face as he cheerfully declared, "Eliminate them." "All right, Captain." The surrounding crew members, wearing expressions of expectation, echoed his sentiment enthusiastically. "Do you fools even know who we are? How dare you lay a hand on us?" Yet, just as everyone was preparing for battle, a figure from the opposing ship, seemingly a manager or leader, shouted across to them, "How unbearably noisy!" Rayleigh chuckled lightly, a look of disdain crossing his features. "Pitterum, silence him." "Understood, Mr. Rayleigh." The sharpshooter Pitterum swiftly readied his weapon, aiming at the adversary. Upon realizing Pitterum's intent, the opposing figure's demeanor shifted dramatically as he attempted to flee. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a spray of crimson erupted in the air as the small leader crumpled to the ground. This shot from Pitterum acted as a signal, prompting Rayleigh and Jabba to command their crew to assault the merchant vessel. "You two, stay behind me. Do not wander off. Remember, you are not to leave my side without my command." Fang Yi firmly grasped Shanks and Buggy, who had inadvertently drifted with the main group, and admonished them. "It's merely a merchant ship. What difference does it make?" Buggy replied nonchalantly that if you cannot comply, remain on the ship. Interns have no privilege to pick and choose. Fang Yi bypassed any further discussion with Buggy and posed a direct question. All right, I'll follow your lead. After all, you are the captain now. Just wait until I become captain myself, and I'll ensure you stay aboard, unable to seize any treasure, Buggy lamented as he observed Fang Yi's serious demeanor. Excellent. Shanks, keep an eye on Buggy. You need not engage in combat. Just follow closely behind me, Fang Yi instructed before leaping forward towards a merchant ship, AS interns. If they were to encounter hostile forces like pirates or the Navy, they would be required to remain on guard aboard the ship. However, since this was a matter of raiding a merchant vessel, everyone except those unwilling to participate could join in the plunder. Furthermore, aside from a portion that was to be surrendered to the captain as per their agreement, the remainder of the spoils would be considered their own property. Moreover, Roger did not place much value on treasures and rarely initiated raids on merchant ships. Thus, Fang Yi found himself partaking in such activities for the first time. Nonetheless, having been present for nearly 3 months, he had become quite familiar with the regulations that pirates were expected to uphold. Quickly, come here. Upon reaching the merchant ship, Fang Yi did not immediately engage in the attack, but instead guarded the passage to ensure Shanks and Buggy could arrive safely. Be careful. In midair, Shanks noticed an enemy approaching from behind Fang Yi, seemingly intent on launching a surprise attack. However, with both he and Buggy still airborne and unable to intervene, they could only shout warnings to Fang Yi. Yet, Fang Yi had already spotted the threat before Shanks called out. Though he faced Shanks, the majority of his attention was directed behind him. Thus, even before Shanks' warning reached its conclusion, Fang Yi had already begun to pivot. By the time Shanks finished speaking, an arrow had already found its mark, embedding itself in the assailant's heart. Are you all right? Shanks and Buggy rushed over as they landed, concern evident in their voices. I'm fine. Follow me. We approached the captain. Let us head directly to the cabin. Without hesitation, Fang Yi took off towards the ship's quarters, bow in hand, that he was acutely aware of the destructive force Roger wielded in battle. Therefore, the priority in any confrontation was not merely to vanquish foes, but to keep a safe distance from Roger and his crew, lest one inadvertently become a casualty. Upon hearing Fang Yi's words, Buggy's eyes brightened. He suddenly found the prospect of following Fang Yi appealing, believing that the fighting could be left to the other crew members while they sought treasure first. However, Shanks hesitated, clearly preferring to stay and assist the other crew members rather than seek treasure at that moment. Shanks, move! Fang Yi shot a glance at Shanks, frowning as he urged him. After a moment's hesitation, Shanks ultimately chose to follow Fang Yi into the cabin, honoring his prior promise to heed Fang Yi's command upon arrival, even if reluctantly. Fang Yi's choice to head for the cabin was straightforward. It was not to seek treasures as Buggy assumed, but to find an opportunity to retrieve the Sun Bow after separating from the two unbeknownst to them. This ship was a slave vessel. Hush! Keep your voices down. We'll explore from the innermost parts. If we encounter enemies, do not panic. Once inside the cabin, an eerie silence enveloped them. Given that everyone else was engaged in combat outside, it was reasonable to assume that the area was deserted, but Fang Yi still cautioned Shanks and Buggy to remain vigilant. Unlike the obedient Shanks, Buggy's eyes sparkled with excitement, immediately eager to rush out in search of treasure. Buggy, if you cannot adhere to our agreement, I will send you back right now, Fang Yi stated with gravity. Understood. Understood, Buggy replied impatiently. Let us go. Fang Yi observed Buggy's demeanor with caution before leading the two further into the cabin. Generally, the captain's quarters were located at the farthest end, where the most treasures were likely to be found. However, after merely rounding the first corner, Fang Yi halted abruptly. What is going on? Buggy asked, puzzled as he trailed behind. Be quiet. Listen. Do you hear any sounds? Fang Yi exchanged a glance with the two before slowly crouching down. Shanks and Buggy followed suit. Mimicking his actions, soon, the three rose simultaneously, exchanging knowing looks. They had all heard the noise, and it was directly beneath them. There's another level below, Buggy exclaimed, excitement radiating from him. This is truly an exhilarating treasure hunt. However, Fang Yi and Shanks shared the same sentiment. Something fell off. Based on the sounds they had just heard, it seemed there were quite a few people below, yet why were they not assisting their comrades above during the pirate assault? Instead, they remained hidden in the lower compartments of the ship. After a moment of hesitation, Fang Yi signaled to Shanks and prepared to advance. Suddenly, he heard footsteps, more than one set. Hide. Fang Yi kicked Buggy in the rear, then swiftly knocked his bow and drew 3 arrows simultaneously. Shanks, upon hearing Fang Yi's warning, quickly retreated to the previous corner. Whoosh, 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 just as Shanks concealed himself. The sound of Fang Yi releasing his arrows echoed in the air. Ah! Ah, thud, thud, thud. 3 screams and the sounds of bodies hitting the ground followed as Fang Yi's 3 arrows struck true. Immediately after, he turned and fled, realizing that the figures emerging were likely rushing to the deck for assistance. At least a dozen of them. Even if 3 had fallen, being cornered in such a confined space would spell disaster for Fang Yi given his current capabilities. Damn it, catch them! The enemy's voice rang out, causing Shanks and Buggy to tense. Just then, Fang Yi dashed back to them, stating, "You too, do not rise. Wait until my arrows have passed before you engage." As Fang Yi reloaded his bow, he took a deep breath and instructed the 2. Shanks and Buggy exchanged glances, quickly grasping Fang Yi's strategy, and nodded in understanding. Moments later, the sound of hurried footsteps approached, followed closely by 5 or 6 figures clad in ragged attire charging towards them. Upon spotting Shanks and Buggy crouched there, they were momentarily startled. Yet before they could react, they heard the swift whoosh of arrows, and 3 of their companions collapsed to the ground, without waiting for Fang Yi's reminder. Buggy and Shanks simultaneously launched a surprise attack on the remaining 2 adversaries, each wielding a sword, swiftly eliminating the last of their foes, just as they were about to turn back and celebrate with Fang Yi. They noticed him still in a bow-drawing stance, alertly facing the corner of the corridor. Could there be more enemies? Shanks and Buggy were taken aback and immediately glanced behind them. However, the area was devoid of any presence. "Hey, there are no enemies left," Buggy exclaimed in dissatisfaction. But scarcely had he finished speaking when Fang Yi loosed an arrow in his direction, the projectile narrowly grazing his head as it whizzed past, inciting Buggy's ire and prompting him to confront Fang. "How could you know there were still enemies?" Shanks questioned Buggy, gesturing to the recently fallen foes behind him. "I don't know, but as a pirate, one must always remain vigilant during battle. Otherwise, you won't be able to participate in the next skirmish." Fang Yi replied softly after retrieving another arrow, preparing himself for any imminent combat. Buggy, realizing that Fang Yi had just saved his life, chose not to press the matter further, though he continued to mutter quietly to himself, "Be cautious. There seems to be something amiss here. From their attire, they appear to be mere lackeys. Thus, there must be someone capable of commanding them." Fang Yi said as he cautiously advanced, bow in hand. However, as he rounded the corner, an intense wave of trepidation washed over him, a sense of imminent peril causing his heart to race. In an instant, he retreated just as a long sword sliced through the air beside his cheek, leaving a trail of blood. "You guessed correctly, kid. I am indeed here to command." Upon raising his gaze, Fang Yi found the opposing figure, while Shanks and Buggy hurriedly shielded him. "You bastard! How dare you ambush me? If you have the guts, come at me. I'll make sure to end you." Once Buggy discerned that there was only one opponent, his bravado surged from the outset. It had been Fang Yi's solo performance, but if he did not contribute significantly, he would likely receive a meager share of the spoils. Thus, he aimed to eliminate this minor leader to maximize his own gains. However, upon hearing Buggy's taunt, the opponent merely smiled, seemingly unimpressed. Faced with 3 youngsters, he did not regard them as a threat. Although Fang Yi and his companions had defeated all his subordinates, he perceived it as merely a case of his lackeys being caught off guard by their sneak attack. Consequently, he disregarded Buggy's provocation and lunged forward with his sword aimed at Shanks and Buggy. Clang, Shanks, positioned at the forefront, blocked the attack with his own sword. Yet, the force was overwhelming, sending his weapon flying. "You fool, have you forgotten everything I've taught you? Never engage in strength contests." Fang Yi chastised Shanks, releasing an arrow simultaneously. Clang, the adversary was compelled to adapt, redirecting his sword to deflect Fang Yi's projectile, which had originally been aimed at Shanks. Meanwhile, Buggy seized the opportunity, thrusting his sword towards the opponent's abdomen. As Fang Yi released another arrow, he yanked Shanks back, saving him from the fray. Bang! Just as Fang Yi secured Shanks, Buggy was struck by the opponent's kick, sending him sprawling. Shanks, take Buggy and retreat. I'll handle this guy, Fang Yi instructed, inhaling deeply. All right, be careful, Shanks heeded. Recognizing that the foe was beyond their combined capabilities, he resolved to escort Buggy to safety before summoning aid. Haha, kid, you think you can take me on alone? The burly figure taunted, eyeing Fang Yi with a smirk. Your archery skills are commendable, but in this environment, they are quite disadvantageous. The narrowness of the corridor offered minimal space for evasion. Buggy had barely resisted before being kicked away. That you'll suffice for me. Though Fang Yi spoke confidently, sweat had begun to dampen his palms. This was not merely a sparring match with crew members. Should he fail, the stakes were his very life. Haha. Then I shall finish you off and send your companions to join you, the hulking man declared, lunging at Fang Yi. Hit. Fang Yi retreated as he drew back his bow, shooting at the assailant. Yet, due to his anxiety and fear, the arrow lacked both power and precision. Whoosh! The opponent merely tilted his head, evading Fang Yi's shot. Kid, I must admit, your archery is decent, but it's utterly insufficient against me. The brute laughed derisively at Fang Yi's apparent fluster. Ah, yes, that's so. Then allow me to demonstrate this technique. Fang Yi knocked 3 arrows to his bow, standing firm as he unleashed them simultaneously. What? The man, caught off guard by Fang Yi's prowess, managed to evade 2 arrows but was struck in the shoulder by the third. Kid, you've successfully incited my wrath. Now, I shall end this. The wounded giant charged at Fang Yi with a sword. At that moment, Shanks and Buggy, who had supposedly retreated, burst into the fray. You fool! It is you who shall perish! Buggy shouted, plunging his sword into the opponent's abdomen, while Shanks delivered a kick to the man's arm, disrupting his assault and ensuring Fang Yi's safety. Fang Yi had noticed Shanks and Buggy approaching while he was in retreat, prompting him to feign weakness to lure the opponent in. He had then executed the triple arrow technique to provoke the foe's anger. Ha ha! I truly am a genius. Humph. See if you dare to kick me again. You have now met your end at my hands. Buggy crowed with glee, kicking the downed giant repeatedly, eager to avenge his previous humiliation. Enough, Buggy. Don't get too cocky. Be wary. There may still be reinforcements. Despite escaping injury, Fang Yi felt drained from the earlier battle and sensed a wave of fatigue wash over him in another part of the New World. A pirate ship was engaged in combat with a merchant vessel. Gulp, gulp. Where have Fang Yi and those 2 brats gone? Yaman, grasping a spear in one hand and a wine flask in the other, took a hearty swig before looking around. Surrounding him were numerous fallen lackeys clad in servant attire. Unclear. I haven't seen them come this way. Perhaps they stay behind on the ship? Max, a robust man with a thick black beard and crescent moon tattoos on his neck and arm, furrowed his brow in response. He was a formidable warrior aboard the ship. That shouldn't be. Fang Yi mentioned he intended to bring Shanks and Buggy along to see the world. Yaman scratched the back of his head, perplexed. Wait, you lost those 3 kids? Max exclaimed, astonished. Yaman's expression darkened as he replied, How could I lose 3 such large individuals? Perhaps they wandered off to play. No need to worry. Fang Yi's strength is sufficient for this scenario. Meanwhile, within the merchant ship's cabin, Fang Yi and his companions stood agape before a treasure chest. We struck gold. This is all mine. Buggy's eyes widened as he beheld the golden glimmer emanating from the chest. Unable to tear his gaze away. Bang! Fang Yi slammed the chest lid shut, turning to Buggy. Fool, there's no way all this gold belongs to us. Don't be foolish. If you see something you like, take a few pieces, but the rest must go to the captain. But these are treasures we worked hard to find. Buggy protested, unwilling to accept the division. Had it not been for the captain and the others fighting outside, would you have been able to claim any of this? Let us dispense with the trivialities. It would suffice for you to select a few of your preferred items. Fang Yi remarked with a roll of his eyes. Shanks, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. Believing these treasures were to be surrendered to the Captain AS for the final distribution, it should be determined by the captain rather than arbitrarily allocated among themselves. Brother E. Earlier we heard there are quite a number of people in the lower levels, right? Shall we venture down to take a look? Shanks suggested upon seeing Buggy beginning his selection of treasures. Indeed, it is commendable that you are aware that our primary task remains unfinished. Unlike this fellow. Fang Yi glanced at Buggy, shaking his head. However, This place is equally significant. Here is the plan. Buggy, you stay here to guard, while Shanks and I descend to investigate. How does that sound? Quite fair, wouldn't you agree? Really? Haha. Sounds splendid. Go ahead. With me here, the treasures will be safe. Brother E, from now on, I, Buggy, shall follow you. Buggy, who had never acknowledged Fang Yi's leadership before, was now swayed by the allure of treasures not rightfully his, leaving Fang Yi in a state of amused exasperation. Yet he chose to disregard Buggy's antics and, after exchanging a glance with Shanks, they exited the room. Brother E, are you certain it's wise to leave Buggy here? Shanks inquired, still feeling a tad uneasy as he followed Fang Yi out. Fear not. Have we not thoroughly explored this level? There is but one entrance to descend. With just the two of us going down and Buggy keeping watch here, it serves as a backup. Besides, how much treasure could he truly take? Fang Yi replied with a smile. By the time the captain and the others arrive, with Mr. Rayleigh's keen eye and skills, Buggy will likely leave empty-handed. Shanks was taken aback. He had not anticipated Fang Yi's foresight, but with a plan in place, he felt reassured. They cautiously made their way through the ship's corridor towards the final destination, where a hidden door led to the lowest level, a route they had previously scouted. Allow me to lead the way. Just as Fang Yi was about to open the hidden door and descend, Shanks interjected, You remain behind. Your advantage will be greater that way. Fang Yi was momentarily taken aback by Shanks's proposal, considering they were entirely unaware of what lay below. Being in front would inherently entail greater peril. Before Fang Yi could protest, Shanks had already stepped forward, leaving Fang Yi no choice but to hastily follow him through the concealed entrance. However, as Fang Yi stepped inside, he found Shanks crouched at the doorway. What is the matter? Fang Yi inquired, unable to see what lay ahead due to Shanks blocking his view. It appears to be a prison. Shanks hesitated before speaking. I can see two guards. Step back. Let me assess the situation, Fang Yi instructed. All right. Shanks understood that it would be far better for Fang Yi, as an archer, to take aim from a concealed position than for him to charge forward. They slowly retreated, switching places, allowing Fang Yi to finally observe the lower level. The space was not particularly large, yet it featured 4 cage-like structures holding numerous men and women at the far end. A table was set, the walls adorned with instruments of torture, and 2 individuals resembling guards sat at the table, drinking and chatting, their voices too distant for Fang Yi to decipher. These individuals appear to be slaves. Fang Yi whispered to Shanks behind him. Slaves? Shanks's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, This is not a legitimate merchant vessel, but a slave ship? It seems likely that I will quietly eliminate those 2, and then we can inquire with the captain about our next steps. Fang Yi began to draw his bow, mindful that although the guards were within close proximity, the cages obstructed his direct line of fire. Should anything go awry, it would be disastrous, as long as he could take out one guard first. The other would not have a chance to reach them given the distance. Wait, just as Fang Yi was poised to strike, Shanks suddenly grasped his shoulder, whispering, Look over there. Unbeknownst to Fang Yi, Shanks had crept closer, and due to a change in angle, he noticed another guard seated in a corner, seemingly asleep. After contemplating, Fang Yi adjusted his position, intending to dispatch the sleeping guard first to minimize the chance of alerting the drinking guards. However, Shanks interjected quietly, Leave this to me. Fang Yi frowned, responding, If you go over there, the slaves will surely see you. They may not assist us. No, you take out one first. If he awakens, I will handle it. Shanks shook his head. All right. Fang Yi hesitated but ultimately agreed. Prepare yourself. I'm about to strike. Whoosh! Upon receiving Shanks's nod, Fang Yi aimed at the guard drinking and released an arrow. Thud! The guard collapsed at once. Yet, the other guard, startled by the commotion, sprang to his feet, shouting, Who goes there? This disturbance also roused the sleeping guard, who appeared utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Whoosh! Before they could react, Fang Yi's second arrow found its mark, and the standing guard succumbed. Meanwhile, Shanks had already stealthily approached the now-awakened guard, engaging him in combat. Fang Yi refrained from intervening, maintaining his stance with bow drawn, providing support for Shanks. Phew! Thank you, Brother E, though still a child. Shanks managed to defeat his opponent without sustaining any injuries, though he expended considerable energy. Fang Yi had intentionally refrained from stepping in, knowing it was an opportunity for Shanks to gain practical experience. And thus Shanks approached him to express his gratitude afterward. "Are you all right?" Fang Yi inquired with a smile. "That I'm fine, but what should we do about these people?" Shanks cast a sympathetic glance at the slaves imprisoned behind bars. Their sudden intrusion had garnered the attention of the captives, who now looked towards them. "This is beyond our capacity to manage. Let us conduct a brief search of this area, and then return to the upper levels." Fang Yi shook his head. He recognized the compassion in Shanks's eyes, but they were merely two children. Such matters were far beyond their capabilities. "Understood, brother." Following this series of confrontations, Shanks felt acutely aware of the growing disparity between himself and Fang Yi. Beyond their combat skills, he realized there were differences in mindset and problem-solving abilities that set them apart. Soon, after exploring the area, Shanks found nothing of interest, while Fang Yi had acquired a remarkably formidable-looking bow. "This is my prize. It seems fortune favors me." Fang Yi beamed. "Congratulations, brother." Shanks sincerely congratulated him. Such unique treasures were typically not demanded by the captain from crew members, especially since Fang Yi, being an archer, had the first claim on any weapons he could wield captured from an enemy ship. Upon returning from the lowest level and summoning Buggy from the treasure vault, the three of them made their way to the deck, where the battle had also concluded. After Fang Yi recounted the events that transpired in the cabin, he instructed Shanks and Buggy to escort Roger and Rayleigh down, while he sought out Yaman. "Master Yaman, behold my spoils." Fang Yi presented the sunbow with a broad grin. Yaman initially showed little interest, but his expression shifted dramatically after examining the bow closely. Taking it from Fang Yi, he tested its draw and inquired, "Where did you procure this?" "I found it in a place resembling a prison at the lowest level. Is there a problem, master?" Fang Yi responded, puzzled that no, "I simply did not expect such a treasure to be hidden aboard a mere slave ship." Yaman shook his head, replying, "What an exceptional bow." After Yaman took a few test shots with the sun-shooting bow, she couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Not only is the shooting remarkably stable, but the design of the bowstring and the bow itself is also exceptionally reasonable. The arrows shot from it possess a precision and range that far surpasses that of ordinary bows. Sensing Yaman's fondness for the bow, Fang Yi hesitated for a moment before saying to her, "If you like it, I shall gift it to you." His archery skills were taught by Yaman, and the bow in his hands was also a gift from her. Although it was somewhat regrettable, Fang Yi could accept giving the sun-shooting bow to Yaman. After all, with the system he possessed, which contained a plethora of superior weapons, he was confident he would acquire even better bows in the future. Thus, he did not need to be overly concerned about a mere sun-shooting bow. Upon hearing Fang Yi's words, Yaman chuckled lightly and replied, "Is that so? Since it is your kind intention, I shall reluctantly accept it." Fang Yi's mouth twitched. Her words made it sound as if he were forcefully trying to give it to her, which was rather disheartening. "Haha, silly. I am a jungle warrior. My primary weapon of combat is not the bow and arrow. Thus, having this bow would be somewhat of a waste for me," Yaman exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Fang Yi felt somewhat speechless. The crew on the ship particularly enjoyed teasing him, but fortunately, with Shanks and Buggy sharing the burden, along with his improving performance, the crew occasionally began to treat him more like an adult. "Then I shall return this bow to you, teacher." Seeing that Yaman had not accepted the sun-shooting bow, Fang Yi returned the bow and arrows that originally belonged to her. This bow requires little strength to draw, yet it boasts a greater range and stability. However, you still need to practice your basic archery skills. So you should keep my bow for now. Use it during your practice." Yaman shook her head and did not take the bow, instead smiling lightly. Fang Yi hesitated for a moment, then nodded and stored both bows away. Before long, Roger returned to the ship with everyone, though Buggy appeared quite sullen. The captain had distributed the treasures aboard the ship among the slaves, allowing them to leave freely. Shanks, noticing this, quietly explained to Fang Yi. The treasures that Buggy was hiding were also taken out by Mr. Rayleigh. "Ha! Buggy, you cannot blame me for this. It was your failure to guard the treasures." Fang Yi chuckled to the irritated Buggy beside him. Buggy huffed in response, ignoring Fang Yi and even Shanks, and directly retreated to the cabin. "Why is this guy so obsessed with treasure? We are pirates. What use do we have for all that treasure? Fang Yi found Buggy's love for treasure quite perplexing. Shanks shrugged, indicating he also did not understand. Captain, we have offended Devil Island this time. It seems we will inevitably be targeted by them in the future. On the deck, Rayleigh frowned and spoke to Roger beside him. Humph, it's just Devil Island. We do not interfere with them, and if they dare to come to the seas, we shall eliminate them all. Jabba exclaimed angrily nearby that he was very intolerant of matters concerning slavery. Devil Island is merely a minor issue. The real problem lies with the forces behind Devil Island. We are likely to be pursued by the Navy for some time now. Roger grinned as he spoke. The Navy? Could the rumors be true? Is the world government behind Devil Island? Jabba asked in astonishment. Yes, it cannot be wrong. Roger nodded affirmatively. I never expected the world government to have fallen so low. Jabba remarked, somewhat incensed. This is not a new occurrence. I have heard that in some places there are dedicated slave auction houses solely for the amusement of the celestial dragons. Rayleigh also shook his head, sighing. Forget it. These matters do not concern us. Let us first seek out those historical texts. Roger shook his head. Shanks and Fang Yi, who had been listening the entire time, exchanged glances and saw the shock and confusion reflected in each other's eyes. Do not ask. Fang Yi pulled Shanks, who was about to inquire with Captain Roger, and shook his head, saying, Let us not forget that we are pirates. Just as the captain said, those matters do not pertain to us. However, Shanks gritted his teeth and whispered, But those slaves are under the world government, the very protectors of the common folk. Why engage in such actions behind their backs? This is the decay of power. Regardless of the kingdom or organization, once it becomes hereditary, it will be like this. You may ensure that you will not become like this, but you cannot guarantee that your descendants will be the same. Once a rogue emerges, it will all be over, Fang Yi replied with a light smile. Shanks fell silent at these words, although the incident with the slave ship had left both Shanks and Buggy in a foul mood. Fang Yi remained unperturbed. His sole focus was on becoming stronger. The future seas were sure to be thrilling. Yet without strength, one could easily become one of those slaves if one wished to attain freedom. One must possess power. Since the day they had eliminated the slave ship, as Roger had anticipated, the Navy's pursuit of them became even more intense, in addition to the relentless pursuit by Vice Admiral Karp. The renowned Navy Vice Admiral Black Arm Zephyr had also joined the hunt. This forced Roger and his crew to flee in a rather frantic manner, but fortunately, they had no specific destination in mind, allowing them to evade capture several times a year later. Has the historical text been successfully copied? Shall we? Roger asked, patting the square historical text in front of him while addressing the busy Fang Yi beside him. Yes, Captain, it is complete. Fang Yi nodded, beginning to tidy up his belongings. Since they had discovered the first piece of historical text, they had found two more over the past year, and with the one before them. It marked the fourth piece they had located. Furthermore, Fang Yi's points had amassed to nearly 6,000 points. 3,000 points were rewards from the historical texts, while the remaining 3,000 were points earned through battles over the year. Moreover, he had not yet spent any of his points. Ever since Shanks and Buggy joined the ship, he had been receiving 5 lottery tickets daily, completely satisfying his need for draws. Yet he always felt that the system's wheel was conspiring against him. Whether single draws or 10 consecutive draws, his chances of obtaining good items were exceedingly low. Over the course of an entire year, with 5 lottery tickets a day, he had effectively spent over 1,800 tickets, yet had only drawn 3 battle skills. Stun, LV.1 your attacks have a 5 chance to stun the enemy. Lethal, LV.1 your attacks have a 1 chance to deal fatal damage to the enemy. And a non-upgradable skill. Charge, non-upgradable entering a charged state. You will be unable to move, but based on the duration of the charge, your next strike's power will increase, with a maximum output of 200 power. In addition to battle skills, he had also drawn 3 life skills. Carving beginner, medicine beginner, and painting beginner. He discovered that once a skill was drawn, be it battle skill or a life skill, it would no longer appear on the wheel. This led to a situation where he had fewer life skills available than battle skills, and they could not be upgraded. Unlike battle skills, the life skills he had drawn were all at the beginner level and lacked proficiency, meaning he could not upgrade them. Although he possessed a considerable number of life skills now, They were merely superficial knowledge and amounted to little. In addition to skills over the past year, he had also synthesized another piece of equipment using the fragments he had drawn. Arrow quiver, small, capable of holding 20 arrows, automatically replenishing one every hour. With the arrow quiver, he finally managed to alleviate his issue with arrow loss somewhat. His biggest expense now was purchasing arrows. Although Yaman had taught him how to make arrows, there were simply not enough materials available at sea. Thus, the majority of his arrows were acquired after encountering small islands, where he would purchase them. Although some of these islands did not sell arrows directly, they offered materials for crafting arrow shafts, allowing him to utilize his idle time during voyages to produce a stockpile. Consequently, the advent of the quiver saved Fang Yi considerable effort and resources. Mr. Rayleigh, here is the historical text that has been successfully imprinted. Fang Yi handed over the printed historical text to Rayleigh, who accepted it for safekeeping. Thank you for your hard work. Rayleigh smiled and nodded, then turned to Roger, inquiring, did you sense anything? Each time they discovered a historical text, Fang Yi would imprint the inscriptions for him and Roger to decipher, hoping to glean insights into the path to the final island. Is it still futile? Where is Xiao? Observing Roger shake his head, Rayleigh looked back at Fang Yi and asked, I'm in the same predicament. It appears we must find someone able to interpret ancient texts. Fang Yi sighed and shook his head in agreement. Indeed, this is rather troublesome that we have traversed so many locations, yet still lack any clues regarding ancient writings. Jabba sighed alongside him. Don't speak as if you've contributed significantly, exclaimed Yaman, rolling his eyes at Jabba. Whenever we arrive at a new place, it's always Xiao Yi searching for books on ancient texts. His room is filled with tomes on antiquity, while you have done nothing. Since they began mentoring Fang Yi, the bond between the two has evidently grown closer, a fact everyone noticed, except for Jabba and Yaman themselves. Thus, seeing Yaman confront Jabba again, the surrounding crew members could only stifle their laughter. Having grown accustomed to the spectacle, Yaman, I haven't been of much help either, Fang Yi said, scratching the back of his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I've mentioned it before. You need not call me teacher anymore. I have nothing left to teach you regarding archery. Yaman remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Once a teacher, always a teacher, Fang Yi replied earnestly, looking intently at Yaman. His archery education was completed under Yaman's guidance, so even though his skills now rivaled Yaman's, he insisted on continuing to refer to Yaman as his teacher. Roger, Rayleigh, and others acknowledged Fang Yi's persistence with admiration. Ego, is this what constitutes a historical text? Upon emerging from a cave, Shanks trailed behind Fang Yi, inquiring softly. Yes, unfortunately, we are unable to comprehend it. If only we could, perhaps we might uncover the way to the final island. Fang Yi nodded in response. Woof woof, upon seeing Fang Yi and the others emerge. Wang Zai, waiting at the cave entrance, barked twice in greeting. In the span of a year, the little dog had grown significantly. Even when on all fours, it now stood at Fang Yi's waist. Thus it could no longer comfortably lie upon Fang Yi's shoulders. However, the crew, being considerate, refrained from using Wang Zai's real name, continuing to refer to it as Wang Zai. Little fellow, have you been waiting long? Come, let us hunt. The captain has announced a feast for tonight. Fang Yi patted Wang Zai on the head and dashed into the forest. Ego, wait for me. I want to join too, Shanks exclaimed, grinning as he followed suit. In just a year, these young ones had made remarkable progress. Watching Fang Yi sprint away, Rayleigh smiled. Indeed, at times, observing them makes one feel rather aged. Jabba chimed in. You are already old. Why else do you wear sunglasses all the time? Yaman retorted, seemingly harboring a grudge against Jabba. Whenever he spoke, he would counter him, I haven't wronged you. Why do you persist in fixating on me? Jabba shot back. Visibly irritated, they were in the prime of their youth, experiencing the most splendid moments of their lives. In terms of strength and physical condition, they were at the pinnacle of their existence. I'm targeting you specifically. What of it? If you're unhappy, feel free to strike me. Yaman shot back defiantly. Jabba, having mustered the courage to retort, immediately wilted under Yaman's assertiveness. Ha! The surrounding crew members erupted in laughter at the exchange. Before long, Roger and the others arrived at the shoreline, where Chef Yao Yi was directing the remaining crew members in preparing the necessary tools for the feast. A listless Buggy was also present, assisting Captain Mr. Rayleigh. Where are Fang Yi and Shanks? Why haven't they returned with you? Buggy inquired, scanning the area. Xiao Yi and Shanks have gone hunting, Rayleigh replied, casting a sidelong glance at Buggy. Unlike the industrious Fang Yi and the talented Shanks, Buggy lacked both talent and diligence. Consequently, a year later, the gap in their abilities had widened significantly from their previous parity. Those two are so cunning. Finding ways to slack off. Without seeing Shanks and Fang Yi, Buggy immediately suspected they were avoiding work under the pretense of hunting, as he himself had no desire to assist. However, it wasn't long before Fang Yi and Shanks returned, dragging a long vine woven into a rope with several enormous beasts in tow, including a dead tiger. It seems today's hunt was fruitful. Just in time, as we were running low on ingredients, Chef Yao exclaimed joyfully upon seeing the bounty they brought. Today was fortunate. We discovered a small lake teeming with wildlife. Fang Yi smiled. Indeed, you've managed to capture a fraction of my former prowess, Yaman remarked with satisfaction, observing Fang Yi equipped with the sunshot bow. Currently, Fang Yi primarily utilized the sunshot bow, as his previous bow had suffered were from extensive use. After making some repairs, he had stored it in his room as a keepsake. Hey, Shanks, Fang Yi, you two scoundrels left me behind to slack off. Hurry and come help. Buggy, already disgruntled, shouted upon seeing them return. Hey, it was you who chose not to join us. Now you accuse us of abandoning you. Buggy, that's hardly fair. Fang Yi chuckled as he approached Buggy. Before long, the feast commenced, and among the crew, none relished it more than the now considerably larger Wang Zai. During the festivities, not only could it indulge in delectable treats, but it also reveled in singing and dancing with the crew. The melodious tunes of the wine from Binsky were particularly favored by Wang Zai. As soon as the rhythm played, it became exceedingly excited, almost more so than Fang Yi himself, resembling a pirate. The following morning, nursing a still aching head, Fang Yi began anew. Ever since he completed his training under Yaman, the crew had deemed him a qualified warrior, compelling him to drink, disregarding his youth, at every feast. They would ensure he was thoroughly inebriated. Though Fang Yi could hold his liquor, it paled in comparison to these ruffians who seemed perpetually immersed in alcohol. After returning to the ship and taking a shower, the crew was nearly ready, poised for departure. Young ones, let us embark on a new adventure. With Captain Rogers' command, the Oro Jackson set sail, the crew members diligently attending to their respective duties. Fang Yi commenced his foundational training in archery, a persistent endeavor akin to clocking in each day alongside Roger and the others. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he never faltered. He broke a sweat. His body gradually returned to normal, shaking off the drowsiness from the previous night's revelry. Get moving, you rascal. Go wash up. The chef has prepared breakfast for you. After your shower, help yourself. Upon witnessing Fang Yi complete his training, Wang Zai scampered over, only to be met with disdain from Fang Yi. Undeterred, Wang Zai leapt from the ship into the vast ocean, swimming alongside the Oro Jackson for a considerable distance before climbing back aboard. Perhaps he truly was a new species born from the sea, as his swimming speed surpassed that of most crew members. Even the fisherman Samba remarked that he had never seen a dog swim so swiftly in the ocean. His speed was comparable to that of some ordinary fish. Brother E, would you care for a spar? Upon seeing Fang Yi finish his foundational archery training, Shanks immediately approached. These days, Buggy had largely ceased seeking him out for practice, while Shanks would frequently challenge Fang Yi, not out of ambition for the trio's leadership, but simply believing that sparring with Fang Yi would yield valuable lessons and practical experience. However, today a spar concluded rather swiftly, as the unfortunate Shanks had barely exchanged a few moves with Fang Yi before Fang Yi triggered LV3 precision, sending him flying with a kick. Over the course of a year, even without utilizing any experience scrolls on the precision skill, Fang Yi's proficiency had tenaciously reached LV.3, a testament to his rigorous training. Brother E, how on earth do you achieve this? Regardless of whether I dodge or defend, your strikes seem destined to find their mark, Shanks exclaimed, rising from the ground, his expression a mixture of frustration and bewilderment. Fang Yi merely shrugged, offering no explanation. This lad was indeed unfortunate. Although the activation probability of his LV.3 precision had risen to 30%, the likelihood of it triggering during battle remained quite low. The triggering mechanism did not guarantee that out of 10 strikes, 3 would hit. Rather, each strike carried a 30% chance, which inherently tested one's luck that on fortunate occasions, every strike could trigger, while on less fortunate days, one could complete an entire battle without a single activation. Currently, aside from precision, which he had diligently trained to LV.3, his divine blessing skill had been forcibly accumulated to LV.2 through experience scrolls, increasing its effect from once a month to twice. Furthermore, his evasion skill was on the brink of reaching LV.2. The delay in its advancement stemmed from his current allocation of experience scrolls towards his lethal strike skill, which had a notably low triggering rate, making it challenging to accumulate experience points during regular training. What of Buggy? When you have a moment, be sure to call him to train with us. That lad is simply too lazy, Fang Yi remarked with a chuckle, patting Shanks on the back as he approached. Today he had yet to clock in with Buggy, so he needed to locate him first. I wonder if he is hiding somewhere. Fast asleep, Shanks replied, shaking his head. However, as the two set off in search of Buggy, they suddenly spotted Rayleigh approaching Roger with a grave expression, seemingly discussing something of importance. Fang Yi and Shanks exchanged a glance and made their way over to Shaki's intelligence reliable. Upon hearing Rayleigh's words, Roger's demeanor grew serious. Ever since her crew disbanded, she has dedicated herself to intelligence work. It should be accurate, Rayleigh confirmed with a nod. Captain, what is happening? Fang Yi and Shanks inquired, stepping forward. Although they were still interns after a year of camaraderie, the crew had come to accept them fully, allowing them to participate in many discussions. Roger and Rayleigh exchanged glances before Rayleigh spoke. Do you remember a year ago when we attacked a slave ship and rescued numerous slaves? Of course. Fang Yi nodded, patting his sun-piercer bow. This bow was discovered during that time. Those slaves we saved have since become pirates themselves. They now roam the seas, rescuing others in similar plight, and for their efforts, they have drawn considerable bounties from the Navy. Rayleigh continued softly. Wait, a pirate crew composed entirely of former slaves? Have they caught the attention of a formidable bounty hunter? Shanks speculated, IT is not they who have caught the eye of the God Valley. Rayleigh shook his head in response. God Valley? Fang Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. Brother, what is God Valley? Shanks asked, his curiosity piqued by Fang Yi's reaction. Rayleigh and Roger exchanged intrigued glances. Could it be that this fellow had heard of God Valley? It was well known that even they were unaware of its true nature without Shaki's intelligence. God Valley is an island referred to as the dwelling place of deities, Fang Yi replied, his expression turning somber. I first heard about it while investigating ancient texts. It is a playground for those who claim to be gods. Those who claim to be gods. Who dares to assume such a title? How arrogant! Shanks queried, his curiosity intensifying. Who else in this world would dare to claim divinity? Merely a swarm of parasites, Fang Yi retorted, shaking his head. Parasites? Wait, brother, you aren't referring to the celestial dragons, are you? Shanks gasped, his mouth agape in astonishment. Indeed, you are quite right, but not entirely. God Valley is a resort island developed by the world government for the celestial dragons. It is a paradise for the wealthy and a hell for the common folk and slaves. It is home to the largest slave market in the world. Thus, the pirate crew I mentioned earlier intends to unite with many others who have suffered under the celestial dragons to launch an attack on God Valley. Rayleigh nodded in explanation. Are they insane? If the celestial dragons are present, the world government would not sit idly by. The Navy must have established a formidable military presence there. What makes them think they can conquer God Valley? Fang Yi questioned, perplexed. Shanks turned to Roger, seemingly inquiring about their course of action. Thus, we find ourselves in a predicament, Rayleigh sighed, shaking his head. Regardless, let us first assess the situation. Roger ultimately decided, to be frank, pirates typically avoid direct confrontations with the Navy, for the odds are rarely in their favor. The dominant force on the seas. The Navy possesses formidable strength. Despite the numerous strong individuals within Roger's crew, when faced with the Navy, their only recourse would be to flee. However, those planning to attack God Valley had some degree of connection with them. Ignorance might have been bliss, but now that they were aware, inaction was not in their nature at the same time. As the Roger pirates prepared to head towards God Valley, a multitude of pirate ships gathered at the port of Devil Island. Captain Rox, this is all the information we have. However, we at Devil Island do not wish to get involved in this matter. You know, the Celestial Dragons are our major clients. A somewhat frail-looking man, adorned in extravagant attire, addressed a fierce-looking individual known as Rox within a conference room. TSK, you are truly incompetent dogs. Your master is in danger, and yet you remain unmoved. Rox chuckled softly, clicking his tongue. His words sparked anger among the Devil Island representatives present in the meeting room. However, the leading frail man merely shook his head, saying, you are correct, but who knows? As the world's foremost underground force, we are merely a dog to the Celestial Dragons, and even this dog yearns for freedom. I care not for your intentions. Simply provide me with sufficient weapons and provisions. Naturally, I have no objections if you choose to report this matter. With that, Rox stood and exited the room. My lord, this fellow is insufferably arrogant. After Rox departed, a disgruntled manager from Devil Island remarked, Fool, do you know who he is? The captain of the world's strongest pirate crew. He wields the power to change the world. And do you think that the recent attack on the Celestial Dragons was initiated by those idiots? Without his instigation, even if those fools had 100 times their courage, they would not dare to approach God Valley. The leader of Devil Island responded with a calm demeanor. The subordinate, taken aback by his leader's words, asked in disbelief, what does he intend to do? He intends to change the world. Indeed, those of the D-Clan are all madmen. However, this presents us with an opportunity to break free from the control of the Celestial Dragons. Have we located all the world government personnel on the island? The leader squinted and inquired. Indeed, my lord, we have been keeping a close watch on the members of CP, and we are prepared to act at any moment. Do not hesitate. Proceed. Ensure that everything Captain Rox requires is ready, for we must not afford a single mistake. The leader nodded, issuing commands. Meanwhile, Rox, having exited the conference room, gathered his crew at the largest hotel in the city. Captain, what do you need us for at this hour? This place is rather splendid, remarked John, one of the senior officers, appearing quite fatigued and yawning incessantly. He had just risen from the embrace of a beautiful woman. For pirate, this setting was nothing short of paradise, where wealth dictated enjoyment akin to that of royalty. No need to rush, my dear crew. We shall remain here for a few more days. Rox responded, unfazed by John's remarks, laughing heartily. Once the weapons and provisions arrive in a few days, we shall set sail. Captain, you summoned us here merely to announce this? Teased the voluptuous Charlotte Lin, her laughter echoing. Despite having borne several children, her figure remained impressive. Of course. Rox slowly ceased his laughter, declaring, Our next target is God Valley. God Valley? The revelation from Rox drew the attention of all the officers. Indeed, is God Valley. Rox grinned, adding, with that group leading the charge, we can ascertain the Navy's deployment there. Furthermore, armed with the resources from Devil Island, our objective is to abduct all the Celestial Dragons residing there. Captain, are we planning something audacious? Inquired the golden-haired Shiki, cigar in mouth, presuming Rox intended to kidnap the Celestial Dragons and demand a ransom from the world government. What is the assault plan? Edward Newgate, his expression stoic, interjected suddenly as the second strongest presence aboard. His inquiries warranted careful consideration from Rox. Quite simple. Once that group commences their assault, Newgate, Lin, Shiki, and Silver Axe, you four shall attack God Valley from all directions. John, Wang Ji, follow me directly to the location of the Celestial Dragons. Rox explained with a smile, presenting a straightforward battle strategy. Wang Ji, who had remained silent until now, nodded in agreement. One of the senior officers and a close confidant of Rox. He and John had been with him since the beginning, unlike the formidable Edward Newgate and Charlotte Lin. Captain, does this mean our forces will be too dispersed? John asked, slightly furrowing his brow. Dispersed? No. Do you truly believe anyone in the Navy can stop us? Rox boomed with laughter. John realized the immense strength of Newgate and the others. As a companion, he was well aware that to halt them, the Navy would need to deploy at least vice admirals or stronger, such as Black Arm Zephyr, Garp, or Sengoku. However, would the Navy station all their frontline vice admirals at God Valley? Unlikely, as they would still need to capture pirates and could not serve as protectors for the Celestial Dragons. Moreover, even if formidable foes resided at God Valley, they could not remain idle when Newgate and his group launched their assault. They would have to intervene to tea that moment. Rox, accompanied by Wang Ji and John, charged toward the Celestial Dragon's location, certain that no one would stand in their way. Does anyone have any objections? Rox surveyed the room, inquiring with a light chuckle. Seeing that no one spoke up, he nodded, stating, in 3 days, we shall set sail. Very well, Captain. However, this place is delightful. Let us return for leisure on another occasion. John replied cheerfully, absolutely. Next time, this place shall belong to us, Rox declared with a hearty laugh. The others joined in the laughter, except for Edward Newgate, who felt an unsettling premonition that this battle would not unfold smoothly down on the other side. The Roger pirates advancing toward God Valley encountered trouble. Damn it, how did we run into that rascal Garp here? Jabba lamented, glancing back at the pursuing Navy warship. Their last misfortune had occurred on a small island where they unexpectedly crossed paths with Admiral Blackarm Zephyr during his vacation, resulting in a hasty departure without sufficient supplies. This time, they had the misfortune of encountering Garp while trying to fish. Ever since Fang Yi utilized the miraculous bait to catch Wang Zai and the sea beast, he had realized the peculiar nature of the bait. It could reel in any oddity imaginable. Thus, during their travels, he occasionally employed this miraculous bait when boredom struck, akin to opening a mystery box, never knowing what would surface, instilling a sense of inexplicable anticipation. However, after numerous uses, the crew began to find it curious. Each time the miraculous bait was employed, it seemed to yield bizarre catches. So, Fang Yi informed the crew that he had crafted a unique bait from various unusual materials. Due to the rarity of these materials, the supply was limited, yet this bait consistently attracted peculiar items. Given Fang Yi's diverse skills in music, medicine, painting, and navigation, the crew did not express excessive surprise. They simply requested him to produce more for them. This time, Jabba, feeling a tad bored, decided to use the miraculous bait, resulting in a catch of an extraordinarily strange fish radiating golden light. Unfortunately, just as they were on the brink of success, the fish escaped. However, just as they were about to catch the elusive fish, they stumbled upon a Navy warship, Garp's flagship. Faced with this unfortunate turn of events, the crew promptly abandoned the fish and hastily retreated. What a pity! That fish would have tasted exquisite, Roger lamented, watching the strange fish vanish into the distance. Forget it for now. Let us focus on how to shake off that rascal Garp, Jabba groaned. Feeling utterly unfortunate for encountering Garp while merely trying to catch a fish at ego, that Navy officer named Garp must be deranged. He's been trailing us for days. Don't they require supplies? Shanks, appearing listless on the deck of the Oro Jackson, queried Fang Yi beside him. Setting down his telescope, Fang Yi responded wearily, now I understand why that man wears a dog-s head. He truly resembles a hound. Once he sights his prey, he simply one T let go. Woof woof. Wang Zai, hearing Fang Yi's words, barked in a manner that seemed either a rebuttal or an agreement. This cannot continue. If that guy keeps pursuing us like this, I'll surely crack, Baiji lamented, sprawled on the deck like a lifeless dog. Standing at the bow, Rayleigh observed the situation and said to Roger, this can't go on. The crew will be overwhelmed. Roger, we must devise a plan. Roger, feeling a bit of headache, replied, you know, Garp, ordinary tactics are utterly ineffective against him. Shall we head directly to God Valley? Jabba suggested. Both Roger and Rayleigh turned to Jabba, puzzled if Garp were to arrive there. Wouldn't it bolster the Navy's strength at God Valley? That would not bode well for the pirates. If God Valley were to come under attack, Garp would undoubtedly be summoned to assist, providing us with an opportunity to dissuade them. Moreover, if they see the Navy receiving reinforcements, they might reconsider their plans, Jabba proposed with a smile. Indeed, it's worth a try, Rayleigh contemplated before nodding at Roger. Very well. We shall set course for God Valley, Roger decisively commanded, and the Oro Jackson promptly turned toward the direction of God Valley. Meanwhile, upon noticing the sudden change in direction of Roger and his crew, Garp and his companions exchanged bewildered glances. My lord, could this be a trap? Kaido gazed skeptically at the turning Oro Jackson, addressing Karp in front of him. Humph, it's futile no matter how he runs. Pursue him. Karp grinned and replied, this time, he won't escape. Thus, both parties hurried toward the Valley of the Gods in this peculiar state. Meanwhile, not far from the Valley of the Gods, numerous pirate crews had begun to assemble. This time, we must eradicate all these scum. The leading burly man, entirely wrapped up in layers of clothing, donned this attire to conceal the mark of the celestial dragon that had been branded upon him. Once imprinted, this mark could never be removed. Thus he could only cover it with garments. Oh, countless pirates echoed loudly, either being slaves themselves or having family members captured by the celestial dragons that I ensured. Everyone present harbored a grudge against the celestial dragons. Atop the Valley of the Gods sat Rear Admiral Solari. This admiral, once a ruthless figure, was older than Karp and Zephyr, and he harbored an extreme disdain for pirates. He was a well-known hawkish representative within the Navy. However, after making a mistake, he was initially to be imprisoned and impelled down, but later the world government pardoned his crimes, allowing him to oversee the Valley of the Gods to ensure the safety of the celestial dragons. Sir, according to intelligence, that group of pirates has gathered not far away, a naval officer reported to the imposing Rear Admiral Solari. What a bunch of fools, but that's fine. It's far too tranquil here. It needs to be nourished with blood to become more splendid. Rear Admiral Solari said with a sinister grin, prepare all troops. Once those pirates appear, sink them all. Originally somewhat extreme in temperament, Solari had become even more intense after past events. And the atmosphere in the Valley of the Gods over the years had further fueled his bloodlust. Yes, sir. By the way, should we notify the celestial dragons to take refuge? The officer hesitated and inquired. No need. However, you can tell them that a splendid performance might unfold shortly. If they aren't afraid, they are welcome to come and spectate. Rear Admiral Solari extended his crimson tongue, licking his lips as he spoke. Yes, sir. The officer saluted and then turned to leave. Even though he served under his commander, he found it increasingly unbearable to remain there. The atmosphere was simply too oppressive, just as both the Pirate Alliance and the Navy believed everything was proceeding according to their plans. The battle erupted unexpectedly. Why did we initiate the attack? The leader of the Pirate Alliance stared in disbelief at the pirate ships that had already launched an offensive, angrily asking, Sir, the brothers ahead reported that the Navy discovered them. So they initiated the attack, and upon seeing this, the other brothers followed suit. The liaison officer reported, drenched in sweat, a bunch of fools. The leader of the Pirate Alliance, witnessing half of the pirates attacking, had no choice but to wave the flag for a full assault. He had originally intended to wait for the arrival of the Rocks pirates before launching an attack, as previously agreed upon. Their goal was merely to rescue the slaves in the Valley of the Gods, leaving all the treasures for the Rocks pirates. It was precisely due to the Rocks pirates' involvement that they dared to set their sights on the Valley of the Gods. However, he was unaware that the Rocks pirates had already arrived nearby, but had not advanced further. Captain, those fools have already launched an attack on the Valley of the Gods as planned. John lowered his telescope, chuckling as he spoke to Rocks. Indeed a bunch of rabble. Once they assault the Valley of the Gods, the Navy will surely strike, Rock said with a grin. Well, prepare yourselves, Newgate and Linlin. Charlotte Linlin swayed her hips, ready to leave with Newgate, but as they were about to depart, the nearby Silver Axe and Golden Lion did not move. Is there a problem? Rocks frowned at the two. Of course there's no problem. It's just that the captain seems yet to mention the distribution issue, chuckled the Golden Lion, a cigar in his mouth. Everything remains the same. Rocks waved his hand, stating, the meaning of everything remains the same was that half of the treasures they seized would belong to him, while the rest were theirs to keep. In that case, let us set off. The Golden Lion's eyes sparkled with determination as he spoke softly. Once the four departed, Wang Ji spoke up. Captain, will they be okay? They believe their strength is formidable and have long been dissatisfied with the distribution plan. John said angrily, and oh worries. After this, I will find an opportunity to deal with them. Dare to defy, I'll beat them into submission, Rock said with a confident smile. In terms of strength, Even Edward Newgate was no match for him, let alone Charlotte Linlin and the Golden Lion. Meanwhile, the Golden Lion, having left the captain's cabin, addressed the other three. What do you think of the 50-50 plan? What if we have objections? Didn't TU dare bring it up in front of Captain Rocks? Silver Axe said irritably. T, like the Golden Lion, held the utmost importance on treasures. Thus he was the most displeased. Well, if you're dissatisfied, you can choose not to contribute so much, Charlotte Linlin said with a light chuckle. Not contribute so much? This time, the four of us are clearly here to attract the Navy's firepower. Whether we can grab the treasure is uncertain, let alone talk about not contributing. The Golden Lion scoffed. So, what do you plan to do? Edward Newgate, who had remained silent until now, suddenly inquired. This question struck at the heart of the matter. Even if they were dissatisfied, no one dared to voice it. Which was the essence of Rock's strength. Each of the four, when facing Rocks alone, had no chance of winning, and so-called cooperation among them was utterly devoid of trust. This was the nature of the Rocks pirates. A crew where not even a single partner could be trusted, for one never knew when they might stab you in the back for treasure or other motives. This was a situation deliberately created by Captain Rocks. As long as there was no trust among them, they could never unite, and without unity, they lacked the ability to overthrow Rock's rule. Thus, in response to Newgate's inquiry, the other three fell silent. Seeing this, Newgate chuckled softly before departing. He didn't wish to waste breath on such individuals. Similarly, after Newgate left, the other three also departed in succession. Boom, boom, boom. As the Pirate Alliance launched their assault, the naval forces stationed at sea around the Valley of the Gods began to crumble. The pirates' weapons were surprisingly well crafted, and due to their numbers, they suppressed the Navy's firepower comprehensively, sir. According to plan, the forces at sea are beginning to retreat, but due to the enemy's sudden attack, we have suffered considerable losses. Additionally, the defensive forces at the port and in the city are not yet fully prepared, a naval liaison officer reported to Rear Admiral Solari. Then let them hold fast at the port area, buying enough time for the defensive forces in the city. Moreover, activate all defensive weapons at the port. Rear Admiral Solari calmly commanded while observing the monitoring screen. Yes, the liaison soldier saluted and prepared to leave. Also, notify the Special Operations Forces. Once those pirates land, it will be their time to shine. Just as the liaison was about to depart, Rear Admiral Solari suddenly spoke. Hearing this order, the liaison hesitated for a moment before nodding in response. Yes, sir. Quick. Everyone, commence landing. Upon witnessing the naval defenses on the surface of the sea being breached, the leader of the Pirate Alliance exclaimed with fervor, as the protective forces surrounding God's Valley crumbled, a multitude of pirates commenced their official landing, clashing with the navy that awaited them at the port. Due to their overwhelming numbers, the pirates showcased their formidable destructive capabilities the moment they entered the port, had it not been for the assistance of some artillery. The navy would have been swiftly overrun in a single encounter. Where are the reinforcements? Why haven't they been dispatched yet? Queried a naval officer, having felled a pirate with a swift strike, only to receive no reply. Looking around, he realized he was surrounded solely by pirates, his comrades having fallen to the ground. Meanwhile, atop the peak of God's Valley, within an opulent palace, several celestial dragons adorned with bubble rings convened. Have we contacted the naval headquarters? Inform them to hang every last pirate daring to assault us. One of the celestial dragons bellowed furiously. Rest assured, such mere pirates pose no threat to our safety, replied a tall man in a black suit with a demeanor of respect. Indeed, it is a relief to have you here. With you, the strongest force of CP0 by my side, I feel considerably more at ease. Although the celestial dragons typically held a disdainful attitude towards the CPs, the current circumstances warranted a slight smile of praise from their leader. A CP0 member, clad in black, spoke with a smile. I have heard that the Navy has made alternative arrangements. I doubt these pirates can inflict significant damage upon God's Valley, especially considering our formidable armed forces. The Navy has already commanded the surrounding fleets to rush to our aid. I believe that by then, the pirates will find themselves encircled and unable to reach the city as tensions mounted among the celestial dragons. Vice Admiral Solari, under pressure from them, initiated an attack. Instantly, the naval forces within the city and previously concealed artillery unleashed a barrage, catching the Pirate Alliance off guard. The port of God's Valley transformed into a battlefield, with the Navy and pirates engaged in fierce combat. However, as time progressed, the situation became increasingly dire for the Pirate Alliance. As more Navy ships arrived from all directions, encircling them at the port. Damn it! Why hasn't the Rock's pirate crew arrived yet? The leader of the Pirate Alliance, wiping the blood from his face, surveyed his companions, noting their exhaustion as more pirates succumbed to the ground. "Brother, what shall we do?" inquired a burly pirate, approaching his side. "Victory is within our grasp. If we can break into the city, reinforcements will arrive." Understanding his subordinate's implication, the leader, once a slave, believed that if they could liberate those enslaved, they would undoubtedly join their cause, effectively bolstering their ranks. "Very well, I shall lead another charge. You all provide cover for me." The leader of the Pirate Alliance resolutely declared, "Brothers, victory is at hand. Do not be intimidated by these Navy scoundrels. Do not forget our objective. Follow me into battle." With a fierce roar, the leader rallied the pirates, reigniting their morale. Yet, just as they were on the verge of breaking through the port, a young naval captain appeared, flanked by a contingent of Navy personnel, blocking their path. "Brothers, this is our final obstacle. Break through them!" The leader of the Pirate Alliance shouted, preparing for another assault. However, the young naval captain proved formidable, knocking down any pirate who dared approach him. "Pirates, this is no place for you," the young naval captain stated coolly, locking eyes with the leader of the Pirate Alliance. "No place for us? Huh. What a grand jest. Navy, you cannot stop us. Attack." The surrounding pirates erupted in laughter at what they perceived as a ridiculous claim. "Oof, stubborn fools. If that is the case, I shall send you all to impel down, in the name of Monkey D. Dragon," the young naval captain proclaimed loudly. Indeed, the individual in question was none other than Monkey D. Dragon, the son of Admiral Garp and the current captain of the Navy's headquarters. He was aboard Vice Admiral Zifa's ship, accompanying him on a mission, and had fortuitously encountered the pirate assault on God's Valley while procuring supplies. The leader of the Pirate Alliance paused, taken aback by Dragon's words. However, this distraction allowed Dragon to deliver a swift kick, sending him flying a considerable distance. "Brother, you bastard! How dare you lay a hand on our leader? You must be seeking death." The surrounding pirates rushed toward Dragon, ready to engage. "We cannot fall here." The leader of the Pirate Alliance gradually rose from the ground, his gaze fixed on Dragon amidst the fray. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, violent explosions erupted around God's Valley. What is happening? Everyone was bewildered, uncertain of the cause. "Sir, it's the pirates. They are attacking from another direction. The defenses there have been breached," a communication officer reported to Vice Admiral Solari at the Navy's command center in God's Valley. "The defenses have been compromised? What on earth is happening? Why are there suddenly pirates attacking? Who are these people?" Vice Admiral Solari demanded angrily. "The situation remains unclear," the communication officer replied, somewhat apprehensive. Damn it, just as Vice Admiral Solari was about to voice his next command, he caught sight of the image transmitted by the Den Mushi, leaving him momentarily stunned, his expression darkening as he muttered, "How is this possible?" "Is it them? The Rock's pirate crew, sir?" The communication officer looked at his superior in confusion. "Issue orders. Mobilize all forces to eliminate the pirates at the port. Additionally, notify the Special Operations Unit and Rear Admiral Mike to depart immediately and intercept the enemy at these 4 locations. Advise them to be cautious. They are no ordinary foes. Even if it costs us our lives, we must delay the enemy." Vice Admiral Solari took a deep breath and commanded loudly. He understood that the presence of the Rock's pirate crew signified grave implications, and he needed to inform the Celestial Dragons immediately. Staying here was no longer an option, for he lacked the capacity to protect them. "Yes, sir." The communication officer, recognizing the gravity of the situation, saluted and hurriedly exited. Vice Admiral Solari glanced at the now static monitor, then rose and headed toward the opulent palace where the Celestial Dragons resided. Meanwhile, the pirates engaged in battle with Dragon paused, then turned to their leader. "Ah, brothers, reinforcements have arrived. The Navy's doom is at hand. Eliminate them all." The leader of the Pirate Alliance exclaimed joyfully, "I didn't expect you to have reinforcements. But even if more arrive, it matters not. A rabble cannot contend with a regular army." Dragon shook his head, slowly advancing toward them. A rabble. Do you know who has come? Have you heard of the Rocks pirate crew? The leader of the pirate alliance laughed heartily. Damn it, you have allied with the Rocks pirate crew? You pirates truly are the worst of the worst. Do you have any idea how many innocent civilians will suffer due to your greed? As long as I am here today, your plan shall never come to fruition. With that, Dragon unleashed his fury, swiftly dispatching pirates as he advanced toward the leader of the pirate alliance. Brother, you must go. We will handle this. A few burly pirates stood in front of Dragon, urging their leader. However, the leader of the pirate alliance did not flee. Instead, he confronted Dragon, saying, because of us, many civilians have perished. Then show me. Where are these civilians? This is because we thwarted you. Dragon retaliated, kicking a pirate away before charging toward the leader of the pirate alliance. Ha! The leader of the pirate alliance laughed heartily at Dragon's words, tearing off his clothing to expose his back, declaring, our aim is not to rob treasures. We merely seek to rescue those civilians you so casually speak of. As a righteous navy, I am quite curious to know your stance on this matter. Long was momentarily taken aback, standing frozen in place, and then glanced around at the surrounding pirates with a sense of disbelief. One by one, they slowly began to disrobe, revealing the marks of celestial dragons emblazoned upon their bodies. Long found himself at a loss, unsure of how to proceed. What is happening? Why have the Marines ceased their assault? Come and kill us already. I assent that what you've always done. The leader of the pirate alliance remarked with an air of arrogance as he gazed at Long, however, remained silent. He had long harbored dissatisfaction towards the darkness lurking within the Marines, having posed his questions to his father, Karp. Yet according to Karp, it was impossible for the world to be devoid of darkness. While he could accept certain aspects, the existence of celestial dragons was something he could not reconcile. Thus, he resolved to distance himself from them, adhering to Karp's advice. But could he truly remain distant? Long pondered, arriving at the conclusion that he could not turn a blind eye to the injustice that lay before him. Faced with the pirates who were essentially slaves, he found himself unable to confront the situation, prompting him to withdraw with his crew, as the Rocks pirates had also entered the fray. Stopping the Rocks pirates aligned more closely with his sense of justice. Thus, after Long retreated, the group of pirates were left in disbelief, as they had never encountered such a marine before. Boss, did that guy really leave? The bewildered pirates inquired. It seems so. Someone like him is ill-suited for the Marines. The leader of the pirate alliance shook his head, speaking softly. Just moments ago, Long had managed to stall their entire force single-handedly, buying the Marines considerable time. So, when the pirates prepared to advance after discovering Long's departure, a strange group clad in peculiar attire suddenly appeared, seemingly also Marines, judging by their insignia. Initially, they paid little heed to this insignificant number, barely a dozen, but soon they would pay a hefty price for their oversight. Although these newcomers lacked Long's formidable strength, they were significantly more powerful than the pirates, and, in their coordinated assault, inflicted severe casualties upon them, just as the leader of the pirate alliance feared annihilation. A voice resonated across the battlefield. So, you are the secret force of the Marines? Is it upon you that the celestial dragons rely for their protection? This seems rather farcical, doesn't it? A figure, not particularly tall, but robust, strode into the fray, accompanied by a group. Who is that? The pirates, though unfamiliar with the individual, could sense an aura of dread emanating from him. The Marines in peculiar garb turned pale upon seeing the newcomer. Ignore him. Eliminate the remaining pirates here. A Marine with a rank barked, clearly recognizing the individual and instructing his comrades in a grave tone. Lord Rocks, you have arrived. The leader of the pirate alliance stepped forward, bowing slightly in respectful greeting upon recognizing the notorious captain of the Rocks pirates, the infamous Rocks himself. Eliminate them. You are perhaps overestimating your capabilities. John, standing beside Rocks, chuckled lightly before the captain could speak. Leave this to me, Captain, Wang Yi proclaimed, drawing his sword and addressing Rocks. Rocks and his crew regarded the surrounding individuals with utter disdain, feeling no need to take them seriously, be they Marines or pirates. Attack! Shouted the officer of the Marine Special Combat Unit, immediately charging towards the nearest pirate. Their orders were to eradicate all pirates present, while others from the Rocks pirates were dispatched to intervene. It It was rumored that Rear Admiral Zifa was nearby and en route, tasked with securing a retreat for the celestial dragons. However, just as he was about to engage the pirates, a flash of blade light cut through the air, cleaving him in two. While I have no objections, our captain has declared that you shall not eliminate everyone here. Wang Ji slowly sheathed his sword, having delivered the lethal blow to the powerful marine in the eyes of the pirates. Then I shall trouble you. We will take our leave first. Rox smiled faintly, making his way towards the center of God Valley, where his target, the celestial dragons, awaited. Meanwhile, after retreating from the port, Long hastened towards the location of the nearest Rox members. However, upon arrival, he encountered a burly man with short golden hair who had just concluded a battle and was poised to advance, the great pirate Edward Newgate. Long immediately recognized him. Upon hearing his name, Newgate turned to face the young marine. Newgate, another one seeking death has arrived? Oh, what a young marine commander! Seems like a troublesome foe. Too bad you've chosen the wrong opponent, the surrounding pirates jeered. Long remained unfazed. He was well aware of Newgate's formidable strength, which was indeed impressive. Newgate, this is not a place for you, Long declared, taking a deep breath as he regarded the slowly rising Edward Newgate. Kid, you still have a chance to leave now. The future king of the pirates, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, remarked softly as he cast a glance at Long. My sense of justice does not allow me to bow to pirates. Come at me. Long unsheathed his weapon, directly challenging Newgate. Gurura. Very well. Are you prepared to meet your demise? Newgate laughed heartily. Taking my life will not be so simple. Long charged at Newgate, only to be effortlessly blocked. As their battle commenced, a pirate ship sped towards them across the sea near God Valley, closely followed by a dog-headed warship. Sir, we've received word that a group of pirates is attacking God Valley, and the Rox pirates have been spotted among them. Headquarters has issued orders. We must protect the celestial dragons at all costs. Rear Admiral Zifa is already on his way. We should head there as well. Karp's Vice Admiral, Kaido, said with a serious expression. I see. I wondered why Roger and his crew were hastily making their way here. It seems they intend to use this incident to delay me, so they can escape. How cunning, Karp remarked with an air of regret. Kaido, however, bore a look of exasperation, for Karp had overlooked numerous critical points in his statement. Surely, the celestial dragons and the Rox pirates were of greater significance than the mere Roger pirates? Why did Karp's focus always seem so perplexingly misplaced? In stark contrast to Karp's perspective, Roger and his crew watched as thick smoke began to billow from God Valley, their expressions turning grave. Captain, signs of battle have been detected at the port. The lookout, Golan, called out, peering through his telescope, and it seems quite intense. Steer us closer. Roger nodded decisively. Wait, what is that? Rayleigh pointed towards the direction of God Valley. Astonished, not only the port, but all four directions of God Valley appear to be under attack. Golan raised his telescope again, scrutinizing the scene before speaking. It seems they have employed a strategy of encirclement. However, how could the Marines so easily breach their defenses? Rayleigh furrowed his brow. Addressing Roger, there is likely a trap involved. Captain, increase our speed. We must head to the port. Roger said little more, yet he sensed that the situation at God Valley might not align with their expectations. Indeed, upon reaching the port, they swiftly uncovered the truth of the matter. The port, now devoid of most individuals save for a few pirates remaining to clean the battleground, was littered with the corpses of pirates and marines. Leaving a chilling sensation in their bones, so they allied with the Rox pirates to abduct the celestial dragons. Rayleigh expressed his astonishment, unable to fathom that the situation had unfolded in such a manner. He and Roger had once believed that the pirates attacking God Valley were doing so to rescue slaves, not for treasure or other motives. However, with the involvement of the Rox pirates, the narrative had shifted dramatically. Did you not consider how to handle the aftermath of this? Roger inquired of the remaining pirates. Handle the aftermath? What remnants are there to clean up? We have rescued the individuals. What remains is no longer our concern. The captain has declared that this matter is now entrusted to the Rox pirates. The pirates appeared perplexed and remarked, Roger cannot allow this to truly transpire. Otherwise, it would spell disaster. Rayleigh, after a brief contemplation of the consequences, sensed the gravity of the situation. Given the modus operandi of the Rox pirates, it seemed entirely plausible that they could eliminate several celestial dragons. Should that occur, anyone involved would undoubtedly become targets of the world government's wrath. Indeed, this incident could very well incite an unprecedented and colossal storm. Meanwhile, Fang Yi, who was listening intently, felt a tumult of emotions surging within him. The God Valley, Roger, and Garp. More crucially, the Rock's pirates. Every element has converged. It appears this battle could lead to the annihilation of the Rock's pirates. Yet, how could such a formidable crew have been brought to ruin? Could Roger and Garp truly contend with the likes of Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Shiki? Fang Yi mused internally. Let us go and thwart their plans. Rayleigh's words instantly alerted Roger to the crux of the matter. The celestial dragons must not come a harm, lest the world government and the Navy descend into madness. It is essential to recognize that God Valley is not merely home to one or two celestial dragons, as a palace constructed explicitly for them. The number present here likely rivals that of Mariewa. Thus, if Rocks were to indeed seize control of the celestial dragons here, the ramifications would be dire as Roger advanced towards the heart of God Valley. The high-ranking members of the Rocks pirates, assaulting from four directions, made no move forward. After completely dismantling the naval defenses in his vicinity, Shiki surprisingly chose to rest, showing no inclination to advance further. Charlotte Linlin and Silver Axe made the same choice. Lady Linlin, are we not continuing the assault? A subordinate inquired, bewildered by Charlotte Linlin's decision to take a break. Oh, there's no need to rush. Once the captain has dealt with those over there, we shall proceed to plunder the treasures. Charlotte Linlin responded with a light laugh. I see. You truly have thought this through. The surrounding pirates, upon hearing this, were more than willing to forego battle in favor of treasure hunting. Longbread, I hope your instincts are not misplaced. Once her subordinates had distanced themselves, Charlotte Linlin addressed a diminutive figure beside her. Rest assured, my instincts are infallible. Captain Rocks has far grander intentions than merely abducting the celestial dragons. Longbread, the man behind Charlotte Linlin, squinted his eyes and declared, ever since he witnessed Linlin's uniqueness and strength, he had been mentoring and guiding her. Now, Charlotte Linlin had become the key to his amassed wealth. Hey, Newgate, one must not treat the youth this way. They require ample care and time to flourish. A burly man wearing sunglasses, accompanied by a contingent of Navy officers, blocked Newgate's path. Behind him lay Dragon, battered and incapacitated. Gwahaha, Zifa, is this young man one of your own? Newgate laughed heartily as he looked at the Navy Vice Admiral. Black wrist Zifa. These youngsters represent the Navy's future. Newgate, you are well aware of the consequences of confronting the celestial dragons. Stand down. Do not remain obstinate. Zifa fixed his gaze upon Newgate, speaking earnestly. I cannot disregard the captain's orders. Newgate responded with a slight smile. Furthermore, the celestial dragons hold no significance for me. Then I must stop you here. Zifa waved his hand, directing his subordinates to escort the severely injured dragon away. I apologize, Vice Admiral Zifa. I have failed. Dragon, bloodied and supported by two Navy soldiers, expressed his regrets to Zifa. Young man, do not concede defeat so easily. Now go rest. I shall handle this. Zifa nodded with a hearty laugh. Observing Dragon being carried away, Zifa rubbed his wrist, then suddenly launched a punch directly at Newgate. Clang! Newgate's Naginata intercepted Zifa's fist. Boom, boom, boom! Dragon, not far from the fray, felt the tremors of their battle and sighed in frustration. Colonel, do not be disheartened. You have done remarkably well. That is none other than the infamous pirate Edward Newgate. A subordinate, believing Dragon to be upset over his defeat, offered a comforting smile. By the way, how is the battle at the port faring? Though Dragon bore no grudge regarding the earlier confrontation, being significantly younger than Newgate, he believed that he would only grow stronger with time. The port has already been breached by those pirates. A soldier relayed the news. Dragon fell silent, consumed by regret. Had he not departed, the port would not have fallen so easily, and many lives could have been spared. What is the current situation? After a moment of contemplation, Dragon inquired. It is unclear. However, it seems that after Rocks left, another group of pirates has arrived, advancing towards the city. But Vice Admiral Garp appears to be en route as well, pursuing them into the city. The soldier shook his head in response. I understand, Dragon replied. slowly closing his eyes, seeking a moment of tranquility to steady his mind. Meanwhile, Rox had reached the Celestial Dragon Palace and was now facing the final stand of resistance. "Is this truly your last bastion of hope?" Rox smirked at the fallen Navy Vice Admiral Solari, as well as the CP-0 member known for their formidable combat prowess. "You scoundrel! Do you know who we are? I will not let you get away with this." A celestial dragon stepped forward, vociferously rebuking Rox. "Gaha! It seems you remain oblivious to your current predicament. John, enlighten them." Rox cackled. "Ain't to your service, Captain." John, grinning grotesquely, approached the celestial dragons. However, before he could take more than a few steps, he was seized by the ankle by the fallen CP-0 member. "Oh, you're still alive? What a resilient fellow. But I can grant you a swift end." "Thrust!" John laughed as he unsheathed his sword, piercing through the body of the CP-0 member. "Now, who among you dares to challenge me?" John gazed at the formerly haughty celestial dragons, who now trembled before him, a sudden rush of delight swelling within him. "Ladies and gentlemen, if you wish to preserve your lives, it would be wise to comply with my demands." Observing the celestial dragon's growing trepidation, Rox leisurely ascended to the highest point of the palace and declared, "You intend to manipulate us from behind?" One celestial dragon's expression shifted, disbelief etched upon his face. "Gah! Who claims all celestial dragons are fools? Clearly, some possess a modicum of intelligence. Since you comprehend, that is splendid. But for now, you shall take a moment to rest." Upon realizing that a celestial dragon grasped his intentions, Rox erupted into laughter. "Captain, why have they yet to join us?" Once all the celestial dragons had been secured, John approached Rox, inquiring softly. "Humph. I am well aware of their petty schemes. They are likely busy looting treasures in the city." Rox replied with a smirk, "A bunch of short-sighted fools, but it matters not. Once I have control over this lot of celestial dragons, their fate will hold no significance to me." Just then, Wang Ji entered, whispering something to Rox. "Oh, since we have guests, let's go and greet them." Rox smiled slightly, rising to his feet. In the city square, three factions stood in opposition. Firstly, the pirate alliance that had breached the city, intent on rescuing slaves. Although numerous, nearly every pirate bore injuries. Facing them were the remaining Navy soldiers. Their numbers were substantial as well, yet all high-ranking officers had perished, leaving only ordinary soldiers and junior officers behind. However, Vice Admiral Garp had now arrived, reinforcing the Navy's strength significantly. Without considering other factors, they could easily eliminate the pirates. The final faction consisted of the Roger Pirates, led by Roger himself. They were neither there to battle the Navy nor to assist the pirates, but rather, as per the agreement between Roger and Rayleigh, they intended to liberate the slaves. However, the desire to avoid a global war persists, and the Celestial Dragons are indeed the pivotal factor in this matter. Thus, Roger is currently endeavoring to persuade the pirates to cease their actions while also urging the Navy to refrain from engaging. "Roger, I hold you in great esteem, but do you truly believe that at this juncture, with events having unfolded as they have, I possess any chance of retreat?" The leader of the Pirate Alliance spoke resolutely. "Our compatriots, who are suffering, await our rescue. Therefore, even if it means risking everything, I am determined to save them." Roger, observing the pirate's fervent expressions, sighed and addressed Karp. "Karp, you are well aware of the current situation. These individuals are solely focused on rescuing those enslaved. Moreover, they are no longer our primary concern. Rox has already made his way to the Celestial Dragon's Palace, and we are oblivious to what awaits there." "What are you trying to convey, Roger?" Karp inquired after a moment of silence. "What if we were to let them go? Your primary objective should be to confront Rox, correct? Why waste manpower here?" Roger earnestly proposed to Karp that you're talking nonsense. Before Karp could respond, a bloodied Navy soldier stepped forward, vehemently exclaiming, "All of this is their doing. Do they expect to be released with just a word? Who will address the grievances of our fallen brothers? Vice Admiral Zifa is on his way. And when he arrives, with both Vice Admiral Karp and you present, none shall escape." Before the soldier could finish, an arrow struck the ground beside him. From the crowd behind Roger, Fang Yi raised his shooting sun bow and chuckled. "Navy, kindly show some decorum when addressing our captain. Otherwise, my arrows are not discerning." Seeing Fang Yi take action, Shanks discreetly gave him a thumbs up. One must not yield in terms of momentum during such a crucial moment. Jabba, standing in front, also turned to Fang Yi and flashed him a smile, clearly unperturbed by Fang Yi's sudden aggression. Karp, even with Zifa's impending arrival, you must recognize that the might of the rock pirates cannot simply be overcome by sheer numbers. The 4 exits from the island have all been seized by them, leaving only the front port. Do you truly believe that the celestial dragons possess the ability to break through Rock's blockade and escape? Roger shouted at Karp. Had this been any other Navy personnel, they would have never entertained the notion of sparing the pirates in light of Roger's arguments. Yet, these were not ordinary Navy soldiers but Monkey D. Karp, a rear admiral who had long harbored discontent towards the celestial dragons. After some contemplation, Karp finally spoke. "Let them go." "My lord," Vice Admiral Bakatu hurriedly stepped forward, his face a mask of urgency as he implored Karp. "Sir, please do not act rashly. These pirates are the root cause of the attack on God Valley. They cannot be allowed to leave so easily, and if we do not allow them to depart." "What then?" Karp replied calmly. "Shall we send the surviving soldiers who have endured battle against them? Our true enemy lies with the Rock's pirates over there. Let us not incur needless sacrifices. I will take full responsibility for any consequences that arise." Karp's words quelled the previously restless Navy personnel. They understood his intentions were for their benefit, even at the risk of facing punitive measures from headquarters. Thus, they found no grounds to reproach Karp at this moment. "Captain," someone approaches. With his keen eyesight, Fang Yi spotted a group making their way toward them, prompting him to alert everyone. His words ignited tension, for if reinforcements arrived from either side, the fragile balance just established could shatter. "Haha, where do you think you are going? You are my partners, after all. Is this not the time to relish the spoils of victory?" Rox, accompanied by his crew, strode forward, laughing heartily. Roxy, Zebek. All eyes were fixed on the flamboyant pirate. Yet none dared to underestimate him. Fang Yi gulped. It was his first encounter with this legendary figure. He had only known him as Captain Rox, unaware that he was one of the D clan, and likely the pinnacle of combat prowess in the pirate world. That Rock's presence once again rendered the situation tense. His words resonated with a portion of the pirates, who, after enduring arduous battles, felt a pang of discontent at the thought of retreating without reaping rewards. If aided by the Rock's pirates, they could indeed secure greater gains. Fang Yi gazed at the wavering pirates, utterly speechless. Just moments ago, they required their captain's intercession, yet now they appeared eager to turn the tide against him. It was no wonder that pirates garnered a poor reputation. Such capriciousness was indeed unappealing. "Lord Rox, our initial agreement was for you to assist us in rescuing the slaves of God Valley, and in return, we would not claim anything that belongs to us." The leader of the Pirate Alliance shook his head in refusal. "Oh, yet, look at your subordinates. They seem rather tempted." Rox smiled slightly as he spoke. "Let us not forget our original intent. Why did we form this pirate crew? Are we truly pirates? Let us not engage in despicable acts akin to the celestial dragons. Would that not make us no different from them?" With a rallying call, the leader of the Pirate Alliance silenced the crowd. Those who had previously wavered now lowered their heads, filled with shame. In a nearby corner, Dragon, who was receiving treatment, appeared momentarily stunned upon hearing those words. As if something within him had shattered, leading to newfound clarity, the commendable ability. "Yet should you perish, will your subordinates still think this way?" As Rox finished speaking, he vanished from sight. "Watch out!" Thud! Roger had sensed something amiss in advance, but was still unable to intervene in time. The leader of the Pirate Alliance, gazing at his pierced heart, slowly lifted his gaze towards Rox and inquired, "Why?" "Because what I desire extends beyond mere treasure." Rox cackled heartily. "Scoundrel!" Clang! Just then, Roger arrived, swinging his sword at Rox, only to have it effortlessly blocked. "You must be the recently renowned captain of the Roger Pirates, Joel D. Roger, correct? How about joining us?" Rox inquired, seemingly oblivious to Roger's fury, maintaining a jovial demeanor. "Who would wish to join you?" "Go to hell!" Roger launched an assault on Rox. Yet Rox exhibited no intention of retaliating, only evading Roger's strikes. Rayleigh. Fang Yi approached Rayleigh, seeking a silent confirmation on whether to assist Captain Roger. However, Rayleigh merely shook his head, signaling to John and Wang Ji beside him, without uttering a word. Fang Yi understood Rayleigh's message. As long as the adversary refrained from intervening, they too would remain uninvolved, leaving everything to Roger. Earlier, when rocks had moved, Fang Yi hadn't even caught a glimpse of his motion. Even with his enhanced eyesight, he failed to discern Rock's actions. This implied that should rocks target him, he might react no faster than the leader of the Pirate Alliance had. At that moment, witnessing their captain's demise ignited the pirates' fury, prompting them to surge toward the Rock's pirates. Boom! Observing this, Rocks delivered a kick to Roger. Despite Roger attempting to block with his arms, he was still sent flying. All pirates, listen. I grant you one final opportunity. Join us, or face annihilation, Rocks bellowed after sending Roger soaring. However, the pirates disregarded him, charging straight toward his crew. Stubborn fools! Kill them! Rock's eyes gleamed with malice as he commanded with a wave of his hand. At last, can we engage? I've been itching for this. John licked his lips and led his subordinates directly into the fray against the Pirate Alliance. Their superior strength rendered them a force to be reckoned with. Akin to a tiger among sheep, swiftly toppling numerous pirates in their wake. Stop them! Before Roger could utter a word, Rayleigh, observing the situation, let out a thunderous shout, prompting all members of the Roger Pirates to immediately enter a state of combat readiness. In that fleeting moment, as Rayleigh spoke, Fang Yi swiftly propelled himself backward while simultaneously releasing 3 arrows. Regrettably, although he had targeted merely the underlings, only 1 arrow found its mark, as the other 2 were deftly intercepted by the adversaries. This was precisely why he had an aversion to employing such multiple shots. While it increased the number of targets, it significantly diminished the accuracy. Moreover, despite aiming at 3 individuals, it was counted as a single attack by the system, meaning it would only be assessed once rather than as 3 separate strikes. Shanks, restrain Buggy. Don't let him run amok, Fang Yi called out while deftly fending off enemies. Buggy, that reckless fellow, was prone to losing his head in the heat of battle. Even Fang Yi himself dared not approach, as he feared being swiftly subdued by the Rock's pirates. Should Buggy fall here, he would be deprived of a lottery ticket every day henceforth, a considerable loss. Ego, what shall we do now? Shanks inquired, grasping Buggy's collar as he approached Fang Yi. Follow me. Fang Yi quickly scanned the battlefield and conceived a brilliant plan. You two will launch a surprise attack. Provoke the enemy and lead them towards the Navy's camp. That I refuse to believe the Navy will merely stand by as spectators. We shall drag them into the fray. As he ran, he conveyed his strategy to the duo. Ha ha, I love this plan. Those fools wish to watch a show? Just wait and see, Buggy exclaimed, utilizing his youthful agility to weave through the chaos of battle. Buggy, wait! Upon witnessing Buggy charge forth, Shanks glanced at Fang Yi, who nodded in affirmation and promptly pursued him. Huff! Fang Yi inhaled deeply. Many formidable figures were present, and he contemplated how to maximize his own gains. That it was not that he lacked concern for the battle. Rather, from a narrative's perspective, this confrontation ought to culminate in a partnership between Karp and Roger that would vanquish the Rock's pirates. Hence, with a favorable outcome anticipated, he felt little cause for alarm. Whoosh! Clang! Fang Yi released an arrow aimed at a minor captain of the Rock's pirates. Yet the opponent reacted swiftly, evading his stealthy assault. Undeterred, Fang Yi continued to adjust his aim and unleashed a barrage of arrows. Little brat, are you never done? The enemy, having been inadvertently wounded while dodging Fang Yi's arrows, abandoned their original target and charged at him. This was the rationale behind Fang Yi's choice of minor captains. They were stronger and less likely to fall before he could draw sufficient fire. Casting a glance at Karp, Fang Yi smirked, feigning panic as he dashed in that direction. Indeed, Karp was his primary target. You little rascal, still daring to flee? Once I catch you, I'll make sure you regret it. The minor captain of the Rock's pirates completely overlooked Fang Yi's escape route, as he appeared genuinely flustered, even misfiring an arrow in a moment of panic. Bang! Calculating the final distance, Fang Yi purposefully accelerated, colliding with Karp. Congratulations, host! You have successfully made contact with Monkey D. Karp, earning 1 lottery draw ticket. The system notification chimed as Fang Yi collided with Karp. Perfect! Fang Yi mentally awarded himself full marks for his endeavor. then pretended to be astonished as he glanced at Karp, before executing a roll to evade the minor captain's assault. "You little brat. Try running again." Indeed, upon seeing Fang Yi tumble, the minor captain burst into triumphant laughter, oblivious to the fact that he had been entirely encircled by the Navy. Having completed his task, Fang Yi wasted no time and took flight. He had already noted the Navy's intent to intervene, thus his objective had been achieved. Before long, thanks to the efforts of Fang Yi, Shanks, and Buggy, the Navy joined the chaotic melee. The once formidable rock pirates now found themselves at a distinct disadvantage. Navy, you dare to ally with pirates? Under the combined offensive of Karp and Roger, even a powerhouse like Rocks was swiftly subdued. Once I eliminate you, your fate will mirror theirs. Karp cast an irritated glance at Roger and remarked, "Ha ha ha, Karp, capturing me will not be so easy. Yet you are correct. Everything must await the elimination of our foes." Roger chuckled heartily. "Curse you, Karp, the celestial dragons are in my grasp. If you do not withdraw your forces now, I shall have them all slaughtered." Rocks, seeing no other option, conceded. "The celestial dragons? Go ahead and kill them. I have long held contempt for them." Karp's assault did not relent, as though he meant every word. However, Roger soon realized that, against Karp, Rocks seemed utterly powerless. Suddenly, it dawned on him that Rock's objective was not merely to eliminate the celestial dragons or to abduct them. Rather, he sought to leverage their status to accomplish his own ambitions. With this revelation, Roger's subordinates grew even more ruthless. Whether Karp was aware of Rock's intentions was unclear to Roger, but it appeared that the former was indeed unconcerned about the celestial dragons. Gah. What should we do now? The trio, having executed Fang Yi's plan, huddled in a corner to discuss their next course of action. In battles of this magnitude, we can hardly be of assistance, whether it be the captain's skirmish or the confrontations involving Mr. Rayleigh and Teacher Jabba. We are powerless to intervene. Fang Yi observed the tumultuous scene in the distance, speaking earnestly. Indeed, indeed. Buggy nodded vigorously in agreement. He had narrowly escaped disaster from the residual forces of battle he had encountered moments earlier. Finally understanding why Fang Yi always urged caution during the captain's skirmishes. Those were more perilous than facing the enemy. Moreover, there was something rather suspicious. The number of Rock's pirates did not seem right. Several high-ranking officials were yet to appear. Could they be executing some other mission? Shanks speculated. But even I can see that if the Rock's pirates were to be defeated here, everything would be over. At such a critical juncture, would you divide your forces? Fang Yi shook his head, asserting. Thus, they likely harbor some sinister plot? Shanks pondered, momentarily taken aback. In any case, we cannot assist here. It would be wiser to locate the remaining captains. Furthermore, this incident revolves around the celestial dragons, so finding their place of confinement is paramount. Henceforth, we shall split up. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Yi declared, Shanks, exercise caution. You shall be responsible for the celestial dragons. Buggy, that direction seemed to carry the sounds of battle. Go investigate if it concerns the Rock's Pirates officials, while I will search the vicinity. Regardless of our findings, let us regroup here in 1 hour. Shanks and Buggy exchanged glances, nodding in unison. They understood that this region was exceedingly treacherous, with the potential to be ensnared in various conflicts at any moment. After finalizing their plan, Shanks sprinted towards the palace of the Celestial Dragons, while Buggy dashed towards the clash between Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, and as for Fang Yi, his immediate aim was to secure a vantage point for reconnaissance. Yet, as Fang Yi traversed a narrow alley, he was suddenly met with a voice he recognized all too well. Well, it seems the captain and the others have already engaged in battle. All right, my little ones, go assist the captain. I have some matters to attend to. A voluptuous woman, brandishing a large sword, smiled at her subordinates while gazing at the chaos in the distance. Yes, Lady Lin. The band of pirates, upon hearing her command, shouted exuberantly before charging towards the fray, while Fang Yi concealed himself in the shadows, scarcely daring to breathe, for he had recognized the identity of the woman, Charlotte Lin, the future Emperor of the Sea, known as Big Mom. This was truly a dire predicament. Hiding in a corner, Fang Yi could only wish for the other party to leave promptly. Once he tidied up the remaining little mice, they could then attend to their own affairs. just as Fang Yi eagerly awaited the departure of the other. An overwhelming sense of crisis suddenly enveloped him. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped from his hiding spot. To his surprise, the little mouse had ventured out on its own. Charlotte Lingling was just about to take action when she was caught off guard by Fang Yi's abrupt emergence. "Well, I merely claim to be a lost, ordinary person. I wonder if you believe me?" Fang Yi said, awkwardly scratching the back of his head. "What do you think, little rascal?" Charlotte Lingling inquired with a mischievous grin, eyeing the bow and arrow in Fang Yi's hands. Fang Yi realized he could not deceive her and could only respond with a foolish grin, hoping to lower her guard. "So, shall I take action? Or will you?" Charlotte Lingling asked with keen interest as she observed Fang Yi. "What is that?" Fang Yi's expression shifted to one of horror as he gazed behind Charlotte Lingling, seemingly seeing something utterly terrifying. Both Charlotte Lingling and the long loaf beside her froze momentarily, instinctively turning to look, only to find nothing there. "That little rascal dares to toy with me." Upon turning back, Charlotte Lingling discovered that Fang Yi had already fled, prompting her to shout in anger. "Never mind, Lingling, we have more pressing matters to attend to." The long loaf shook its head and said, "Humph, you go on to the palace. I shall deal with that little rascal." Charlotte Lingling pursued the direction in which Fang Yi had escaped, not looking back. Lingling, witnessing Charlotte Lingling's departure, the long loaf could only shake its head in resignation and hastily make its way toward the celestial dragon palace. Its objective clear, the treasures within. In a way, she's really coming after me. As Fang Yi fled, he glanced back to see Charlotte Lingling indeed chasing after him. No choice now. I must give it my all. Drawing his bow, he shot an arrow backward. However, the arrow was effortlessly swatted away by Charlotte Lingling. "Little rascal, such attacks are futile against me." Fang Yi unleashed 7 or 8 arrows in quick succession. But not a single skill was triggered, and the distance between him and Charlotte Lingling only grew smaller. "Damn it, if you want to trigger a critical hit or stun, at least give me a precision strike." I've only just managed to level up to LV.3. Observing their diminishing distance, Fang Yi began to pray for one last chance. Whoosh, bang, a miracle did not occur. Charlotte Lingling continued to deflect Fang Yi's arrows with a single hand. "Go die, you wretched little rascal." Now close enough, Charlotte Lingling leaped and hurled a punch at Fang. "I can't dodge this." Although Fang Yi could see the trajectory of her attack thanks to his eagle eye's heightened reflexes, his body was incapable of effective evasion, leaving him helpless as he watched her fist approach. Boom! The ground where Fang Yi had stood was instantly cratered by Charlotte Lingling's strike. Yet he emerged unscathed. His dodge skill unexpectedly triggered instead. "Damn it! A 10% chance for dodge skill triggers, and you managed to trigger it immediately. How about a 30% chance for precision?" Fang Yi grumbled inwardly as he continued to run. This little rascal is somewhat interesting. Let us see how many times you can evade." Noticing Fang Yi had oddly avoided her attack, Charlotte Lingling seemed intrigued. She licked her lips and continued her pursuit. Meanwhile, Fang Yi, while desperately fleeing, contemplated his escape. Defeating her never crossed his mind. Only if that 1% chance for a critical strike were to trigger did he see any possibility of victory. As for Charlotte Lingling, the future empress, Fang Yi's primary impression was that her mind was somewhat unhinged. Perhaps due to the nature of her soul fruit, the future Big Mom, Charlotte Lingling, had absorbed so many souls that her own had become a chaotic amalgamation. This led to significant instability in her mental state. Moreover, since she had devoured Sister Carmel, she began to exhibit a second personality, and under the influence of the long loaf, that malevolent second persona, what would later become Big Mom, began to suppress her original persona. The kind-hearted Charlotte Lingling who cared for others. The ultimate result was that one of the future 4 emperors, Big Mom Charlotte Lingling, frequently experienced mental breakdowns, with her eating disorder being one manifestation of this. Her soul simply could not manage such a powerful body, a fact evident since her childhood. Whatever she desired, she felt compelled to obtain. Otherwise, her formidable physique would override her brain's commands, leading her to commit actions she herself could not comprehend. Thus, this became the only point of leverage for Fang Yi. As he fled in a panic, he rummaged through his backpack to assess its contents. Over the past year, he had numerous opportunities to draw prizes, though few truly enhanced his combat capabilities. Nevertheless, he had collected a plethora of miscellaneous items. While he often cleared out unnecessary clutter to save space in his backpack, many items still remained. Found it. Spotting a cake within his backpack, Fang Yi was overjoyed. This was no ordinary cake. It had been rated as a gourmet delicacy by the system, the first time he had taken out such a cake. The crew had raved about it, claiming they had never tasted anything better. Even Roger, who favored meat above all, had declared the cake rivaled his beloved meat bones. "I found you, little rascal." Just then, Charlotte Lingling appeared before Fang Yi, blocking his escape route. "Dear beautiful sister, I assent it a little harsh to fight to the death. How about we sit down for a cup of tea instead? I have some delicious cake here." Fang Yi pulled out the cake from his backpack and smiled. Sniff, sniff, sniff. Charlotte Lingling's nose twitched as she caught the aroma of the cake. Drooling as she exclaimed, "Little rascal, hand over that cake. If it satisfies my palate, I might spare your life." Hearing this, Fang Yi tossed the cake to her, grinning. "Aren't you afraid I've poisoned it?" Indeed, it has the scent of delicacies." However, Charlotte Lingling paid no heed to Fang Yi's words. Her eyes were solely focused on the gourmet cake. After tossing the cake to Charlotte Lingling, Fang Yi observed her reaction while quietly retreating. Noticing she seemed genuinely uninterested in stopping him, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He did not believe he could withstand her next strike. Triggering the dodge skill had been a stroke of immense luck. "Hey, is there any more of that cake?" Just as Fang Yi prepared to leave, Charlotte Lingling, having devoured the cake in one bite, suddenly turned and fixed her gaze on him. "None left. How could there be an abundance of such delicacies?" Fang Yi shook his head in response. "None. Huh." Charlotte Lingling frowned and said, "Then tell me, where did you get it? Speak, and I shall let you go." Fang Yi was momentarily dumbfounded. How was he to answer? Unwilling to share? Charlotte Lingling shot a glance at Fang Yi. Observing her reddened eyes, he realized the situation was becoming dire. She was succumbing to her eating disorder. However, as he prepared to produce another gourmet cake from his backpack, a thought struck him. It might be his opportunity. So, he pretended to ponder and said, "Actually, this gourmet cake comes from the food island, where there are many such treats, but what?" Charlotte Lingling asked, looking at Fang. "But I truly don't know how to get there. I've heard that only powerful pirate captains receive invitations. I've only been there once with our captain." Fang Yi feigned embarrassment and added, "But your Captain Rox is so formidable. He must have received an invitation. Perhaps he has even been there. Go ask him, and you'll find out." Indeed, upon hearing Fang Yi's words, Charlotte Lingling found herself in a state of skepticism. Under normal circumstances, she would undoubtedly dismiss such a straightforward provocation. However, her mind was now beginning to falter, leaving her body to take charge. Thus, her yearning for the culinary delight of cake had transcended all else. "If you doubt my words, I shall accompany you to seek your captain. Should I be lying? You have every right to slay me at your whim. Do you not?" Fang Yi spread his hands, stating, "Very well. If you deceive me, I shall make you aware of the true meaning of a fate worse than death." Charlotte Lingling, her eyes reddened, appeared exceedingly fearsome. Yet, Fang Yi understood that in such moments, fear of the opponent was paramount to folly. Of course. Fang Yi replied with unwavering conviction. Consequently, Charlotte Lingling seized the nape of his neck, lifting him and sprinting towards the heart of the battlefield, denying Fang Yi any chance to resist or express his embarrassment. Fortunately, a system notification confirmed his successful interaction with Charlotte Lingling, providing him with a modicum of solace. Boom! With a leap, Charlotte Lingling transported Fang Yi across the battlefield, arriving directly at its epicenter. The combatants, Roger, Karp, and Cross, paused, momentarily astonished by the sudden appearance of the duo. Lingling, your timing is impeccable. Let us vanquish these miscreants together." Lox exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Charlotte Lingling, pleased to have one of his own join the fray. However, Roger's expression soured considerably, as they now faced not only a formidable ally, but also the unfortunate capture of Fang Yi. "Release Fang Yi! He is my companion!" Roger shouted vehemently at Charlotte Lingling. Sensing that Roger was on the verge of action, Fang Yi quickly interjected, "Wait, Captain! Do you remember the delectable cake we purchased on Gourmet Island?" The one you declared was utterly delightful. Roger was taken aback, puzzled by Fang Yi's sudden shift in conversation. Yet as thoughts of the cake they had previously savored resurfaced, he could not help but swallow hard. Did you not claim it was all consumed? Have you managed to recreate it? Upon hearing Roger's inquiry, Fang Yi realized he had inadvertently stepped into treacherous waters, in an effort to explain the cake's origins. He had mentioned that he had crafted it himself. Though the ingredients were exceedingly difficult to procure, he had not anticipated Roger would bring this up at such a critical moment. That cake was indeed your creation. You little brat. Charlotte Lingling's eyes blazed with intensity, fixing her gaze upon Fang Yi, sending chills down his spine. Locks and Karp exchanged bewildered glances, utterly at a loss as to what had transpired. Meanwhile, Fang Yi could only bitterly chuckle inwardly, fully aware that Roger was ill-equipped to navigate such deceptions. Had Rayleigh been present, he would have surely collaborated with Fang Yi originally. Fang Yi intended to sow discord between Locks and Charlotte Lingling, planning to place the cake at Locks' feet at a crucial moment, while also securing a checkpoint on Locks, prompting the cake-craving Charlotte Lingling to act against him. Unfortunately, Roger's comment had completely derailed his plan. With no better options left, Fang Yi resolved to take a bold step. Gritting his teeth, he reached into his cloak, retrieving a piece of gourmet cake from his backpack and hurling it towards Locks, exclaiming, "Captain Locks, this is the very last piece of gourmet cake. I bestow it upon you." As anticipated, his action immediately captured everyone's attention, with Charlotte Lingling's eyes gleaming as she fixated on the cake and dashed forward. Locks, however, was perplexed, believing Fang Yi had thrown some explosive device at him, and without hesitation, he cleaved the cake into fragments with his sword Cake. Upon witnessing the destruction of the cake, Charlotte Lingling, already with tearful eyes, was driven to the brink of madness, salivating as she glared at Locks. "Lingling, do not let a mere child manipulate you. Once the battle concludes, I shall procure any cake you desire," Locks said, his voice grave, as he observed Charlotte Lingling's distress. "Captain, I leave this to you. That piece of gourmet cake was truly the last one. You know how scarce the ingredients are, and I cannot recreate it. That woman will go mad if she cannot have what she craves. So be cautious. I must take my leave." Having successfully incited chaos, Fang Yi shouted to Roger as he fled, swiftly disappearing into the tumultuous battlefield. Roger stood momentarily dumbfounded, for Charlotte Lingling now appeared genuinely intent on attacking Locks. After exchanging glances with Karp, they resolved to observe from the sidelines, given Charlotte Lingling's unsettling demeanor. Should they intervene, they risked drawing her ire or that moment. Charlotte Lingling's mind was consumed by thoughts of cake, particularly the image of Locks shattering the cake, which replayed incessantly in her mind, pushing her closer to the edge of insanity. Lingling, Locks intoned, sensing the gravity of the situation as he donned a serious expression. "Do not jest with me any longer on the brink of losing control." Charlotte Lingling froze at Locks' words, a flicker of fear crossing her visage. Had Fang Yi witnessed this, he would have been utterly astonished, for she was destined to be one of the future emperors of the sea, a formidable being at the pinnacle of power, yet she trembled at the utterance of another. However, the tantalizing aroma and remnants of the destroyed cake soon reignited her frenzy, and in her state of panic, she felt utterly overwhelmed. In a reckless moment, Charlotte Lingling raised her massive blade, swinging it toward Locks. Boom! Locks' long sword intercepted her strike, yet his expression darkened considerably. "Lingling, it appears you have made your choice. Do not blame me for what follows." With that, Locks kicked the sword from Charlotte Lingling's grasp and delivered a decisive slash to her chest. Boom! Charlotte Lingling was sent flying by Locks' blow, collapsing to the ground in a motionless state. Though she was currently in a chaotic, mindless state, Locks' single strike had nonetheless demonstrated his formidable strength. Goodness! Truly, Locks the legendary captain is no mere foe. The Emperor Big Mom seems like a child in his presence, though it must be noted that Charlotte Lingling is not at her peak right now, which is still quite terrifying. Meanwhile, Fang Yi had found a vantage point, observing the central battlefield from a distance. The entire city was engulfed in chaos, with the pirate alliance and navy clashing in fierce combat. Yet, when faced with members of the Locks pirates, they would momentarily unite against them. The Roger pirates were at a disadvantage in numbers, targeting only the officers or leaders of the Locks pirates. Rayleigh faced off against Wang Ji, and though their clash was evenly matched, Fang Yi discerned that Rayleigh was holding back. Jabba and Yamin, his two mentors, were engaged in a joint battle against John. Despite their constant bickering, their coordination was remarkably seamless, effectively suppressing their opponent. Surveying the ravaged cityscape, Fang Yi recognized that if the fighting persisted, this opulent haven of the celestial dragons would soon be reduced to ruins. Boom, boom, boom! At the battlefield's epicenter, Roger and Karp united once more to confront Locks, the aftermath of their battle beginning to escalate, signaling that they had become serious, that I cannot remain here any longer. It has become perilous. Fang Yi glanced around before deciding to retreat, lest he be caught in the crossfire of Roger's skirmish. However, at that moment, he noticed that Charlotte Lingling, who had been sent flying by Locks, had vanished. Fearing her gaze might fall upon him once more, Fang Yi resolved to flee far away, for the consequences of being seized by her again would be dire. Damn it! This place is where they are fighting. As Fang Yi sought refuge from Charlotte Lingling, Buggy had already reached his destination, observing from a distance the fierce battle between Zephyr and Whitebeard. His immediate instinct was to flee. Neither Zephyr nor Whitebeard were adversaries he could hope to overcome. Yet, just as he prepared to escape, a sudden thought struck him. Wait, if they are all engaged in combat here? He pondered, stroking his chin with a peculiar smile emerging on his face, before swiftly turning and dashing towards the harbor. Meanwhile, Shanks had arrived at the Celestial Dragon's palace and quickly located the place where Rox was holding the Celestial Dragons captive. After all, Rox had never anticipated that anyone could surpass him to reach this point. Once Shanks diverted the guard's attention, he launched a surprise attack, seizing the prison keys and liberating all the Celestial Dragons. That on another front, Longbread successfully rescued Charlotte Lingling, employing a unique method to restore her consciousness. That little brat. The next time I see him, I shall ensure his demise. Though Charlotte Lingling was mentally alert, she still bore the brunt of Rock's strike. Well, it's rather vexing, but since we've come this far, we can only make plans for ourselves. Let's gather more treasures from the Celestial Dragoness Palace and commence the formation of our own pirate crew. Longbread shook his head, furrowing his brow, and remarked, Pedrolapero should be about ready as well. Indeed, it is high time we proceed. Upon hearing Longbread's words, Charlotte Lingling's spirits were somewhat lifted as she cheerfully proclaimed, The nun once said that her ideal world is one devoid of war, where all races are treated equally. Thus, I shall establish such a realm, and perhaps the nun will appear then. However, upon hearing the word nun, Longbread's expression grew somewhat uneasy, though Charlotte Lingling was oblivious to it at that moment. As time passed, the battle at God Valley raged on for a full day and night. With the successive defeats of Wang Ji, John, and others, the Roger pirates, aside from their captain Roger, had nearly all gathered together. Have we yet to locate those three little rascals? Rayleigh inquired, his brow furrowed. Previously, someone had seen Charlotte Lingling of the Rocks pirates storming into the central battlefield with Fang Yi, but what transpired thereafter remains unclear. As for Buggy and Shanks, there has been not a whisper of news. Yamin replied, his face awash with concern. The situation had grown quite clear. The Navy and the Pirate Alliance had engaged in a mutually devastating conflict, leaving both sides exhausted and at a standstill. Several senior members of the Rocks Pirates had positioned themselves at various angles. Strangely, their captain had not come to their aid, and the crucial port passage lay under the control of Navy Vice Admiral Zephyr. Yet, due to the looming threats of Edward Newgate and the watchful Golden Lion Shiki, Zephyr was unable to provide reinforcement. Consequently, the victorious Roger pirates began to regroup. However, it was at this moment that they realized the three apprentice kids aboard their ship had vanished. In light of this, Peter, where is Charlotte Lingling? Rayleigh pondered for a moment before addressing the sniper. Peter, I'm not certain. The entire urban area has been annihilated, and the movements of those senior members of the opposing side are suspicious. We can't ascertain if their traps laid out, and the celestial dragons have also gone missing. This is utterly disastrous, Peter lamented, a look of frustration etched across his face. Where is Fang Yi at this moment? It is rather unfortunate for him. Having finally evaded Charlotte Lingling, he arrived at the designated meeting place with Shanks only to find no one had shown up after considerable time had passed. Growing anxious, Fang Yi decided to search for Shanks in the Celestial Dragoness Palace, only to encounter Charlotte Lingling and Longbread once again, inadvertently leading to an exceedingly awkward situation. Upon seeing them, Fang Yi wasted no time fleeing, disregarding whether he could successfully escape, as his primary instinct was simply to run. Charlotte Lingling, clutching a treasure chest, was equally taken aback by this unexpected encounter. After a brief moment of shock, she tossed the chest to Longbread and sprinted after Fang Yi. Why do I say once again? Because Longbread felt a strange sense of familiarity with this scene that I say, beautiful sister. Why must you persistently chase after me? I've already given you the cake. It was your captain who ruined it, so go seek him out. Fang Yi shouted over his shoulder as he ran. You little brat, are you seeking your own demise? Charlotte Lingling's anger flared even further upon hearing Fang Yi's remarks. The chase continued, swiftly taking them out of the city. Today, Fang Yi felt exceptionally unlucky, having attacked Charlotte Lingling numerous times without triggering a single skill. Fortunately, she too was injured, allowing him to evade capture. Beyond the city lay a forest, which finally gave Fang Yi a sense of returning to his element. His mentor, Yamen, was a master of jungle warfare. You cannot escape. Come out right now. Upon entering the forest, Charlotte Lingling suddenly realized she had lost her target. Fang Yi, hidden motionless behind a large tree, awaited Charlotte Lingling's departure. His successful escape from the city was largely due to the legacy of agility, a substance akin to chocolate beans that significantly enhanced his abilities, rivaling even the effects of skills over the past year. He had acquired 3 minor legacies, 2 of strength and 1 of agility. Coupled with his previous enhancements, his strength had increased thrice and his speed twice, resulting in considerable transformation, which was one reason he could maintain dominance over Shanks aboard the ship. As a future Yonko, Shanks's growth rate was remarkably swift, and Buggy, who had boarded the ship alongside him, had been completely outpaced. Only Fang Yi, thanks to his seemingly overpowered system, could still manage to hold an advantage. You little brat, I can't see you. Don't think that hiding will make you invisible. Charlotte Lingling bellowed in the vicinity. Yet Fang Yi remained unfazed, eyes closed, making no attempt to ascertain her location, even striving to minimize the sound of his heartbeat. At her level of strength, she was acutely sensitive to sight and intent to kill, and Fang Yi was sure that if he succumbed to the urge to gaze at her, she would undoubtedly detect him. Ignoring her taunts, Fang Yi gradually raised his hand to draw his bow. Blind shot. This was not a skill, but rather an ability he had learned from Yamen, allowing him to discern the enemy's position through sound without relying on sight. He planned to release an arrow without having visual confirmation of his target. This was a skill of jungle warriors, as the towering trees and dense underbrush could serve as cover for foes, making it sometimes impossible to spot prey with mere eyesight. This moment, Fang Yi was preparing to use this ability to ambush Charlotte Lingling. Remaining in his hiding spot would only lead to eventual discovery. Thus, he deemed it better to take a chance. After mentally mapping the surroundings and Charlotte Lingling's position, he began to employ the skill. Charge, charge. Non-upgradable. Entering a state of charge, you will be unable to move. But your next attack will unleash 200 of your power. With a swift release, the arrow shot forth like a bolt of lightning, heading straight for Charlotte Lingling. Although the arrow flew with remarkable speed, just as it was about to strike her, she unexpectedly pivoted and threw a punch at the arrow, grinning as she exclaimed, "Found you, little brat." Before she could finish her sentence, a sharp pain surged through her chest, as if her head had been struck by an unseen force, rendering her momentarily dazed. Fang Yi could hardly believe his eyes. That single arrow had triggered 2 skills, precision and dizziness, producing such an effect. Seeing Charlotte Lingling frozen in place, Fang Yi wasted no time. He drew a special arrow and aimed directly at her heart. As he released the arrow, he took off running, fully aware that he could not kill her with this strike. And as for the dizziness skill, dealing with such formidable opponents proves to be of little consequence. Previously, during his sparring sessions with Jabba, he had managed to induce a brief moment of dizziness. Yet the duration was merely a fleeting second or two. For Fang, those scant seconds were utterly insufficient to alter the course of the battle. Boom! As the arrow shot by Fang, he collided with Charlotte Linlin. It erupted into a violent explosion. This was a specially crafted projectile he and Peter had devised, packed with gunpowder at the tip. Upon impact, it would detonate. The smoke generated by the explosion provided Fang Yi with the perfect cover, allowing him to evade Charlotte Linlin's line of sight. "You little brat, I will not let you off so easily." Even after fleeing a considerable distance, Fang Yi could still hear Charlotte Linlin's furious roar, spurring him to hasten his escape. What terrible luck to encounter that fiend twice. He muttered to himself with a wry smile. Hiding near the coastline, at that moment, he dared not move carelessly, fearful of crossing paths with Charlotte Linlin once more. Moreover, he had just realized that the dizziness effect seemed to be more pronounced on Charlotte Linlin than it had been on Jabba. It raised the question of whether the system deemed Charlotte Linlin to be weaker than Jabba at that moment, or if the soul fruit had begun to affect her mental fortitude, rendering her more susceptible to the dizziness effect. "Kaido, I have high hopes for you, young lad. What do you say? I am planning to form my own pirate crew. Would you care to join me?" On the shore, Charlotte Linlin enthusiastically inquired of Kaido, an intern of the Rock's pirates, who stood beside her, laden with treasures. "No, I intend to establish my own pirate crew." Kaido, a muscular figure wielding a kanabo, resolutely declined Charlotte Linlin's offer. This was precisely why, despite his rapid advancement in strength, he remained an intern within the Rock's pirates. A mama. Ha ha ha. Charlotte Linlin laughed heartily, seemingly unperturbed, as she pulled a devil fruit from the bounty of treasures and tossed it to Kaido, saying, "Consider this my gift to you." "What is this?" "A devil fruit," Kaido asked curiously as he caught the mysterious fruit. "Indeed, it is the fish fruit." Charlotte Linlin nodded and remarked, "I have always regarded you as my little brother. Once you set sail, be sure not to meet your end too easily." Ma. "Are you leaving now? The captain would certainly not approve at this hour." Kaido looked at Charlotte Linlin with confusion. A mama. He does not have the time to concern himself with me. Besides, if I do not leave now, I will be in peril." Charlotte Linlin shook her head, offering no further explanation to Kaido. After a brief exchange, she and her companion, the long-bread, departed by ship, leaving Kaido in a state of bewilderment. Once Charlotte Linlin had vanished from sight, Fang Yi exhaled quietly in relief. "Hey, you're Kaido, right?" Emerging from his hiding spot, he called out to Kaido. "Who are you?" Kaido glanced at Fang Yi, dismissing him as merely a child and not deeming him worthy of concern. "I am Fang Yi, an intern of the Roger Pirates. You are Kaido, an intern of the Rocks Pirates. Am I correct? Your captain is in danger, you know. Are you not going to assist him?" Fang Yi smiled slightly, moving closer to Kaido to this moment. Fang Yi believed he could not contend with Charlotte Linlin, but Kaido, as a fellow intern, should not pose such a threat. Furthermore, as a future emperor of the sea, he ought to be manageable. Kaido first stowed away the devil fruit before turning to Fang, stating, "I see. Thank you for the information. However, if you seek to catch my attention, you have chosen the wrong target. I am not like you, an intern. No. Do not misunderstand. I harbor no intentions of fighting, and I have no interest in the devil fruit you possess." Fang Yi shook his head, approaching Kaido, asserting, "My purpose here is merely to propose a collaboration." "Collaboration?" Kaido chuckled lightly, saying, "What qualifications does a mere child like you have to collaborate with me? Is that so? What a pity." Fang Yi stood beside Kaido, gazing at the receding figure of Charlotte Linlin, and asked, "Do you not wish to know why she left in such a hurry?" Kaido furrowed his brow and inquired, "What do you know?" "I possess a wealth of knowledge. It all depends on whether you are interested in collaborating." "So do I now have the qualification?" Fang Yi took the opportunity to pat Kaido's arm. "What is your goal?" Kaido asked, directing his gaze at Fang. "The two senior officers accompanying Rox have been defeated, and Charlotte Linlin's attack on Rox has failed. She has fled in haste. Relay this information to the remaining officers of the Rox Pirates." Fang Yi's eyes glinted with excitement upon receiving a system notification indicating his successful interaction with Kaido. Smiling as he spoke, "I see. You intend to use this information to sow discord and prevent them from rescuing the captain." Kaido instantly grasped Fang Yi's intent. "Of course. How about it? utilizing this intelligence. Asking you to run an errand should not be too much to ask, right? Fang Yi inquired with a grin. However, I already know this, and I have not agreed to anything. So why should I perform this task? Kaido looked at Fang Yi with interest, laughing heartily. Ha ha ha. A little brat is still just a little brat. Tiske tiske deske. They say the Rocks pirates are immensely powerful, yet I did not expect you to have such a fool aboard your ship. Fang Yi chuckled lightly, his face adorned with a mocking expression. You little brat, what did you say? Kaido, incensed, swung his kanabo directly at Fang Yi. Are you truly angry now? Fang Yi easily dodged Kaido's attack. Laughing, then let us see. As fellow interns, there is no reason I should not be able to hold my own against you. You will pay the price for that thought. Little brat. Kaido's eyes narrowed as he charged at Fang Yi. In truth, Fang Yi had never intended to engage Kaido in combat. His aim was to persuade Kaido to disrupt morale and sever Rock's reinforcements. However, he had not expected Kaido to catch on so quickly and refuse to cooperate. Thus, he deliberately provoked Kaido, testing his strength. Should Kaido prove overwhelmingly powerful, Fang Yi would promptly back down and resort to verbal escape tactics. Yet as Kaido launched his attack, Fang Yi was pleasantly surprised to discover that while Kaido's strength was formidable, his speed clearly fell short of Fang Yi's current capabilities, leading to the ensuing provocation. Boom! Such an attack could hardly be effective against me. Do not underestimate me. Fang Yi evaded Kaido's kanabo and drew an arrow, shooting it directly at him. Bang! The arrow struck Kaido, but it was akin to striking steel. It did not inflict any harm, merely interrupting Kaido's assault. Kaido glanced down at the spot where the arrow had hit, then raised his gaze to Fang Yi, stating, That stung, you know. Damn it, are they all truly monsters? Faced with the realization that his attack had been ineffective, Fang Yi felt a twinge of despair. What kind of beings were these? They could be struck yet suffer no harm at all. Little brat. Now it is your turn. Kaido, realizing Fang Yi's attacks posed no threat, charged at him with a maniacal grin. However, he soon discovered that Fang Yi's speed far surpassed his own. Once they entered the forest, Kaido became a mere target, incapable of mounting an effective counterattack. Although Fang Yi's arrows could not breach his defenses, they still inflicted a degree of pain, further fueling his rage. Little brat, come out. If I catch you, you will surely regret it, Kaido shouted as he searched for Fang Yi within the forest. Fang Yi, however, paid him no heed, instead concealing himself within the underbrush and gathering his strength. Since ordinary arrows could not harm Kaido, he resolved to employ his strongest attack. If that failed, escape would be his only option. Whoosh, a lightning-fast arrow shot from the side toward Kaido. Yet, Kaido, with his beast-like instincts, sensed the impending danger. However, he barely had time to turn around before the arrow struck his shoulder. With a muffled grunt, Kaido was sent flying several meters by the tremendous force of the arrow. Damn it! Is he even human? Witnessing the sheer power of the charged arrow, which had only managed to penetrate the surface of Kaido's muscle, Fang Yi could not help but curse vehemently. Though no special abilities were triggered, he understood that arrow had been his strongest shot in his usual state. Yet it still failed to inflict significant harm on Kaido. Thus, rather than gamble on luck against Kaido, it would be wiser to retreat. He was still unaware of Shanks and Buggy's situation. Big guy, I didn't expect your skin to be so tough that let's consider this a draw for now. Next time we meet, you'd better watch out. With that, Fang Yi sheathed his bow and swiftly retreated toward the city. Though Kaido had suffered a minor setback, he recognized that he had no means to contend with his opponent in the forest. After a moment's thought, he chose not to pursue further and instead made his way toward the coastline. Meanwhile, in the heart of the city, the main battle raged on as Rocks faced off against two opponents. Though he found himself at a disadvantage, Roger and Garp were not unscathed either. All three bore considerable wounds. Rocks, surrender. You have nowhere to flee today. Garp, with blood streaming from his forehead and cheeks, looked quite fearsome. Ha ha ha. Garp, what nonsense are you spouting? I haven't even played my trump card yet. By now, the reinforcement from the Navy and the world government must be nearing, right? You may not care for the lives of the celestial dragons. But can they afford to be indifferent? Rocks laughed heartily. Garp and Roger's expression shifted. If the imbeciles from the world government arrived, they could very well squander their advantageous position. Rocks, What is your true objective? Do you really believe you can dominate this world with just a handful of celestial dragons? How naive, Roger replied sternly. You must be the infamous Roger, then. I never imagined you possessed such strength. How about joining us? Whatever you desire, it shall be yours. Rox, instead of heeding Roger's warnings, sought to entice him to join the Rox pirates. Stop spouting nonsense. I am nothing like you. Roger rejected Rox without hesitation. Ha ha, what a steadfast fellow. Well then, Garp, if you choose to withdraw now, I can release half of the celestial dragons. What do you think? Rox knew that continuing the battle would lead to dire consequences. The entire city of God Valley was essentially in ruins, yet the palace of the celestial dragons remained intact. A tacit understanding among the three, they all knew that if the celestial dragons were killed, it would truly spell trouble. Thus, even though Cross had left few guards behind, neither Roger nor Garp allowed their men to attempt a rescue, knowing that Rox might indiscriminately annihilate the celestial dragons. Meanwhile, Fang Yi, who was en route to the celestial dragon palace in search of Shanks, found himself unable to interpoint one of the cadre members of the Rox pirates, Silver Axe, who had previously fought Roger. Was stationed above the palace's entrance, ready to alert him to anyone attempting to intrude. Just as Fang Yi spotted Silver Axe and planned to regroup with the main force, he discovered something in a corner. Is this a mark left by Shanks? Upon closer inspection, he immediately recognized it as the secret signal established by their trio. Following the mark, Fang Yi found a cave within the mountain, where he discovered Shanks hiding alongside a multitude of celestial dragons adorned with bubble rings. You little brat, do you have any idea who we are? Do you dare obstruct us? Believe it or not, I could summon the Navy and have you torn to shreds. As Fang Yi stepped into the cave, he overheard a celestial dragon hurling insults at Shanks. I don't care who you are, nor do I wish to know, but you had better comprehend this. Ego, with his long sword drawn and a quiver of arrows slung over his back. Fang Yi's appearance brought immense joy to Shanks. Although they had remained hidden, oblivious to the outside situation, Shanks understood that if they were discovered by the enemy, things could turn dire. Moreover, the celestial dragons were not to be underestimated, making him reluctant to venture out and scout. Another little brat has arrived. The celestial dragons, upon seeing Fang Yi, sighed in relief, only to resume their incessant taunts. However, Fang Yi would not indulge them. He swiftly placed his sword against the throat of the one who had spoken. What is there to discuss with this filth? Should they refuse to comply, I'll simply behead them. After all, there are plenty here. Losing one or two poses no issue. Just pin on the Rox pirates. Claiming they encountered enemies while fleeing, Fang Yi's words immediately silenced the boisterous celestial dragons. That moment, Fang Yi and Shanks finally had the opportunity to exchange information. I see. You made the right call. If these celestial dragons fell into the hands of the Rox pirates, the captain and that scoundrel Garp would find themselves in a precarious situation. After listening to Shanks' recounting, Fang Yi nodded in approval. It turned out that after rescuing the celestial dragons, Shanks had dared not appear in the city. Instead, he aimed to escape through the back mountain, only to encounter Silver Axe. Fortunately, they had discovered this natural cave and decided to hide here, as they were unaware of the situation outside. Originally, Shanks had intended to venture out to assess the circumstances, but the celestial dragons insisted on accompanying him. Had it not been for a few rational celestial dragons, Shanks would have been unable to dissuade them. Shall we head out now? Shanks, realizing their allies were gaining the upper hand outside, asked excitedly. He was quite weary of these individuals. Had it not been for the need to exercise caution, he might have considered abandoning them altogether. Not yet. Fang Yi shook his head. When I arrived, Silver Axe was stationed at the palace's main entrance. However, he likely remains unaware that the celestial dragons were rescued, probably thinking they were hidden away by rocks, hence his calm demeanor. If we venture out now, we will be fully exposed. What should we do? Shanks inquired, furrowing his brow. You stay here and keep an eye on them. I will go out and fetch reinforcements. Do not be too courteous. They are your captives. Being overly polite may lead them to take advantage of you. We are pirates, not Navy or world government lackeys. So we need not fear their potential retaliation. A little intimidation will ensure their obedience, Fang Yi said with a smile. Having grasped the situation from earlier, Shanks understood what needed to be done and nodded, watching as Fang Yi departed. Once outside the cave, Fang Yi circumnavigated the Celestial Dragon Palace in search of Rayleigh and the others. However, aside from the area surrounding Roger, there were no signs of battle anywhere else, making it difficult for Fang Yi to locate Rayleigh quickly. Thus, gritting his teeth, he stealthily approached the trembling center of conflict. I can't get any closer. Observing the fierce skirmish not far away, Fang Yi concealed himself behind a large boulder. Retrieving his bow and arrow to aim at rocks, charged the arrow. As he released the bowstring, Fang Yi silently prayed for a skill to manifest. Whoosh! A swift arrow flew directly toward rocks. Meanwhile, Rayleigh and the others, who were searching for Fang Yi, naturally noticed his actions. The three combatants engaged in battle also detected the incoming arrow. Though they were unaware of the identity of the assailant, Garp instinctively halted his movements. Roger, standing beside him, also chose not to take advantage of the moment, recognizing the archer's intent. Only Rox wore a grim expression, for the arrow was aimed directly at him. Look at the arrow! Seemingly anticipating Roger and Garp's response, Fang Yi leapt out, calling out to Rox loudly. This way, it could be considered a legitimate attack, rather than a sneak attack. So it's just a little brat. Rox waved his hand dismissively, deflecting Fang Yi's arrow with ease. This shot did not trigger any skills. Fang Yi, what are you doing here? It's dangerous. You should leave at once. Roger slightly shifted his stance, positioning himself between Rox and Fang Yi. Roger, are they members of your crew? Quite the audacious little rascal, aren't you? Fang Yi's earlier remark about the arrows had certainly garnered some goodwill from Karp towards him. Captain, I have come to inform you that Charlotte Lingling has plundered the palace of the Celestial Dragons, making off with a substantial treasure, and she has conveniently released the Celestial Dragons as well. They have now been located by Mr. Rayleigh and are being moved to a safe location. Fang Yi called out loudly to Roger. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the three combatants on the battlefield shifted simultaneously. Roger and Karp appeared somewhat pleased, while Rox's countenance darkened considerably at that moment. The swiftest among them, Rayleigh, reached Fang Yi's side and gave him a light tap on the head, whispering, "You fool, refrain from speaking so recklessly. Such matters should not be aired lightly. Rest assured, Mr. Rayleigh, the Celestial Dragons are under Shanks's watch." Fang Yi responded quietly to Rayleigh. Is that truly the case? Rayleigh inquired, momentarily taken aback before his face brightened with surprise. Of course, how could I possibly deceive you? If I hadn't been unable to locate you, I wouldn't have ventured here. It's exceedingly perilous. I shall escort you to Shanks shortly. Fang Yi replied with a triumphant smile. You scoundrel, you're aware of the danger here? At that moment, Yamong had also arrived, and like Rayleigh, he immediately gave Fang Yi a sharp rap on the head, causing Fang Yi to nearly shed tears from the pain. Just as Yamong was reprimanding Fang Yi, Rayleigh cast a glance at Roger, signaling him that Fang Yi's claims were indeed credible. Although it was merely Fang Yi's word, Rayleigh chose to place his trust in him. Thus, without further hesitation, Roger and Karp launched an all-out assault on Rox, who, eager to verify the situation, also ceased holding back. In an instant, a fierce battle erupted, shaking the entire God Valley, as if the island itself were on the brink of annihilation. How terrifying! Is this still humanity? As Fang Yi felt the aftershocks of the clash among the three, it was as though he were witnessing the apocalypse. You rascal, hurry and take me to find Shanks. If anything happens to the Celestial Dragons, it will truly lead to trouble. Rayleigh could not help but deliver another tap to Fang Yi's head as he spoke. Over there, within the cave of the mountain. We must hasten. If the captain inadvertently brings the mountain down, it would be disastrous. Fang Yi shrank his head and pointed towards the mountain behind the Celestial Dragon's palace, responding with a grin. Let us first hand the Celestial Dragons over to the Navy. Jabba, after a moment of contemplation, declared, You take the others back to the ship, and also bring those pirates along. Remaining here is far too perilous. Understood, Jabba replied, promptly leading the remaining crew members, including Fang Yi, towards the port. Although Fang Yi was extremely reluctant, having only earned 3 lottery tickets this time and believing there was still an opportunity, Rayleigh and Jabba did not afford him the chance to protest and swiftly took him back aboard the ship. As they passed the port, Fang Yi spotted Zephyr stationed there, confronting Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, and Gold Lion Shiki. Instantly, an idea struck him, and he called out loudly to Zephyr, "Hey, Admiral Zephyr, you need not worry. All the officers of the Rocks Pirates have been defeated. That Charlotte Lingling even attacked their captain, Rocks, and was subsequently vanquished and fled." Fang Yi's sudden declaration left Zephyr, Newgate, and Shiki momentarily stunned. Zephyr turned to Jabba, seemingly seeking confirmation of the situation, while he was aware that Fang Yi was an intern of the Roger Pirates. The words of such a young boy naturally lacked credibility. Jabba shot a glare at Fang Yi, nodding towards Zephyr. "What he says is true. Charlotte Lingling indeed attacked Rocks for reasons unknown, but she was soon defeated by him, and I have not seen her since. However, this little rascal seems to have witnessed her leaving with the plunder from the palace of the Celestial Dragons." Upon hearing Jabba's words, Edward Newgate and Shiki exchanged glances. Since the situation had escalated to this point, they too had to consider their own interests. Furthermore, these pirates had been used by Rocks. Previously, Admiral Karp had mentioned that they could be spared. "If you don't believe me, just ask those Navy personnel," Fang Yi interjected, pointing at the pirates of the Alliance behind him and some surviving Navy soldiers, while patting Zephyr's arm in a familiar manner. Seeing that the injured Navy soldiers were silent, Zephyr, understanding, waved his hand, signaling them to leave. Jabba swiftly dragged the grinning Fang Yi back, handing him over to Peter to keep him from saying anything further, although Whitebeard and Shiki had not yet checked in. Having successfully reported to Zephyr, Fang Yi felt satisfied and returned to the ship with his companions. "You finally returned. Has the battle concluded?" Upon their return to the ship, they discovered that Buggy, who had been absent, was surprisingly on board. "Buggy, why are you on the ship? Were you not supposed to gather information on the officers of the Rocks Pirates?" Fang Yi inquired with astonishment. "Hee, you're unaware. Are you? When I arrived, I saw Newgate and Zephyr engaged in battle, and later Shiki showed up as well. So, I found myself cornered and decided to return to the ship if they attempted to attack our vessel. I could also intervene," Buggy replied with a mischievous grin. Jabba and the others naturally did not believe Buggy's tall tale, but they had not expected the intern to accomplish much, so they paid little attention to his early return. However, Fang Yi sensed that something was amiss. "You rascal. What were you plotting when you approached Zephyr?" Just as Fang Yi was about to return to his cabin to sort through the day's gains, he was suddenly seized by Peter, who asked with a mysterious expression. Fang Yi, unsure how to respond to Peter's inquiry, could only vaguely deny any wrongdoing. What exactly had this fellow done? Observing Fang Yi dash into the cabin, Peter pondered with a hand on his chin. Disregarding Peter's curiosity, once Fang Yi returned to his room and prepared to open his backpack, he was interrupted by a knock at the door. "Buggy, what are you sneaking around for?" Upon opening the door, Fang Yi found Buggy carrying a large bag, cautiously looking around. "Quick, let me in first," Buggy insisted, dragging the big bag into Fang Yi's room and finally exhaling in relief. "Since you live alone, it's no problem for me to temporarily store these things here, right? What on earth are you up to? Why not keep in your own room? Have you done something shady behind Shanks's back?" Fang Yi frowned. The three interns had been assigned to two smaller rooms, and as the leader of the trio, Fang Yi naturally occupied one alone, while Buggy shared a room with Shanks. Buggy, uninterested in explanations, opened the bag to reveal it was filled with gold and other treasures, gleaming with a dazzling light. Fang Yi's eyes widened in terror as he snatched the bag away, shouting at Buggy. "Buggy, have you lost your mind? You actually plundered the treasure vault while everyone was away." With so much gold, Fang Yi could think of no other place it could have come from in their ship's treasure vault. And given that Buggy had returned to the ship ahead of the others, he had ample time to commit the act. However, such an overt action made Fang Yi question why Buggy would do it. If discovered, it would be a grave transgression for a pirate, potentially leading to expulsion from his ship. Buggy, undeterred, looked at Fang Yi with a hint of admiration, chuckling, "You're sharp. You guessed I raided the treasure vault. Too bad you returned so quickly, or I could have gotten even more. What nonsense are you spouting? Hurry and return it. When Mr. Rayleigh and the others come back, they will surely find out," Fang Yi insisted. Attempting to return the treasure to the vault, the ship's treasure vault was a collection of spoils from their adventures, usually overseen by Rayleigh, who held the key. With Rayleigh's astuteness, a mere moment's thought would reveal that Buggy was the culprit, leaving no possibility of evasion. How could they possibly discover it? "Aside from me, no one knows," and all of this is my doing. Why shouldn't it belong to me? Baki immediately refused to back down, charging forward to press the treasure beneath him, preventing Fang Yi from taking it away. You scoundrel, Baki! Do you even realize what you are doing? Plundering the treasure vault aboard our own ship is a grave sin. Fang Yi exclaimed as he forcefully pushed Baki aside. Stunned by Fang Yi's outburst, Baki stared incredulously at him and retorted, Who the hell told you I was robbing our own treasure vault? It's not from our ship. Then from where did you steal it? Fang Yi blinked in disbelief, questioning him. This is my treasure, plundered from the rocked pirate ship, something I worked hard to procure, Baki shouted in anger. Upon hearing this, Fang Yi realized he had wronged Baki. It turned out that after witnessing Zifa and Newgate in battle, Baki quickly deduced that the rock's pirate ship was likely unguarded. Boldly, he approached and discovered that, indeed, there was no one aboard. After a thorough search, Baki found their treasure vault and emptied it entirely. The treasures now before Fang Yi were specifically selected by Baki for himself, while the rest remained in the cabin, awaiting the return of Rayleigh and the others to present his bounty. Once the circumstances were clarified, Fang Yi couldn't help but chuckle, patting Baki on the back. I see. You should have made that clear. Come on, take me to see the treasures you brought back. We should share the spoils. Surely you can spare some for me, knowing the immense cost of my arrows. At this, Baki grinned and immediately asked, What about my share? No problem. Just keep it with me, and I'll safeguard it. Fang Yi replied, thumping his chest confidently. Thus the two set off side by side like good friends to select treasures together. When Fang Yi returned to his room, he casually placed the treasures he had just chosen aside and opened his backpack. Originally, he possessed 8 lottery tickets, and with the 4 additional ones acquired today, he had a total of 12. However, just as he was about to use them, he noticed that 2 of the tickets bore a slightly different hue. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the 2 tickets with a hint of blue were marked with the Navy's insignia. This revelation astonished Fang Yi, as he had never before encountered any discrepancies among the lottery tickets. After examining all 12 tickets, he confirmed that his original 8 were identical and unmarked. Yet, the tickets acquired today included 2 featuring the Navy's emblem and another 2 adorned with the Rock's Pirates insignia. What on earth? Fang Yi pondered, lost in thought as he regarded the tickets in his hand. Let me see what makes these different. He had some suspicions, but no way to verify them. So he hesitated before directly using one of the tickets marked with the Navy's insignia. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Navy 6 style, Suru. Upon seeing the result, Fang Yi's eyes widened in surprise. A single draw had yielded a skill, and not just any skill, but one from the esteemed Navy 6 styles. It seemed that the first lottery ticket received from a check-in must be of this marked variety, and the likelihood of obtaining valuable items from such tickets was significantly higher. He surmised that subsequent check-ins with the same individual would yield ordinary lottery tickets, leaving the outcome entirely to chance. Having considered this, Fang Yi decided to use the other marked lottery ticket as well. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Haki, Conqueror's Haki, Fragment. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Body Heritage, Small. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Haki, Armament Haki, Fragment. Gulp! Fang Yi could hear the sound of his own swallowing. That if the previous lottery ticket had some element of coincidence, he was now 100% certain that the tickets obtained from the first check-in with a new character had a much higher probability of yielding valuable items. This also explained why he had received a skill during his first 10 draws. After all, it had been a lottery ticket from the future Pirate King, Roger. It was entirely reasonable to obtain a skill, and he had previously wondered why the chances of winning good items had diminished. The issue lay with the tickets he had been using as he gazed at the 7 armament Haki fragments in his backpack. Fang Yi felt a surge of excitement. Once he synthesized the armament Haki, his attacks would no longer be feeble and ineffective. Arrows imbued with armament Haki would surely be formidable, something that no ordinary person would dare to withstand. Even more thrilling was the acquisition of a new body heritage, which should enhance his physical prowess. He took the body heritage from his backpack and consumed it, feeling no anxiety this time. As it was not his first experience with such substances, the familiar pain washed over him, making it feel as though his very insides were ablaze. Yet he understood that the more excruciating the experience, the greater the benefits he would reap. Thus, he gritted his teeth and endured the pain in silence. Before long, He collapsed to the ground, utterly spent, and after a brief rest, he slowly rose to take a shower. Each time he used such substances, his body expelled some unpleasant remnants, prompting him to wash immediately afterward. When Fang Yi emerged from the shower, Rayleigh had returned with Shanks and the others, having handed over the celestial dragons to the Navy. As for how the celestial dragons felt afterward, it was no longer their concern. They had not saved them for the sake of gratitude. However, just then, it seemed as if the sky had been torn apart, and God Valley began to tremble violently, with deafening explosions resonating throughout the land. Once the dust settled, bloodied Karp and Roger slowly emerged. Captain, Fang Yi and the others followed Rayleigh, rushing towards Roger. Vice Admiral Karp. The Navy, of course, came to greet their heroes. Roger and Karp exchanged smiles. The next time I see you, it will be when I arrest you, Karp said earnestly as he looked at Roger. You won't catch me. Roger grinned widely, exuding joy. Ha! Karp seemed to have heard a hilarious joke, laughing until tears nearly streamed down his face. Let's go. We set sail. Casting a glance at the vigilant Navy, Roger wasted no time in leading his companions back to the ship. Captain Roger, are you all right? Upon returning to the ship, Fang Yi asked with concern, for Roger appeared to be in a dire state, covered in blood. I need rest now. Yao, Yi, prepare some food. I want to eat when I wake up. And Rayleigh, I'll leave this place in your capable hands. Roger, usually oblivious to fatigue, now seemed utterly exhausted. And no sooner had he finished speaking than he collapsed onto the deck, falling into a deep slumber. Without hesitation, the ship's doctor ordered the crew to carry Roger to the cabin, where they undressed him, cleaned his wounds, applied ointment, and then placed him in his room to rest. How is the captain's condition? Rayleigh asked the doctor, his expression serious, a bit drained. Overexerted. I've treated his wounds. Let him rest for now, the doctor replied, shaking his head. The captain has been asleep for 3 days and still hasn't awakened. This is so boring, Baki complained lethargically to Shanks. Leaning against the ship's railing point, 3 days had passed since the battle at God Valley. They had remained on this small island for 2 days. But as Roger had yet to regain consciousness, the crew remained on board, only occasionally going ashore during the day to procure supplies. Naturally, the 3 interns, including Fang, were not permitted to disembark, and even Fang Yi's request for arrows was entrusted to Yamong for procurement. After Baki submitted to share the treasure to Rayleigh, he indeed received praise from the others, though they were unaware that he had kept a portion for himself. Unfortunately, even when encountering a small island, Baki could not go ashore to exchange the gold for berries, which accounted for his current despondent demeanor. However, the crew who did go ashore brought back significant news. The Navy had declared the annihilation of the Rocks pirates. Although the existence of the Roger pirates was not mentioned in the newspapers, Roger's bounty had indeed risen, approaching the terrifying figure of 1 billion berries. In the current seas, such pirates surpassing the billion mark are exceedingly rare. With only Rocks known to Fang. Hey, Buggy, don't you think Agu seems to have grown stronger than before? Shanks inquired softly to Buggy as he observed Fang Yi crafting arrows on the deck. Buggy rolled his eyes and retorted, Do you really think I can feel any difference given the gap between us? Shanks chuckled and replied, That's why you need to put in more effort. Don't just think about treasure every day. You need to train as well. No way. My dream is simply to dig for treasure. Buggy resolutely declined, but without sufficient strength, even finding treasure will be quite challenging. Fang Yi chimed in, having approached Buggy with a smile. Eager. Seeing Fang, Shanks promptly greeted him. Fang Yi smiled and nodded at Shanks, then patted the dismissive Buggy on the shoulder and said, Come here, let us spar today. If I can sense your progress, I'll reward you with something good. What is it? Buggy perked up at the mention of a reward. It was well known that Fang Yi was akin to a treasure chest, never disappointing with what he produced. Fang Yi grinned and revealed a special kind of bait, saying, This should look familiar, right? My specially crafted bait. It might help you catch something valuable. All right, in that case, I'll have to show you my new ultimate move. Buggy exclaimed, his excitement palpable. He had long coveted Fang Yi's magical bait, but its rarity meant Fang Yi wouldn't casually give it away at all. Is that so? Then let me see what interesting technique you've developed. Fang Yi responded, setting his bow aside and drawing 2 daggers with a smile. Prepare yourself to witness the new technique of the great pirate, Buggy the Clown, Buggy declared, hurling a sword directly at Fang Yi. However, Fang Yi merely sidestepped effortlessly, evading Buggy's attack. Is this what you call a new technique? Fang Yi questioned, somewhat perplexed. Don't get too confident. Watch out, Buggy retorted, attempting to pull the sword back, but to his dismay, it did not return as anticipated. Huh, what is going on? Buggy exclaimed, staring at the severed string in confusion. Your so-called new technique, ascension, just throwing a weapon tied with a string and then yanking it back. Is it? Fang Yi remarked, his expression one of disbelief. Huh, how could that be? I was just joking. Buggy laughed awkwardly, but both Fang Yi and Shanks could see that his new move was indeed just that. With his keen eyesight, Fang Yi had detected the string at the moment Buggy attacked, allowing him to cut it seamlessly while dodging. However, Buggy's technique wasn't entirely without merit. Sasuke for Naruto had employed a similar tactic, though his application was far more refined than Buggy's blatant weapon toss followed by a clumsy retrieval, as expected. Without any real new technique, Buggy quickly fell to defeat, sulking in silence. Shanks, how about a match? Fang Yi called out with a grin. Sure, Shanks nodded without hesitation, stepping in to replace Buggy. Their battle was a true contest, far more engaging than Fang Yi's one-sided tussle with Buggy, drawing the attention of many crew members. Wow, are the youth today truly this formidable? These two have progressed far too swiftly. The lookout, Jelen, remarked, shaking his head as he observed their duel. That kid Fang, he hasn't even unleashed his full potential yet. You know how powerful his bow and arrows are. A moment's inattention could lead to a surprise attack. Plus, his methods are quite peculiar. Sometimes, even when you think you've dodged or blocked his arrows, there's still a sensation of being hit, Mealy Payne added, somewhat exasperated as a combatant. Mealy's words were undoubtedly a testament to Fang Yi's prowess. In the midst of their battle, Fang Yi displayed a flurry of moves with his daggers. Then, after a quick step, shouted, Suru! Huh? Shanks blinked in surprise as Fang Yi suddenly vanished from view, only to feel a dagger pressed against his neck from behind. How did you manage to disappear so suddenly? Shanks asked, perplexed as he lowered his sword. I didn't disappear. Fang Yi replied with a slight smile. His main objective in sparring with Shanks was to test his newly mastered technique, Suru, after drawing the Suru technique. Fang Yi had been secretly training for several days, and he was finally able to master it today, a feat made possible by the heritage of the body he had consumed. Without that assistance, mastering Suru at such speed would have been impossible, as the Marine 6 styles require a robust physique as their foundation. How did you do that just now? Shanks persisted, still curious. Fang Yi generously explained to Shanks how to utilize Suru. However, even with Fang Yi's guidance, Shanks would not be able to master it instantly. His body was still in a growth phase and lacked the necessary strength. Xiao Yi, where did you learn this technique? Jabba asked, waving at Fang Yi after he finished instructing Shanks. I saw the Marines using it at God Valley, and I thought it was impressive, so I've been working on it these past few days. Fang Yi replied with a smile. Jabba nodded and said, this technique is called Suru, one of the Marine 6 styles. Besides this, there are 5 other techniques. However, I do not know how to use them. You might want to consult Rayleigh. He might know. Originally, I estimated that with your physique, you shouldn't be able to master the Marine 6 styles. It's surprising that you figured it out on your own. Fang Yi scratched his head, feeling a bit bashful by his previous performance. He indeed seemed insufficient to utilize the Marine 6 styles, but who could blame him for having an advantage? Following Jabba's advice, Fang Yi sought out Rayleigh, and after using Suru, it turned out Rayleigh had some knowledge of the Marine 6 styles. According to him, Fang Yi had no significant issues with the usage of Suru, but needed to practice more. He also taught Fang Yi another ability, Jeppo. Jeppo could be considered an advanced version of Suru, and under Rayleigh's detailed guidance, Fang Yi initially grasped the method of using it. However, unlike the system's direct teaching, Fang Yi's learning ability and comprehension were notably real at that moment. Thus, even with Rayleigh's careful instruction, it took Fang Yi quite some time to initially master it, leading Rayleigh to wonder if Fang Yi was unsuited for Jeppo. After all, it seemed odd that a genius who could grasp Suru merely by observation would take so long to learn Jeppo. Regarding this, Rayleigh could only attribute it to Fang Yi's physique not being ready to learn Jeppo yet. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain why Fang Yi spent such a long time merely to grasp the initial techniques of Jeppo, that a day later, Roger finally awakened from his slumber, and the first thing he did was indulge in a hearty meal. Particularly relishing meat, reminiscent of the future rubberman who inherited Roger's will. The captain's awakening revitalized the Roger pirates, and that night, all the crew members, along with Wang Zai, disembarked to revel at a bar on a small island, giving Buggy ample time to convert his collection into berries. The next morning, Fang Yi was awakened by Wang Zai's antics. "Damn it, can't you find a different way to wake me up? Must you do it like this?" Fang Yi gazed speechlessly at Wang Zai, who was playfully sticking out his tongue. This fellow had become the beloved pet of the entire crew, and Fang Yi was treated as if he could neither be scolded nor struck, almost as if he were a revered ancestor. The crux of the matter was that this creature was exceedingly clever. Should anyone bully him, he would immediately dart off to complain to Yameng. Although Yameng was a jungle warrior, the allure of such an adorable little animal rendered a woman's resistance nearly non-existent, even if she were a jungle warrior herself. Consequently, this fellow was rapidly becoming the tyrant aboard the ship. Wang Zai barked twice in a particular direction, and it was only then that Fang Yi noticed a naval warship had unexpectedly docked beside their pirate vessel, after a night of revelry at the tavern on the small island. The crew members returning to the ship were still in high spirits. They had thrown another party on the deck, which continued until the early hours of dawn, leaving them completely unaware of the naval ship's arrival. Upon spotting the warship, Fang Yi instantly became alert, scanning the area for any signs of the Navy, and only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. "Wang Zai, go wake the captain." Fang Yi gently patted Wang Zai's head and whispered. Wang. After barking twice, Wang Zai promptly dashed towards Roger. Soon, the deck was filled with the same lamentations that Fang Yi had just expressed. "Captain Roger, Mr. Rayleigh." Upon seeing the two awaken, Fang Yi quickly pointed towards the naval ship and whispered urgently. Both Roger and Rayleigh paused in surprise, exchanging glances before Roger inquired, "When did the Navy arrive?" "I'm not sure. I was awakened by Wang Zai. When I came to, the warship was already here, but there doesn't seem to be any Navy personnel on board." Fang Yi shook his head in response. Upon hearing this, Roger and Rayleigh rose and approached the ship's side, only to discover that the naval vessel appeared to be devoid of any Navy presence. Could it be that they disembarked as soon as they docked without noticing us? Rayleigh furrowed his brow up. "Mr. Rayleigh, with our massive pirate flag, how could they possibly have missed us? Especially since they are anchored right next to us." Fang Yi pointed somewhat incredulously at the pirate flag fluttering atop the mast. "Shall I go take a look?" Roger grinned, his excitement evident. "Perhaps we shouldn't. While I am unsure why they haven't come to confront us, it is unnecessary for us to provoke them." Rayleigh shook his head, declining the idea. However, Roger clearly did not heed Rayleigh's words. Before Rayleigh could finish speaking, he had already leapt onto the naval vessel. "Mr. Rayleigh, what should we do?" Fang Yi asked, looking at the captain who was now exploring the naval ship. "Shao Yi, you follow him and see what is happening. The others on deck are still not fully awake." "And I cannot leave." Rayleigh glanced at the crew members still sprawled on the deck, his expression one of resignation. "Understood, Mr. Rayleigh." Fang Yi nodded, preparing to follow when he heard Wang Zai waking Shanks. He then asked, "Can I take Shanks with me?" "Go ahead, but do be cautious." Rayleigh nodded, smiling. With Roger present, there was no need to worry about Fang Yi and Shanks' safety. Moreover, through his observation hockey, he seemed to sense no life force aboard the warship, which likely explained Roger's eagerness to investigate. Having received Rayleigh's consent, Fang Yi waved to Shanks, and together they leapt towards the naval vessel. However, Wang Zai, seeing this, unexpectedly followed suit. "Why are you running over here? This is an enemy ship. Be careful not to get caught and eaten." Fang Yi admonished sternly as he noticed Wang Zai trailing behind. Wang. Wang Zai wagged his tail and barked at Fang Yi, seemingly trying to convey that there was no danger. Initially, Fang Yi had not intended to bring Wang Zai along, but seeing that Captain Roger was already heading towards the ship's cabin, he had no time to argue. Firmly, he stated, "You can come along, but you must remain silent. Understood?" Seeing Wang Zai nodding enthusiastically, Fang Yi chose to ignore his antics and led Shanks towards the cabin, as it was certainly safer to stay close to Roger aboard a naval ship. However, upon entering the cabin, Fang Yi and Shanks found no sign of Roger. Furthermore, they quickly realized that the ship appeared to have been uninhabited for quite some time, with a thick layer of dust covering the seats. "Ego, something feels off," Shanks remarked, noticing the dust and looking up at Fang. "Indeed, it does seem as though no one has lived here for a while." Fang Yi agreed, frowning. "But if no one is steering the ship, how did it come to be here, docked right beside us? Let us search for the captain first and take a look around," Shanks suggested after a moment's hesitation. "Let us go. Wang Zai, find the captain." Fang Yi called out to Wang Zai, who was squatting nearby. Upon receiving Fang Yi's command, Wang Zai immediately dashed in a particular direction, with Fang Yi and Shanks quickly following suit. When they finally located Roger, they found him staring blankly in the captain's cabin. "Captain Roger." Fang Yi approached and whispered at Xiao Yi, "What brings you here?" Roger smiled upon seeing Fang Yi and Shanks that Mr. Rayleigh was concerned about you being alone. "So he sent us to check." Fang Yi replied with a light chuckle. "It seems this warship shows no signs of human activity." "Indeed," Roger nodded, adding, "I just searched the entire ship, and there are no signs of human presence at all." "Then it must be a ghost ship," Fang Yi suggested, stroking his chin thoughtfully to a ghost ship. Just as Fang Yi finished speaking, both Roger and Shanks stared at him in disbelief, as though they had seen a ghost. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Fang Yi was startled, instinctively glancing around but seeing nothing amiss. "Are you saying this is a ghost ship? Does that mean there are ghosts aboard?" Roger asked, excitement lighting up his expression. "Captain," Fang Yi responded, somewhat exasperated that a ghost ship does not imply the presence of actual ghosts. It refers to vessels abandoned for various reasons, now devoid of human life. But this is a warship, which typically would not be abandoned. After hearing Fang Yi's explanation, Shanks adopted an understanding expression. "I see. Exactly. Thus, this warship likely experienced some calamity that resulted in the demise of its entire crew, drifting here and docking right beside us." Fang Yi nodded in affirmation. "Ha! As expected of Xiao Yi, always insightful." Roger laughed heartily, praising him. "Captain, in future encounters like this, it might be wise not to rush in recklessly." Fang Yi cautioned seriously. "Such ships might harbor deadly bacteria that could have caused the crew's demise. If we recklessly board, we could risk infection." He was well aware that Roger had succumbed to a terminal illness, leading to his premature demise. "Really? Is that so?" Roger asked, somewhat surprised. "Indeed, that is one of the most common causes of ghost ships. Other reasons include extreme weather or lack of food and fresh water, leading to the total loss of the crew." Fang Yi confirmed. "I understand now." Roger nodded in acknowledgement, demonstrating his willingness to consider the crew's perspectives. However, he was certain that in any future encounters, he would be the first to run. But just as the three were about to depart, Wang Zai suddenly began barking furiously in a particular direction, displaying a fierce expression, one he reserved for encounters with foes. Wang Zai's unusual behavior instantly put the trio on high alert. Yet upon closer inspection, they found nothing amiss. "Wang Zai, what did you find?" Fang Yi inquired, trusting Wang Zai, who typically did not act this way. Woo Wang. After spinning in circles, Wang Zai looked up at Fang Yi with a forlorn expression, letting out a few whines. "What's wrong?" Roger and Shanks turned to Fang Yi, puzzled. Having spent the most time with Wang Zai, Fang Yi was the one who understood the creature best. He said something seemed to approach us just now, but then it vanished. Fang Yi shook his head and spoke. "Could it be a ghost?" Both Roger and Shanks chimed in unison. Fang Yi's expression darkened as he gazed at the two excited individuals. Feeling utterly speechless in this world, aside from the peculiarities brought about by devil fruits, there should be no such things as ghosts or specters, as for the tales of phantoms recounted by those pirates. Fang Yi was more inclined to believe they were mere figments of imagination or hallucinations. However, at that moment, Wang Zai began to anxiously pace in circles, vocalizing his unease. The door to the captain's quarters, which had previously been ajar, suddenly slammed shut, and Fang Yi even sensed a drop in the surrounding temperature. "Captain," Fang Yi glanced at Roger, whose demeanor had also turned serious. He activated his observation haki, but discerned nothing amiss. Yet his instincts warned him that something was indeed approaching them. "You two, come here to my side." Observing Roger's grave expression, Fang Yi felt a chill run down his spine. It was akin to someone secretly hiding at home, while watching a horror film. The unsettling sensation of being watched by unseen eyes, ready to pounce when one least expected it. Hoo-hoo. Wang Zai was already baring his teeth, seemingly sensing the proximity of an unseen entity. Fang Yi drew a dagger, gripping it firmly, and stood back-to-back with Shanks, both intensely focused on their surroundings. In a situation where the enemy was invisible, employing a bow and arrow was clearly not the wisest choice. Hence Fang Yi's decision to wield a dagger. Yet, after a brief wait, nothing transpired. Just as they were about to relax, the unmistakable sound of footsteps echoed from outside the door. The three turned simultaneously towards the entrance, channeling their energies towards that direction, ready to unleash their most severe retaliation against whatever threat emerged, be it a ghost or an adversary. With a creaking sound, the wooden door swung open, and Fang Yi and Shanks lunged from opposite sides, while Roger struck straight ahead with a powerful punch. A scream pierced the air. Haha, my apologies, Roger chuckled, his face alight with mirth as he addressed the sprawled figure of Blue Marine, whose eyes resembled those of a startled bear. Fang Yi and Shanks stood nearby, still visibly rattled. It turned out that Rayleigh, noticing their prolonged absence, had sent Blue Marine to find them. Unbeknownst to her, as she opened the captain's quarters, she fell victim to their sudden assault, receiving strikes from both Shanks and Fang Yi, one from each side. Unlike Roger, who had managed to pull back in time, the two tense individuals had reacted too hastily, leaving them standing awkwardly to the side. "Captain, what on earth are you all doing here? It's just an abandoned warship. Why are you so tense?" Blue Marine, clad in striped attire and a headscarf, was a seasoned crew member whose combat prowess was unremarkable but had been aboard for quite some time. Possessing a wealth of experience, she often displayed great concern for Fang Yi and Shanks. Feeling particularly embarrassed, the two were at a loss for words, unable to confess they had been terrified by a ghostly apparition. "My sincerest apologies, Blue Marine. We thought you were an enemy," Roger explained with a smile that moment. Fang Yi recalled that when the footsteps had first sounded, Wang Zai had not exhibited his usual fierce demeanor, nor had he issued any warning. "You little rascal, did you already know it was Blue Marine approaching, watching us make fools of ourselves? Just wait until we get back. I'll deal with you then." Fang Yi glared at Wang Zai, his tone severe. Roger and Shanks overheard his words, recalling the earlier situation, and exchanged curious glances with Wang's. It was noteworthy that even Roger had failed to sense the peculiar presence before. Yet Wang Zai had consistently detected it each time it neared them. Woo-woo. The sight of Wang Zai appearing pitiful prompted the others to burst into laughter. At this juncture, Roger recounted the earlier events with a chuckle. "Is it really true? Ghosts? Such things shouldn't exist, right?" Compared to Shanks and Roger, Blue Marine appeared far more composed. She shared Fang Yi's perspective, believing it to be some form of disguise rather than genuine specters. Consequently, the group meticulously scoured the entire ship, yet yielded no results. Fang even took Wang Zai with him to thoroughly inspect the vessel, but the little creature exhibited no signs of abnormality. Could it be that whatever it was is left, back on the deck? The four reconvened, all expressing their disappointment at the lack of findings. "Never mind, Captain. Let us head back. Mr. Rayleigh mentioned we need to prepare for departure." Blue Marine directed her gaze towards Roger. Although Roger was intrigued by the ship, he acknowledged the absence of any clues and nodded, leading everyone back, since the Oro Jackson had already been docked for several days, while Roger was unconscious. It set sail immediately upon their return. Once back in the cabin, Fang Yi seized the opportunity to perform a tenfold draw, only to find nothing of value. As night fell, and Fang Yi was deep in slumber. He was suddenly roused by the lookout's shout, indicating the sighting of something unusual. Springing from his bed, Fang Yi hastily donned his attire and rushed to the deck, where only a few crew members had emerged to investigate the commotion. "Golan, what is happening?" Rayleigh called out, directing his voice towards the mast. "Mr. Rayleigh, there's a shadow behind our ship. I'm not sure what it is, but it seems to be following us," Golan shouted from atop the mast. Rayleigh responded, moving to the ship's edge to peer towards the stern, where a dark shape loomed, barely discernible in the dim light. "Let me handle this." Fang Yi removed his bow and arrow, affixing a flare to the tip before shooting it towards the shadowy figure at the rear of the ship. "It's a Navy warship. As the flare illuminated the darkness, everyone could see that the ominous silhouette was indeed a naval vessel. "This is bad. They must have detected us." Rayleigh frowned, instructing, "Alert Rowan to change course immediately. Also, wake all crew members and prepare for battle." Rowan was the ship's helmsman, a robust man with powerful arms. Upon receiving Rayleigh's command, the Oro Jackson swiftly altered its course. However, they soon realized that no matter how they maneuvered, the naval ship remained hot on their heels. "Mr. Rayleigh, something feels off? Why Haven T they attacked?" Fang Yi, bow raised, queried Rayleigh with a puzzled expression. Under normal circumstances, upon discovering a pirate ship, the Navy would typically launch an immediate cannon assault. Given that the naval artillery was superior in both power and range to that of pirates, they could employ long-range firepower to subdue the pirates. Yet, the Navy ship trailing them had not yet fired a single cannonball. Despite being well within range, this is indeed strange. What could they be plotting? Rayleigh mused, his brow furrowed in confusion. What's going on? At that moment, Roger sauntered out of the cabin, still yawning. "Roger, there's a strange Navy warship following us." Rayleigh gestured towards the rear of the ship, speaking in a hushed tone. "The Navy? Where? Have they caught up to us so quickly?" Upon hearing the mention of the Navy, Roger was instantly wide awake. However, after Rayleigh explained the situation, Roger stroked his chin and said to Fang, "Shoot another flare to see what's going on." Though perplexed by Roger's command, Fang Yi nonetheless complied with his instructions and launched an illuminating arrow into the sky, deliberately aiming skyward to gain a clearer view and discern the nature of the naval force behind them. However, when the illuminating shell lit up the entire naval vessel, Roger exclaimed in astonishment. "Xiao Yi, does this ship not resemble the one we encountered earlier? Captain, how is that possible? That vessel was unmanned. There is no way it could have pursued us out to sea." Despite Fang Yi's growing sense of familiarity, he found himself reluctant to accept Roger's assertion. "What is going on?" Rayleigh inquired, glancing at the two of them. Fang Yi recounted the events of the day to Rayleigh, but with each word, he felt an increasing sense of unease, even shivering involuntarily. "This is simple. We can halt the ship and take a closer look, can't we?" Rayleigh nodded, smiling as he spoke. "Isn't that unnecessary, Mr. Rayleigh? I believe it would be better to simply blast it apart and let it sink to the depths." Fang Yi fervently shook his head in protest. Xiao Yi, could it be that you are afraid?" Roger regarded Fang Yi with a peculiar expression, inquiring. The surrounding crew members stifled laughter, causing Fang Yi to feel belittled. "How could that be? I would never be afraid, especially since the captain has said so." "Then we shall stop the ship, and I will be the first aboard to show you that I am not afraid." Seeing the expressions of the crew, Fang Yi pounded his chest and declared loudly. However, when the Oro Jackson truly came to a halt and approached the unmanned naval vessel, Fang Yi felt a twinge of hesitation. Before him lay the very ghost ship they had identified earlier that day. Initially, Fang Yi had firmly believed that the world of One Piece was devoid of such fantastical elements, but with this vessel's presence, he began to question what else might be inexplicable. Furthermore, he had conducted a thorough search earlier, finding nothing amiss, and Roger was present as well, that if someone were scheming, Roger would surely have noticed, coupled with Wang Zai's earlier reaction. Fang Yi's apprehension grew. It is human nature to fear not the specters themselves, but the unknown. Previously, he was convinced that this world held no peculiarities, and thus felt no fear. Yet now, uncertainty clouded his mind, and he subconsciously believed that there was something strange about this ship. Thus, out of fear of the unknown, he hesitated. "Mr. Rayleigh, are you truly not reconsidering my suggestion?" Fang Yi stood at the ship's railing, making one last attempt. What suggestion? Are you going alone?" "Don't be like this, Xiao Yi. Such an intriguing affair. I must certainly be a part of it." Roger feigned ignorance of Fang Yi's words, inciting frustration within Fang Yi. "Captain, Xiao Yi means to say we should destroy the ship, not that he intends to go alone." Peter chuckled heartily from the side. Why on earth? This is a rare adventure opportunity," Roger queried, bewildered. "What else could it be?" "He's frightened," Peter replied, stifling laughter with a teasing tone. Their banter resembled a comedic routine, each remark pushing Fang Yi closer to the brink of exasperation. particularly when he observed the crew's expressions, which made him wish to shoot them with arrows. Did I in that case? Shout, why don't we? Wang Zai, let's go. Before Roger could finish his sentence, Fang Yi grabbed Wang Zai and boarded the lifeboat, making his way directly to the ghost ship. Hey, is this really all right? It seems Xiao Yi looks rather frightened. According to the captain, that ship is definitely problematic. The chef, Yao Yi, frowned as he observed Fang Yi approaching the ghost ship alone. Rest assured, the captain and the others will set off shortly and follow behind. Besides, Xiao Yi is not reckless. Did you not see he brought Wang Zai with him? Rayleigh smiled reassuringly. As pirates, we cannot be intimidated by such circumstances. As Fang Yi approached the ghost ship and the lifeboat, suddenly, the ship's rescue line dropped down as if to facilitate his boarding. Who is up there? The rescue line could not have descended without reason. It seemed to drop just as he arrived, indicating that someone or something was indeed watching him. Wang Zai, up. After checking his gear, Fang Yi felt a surge of courage. Unlike before, when he was oblivious, he now knew with certainty that something was present aboard the ship. The greatest fear of humanity lies in the unknown. It is the unknown that is most terrifying. Little one, I am relying on you now. If anything approaches, alert me. Upon boarding the ghost ship, Fang Yi surveyed his surroundings, confirming that it was indeed the same naval vessel that had anchored beside the Oro Jackson earlier that day. Xiao Yi, did you discover anything? At that moment, Roger arrived alongside his crew, preparing to ascend the rescue line. Nothing, Captain, Fang Yi called back to Roger below. Just then, Wang's eye suddenly barked at a particular direction. Without hesitation, Fang Yi grasped his dagger, becoming fully alert. What has happened? Xiao Yi Roger, having heard Wang Zai's bark, shouted out a concern for Fang Yi's safety. However, Fang Yi did not respond. When Roger and the others finally boarded the ghost ship, they found it eerily deserted. Not only had Fang Yi vanished, but so had Wang Zai. What is going on? Where is Xiao Yi? Yaman, who had followed Roger, climbed aboard and, finding no sign of Fang Yi, asked in bewilderment, I am not sure. We did not see Xiao Yi when we arrived. Roger shook his head, frowning. Xiao Yi, Yaman called out loudly. Yet the empty ship offered no reply. This is strange. He could not have simply vanished without a trace. Everyone be cautious. With a beast-like intuition, Yaman sensed that something was amiss aboard this vessel. Just then, a sound echoed from the stern of the ship. It is Xiao Yi. Yaman dashed toward the rear, and Roger and the others hurried after him. Upon reaching the stern, they indeed found Fang Yi and Wang Zai. Xiao Yi. Are you all right? Yaman rushed forward to check on Fang Yi, who lay on the ground. Teacher Yaman? Fang Yi slowly opened his eyes. Seeing Yaman's worried expression, Xiao Yi, are you okay? Who attacked you? Yaman asked, relieved to see Fang Yi regain consciousness. I do not know. Fang Yi shook his head, recounting, earlier, Wang Zai seemed to have sensed something, just as I heard the captain's voice. I felt suddenly drowsy and fell asleep without any sense of being attacked. Indeed, it does not appear to be an ordinary assault. Xiao Yi bears no external injuries, nor does Wang Zai. The ship's doctor, examining the still unconscious Wang Zai, nodded in agreement. Then it is perplexing. What could have attacked Xiao Yi? Roger mused, stroking his chin. It felt somewhat like a ghost. Fang Yi swallowed hard at a ghost. Everyone turned to him, astonished. Allow me to explain. Initially, I did not believe in ghosts. Fang Yi pondered before continuing. However, I can assert that it was certainly not a human attacking me while invisible. It felt more like some ethereal entity, rendering me completely unaware. Just as the group found themselves in a state of confusion, they suddenly seemed to hear faint singing, that the song of a mermaid. Lang Ram remarked in surprise after listening carefully. The song of a mermaid? All eyes were fixed upon Lang Ram, as if awaiting his elucidation. Indeed, it is said that long ago, the merfolk possessed enchanting melodies that could effortlessly ensnare the hearts of listeners, even exerting control over the marine creatures surrounding them. Lang Ram nodded and spoke. Could it be that the navy aboard this vessel fell victim to the mermaids? A sense of disbelief washed over the assembly. After all, they had previously visited Fishman Island. Unlike the ferocious fishmen, the merfolk were known to be quite gentle. However, if it were indeed the mermaids, then what had assailed me? Fang Yi furrowed his brow in inquiry. This question left everyone at a loss, and they were equally uncertain about what to do next. Suddenly, a sound echoed within the cabin, as if something had toppled over. "Let us go investigate," Roger declared, his gaze sharpening. Thus, everyone made their way towards the cabin, with Fang Yi cradling the unconscious Wang Zai, following closely amidst the throng. Yet upon their arrival at the cabin, they found no sign of trouble, nor any trace of others. The same outcome as before. Roger frowned, pondering what could possibly be amiss. This time, there were more individuals present than during the day, yet the search yielded identical results. Still, nothing was found. "Captain," at that moment, Roger suddenly heard Fang Yi's call. "What is that?" As the crowd emerged from the cabin, they noticed Fang Yi and Wang Zai seemingly having discovered something that was a secret passage, a hidden compartment beneath the ship. After a moment's contemplation, Fang Yi remarked, "Upon awakening earlier, I felt as though something was guiding me. Hence I came directly here. Step back. Let me take a look?" Roger nodded, signaling Fang Yi to retreat, for none could ascertain what lay beneath. "What is this?" When the hidden passage was revealed, astonishment swept over everyone. It was, astonishingly, a water prison. Langram instantly recognized the purpose of the passageway. A water prison. Are we to confine individuals here? This is rather reckless. Is it not? What if a prisoner were to breach the hull? Fang Yi questioned, perplexed. This is not an ordinary cell, but rather designed for those with abilities. Given the scarcity of sea stone, the Navy resorts to such water prisons to restrain the powers of captured devil fruit users. Langram explained, shaking his head. Then it stands to reason that there may be a devil fruit user down there? Fang Yi mused, frowning. Shall we descend and ascertain? Roger proposed with a grin. Not being a user of supernatural abilities, he felt no trepidation regarding the ocean's depths. Shortly thereafter, as Roger emerged from the water, he bore with him the lifeless body of a male pirate, dressed in typical attire, clearly having died not long ago. He is already deceased. Langram inspected the body briefly before shaking his head. However, at that moment, Wang Zai began to shriek frantically at the corpse. "Everyone, be cautious." Having had previous experiences, Fang Yi retreated immediately and issued a warning to all. Yet, what transpired next left everyone utterly astonished. A translucent figure, identical to the body Roger had retrieved, gradually began to materialize in the air. The figure seemed to gaze upon its own corpse, a sorrowful expression crossing its visage. "What is this? A soul?" Even Roger, having never witnessed such a phenomenon, found himself momentarily dumbfounded. "Thank you for retrieving my body. I am a pirate and a devil fruit user. After being captured by the Navy, I was imprisoned in this water prison. Yet, my ability is unique. I can detach my soul from my body and move freely. Thus, in my final moments of strength, I allowed my spirit to escape, resulting in my current state." The translucent man inscribed upon the ground using the seawater. "So, in your spectral form, you killed the Navy here, but lacked the power to return to your body, ultimately leading to your demise by drowning?" Fang Yi blinked and inquired cautiously, "What is your current condition? Are you dead or alive?" "Undoubtedly dead." The pirate's soul continued to write upon the ground. "I can feel the waning of my spiritual essence. Had I not been near my body, I doubt you would even be able to perceive me. Moreover, even now, my soul's energy continues to dissipate. Thus, you followed us to the port and commandeered this naval vessel." Roger asked with curiosity, "Indeed, for you are pirates. Perhaps you could assist me in liberating my body from the water prison." The figure continued to inscribe. However, Fang Yi felt a twinge of skepticism. If this spirit could commandeer a naval vessel, freeing its own body should pose no challenge, should it? The other crew members listened intently, remaining silent. Yet, sensing Fang Yi's doubts, the pirate's soul resumed writing. "My body is completely submerged in seawater. I cannot access it. Thus, I must trouble you. Then, were you the one who attacked me earlier?" Fang Yi fixed his gaze upon the spirit, inquiring. "Yes, I intended to use my spiritual power to compel you to unlock the water prison. However, my remaining spiritual energy proved insufficient, and your own spirit seemed remarkably potent. Consequently, I was forced to separate when I reached the stern, nearly exhausting my remaining essence in the process. The figure did not shy away from answering, responding to all of Roger and Fang Yi's inquiries without reservation. Eventually, the pirate's soul began to fade slowly before Fang Yi and the others. I never imagined such a devil fruit ability existed, one capable of allowing one's soul to depart from the body. Fang Yi mused aloud as they made their way back to the Oro Jackson. Haha, what a pity. How splendid it would be if ghosts truly existed. Roger laughed heartily. Captain, you aren't actually considering recruiting a ghost as a crewmate, are you? Fang Yi interjected, a smirk creeping onto his face as he spoke, recalling a certain rubbery individual who seemed to delight in gathering peculiar companions. Ha ha ha. Captain, if you truly did manage to recruit a ghost, I wager that before we reach the next island, I'll be requesting to disembark. Before Roger could respond, the other crew members burst into laughter. Fang Yi attempted to defend himself, but it seemed of little consequence. He resigned himself to the notion that his fear of ghosts had been firmly established. Captain, an enemy ship has been spotted ahead. It is the Whitebeard pirates. The lookout, Jellin, called from the crow's nest, peering through a telescope down towards the deck. Oh, is it Newgate? Crew, prepare for battle, Roger exclaimed with a hearty laugh as he raised his gaze towards the horizon. 5 years had elapsed since the battle at God Valley. In this time, the dynamics of the seas had shifted considerably, evolving from the sole dominance of the Rocks pirates to a landscape where various formidable pirates now vied for control of the New World. The Whitebeard pirates, founded by Edward Newgate, a former high-ranking officer of the Rocks pirates, had grown rapidly in strength, becoming a formidable force in recent years. Conversely, the Roger pirates, due to their captain's disposition, had not aggressively recruited new members, resulting in their numbers remaining relatively unchanged from 5 years prior. However, the strength of the crew had markedly improved over time, especially Fang Yi, who compared to 5 years ago, had undergone substantial transformation. Most notably, his height had increased significantly, perhaps due to the lineage powers that resembled chocolate beans, enhancing his physique remarkably. Thus, despite being of a similar age to Shanks and Buggy, he now towered over both. Shanks, that little rascal named Marco we encountered last time. This time, I shall not let him escape. Upon spotting the approaching enemy ship, Fang Yi, armed with his bow and arrows, leapt onto the netting, gazing into the distance while laughing boisterously. Browski, he is older than us, Shanks chuckled resignedly. Ever since the addition of an intern to the Whitebeard pirates, it seemed Fang Yi had taken a particular interest in him, relentlessly pursuing him during encounters, which was quite exasperating. Humph, what does age matter? We are all interns, destined to be rivals. I shall subdue him now. Fang Yi opened his mouth wide and spoke with a smile, faced with Fang Yi's rhetoric. Even Shanks felt a bit embarrassed. What is this? Crushing the opponent in their childhood. Soon it seemed that the Whitebeard pirates had also noticed them and directly changed their course, heading towards them. Newgate, Roger, Captain Roger and Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, stood at the bow of their ships and laughed heartily together. Wah! Little ones, seize their treasures, Roger exclaimed, waving his sword with mirth. Gulalala, my beloved sons, tell them who the true masters of these seas are. Whitebeard bellowed, swinging his naginata with a grin. Just as Roger issued the order to attack, Fang Yi notched an arrow and shot it directly at Whitebeard. I won't let you disturb my father. Though Fang Yi's arrow flew at great speed, a figure swiftly intervened, blocking it. Marco. Bang! Marco kicked Fang Yi's arrow away, but the force of the arrow sent him staggering back. Crack, crack. Marco let out a cold snort as blue flames began to erupt from his entire body. What the hell? Pineapple Marco, what happened to you? Spontaneous combustion. Fang Yi teased, noticing the blue flames enveloping Marco, that Marco's hairstyle resembled a pineapple, and it was his favorite fruit, hence Fang Yi's nickname for him, Pineapple Marco. You little rascal, I am not who I used to be. This time, let me show you my true power. Marco was quite displeased with Fang Yi. Both were interns, yet Fang Yi was slightly stronger, leading to Marco being overshadowed in past battles, which irked him greatly. However, this time, he had consumed a devil fruit that granted him the ability to transform into a phoenix. Thus, without hesitation, Marco transformed into his phoenix form and soared into the sky. Hey, why did you turn into a bird? Fang Yi slowly drew an arrow, aiming at Marco with a smile that he naturally recognized the transformation as the Zoan type, bird fruit, mythical Zoan, phoenix form, a rare devil fruit even more elusive than Logia types, possessing the ability to emit flames of regeneration, making it quite formidable. Moreover, the Zoan type already provided a significant boost to physical capabilities, and with the regenerative flames, Marco's strength was undoubtedly amplified. However, Fang Yi remained unfazed. Over the past 5 years, his power had grown remarkably. Thus, despite Marco's possession of the phoenix form, Fang Yi was confident in his ability to triumph effortlessly. Frost Arrow. Observing Marco approaching, Fang Yi chuckled softly and released the arrow from his grasp. The arrow, imbued with a chill, flew directly towards Marco. Frost Arrow, LV.2, 156,300, shoots an arrow of ice at the enemy, inflicting freezing damage. This was one of Fang Yi's newly acquired skills, enabling him to transform ordinary arrows into ice-infused projectiles. The arrow aimed at Whitebeard earlier was also a frost arrow, but it had been deflected by Marco. Useless, no matter how you attack. My flames of regeneration will restore my body, and your arrows cannot hit me. Marco confidently chose to endure Fang Yi's arrow without evading. Fool! Do you not know there exists a power called Haki? Fang Yi smiled slightly and remarked. Marco was momentarily taken aback, but it was too late to dodge. The ice-infused arrow pierced through his wing. Yet contrary to his expectations, the wound did not heal immediately. Instead, he felt a piercing agony, followed by the emergence of ice that swiftly encased his entire wing. Boom! Is Marco all right? The injury to his wing caused Marco to plummet from the sky, but fortunately, he was not flying very high and landed on Whitebeard's ship, ensuring he was not in mortal danger. I'm fine. Marco gritted his teeth and declared, Armament Haki. Having reverted to his human form, Marco looked at the frostbite on his arm and wiped it with his other hand, causing the wound to visibly heal. However, the pain from the injury persisted. The only thing that had managed to injure him was Haki, and given the distance between him and Fang, the fact that Fang Yi could maintain his Haki at such a range while using a bow and arrow indicated that he had not recently awakened it. At such a young age, his mastery of Haki made Marco regard Fang Yi with even greater apprehension. Observing the injured Marco, Fang Yi smiled faintly. Armament Haki was undoubtedly his greatest achievement over the past 5 years. Moreover, he owed this to Whitebeard himself. The final shard of armament Haki he acquired had come after encountering Whitebeard at that time. The Rock's pirates had disbanded, and the great pirate Edward Newgate had formed his own crew, naming it the Whitebeard Pirates. On a fateful occasion, while searching for the Poneglyphs on a small island, the Roger pirates crossed paths with the Whitebeard pirates. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Yi obtained his first lottery ticket from Whitebeard, and it was that very ticket that allowed him to draw the final shard of armament Haki, awakening his own ability. At that time, not only Shanks and Buggy, but even Roger and Rayleigh were taken aback. The main reason was Fang Yi's young age. Awakening Haki at such a tender age suggested that as long as he did not meet an untimely end, his future accomplishments would be remarkable. Furthermore, as an archer, Fang Yi possessed exceptional sensory abilities, and with the assistance of his skill, Eagle Eye, Roger and Rayleigh mistakenly believed that Fang Yi was on the verge of awakening observation Haki. Consequently, Fang Yi's potential and reputation soared to new heights. Gulalala. The little archer is quite impressive. How about it? Interested in joining my ship? The other members aboard both ships refrained from intervening during the clash between Fang Yi and Marco. Even after Marco's defeat, Whitebeard made no mention of seeking revenge for him. Instead, he inquired whether Fang Yi wished to join his crew. Certainly. Fang Yi replied cheerfully, nodding in agreement. His response not only left Whitebeard momentarily stunned, but also rendered Marco, Shanks, and others speechless. They had expected Fang Yi to refuse, but he surprisingly agreed so readily. Gulalala. You little rascal, tell me, what are your conditions? Whitebeard looked at Fang Yi and asked, I want your entire Whitebeard pirates to join my side. Then I will request the captain to lead a team to guide you in navigation. Fang Yi replied with an air of superiority. Gulalala. What a sharp-tongued little brat. In that case, I want to give you a chance. Defeat me, and I will join you. Whitebeard laughed heartily. amused by Fang Yi's audacity. "You little brat, what nonsense are you spouting? You think you can lead us? You're merely an intern." Marco was nearly driven to madness. Whitebeard was the man who had given him a second chance at life, and he would never allow anyone to stand above his father. Fang Yi, digging his nose, contemptuously retorted, "Who was just shot down from the sky by me? Besides, aren't you also just an intern? Bastard. I am now a full-fledged member. Do you think everyone is like you, still an intern? Humph, you childish little brat." Marco finally gained the upper hand, mocking Fang Yi indeed upon hearing Marco's words. Fang Yi's expression darkened. He did not understand why it was that, despite spending a considerable amount of time on the ship, he felt he had contributed enough in terms of strength and efforts. Yet, Roger had never mentioned promoting him to a full member. Not only him, but Shanks and Buggy were still labeled as interns as well. Oh, what if you are an intern? You can't even defeat an intern. With a playful grimace directed at Marco, Fang Yi promptly made his way to Roger's side, choosing to disregard him entirely. Although he did not fully comprehend Roger's intentions, he respected the captain's discretion and refrained from broaching the subject. As the distance between the two sides dwindled, the impending clash loomed ever closer, with crew members on both vessels engaged in final preparations for battle. Boom! "Ah, Whitebeard, I found you at last. Today, I shall claim your head." Buck, brandishing his sword, laughed heartily while confronting Whitebeard. As the two pirate ships drew near, combat erupted forth to Buck's astonishment. Fortune favored him, as he had directly encountered Whitebeard at that moment. Roger's crew was thoroughly overpowering Whitebeard's, leading Buck to believe victory was assured, which is why he did not flee upon facing Whitebeard. "Buck, this fellow is not to be trifled with. Exercise caution." Shanks, standing nearby, cautioned gravely. The two men were no longer the young scallywags who trailed behind Fang Yi. Moreover, in the confrontation with Whitebeard, Fang Yi had no need to accompany them. Thus, it was solely the two of them standing against Whitebeard. "Gururara. So it's you two little brats. Where's that archer?" "Why, I ascend joining you." Whitebeard chuckled lightly. "Umph. We are more than enough to deal with you," Buck retorted, lunging forward with his sword aimed at Whitebeard. Buck, seeing this, Shanks could only helplessly follow suit. Bang! Bang! With a sweep of his naginata, Whitebeard sent both Shanks and Buck crashing to the ground. Newgate. At that moment, Roger charged into the fray. He had been momentarily delayed by Josu's interference, but he felt no concern for Shanks and Buck. The skirmish between their crews resembled a friendly sparring match, where neither side would strike with lethal intent. The vanquished would simply sit aside to recuperate, allowing the ongoing battle to continue unhindered. "Grrrr! Roger, I've been waiting for you." Whitebeard's eyes sparkled as he swung his naginata toward Roger, his demeanor markedly different from when he faced Shanks and Buck. Bang! 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 Boom! 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 The battle raged on, and in a corner of the deck aboard Whitebeard's ship, Buck, Shanks, Marco, and Josu sat together, watching the fierce combat between Roger and Whitebeard. "Say, aren't you two interns like Fang Yi? Why is he still fighting while you two are sitting here?" Marco tossed an orange to the pair, chuckling as he spoke. "Unlike you, I'm a full-fledged crew member, so I can sit here," Buck replied defiantly, never one to concede easily. Though he boarded just a tad later than he, his talent is truly exceptional. "We cannot compare," Shanks remarked with a wry smile that on this matter, even the stubborn Buck had no rebuttal. He had long since been humbled by Fang Yi's prowess. "Do you think that kid is some kind of monster?" Awakening hockey at such a young age, the thought of once again being bested by Fang Yi filled Marco with indignation. He had genuinely believed he could triumph this time and redeem himself, only to find defeat once more? Humph. Shanks and Buck exchanged glances, both eager to assert that hockey was not the true measure of strength. Fang Yi's archery skills were the real anomaly, especially that technique which ensured a hit regardless of whether one evaded or blocked. In their usual sparring sessions, Shanks had often found himself at a disadvantage. However, it was evident that Marco, having only clashed with Fang Yi a few times, had yet to grasp the full extent of his formidable abilities. In the face of Sach's ambush, Fang Yi executed rapid footwork, vanishing from sight. What a troublesome adversary! Observing Fang Yi's sudden reappearance from afar, bow and arrow aimed squarely at him, Sach couldn't help but frown. Fire arrow. Whoosh. Fang Yi released a flaming arrow towards Sach, a manifestation of his skill. Fire arrow. LV.2 192,300. Launches a fiery arrow at the enemy, inflicting fire damage. Like the ice arrow, this was a skill he could actively employ, no longer relying on mere luck. However, the growth this skill provided him was somewhat limited, unlike previous abilities that either failed to trigger or, once activated, could turn the tide of battle. Clang. Perhaps due to the flames, the arrow's speed diminished somewhat, allowing Sach to deflect it. Ugh! However, despite blocking Fang Yi's arrow, Sach stumbled back several paces, clutching his right arm, which had inexplicably dropped his short blade to the ground. With an expression of disbelief, Sach stared at Fang Yi, as he had genuinely felt the impact of the arrow. The pain in his arm and the sensation of burning made it clear that Fang Yi's flaming arrow had indeed struck him, despite his certainty that he had successfully parried it. Hee, luck is on my side. Fang Yi, fully aware of the situation, was not surprised, with his skill as accuracy reaching a staggering 40% chance of triggering. Sach's hit was to be expected, yet rather than continue using his bow, Fang Yi shouldered the sunbow and drew a dagger, charging towards Sach. Since they had crossed paths, it was only natural to seize the opportunity for a check-in. On Whitebeard's ship, apart from Whitebeard and Marco, Fang Yi could also check in with the future captains. Thus, he sought to engage with as many as possible during the tumultuous battle. Once the fight concluded, he would gather the remaining lottery tickets, ensuring their encounter was not in vain. Little brat, do you underestimate me too much? An archer dares to engage me in close combat. Sach scoffed, finding amusement in Fang Yi's boldness. Underestimate you? Perhaps it is you who underestimates me. Fang Yi retorted, a smirk adorning his face as he approached. Humph. As Fang Yi launched his assault, Sach effortlessly dodged, retaliating with a kick aimed at him. Fang Yi, anticipating the move, crossed his arms to block Sach's kick, seamlessly transitioning to slash with his dagger. The moment they clashed, Sach realized that Fang Yi's close combat skills were formidable. His strength was substantial, as Sach's kick had failed to trouble him in the slightest. Evading Fang Yi's dagger, Sach retreated slightly, curious about his opponent. How old are you? You can't be much older than Marco. Yet you're this strong? He had assumed this based on Fang Yi's similar height to Marco. Fear not. In terms of age, you shall certainly perish before me. Fang Yi grinned widely in response. Sach's expression darkened. He was beginning to believe Marco's words. Fang Yi's mouth truly had the power to infuriate. Watch out. Fang Yi, not wishing to engage in further banter, had already successfully checked in with Sach. Thus, he opted to disengage after a feint and swiftly made his way toward Bista, who was locked in combat with Yamen. That little brat actually ran away, seeing Fang Yi abandon him to confront Bista. Sach couldn't help but be both amused and exasperated. Upon reaching Yamen, Fang Yi refrained from launching a surprise attack. Instead, he positioned himself in front of Yamen, stating, Yamen-sensei, leave this fellow to me. You should take a breather. Ho-ho, do take care. This fellow is no slouch. Yamen replied casually, a light chuckle escaping his lips. Bista, however, frowned. While Yamen seemed unconcerned, he viewed Fang Yi, still just a child, with skepticism. Previously, he had witnessed Fang Yi's battle with Marco and recognized him as an archer. Do not underestimate me, or you shall regret it. Fang Yi sensed Bista's reluctance to engage and seized the opportunity to strike. Very well. Once I deal with you, I'll take care of her. Bista wielded dual weapons, not two Western swords, but rather two long swords, resembling a traditional dual-wielding swordsman. Clang, clang, clang. The two engaged in a rapid exchange, their weapons colliding numerous times. Bista soon felt Fang Yi's prowess and resolved to treat the encounter with more seriousness. Such misfortune. Fang Yi mused, somewhat disgruntled, as the trigger rate had soared to a remarkable 40%. However, despite the intense exchange of skills between the two just now, neither of them managed to trigger a single ability. Little brat, if you let your guard down and meet your demise, don't blame me. Bista seized upon a moment of vulnerability, deftly maneuvering his long sword to stand before Fang. Oh no. Fang Yi realized he had indeed been distracted. He never anticipated that his opponent would exploit his flaw. Now, evasion seemed futile, and he could only grit his teeth to barely deflect the oncoming strike with his dagger. This left him in a decidedly passive position, resulting in Bista completely dominating their ensuing skirmish. In truth, Fang Yi's chances of triggering skills in close combat were not negligible. However, unlike the ranged use of a bow, close-quarters combat often involved numerous defensive maneuvers that he undertook merely to block incoming attacks. Even if he were to trigger a skill during these exchanges, it would typically target the opponent's weapon rather than the opponent themselves. Moreover, on occasions when he did manage to strike, if Bista retaliated simultaneously, any mid-action adjustments to defend would still count as targeting the weapon, not the adversary, diminishing his effective skill usage in melee compared to when wielding a bow. Dang, little brat, take a break. Bista's dual swords effortlessly sent Fang Yi's dagger flying, followed by a light chuckle. Although Fang Yi felt a twinge of indignation, the reality was evident. After retrieving his dagger, he approached Bista and declared, "Next time, it will be you who falls." Bista merely shrugged off the remark. Turning to Yaman, "All right, let us continue." "Ha ha, kid, losing focus in battle. There's your lesson," Yaman exclaimed gleefully upon witnessing Fang Yi's defeat. With a scowl, Fang Yi ignored her and walked over to the corner to join Shanks and Buggy. The clash between the Whitebeard pirates and the Roger pirates persisted throughout the day, albeit moderated by their collective concern for damaging the ship. Otherwise, the conflict would likely have escalated further. After the battle concluded, Roger had initially intended to propose a celebratory feast. However, Whitebeard appeared preoccupied with something and did not acquiesce. Before the two crews parted ways, Fang Yi sought out Bista, tossing one of his daggers to him, saying, "Next time I best you, I'll reclaim this. Until then, keep it safe. Don't let that pineapple fellow damage it." Nearby, Marco found himself caught in the crossfire of their banter and soon began arguing with Fang Yi. "Glah, the youth truly brims with vitality," Whitebeard boomed with laughter. "Huh, don't say that. You're not old yet," Roger replied with mirth. "Roger, what is it that you seek upon the seas?" Whitebeard inquired earnestly before their parting. Although unaware of the specific ambitions of the Roger pirates, he sensed they were pursuing something significant to me. "I seek the final island," Roger replied softly, gazing up at the stars in the night sky. Whitebeard paused, somewhat perplexed by Roger's words. "Ha, Newgate, do you believe in dreams?" Before Whitebeard could fully comprehend, Roger suddenly asked with exuberance that of course. Whitebeard nodded. "Is your dream to find the final island?" "Indeed, when I stand upon the final island, I shall be the Pirate King," Roger affirmed, his seriousness unmistakable. Whitebeard stared at Roger in astonishment. Had anyone else uttered such a declaration, he would have dismissed them as insane. Yet inexplicably, he sensed that if anyone could realize such a dream, it might just be Roger. After the two pirate crews parted, Roger announced the commencement of the feast. However, Fang Yi's enthusiasm was notably subdued. He needed to reflect on the battles of the day to avoid potential mistakes in a real life-and-death scenario. "Shout, E, come and drink," Peter called out, brandishing a bottle of liquor. "No, you all enjoy. I'll rest a bit. Today, as battles have left me quite fatigued." Fang Yi smiled and shook his head. Observing this, Peter opted not to press further. Taking a deep breath, Fang Yi promptly opened his character interface. Name, Fang Yi. Gender, male. Skills, precision, LV.4, 1859-000. Your attacks have a 40 chance to hit the enemy with guaranteed accuracy. Evasion, LV.3, 590-1000. You have a 30 chance to completely evade incoming attacks. Divine Protection, LV.2, 0300. When facing a lethal blow, you can avoid it with 100 certainty. Effective only twice per month. Days, LV. 20300. Your attacks have a 6 chance to stun the enemy. Fatal Strike, LV.3, 01000. Your attacks carry a 3 chance to inflict fatal damage. Fire Arrow, LV.2, 192300. Shoot a flaming arrow at the enemy, causing fire damage. Ice Arrow, LV.2, 156300. Shoot an ice arrow at the enemy, causing freezing damage. Eagle Eye, non-upgradable, enhances your vision, granting you eagle-like sight. Charge, non-upgradable, entering a charging state. You cannot move, but your next attack will unleash 200 power, ranged firepower. Non-upgradable when using ranged weapons. You can unleash 120 of your power, Marine 6 styles, shave. Instantly step on the ground over 10 times. Utilizing the resultant force for explosive speed. Moonwalk, tread upon the air with powerful footwork, creating strong buoyancy, allowing you to walk in the air like climbing stairs, though you cannot remain airborne for too long. Hockey, armament hockey, beginner, life skills. Music, beginner, you possess basic musical appreciation and rudimentary instrumental skills, though merely at an entry level. Shipwright, beginner, your hands are more dexterous. Yet you can only perform basic repairs on ships. Navigation, beginner, you have the ability to sail the seas, but are prone to getting lost. Carving, beginner, any ordinary material can be transformed into a work of art in your hands. Medical skills, beginner, patience. No, in my hands, they're only the dead or the healthy. Painting, beginner, give wings to your imagination, and you should be the most dazzling figure aboard the entire ship. Points, 9,952 weapons. Sun shooting bow, a finely crafted bow that allows the wielder to shoot farther and faster. It imbues you with the courage to chase the sun. Small quiver, can hold 20 arrows. Automatically replenishing one every hour. Standard pistol, a very ordinary pistol. Right dagger, a well-crafted dagger. An inch shorter, an inch more perilous, allowing you to revel in the dance of blades, gazing at the modest increase in his skills. Fang Yi let out a long sigh. Aside from the decent rewards obtained from the lottery tickets given to him by Whitebeard and his captains, the past 5 years had left him nearly numb to the lottery system. It was much like those unscrupulous game developers from his previous life, luring you in with promises, only for the subsequent odds to leave one utterly speechless. Fortunately, due to the numerous lottery attempts, he had accrued a fair amount of experience points, managing to elevate his Fatal Strike skill to LV.3, while the other skills also saw varying degrees of improvement. Although the trigger probability of Fatal Strike was disappointingly low, its effect was undeniably potent. Thus, Fang Yi could only persistently pile it up, yearning for the day it would truly come into play. Moreover, his points were on the verge of surpassing the 10,000 mark. Not because he had earned so little over these 5 years, but rather due to his expenditures. While the items currently available in the shop were scant, as long as there were lottery tickets for sale, Fang Yi would never be deterred from making purchases. This mechanism was akin to an addiction. The more one failed to obtain desirable items, the more unwilling one was to accept defeat, and the more one felt compelled to try again. Thus, the majority of his points were primarily expended on acquiring lottery tickets. Beyond this, he had also acquired several inheritances of power, namely strength, agility, and physique, which had previously manifested. This accumulation was the reason why Fang Yi's physique and prowess could keep pace with a genius like Shanks, and even suppress Marco, who was older than him. Over the course of 5 years, Fang Yi had roamed the seas alongside the Roger pirates, gaining considerable worldly experience, yet the true historical texts remained elusive. Moreover, there were no leads regarding the road Poneglyph. At times, Fang Yi pondered whether he should divulge this information to Roger while he was still in good health. After all, after 5 years of camaraderie, Fang Yi had come to regard the crew as family and wished for Roger not to follow the same tragic path as before. However, he had yet to find a suitable pretext, for such monumental secrets were not easily believed, regardless of whether Captain Roger and the others trusted him. Lacking a solid explanation could jeopardize the bond between Fang Yi and the crew, leaving him in a state of indecision. Yet upon overhearing the conversation between Roger and Whitebeard today, Fang Yi felt it more significant for Roger to uncover these secrets on his own. It was his life, and Fang Yi should not interfere. Much akin to the original narrative, where Luffy refrained from allowing Usopp to inquire about the secrets of the One Piece upon meeting Rayleigh, he did not concern himself with the contents of the treasure or even its existence. The pursuit of the One Piece had always been his dream, independent of anything else. Just as Fang Yi was lost in thought, he was abruptly interrupted by Wang Zai's arrival at his side. "Have you been drinking again? Are you truly a dog?" Fang Yi remarked, somewhat exasperated by the intoxicating scent wafting from Wang Zai's mouth. This creature had grown significantly in size with age. Now, even on all fours, it stood at Fang Yi's chest level, only slightly shorter than Shanks and Buggy. When it raised its front limbs, it towered over an adult human. Despite its large stature, its speed was remarkably swift, surpassing even Fang Yi's full sprint. Although he could temporarily outpace Wang Zai using Soru, he could not compare in terms of endurance. Even more astonishing was Wang Zai's swimming speed. The fishman Sambril admitted he was no match for it underwater, let alone an ordinary person. Furthermore, Wang Zai had begun to understand the crew's conversations, and at times, his displayed intelligence led Fang Yi to suspect it had surpassed that of Buggy, after being pulled from his reverie by Wang Zai. Fang Yi ceased his contemplation and joined the crew in a drinking contest. Thanks to the crew's influence, Fang Yi's alcohol tolerance had significantly increased, rendering him less susceptible to drunkenness. Consequently, the crew lost their amusement in trying to intoxicate him, shifting their focus instead to Buggy and Wang Zai. Wang Zai had approached Fang Yi seeking assistance, as Yamen would not stand by its side in matters of drinking. What skill is it to bully a dog? Tonight, no one is allowed to leave, Fang Yi declared loudly, clutching a barrel of liquor. You are quite audacious, one of the crew members retorted. Let us remind you of the fear you once felt under our control. The surrounding crew members darkened in expression, stepping forward to confront Fang Yi, determined to teach him a lesson about the harsh realities of life. However, they soon realized that Fang Yi was in exceptional form that day. Although he appeared on the verge of drunkenness, he remained upright, which only spurred the crew to drink even more vigorously. Did you really think I was just a mere child from back then? Fang Yi boasted, observing the crew sprawled out on the floor. Brother Yi is truly impressive, Shanks praised, giving Fang Yi a thumbs up. Even he, facing the onslaught of the crew, could not achieve such a feat. Fang Yi smiled slightly and then collapsed, falling into a deep slumber. Despite having taken the anti-drunk potion he had won from the lottery, he could not withstand the relentless drinking, reaching his limit. When Fang Yi awoke the next day, he found himself in a cabin, albeit with a throbbing headache, an inevitable consequence of a hangover. Oh, Xiao Yi, up so early. Upon reaching the deck, he noticed only a few crew members present, and the atmosphere was shrouded in dense fog with low visibility. Where are we? Why is there such thick fog? Fang Yi inquired, perplexed. It was rare to encounter such fog on the open sea, as the vastness of the ocean usually dispersed any mist, typically only found near small islands. That I'm not sure. Mr. Jabba just went to sleep, and when we awoke, it was like this, eyeing Long, the fighter with spiked hair and spiked boxing gloves. Shrugged. We must be cautious of underwater reefs, Fang Yi exclaimed, aware that fog typically indicated proximity to land. When dense fog appeared, it often signified nearby islands, making navigation perilous and prone to grounding. Bang! Just as Fang Yi finished speaking, a loud crash reverberated from the ship's hull, causing the vessel to shudder, nearly knocking Fang Yi and the others off balance. They initially thought the Oro Jackson had run aground. I'll go check, Sambril declared, taking the initiative to scout the situation. Be careful, brother Sambril, Fang Yi shouted towards Sambril as he plunged into the sea, sensing something amiss. What happened? The commotion from the impact had drawn Roger and Rayleigh out of the cabin, inquiring about the disturbance. Fang Yi quickly explained the situation. It seems we must be near an island. Rayleigh responded with a slight smile, aligning with Fang Yi's assessment. That moment, Sambril surfaced from the water, urgently calling to Roger, Captain, there are underwater volcanoes erupting nearby. The earlier tremor was not the Oro Jackson running aground, but rather the result of volcanic activity beneath the sea. Roger and Rayleigh exchanged glances. Realizing the urgency of the situation, one rushed to the captain's quarters while the other hurried to the bow. Shout, wake everyone up, Rayleigh shouted as he made his way to the front of the ship. Understood. Fang Yi recognized the gravity of the situation and dashed below deck, first seeking out the navigator, Jabba, knowing that experienced guidance was crucial in such circumstances. Once he roused Jabba from his quarters, Fang Yi noticed that the fog had thickened further. This is bad. The underwater volcano is about to erupt. Jabba assessed the situation immediately, taking command of the ship and instructing the crew on what to do. Jioan, can you see anything ahead? Jabba called out seriously from outside the second-level captain's quarters. No, it's impossible to see. The fog is too dense. Joel, stationed at the mast, shouted back. This was dire. If they didn't act quickly, they might collide with the underwater volcano. Jabba felt that this could be the greatest peril the Roger pirates had faced since their inception, that if they mishandled this, they could all perish. Jabba, if visibility is poor, can we determine direction by the ocean's current? Fang Yi suggested while scanning the horizon. Although his knowledge of navigation was somewhat limited due to his living skills, he knew it could not compare to Jabba's wealth of experience. We can't be certain, but we have no other option. Jabba decided to take Fang Yi's suggestion. Samburl, check the direction of the currents. After a brief pause, Jabba accepted Fang Yi's counsel, realizing that in such a situation, they had to try every possible approach. Wang Zai. Fang Yi beckoned to Wang Zai nearby. Let us go down and see if you can sense the direction of the volcano. Woo woo woo. Wang Zai looked at Fang Yi with a hint of confusion, for it had never encountered a volcano before. You fool, just sense the danger once we dive underwater. Fang Yi was at a loss for how to explain a volcano to Wang Zai, so he resorted to the simplest method of communication. Woof. Upon hearing this, Wang Zai understood and barked, signaling Fang Yi to prepare himself. Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Yi mounted Wang Zai's back, and together they leapt from the ship's railing. Once they plunged into the ocean, the clarity of the water offered a better line of sight than aboard the vessel, albeit only marginally. After retrieving an underwater breathing pill from his backpack and consuming it, Fang Yi felt an immediate sense of relief, able to breathe normally despite being surrounded by water. Soon, after sensing the surroundings, Wang Zai pointed towards the bow of the Oro Jackson, a gesture that sent Fang Yi's heart racing. He patted Wang Zai on the head, urging him to ascend to the surface. Teacher Jabba. Wang Zai senses danger ahead. Fang Yi shouted as he broke the surface. All right, maintain your position and let Wang Zai guide us through the water. Jabba called back from the ship's edge. Understood. Fang Yi replied, nodding before patting Wang Zai again, indicating him to dive deeper. Due to the thick fog without guidance, it was nearly impossible to discern their direction. One could easily find themselves inadvertently retracing their original path. This was precisely why Jabba had initially ordered the ship to halt without venturing aimlessly. However, now that Wang Zai was pinpointing the location of the volcano, they could use this information to navigate and assist Jabba in steering the Oro Jackson away from peril. Boom, boom, boom. Shortly after they changed course, a violent explosion erupted, and a pillar of fire shot skyward from the ship's stern, dissipating much of the surrounding fog. If it weren't for Wang Zai, today would have been disastrous, Jabba exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow with a smile. Yet, Roger, standing nearby, wore a serious expression. Jabba, I can't shake the feeling that this is far from over. What do you mean? Jabba asked, taken aback. That oppressive sensation lingers. We have yet to escape danger. Roger shook his head. Teacher Jabba, Wang Zai says he senses danger from the left rear as well, and it's south quite close to us. Boom, boom, boom. Before Fang Yi could finish, a sudden explosion erupted from the left rear of the Oro Jackson, sending seawater soaring over 10 meters high. Oh no, it's a submarine volcanic group. Jabba's face went pale. Disbelief etched across his features. Quick, think of something. What do we do now? Roger grasped the ship's railing, attempting to steady himself. Due to the recent violent shockwave, the Oro Jackson nearly capsized. We must rely on Wang Zai to guide us, Jabba stated. Although the volcanic eruption had cleared some of the fog, they still had no idea where the active volcanoes lay beneath the surface. Samber, go assist Xiao Yi. He is human and cannot remain underwater for long, especially with the current dangers, Roger instructed, nodding towards Samber, who had just resurfaced after being unable to help. Understood, Captain, Samber replied, recognizing the urgency of the situation, and without hesitation, he dove back into the sea. Xiao Yi, you need to return to the ship? I'll handle things here with Wang Zai, Samber declared, seizing Fang Yi as he emerged. No. Wang Zai senses danger from multiple locations. You cannot communicate with him as effectively as I can. I'll stay, and you go to the bow to guide the captain. Fang Yi shook his head, refusing. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Samber conceded, heading to the ship's front to help direct the Oro Jackson. Thus, Fang Yi and Wang Zai continuously sensed for danger amidst the waves, relaying their findings to Samber through gestures indicating potential volcanic locations, while he navigated the Oro Jackson accordingly. Boom, boom, boom. One volcano after another erupted. Yet thanks to Wang Zai's timely warnings, they successfully evaded the threats. Only a volcanic group of such magnitude could produce such dense fog. Jabba marveled as he observed the mist beginning to dissipate. "It seems we have made it through," Roger noted, feeling the oppressive sensation in his chest gradually lift as they distanced themselves from the volcanic region. However, just then, Samber, who was guiding them from the front, suddenly changed color and shouted back to the ship, "Hold on tight. There's a volcano right beneath us, and it's about to erupt." Upon hearing Samber's warning, Roger and Jabba's expressions turned grave as they rushed to the ship's edge. Witnessing bubbles continuously rising from below, "We're doomed," Jabba muttered, his face paling. Meanwhile, Fang Yi, submerged beneath the waves, felt helpless as he watched the impending eruption of the volcano below. The Oro Jackson could not possibly vacate the area in time. This volcano was situated on the periphery of the volcanic cluster, relatively small and deep underwater, so neither Fang Yi nor Wang Zai had noticed it until its imminent eruption became apparent. Glub. A massive bubble surged to the surface, signaling the imminent eruption. Without a moment to spare, Fang Yi summoned the Sunstrider bow from his backpack and dismounted Wang Zai, urging it to flee before plunging back down into the depths. Frozen arrow. Fang Yi knocked 5 arrows to the bow and began firing them downward. This was his only strategy, to freeze the surrounding seawater, buying time for the Oro Jackson to escape. After all, the Oro Jackson was a masterpiece crafted by the renowned shipwright Tom, built from Adam's tree. As long as it did not receive a direct hit from the eruption, it should withstand the resulting shockwave. Plop! Just as Wang Zai felt a surge of anxiety, Captain Roger suddenly emerged from the depths. Seeing Fang Yi's actions and the powerful current below, Roger realized he could not reach him in time. "Captain!" The crew gathered around as Roger brought Wang Zai and Samber back aboard. The last explosion had detonated at the ship's stern, narrowly missing the Oro Jackson. Such a tremendous force, had it struck the vessel, could have spelled disaster. Even now, the ship sustained damage in multiple areas, requiring urgent repairs. Cough, cough. Roger glanced at the unconscious Wang Zai and Samber, a sigh escaping his lips. They had been in close proximity to the blast. And even Wang Zai and the fisherman Samber, skilled in underwater navigation, had succumbed to the overwhelming current. The fate of Fang Yi, who was even closer to the eruption, was grim. "Roger, what happened?" "Where S. Xiao Yi?" Yaman inquired, sensing an ominous unease at Roger's demeanor. Roger shook his head. That reckless boy froze the seawater to mitigate the impact of the volcanic eruption. Although it bought us precious time, he was too close to the blast zone. "And I couldn't reach him." "Ah," the crew members were taken aback, unable to fathom the situation. "What do we do now?" Piter frowned, asking. With Samber and Wang Zai, the best at underwater rescue, now unconscious, how could they possibly locate Fang Yi in the vast ocean? "No matter what, we cannot abandon Xiao Rayleigh. Note down the coordinates. And from this point, we shall search in every direction. We must find him." Roger spoke resolutely. Rayleigh nodded, choosing not to elaborate, as the condition of the Oro Jackson was far from satisfactory. Therefore, as the first mate and shipwright, he needed to commence repairs promptly. Soon, 2 lifeboats were lowered from the Oro Jackson, with Yaman and Jabba leading a few crew members to search for Fang Yi, who had vanished after being swept away by the currents. Meanwhile, under the ship's Dr. S care, Wang Zai and Sang Bei quickly regained consciousness. Upon learning of Fang Yi's disappearance, they immediately joined the search effort. Particularly Wang Zai, whose speed in the ocean was remarkable, proved to be a significant asset in locating Fang Yi. On the other hand, Fang Yi, struck by the currents, had succumbed to unconsciousness. When he finally regained his senses, he discovered that he had been washed ashore on a small island. "Where the hell am I?" Fang Yi slowly crawled from the water onto the beach, then sat down heavily, finally taking the time to assess his condition. His entire body ached as if it were in pieces, and most importantly, he noticed a notification from the system. Fatal attack suffered. Divine protection triggered. Current available triggers this month -1. This meant that without the skill of divine protection, Fang Yi might have already met his demise. What a disaster! I have no idea where the captain and the others are now. After resting for a while, Fang Yi rummaged through his backpack and consumed several food items and drinks. feeling somewhat rejuvenated. His backpack contained a considerable amount of food and drink, all acquired through previous lotteries. Although he often cleared it out, identical items only occupied a single slot in the backpack space. Thus, as long as there was enough room, he generally ignored the frequently drawn food and beverages. Once he felt a bit better, Fang Yi explored the entire island, discovering it to be uninhabited and relatively small. With scarce wildlife, this posed a problem. Although there were some trees on the island sufficient for him to construct a small raft, without a navigational pointer, he was uncertain whether he could reach the next island. While he had a temporary supply of food and water, losing Roger and the others meant he had also lost the daily 5 lottery tickets. Therefore, after assessing his situation, Fang Yi immediately ignited a bonfire on the beach. The rising smoke from the fire might attract Roger and the others if they were still in the vicinity. However, he was unaware that during his unconsciousness, Roger and the others had spent an entire day searching for him. Time rewound to before Fang Yi's awakening. Despite the eruption of the underwater volcanoes complicating the search for Fang Yi, Roger and the crew did not relent. Jabba and Yamen expanded their search area using the lifeboats. But after a full day of searching, they still found no clues. Even with the later addition of Wang Zai and Sang Bei, Fang Yi remained elusive. Ego, where on earth have you gone? Shanks gazed worriedly at the vast, endless sea from the ship's railing, muttering to himself that, don't worry, that guy isn't one to perish easily. Bucky, usually comedic, spoke in a solemn tone to Shanks. Nevertheless, Shanks's anxiety did not wane. That brat just loves to show off. Yamen, having just changed into dry clothes after the recent search, returned to the deck. You should be glad that he saved us. Jabba appeared beside Yamen, patting her shoulder. Yamen shot Jabba a glance. Had she been in the mood for an argument, she would have scolded him thoroughly. How could she be glad when Fang Yi was missing, as Roger and the others continued to broaden their search? A lookout named Golan suddenly spotted several naval warships. Captain, it's the Navy. What should we do now? Golan shouted to Roger on the deck. Everyone involuntarily furrowed their brows. They had no time to tangle with the Navy. I've just thought of a brilliant idea. Roger suddenly grinned widely, exclaiming, let's have the Navy help us search. Huh. Everyone, including Rayleigh, looked at Roger in confusion. They were pirates. How could the Navy possibly assist them? We'll go over, capture their commander, and have them help us find Xiao Yi, Roger proclaimed with a hearty laugh, convinced of the brilliance of his plan. The crew was taken aback by Roger's idea. But upon reflection, they realized it might actually work. Thus, the Oro Jackson surged forward towards the naval vessels. However, as they approached, they discovered that the commander of this naval fleet was no ordinary individual, but none other than Admiral Sengoku, known as the wise general of the Navy headquarters. This is troublesome. Upon seeing Sengoku, Roger and the others could only smile wryly if they were dealing with a standard naval vessel. Roger's plan might have worked, but facing a powerhouse like Sengoku was obviously inappropriate. Oh, it's you, Roger. Sengoku, wearing frog-like glasses, stood on the deck of the naval ship, looking at the Oro Jackson with a smile. Excuse me, Navy, have you seen a little brat? Our precious treasure was stolen by him, and we are currently searching for him. Not if you could provide information about the brat, we might let you go. Just as Roger was about to speak, Rayleigh stepped forward, raising his voice towards the Navy. Hey, Rayleigh, what nonsense are you spouting? When did we have any treasure stolen? Roger looked at Rayleigh in confusion. Just be quiet. Leave this to me. Rayleigh had no time to explain to Roger, so after a brief whisper, he turned his attention back to the Navy. Haha, Silver's Rayleigh, the Dark King, right? The little brat you're looking for? Could it be him? Sengoku laughed heartily, gesturing for several naval soldiers to bring forth a bound Fang. Since the Battle of God Valley, Rayleigh had earned the title of the Dark King, and over the years, his reputation had spread throughout the seas, which is why Sengoku addressed him as such. Shout. Upon seeing Fang Yi captured by the Navy, Roger and the others felt a surge of joy and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he was alive, that was what mattered most. Time rewound briefly. On the beach, Fang Yi, having ignited the bonfire, awaited the possibility of being discovered by his companions while starting to fashion a small bamboo raft. He could not guarantee that Roger and the others would find him, so constructing a small raft to venture out into the sea felt like a reasonable choice. However, he never anticipated that the smoke signal would be seen not by Roger and his crew, but by 3 naval warships. Nevertheless, when Fang Yi noticed the naval vessels, he remained calm. He was no longer the novice who first arrived in the world of One Piece with his current strength. Even against 3 warships, he felt he could put up a fight, and perhaps he might even encounter some incompetent Navy officers, rendering the raft unnecessary. But when the warships reached the deserted island, Fang Yi realized he was in deep trouble, for the first figure to appear before him was none other than the future Fleet Admiral of the Navy, the current Vice Admiral Sengoku. "Noble officers of the Navy, please save me. My ship was caught in the nearby underwater volcanic eruption. It has been completely destroyed, and I've been adrift on this island for days without food." Fang Yi feigned weakness as he pleaded for aid from the Navy. He could only pray that they did not recognize him. Despite being a member of Roger's crew, he was merely a child and had no bounty on his head. Although there had been prior confrontations with Sengoku, a figure of such stature surely would not pay attention to a mere child. Indeed, upon hearing Fang Yi's cries for help, the ordinary naval soldiers hurriedly disembarked to assist him. However, once he was brought aboard the naval ship, Sengoku ordered his subordinates to bind him. "You must be the little brat who uses a bow and arrow from Roger's crew, right?" Sengoku said with a smile. Looking at Fang Yi, "Now, where is your captain? Did your ship truly fall victim to an underwater volcano? I never anticipated that a dignified rear admiral from the Navy headquarters would resort to scheming against a mere child like me." At this moment, Fang Yi felt a pang of regret. Had he chosen to engage in direct combat from the outset, his chances of success, though slim, would not have led to such an easy capture. "Young one, since you are acquainted with me, you ought to realize that such simple provocation holds no sway over me." Sengoku remained unfazed, addressing Fang Yi. "Therefore, it would be prudent for you to divulge the information I seek. Otherwise, I would truly feel reluctant to toss a child like you into impel down." Caught in Sengoku's grasp, Fang Yi could do nothing but offer a bitter smile. He had never anticipated being apprehended by the Navy. As a member of the Roger Pirates, such concerns had never crossed his mind. Yet now, through unforeseen circumstances, he found himself captured by the Navy. Pray tell, has the Roger Pirates indeed encountered a maritime disaster? Sengoku inquired, casting a glance at Fang Yi. Fang Yi shrugged and replied, "I suspect that anything I say would not merit your belief." Sengoku paused, then erupted in hearty laughter. "What an amusing little rascal you are. Very well, you shall remain in this prison until I return to headquarters, at which point I shall ensure you are sent to impel down. Hey now, Rear Admiral Sengoku, is that truly necessary? I am but a child with no bounty on my head. Surely you jest in considering sending me to impel down?" Fang Yi remarked with a grimace. Truth be told, even if he were dispatched to impel down, he would likely remain on the first level. Given his current abilities, escaping would be neither simple nor overly difficult. It merely depended on the circumstances at that time. As for the chances of Roger and the others coming to his rescue, Fang Yi estimated they were quite low. It was not that Roger and the others were unwilling to save him, but rather that Fang Yi presumed news of his capture would not reach them until after Roger surrendered. After all, he currently bore no bounty and was merely a child. Who would take notice of him? Even Sengoku's immediate recognition of him left Fang Yi somewhat astonished. In truth, although Sengoku had clashed with the Roger Pirates several times prior, he had little recollection of Fang Yi, Shanks, and Buggy, the 3 apprentice crew members. While he was aware of their existence, he had never paid them much heed. However, after hearing Fang Yi's name from Karp, his curiosity was piqued. Later, upon encountering the Roger Pirates, he made a point to observe Fang Yi, discovering that he indeed possessed remarkable potential. Thus, upon meeting Fang Yi, he recognized him at once. Yet, Fang Yi did not linger long in the ship's prison. Even the escape plans he had conceived were yet to be executed when Navy soldiers escorted him back to the deck. "Captain," the moment he laid eyes on Roger and the others, Fang Yi was utterly astonished. He had not expected Sengoku's warship to cross paths with the Roger Pirates. After all, it had been nearly 2 days since his disappearance, not counting the time he spent unconscious. He had assumed that Roger and the others had long since departed. Shout! Upon witnessing the joyful expressions of Roger and his crew, Fang Yi felt a twinge of embarrassment. Being captured by the Navy had undoubtedly caused considerable trouble for Captain Roger and the others. "It seems a confrontation is unavoidable," Roger declared with a wide grin upon seeing Fang. He had not initially intended to engage in direct conflict with the Navy, as it bore little significance. Even if one were to defeat the Navy before them, they would inevitably face relentless pursuits in their future voyages. Moreover, the stronger the Navy they vanquished, the greater the troubles they would incur. For it signified that more formidable forces would soon come seeking retribution. This was precisely why most pirates chose to flee at the first sight of the Navy. "Yi, wait for me. I shall come to your aid." Yamen, after a long absence, brandished her spear, signaling her seriousness. The remaining crew members, too, were invigorated and prepared for battle, including Shanks and Buggy. "Young one, it seems you have quite the circle of friends," Sengoku remarked with a grin. That moment, he commanded 3 warships. There was no reason they should struggle against a mere pirate crew. Soon enough, the Oro Jackson drew near Sengoku's flagship, and the battle erupted immediately, with the members of the Roger Pirates rushing toward Fang Yi's location. Meanwhile, the Navy opted for a triangular formation to encircle the Roger Pirates, placing the initial engagement on Sengoku's flagship. "To uphold our justice and eradicate the pirates before us," Sengoku declared, gesturing grandly as the Navy soldiers charged toward the Roger Pirates. However, the ordinary Navy soldiers were clearly no match for Roger and his crew. Yet, with their superior numbers, they blocked the path to Fang Yi's rescue. "Evra, keep an eye on that little rascal. If any pirates breach our defenses to rescue him, eliminate them first." After surveying the battlefield, Sengoku turned to his aide and instructed. "Yes, sir." Evra, Sengoku's aide, nodded earnestly in response. However, just as Roger and the others were about to break through the Navy's blockade toward Fang Yi, the 2 additional warships had already arrived, completing the encirclement of the Oro Jackson. That a brilliant light emanated from the left side warship, shooting forth like a laser beam toward Yamen, who stood closest to Fang. "Yamen-sensei, watch out." Seeing this all-too-familiar scene, Fang Yi could not help but shout. Unfortunately, his warning came too late by the time Yamen reacted. The light had already pierced through her body. Thud! A spray of blood blossomed in the air, followed by the sound of Yamen collapsing to the ground. "Damn it, Kizaru, I will not let you get away with this." Fang Yi hissed through clenched teeth, his fury palpable. His words momentarily stunned the Navy soldier guarding him, who cast an incredulous glance his way. "What are you staring at?" Fang Yi glared, snapping. The Navy soldier chuckled lightly, responding, "Little brat, you have keen eyes. You already recognize that to be our Navy's supernova, Kizaru." 4 years prior, just a year after the Battle of God Valley, Navy Vice Admiral Zephyr was promoted to Admiral, while his contemporary, Navy Vice Admiral Karp, declined the promotion. Unlike Karp, who turned down the rank of Admiral, Zephyr's fate took a grim turn after his ascent. Opportunities for frontline combat diminished, and he predominantly remained stationed at Navy headquarters. In that time, Zephyr found resolution in his personal life, marrying the woman he loved, with their first child born the following year. However, earlier this year, a shocking incident occurred at Navy headquarters. Admiral Zephyr's family, including his 3-year-old son, was brutally murdered by pirates. Known for his formidable Busashoka haki, Zephyr earned the nickname Black Arm, but he also bore another moniker, the Admiral who does not kill. Due to the tragedy that befell his family, Zephyr vowed that whenever he encountered pirates in the field, if they claimed they had elderly or children to care for, he would give them a lesson and then let them go, offering them a chance for redemption. This was how he came to be known as the Admiral who does not kill. Yet, not all pirates he spared were grateful. Some felt humiliated, but were too weak to confront Zephyr. Thus, they stealthily infiltrated the Navy's living quarters, seizing the opportunity to assassinate Zephyr's family. The trauma of this event incited a deep-seated hatred for pirates within Zephyr. Yet, due to age and declining strength, his capabilities began to wane. Consequently, the Navy's Fleet Admiral, Sengoku, decided to retain his rank while assigning him as a training instructor at Navy headquarters to ensure his safety. The Navy supernova currently making waves was one of Zephyr's first batch of students, destined to become one of the Navy's 3 admirals. Kizaru Borisolino. He was a newcomer to the Navy today, alongside Akainu, who would later become an admiral and fleet admiral. both of whom were part of Zephyr's inaugural class. As for why he was present here, like a canoe, he had just joined the Navy and had already earned the title of Monster, shining as one of the Navy's most illustrious new stars. Thus, Zephyr intentionally had Zhonghua take him and Akainu along, not only to carry out the mission, but also to gain some practical combat experience. Supernova? I'm the one who fights supernovas. With a flash in his hand, Fang Yi swiftly retrieved a dagger from his backpack, severing the ropes that bound him, and then, with a swift motion, slashed the throats of the two Navy guards beside him. Teacher Yaman, are you all right? Initially, he did not intend to reveal his ability to escape so early. Since Roger and the others had not yet arrived, fleeing now would only lead to being surrounded by the Navy, with little chance of breaking free. If he waited until Roger or Rayleigh arrived before taking action, it would be much safer. However, seeing Yaman collapsed not far from him, Fang Yi could not afford to hesitate. He immediately freed himself from the ropes and rushed to Yaman's side. Cough, cough. I was a bit careless. I didn't expect their attack speed to be so swift. Blood trickled from the corner of Yaman's mouth. Although Kizaru's attack was rapid, with Fang Yi's warning, Yaman instinctively dodged the vital points. Thus, despite being severely injured, her life was not in immediate danger. Teacher, we must leave. After examining Yaman's injuries, Fang Yi realized they could not afford to delay. Just the loss of blood alone could very well claim her life. Without further ado, he hoisted Yaman onto his back and prepared to break through. However, the sheer number of Navy soldiers surrounding them was overwhelming. Moreover, given Fang Yi's youth, once he had Yaman on his back, he had no room to use his bow and arrows, forcing him to evade attacks by dodging left and right. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? As Fang Yi maneuvered to evade the Navy and moved toward Captain Roger, a sudden flash caught his eye, revealing a face that was both unfamiliar and somewhat familiar to him. In the next instant, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, and together with Yaman, he was kicked away by Kizaru. Cough, damn yellow-skinned monkey. How dare you appear before me? Fang Yi coughed twice, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and slowly rose to his feet, gazing at Kizaru with a serious expression. Although this strike allowed Fang Yi to successfully register a hit on Kizaru, seeing him now felt like a long-anticipated confrontation between foes. Truly terrifying. Indeed, a pirate. Even such a young child possesses such murderous intent. Kizaru smirked, attempting to feign fear, but his face only appeared more lecherous. Fang Yi first checked on Yaman, relieved to see that her injuries had not worsened due to his protection. Teacher Yaman, please wait here for a moment. I will deal with this guy and take you to find a doctor. Yaman weakly nodded, saying cough, cough, shout, do not underestimate him. He is likely a devil fruit user. It's all right, teacher, leave it to me. Fang Yi slowly raised his hand, summoning the sun-shooting bow into his grasp, swiftly drawing an arrow from his quiver. This will be over soon. Yaman nodded, showing a hint of reassurance. She had great faith in Fang Yi. How terrifying. Are pirates nowadays so audacious? Even a mere child, Kizaru remarked casually, laughing. Yet, the response to him was an arrow imbued with icy energy, striking his head at incredible speed, appearing as though the arrow had exploded upon impact. However, Fang Yi knew that his attack had missed. Did he use observation hockey in advance? It seems it won't be so easy to deal with him. But I am not to be trifled with. Observing the situation, Fang Yi took a step and vanished from his position. Although Fang Yi's arrows were imbued with hockey, capable of striking a Logia-type user. If a Logia user utilized their elementalization ability to evade an attack before it could reach their true form, they could make it appear as if they had been struck while actually avoiding the blow. Kizaru, just regaining his composure, froze momentarily upon seeing Fang Yi's technique. The Navy's 6 forms were familiar to him. As Zephyr's instructor, he had always emphasized that physical strength was paramount. The so-called devil fruit abilities were merely obstacles along their path to becoming stronger. Thus, Kizaru, who relied heavily on his fruit powers, was viewed as a troublesome student by Zephyr, leading to frequent arguments between them. As the possessor of the Pika Pika no Mi, Kizaru believed that any power, as long as it could be utilized, was beneficial. Therefore, while he enhanced his physical training, he did not abandon the development of his fruit abilities. Whoosh, 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 before Kizaru could move, 3 arrows shot toward him from 3 different directions. Oh, what impressive archery! Kizaru observed the approaching arrows, quickly realizing that Fang Yi had utilized timing and positioning to not only lock onto his location, but also predict the direction he might evade. Should he elementalize as he had just done, he would only be able to dodge one arrow, leaving the other two to strike him. However, Kizaru was more than just a Logia-type user, having been a persistent thorn in Zephyr's side during training. He had developed formidable skills in both martial arts and swordsmanship. Amatsukami, Kizaru clasped his hands together, and when he opened them again, a long sword composed of light elements appeared. Clang, clang, clang. The radiant Amatsukami effortlessly deflected Fang Yi's 3 arrows. Yet, before he could initiate an attack, a 4th arrow rapidly approached from directly in front of him. It was Fang Yi's charged arrow, enhanced in power. Fang Yi had not intended to rely solely on the previous 3 arrows to defeat Kizaru. Those were merely a ruse to buy time for this charged shot. Once the charged arrow was released, Fang Yi did not linger, but took a step, repositioning himself to circle around Kizaru. Clang! The Amatsukami blocked Fang Yi's charged arrow. However, the immense force propelled Kizaru backward several meters before he came to a complete stop. Yet before Kizaru could relax, the spent arrow exploded. Boom! The explosion enveloped Kizaru in a cloud of black smoke, leaving the surrounding Navy soldiers in astonishment. As one of the Navy's supernovas, Kizaru had been suppressed and unable to retaliate even once, ultimately being taken down. What a terrifying child! A figure emerged from the cloud of smoke. It was none other than Kizaru, who had just blocked the charged arrow. Now's the time. Trident, Fang Yi, who had long anticipated Kizaru's appearance, aimed at him while he was momentarily unable to move in midair, releasing 3 arrows toward him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 arrows flew sequentially, with the first 2 veering left and right, curving to target Kizaru, while the final arrow flew straight at him. From a distance, the arrangement of the arrows resembled the shape of a trident, advancing toward the target. This was a technique Fang Yi and Yamen had spent considerable time developing. Unlike a typical 3-arrow shot, this method involved firing 3 arrows in succession, effectively tripling the probability of triggering skills, according to the system's assessment. What a formidable opponent! Kizaru smirked as he watched the arrows approach, raising his hands with the tips of his fingers beginning to glow, a manifestation of his power concentration. All 3 of Fang Yi's arrows struck Kizaru's body. However, Kizaru's expression shifted dramatically mid-air, as if he had sustained an injury, plummeting from the sky. Let's see you keep up your facade now. Fang Yi glanced at his character interface, noting a 2-point increase in the skill precision, indicating that the unfortunate Kizaru had been struck by 2 of the arrows. It was important to note that he had aimed for Kizaru's vital points, either the heart or the head. Although he had not truly been hit by arrows, once the skill precision was triggered, the sensation was indistinguishable from being shot, and the pain was enough to incapacitate him. Furthermore, Fang Yi had no intention of letting this opportunity to pummel a drowning dog slip away. Raising his bow again, he released another arrow imbued with icy energy. Damn it! What just happened? At this moment, Kizaru was far from the carefree demeanor he had previously displayed, with one hand pressed against his chest and a pallid complexion. He gazed at the arrows shot by Fang Yi once more. Fate had dealt him a cruel hand. Of the 3 arrows fired by Fang Yi, 2 were aimed directly at his heart, while the 3rd sought his head. Ultimately, the arrow targeting his head failed to trigger its skill, whereas both arrows aimed at his heart activated simultaneously, resulting in his heart enduring 2 consecutive assaults. This bizarre affliction left his legs feeling weak. He suspected that his adversary possessed some peculiar abilities. Therefore, confronted with Fang Yi's icy arrows, Huang Yuan instinctively chose to evade rather than employ the destructive tactics from before. It was only after he had used his laser to block Fang Yi's attack that he felt the piercing sensation in his heart. Run? Do you think you can escape? Fang Yi appeared to have anticipated Huang Yuan's intentions, as he continually shifted positions while relentlessly shooting at him. With no option to defend, Huang Yuan's paths for evasion were already limited, compounded by Fang Yi's exceptional archery skills. Consequently, Huang Yuan found himself completely suppressed by Fang Yi and was forced to retaliate, attempting to deflect the incoming arrows. However, he soon realized that even after blocking Fang Yi's attack, he did not continue to suffer damage. just as he thought Fang Yi's abilities were not easily activated and prepared to counterattack. Intending to destroy all of Fang Yi's arrows in one go, Fang Yi triggered his skill once more, this time with even greater precision and a stunning effect. Unbeknownst to him, this latest attack would merely trigger a few seconds later, regardless of whether he defended or evaded. Thus, with a splitting headache and a dizzying fog enveloping his mind, Huang Yuan immediately opted to retreat. Observing Huang Yuan stagger away, Fang Yi readied his bow once again, knocking 5 arrows onto the string. Yet before he could release them, Huang Yuan transformed into a beam of light and fled towards the distant warship. "Humph, you may have escaped swiftly," Fang Yi observed, retracting his arrows with a cold huff. Throughout the encounter, Fang Yi had thoroughly dominated Huang Yuan, leaving no opportunity for retaliation and ultimately forcing him to flee. Indeed, Fang Yi was aware that he was not yet Huang Yuan's match. Nevertheless, Huang Yuan's lack of understanding regarding Fang Yi's abilities led him to retreat after only a few skill activations. Had Huang Yuan disregarded everything and launched a direct assault on Fang Yi from the outset, Fang Yi would not have had the chance to unleash so many arrows, significantly diminishing the probability of skill activation that if Huang Yuan had exploited any openings, it could have resulted in a swift conclusion to the battle. Furthermore, even if Huang Yuan had not retreated, the prolonged engagement would have only become increasingly disadvantageous for Fang Yi. While loosing ordinary arrows was manageable, both the trident created by him and Yamen and the abilities acquired through the lottery, such as flame arrows and frost arrows, demanded considerable stamina. Had it not been for his experience with the body inheritance, such attacks would have swiftly depleted his energy. Even now, after a single battle, he felt a slight strain in his arms. The primary issue was his youth. His body was still in a growth phase. Thus, compared to someone like Huang Yuan, who was in his 20s, his stamina was on an entirely different level. "Yamen, I have not failed you." After driving Huang Yuan away, Fang Yi approached Yamen with a smile. "You're truly becoming increasingly formidable, little one." Yamen had observed Fang Yi's battle in its entirety, both tactically and in execution. Fang Yi had exhibited remarkable prowess, evoking a sense of fluidity and grace. As Fang Yi carried Yamen away, the surrounding naval soldiers made aggressive gestures but did not advance. They had witnessed the confrontation between Fang Yi and Huang Yuan. Although Fang Yi was merely a child at that moment, no one dared to underestimate him. Thus, with bow and arrows in hand, Fang Yi swiftly reunited with the arriving reinforcements. "Xiao Yi, are you all right?" "What happened to Yamen?" Jabba, accompanied by several crew members, approached with a concerned expression. Iga, Fang Yi, Shanks, and Buggy, who had followed along the deck, expressed their joy upon seeing Fang Yi. "Jabba, Yamen was injured while saving me and requires immediate medical attention." Upon seeing Jabba, Fang Yi finally exhaled in relief. "Very well, let us proceed. The captain is currently engaged in battle with Sengoku. Additionally, there is a troublesome natural type ability user employing magma, but Rayleigh has managed to hold him off. We must return to the ship at once." Jabba nodded in agreement. Fang Yi quickly deduced that the magma-wielding natural type ability user mentioned by Jabba was likely Akainu Sakazuki, one of the future admirals. With Jabba and the others accompanying him, returning to the Oro Jackson became considerably easier. After handing Yamen over to the ship's doctor, Fang Yi rejoined Jabba and the others in the fray. Due to the overwhelming number of naval forces, many soldiers on the Oro Jackson were engaged in battle with the crew. "Jabba, leave this to us. You go inform the captain," Fang Yi shouted to Jabba as he continued to shoot arrows at the surrounding naval soldiers. "All right, be careful," Jabba nodded, swiftly dispatching a naval officer with his axe before heading towards the main battleship, where Roger was battling Sengoku. Suppressing his urge to intervene in Sengoku's fight, Fang Yi understood that he could not afford to create further complications. Had it not been for him, this battle might have been entirely avoidable. Clang! Buggy strained to block a naval soldier's slash. Just as he felt he could no longer hold on, he noticed the force behind the opponent's blade suddenly dissipate. Thud! As the enemy collapsed, he spotted an arrow protruding from their back. Buggy, return to the cabin and help care for Yamen. I'll handle things here. Due to his youth and the fact that he often slacked off during training, Buggy had already exhausted a significant amount of energy while rescuing Fang Yi. Therefore, it was imperative to keep him here, as they might soon need every able-bodied crew member. Huff, huff, this is your request. I'm only doing this because of you, Buggy gasped, still putting on a brave front. Fang Yi smiled slightly, tacitly accepting Buggy's words, as there was no time for banter. Defeating the enemies was of utmost importance. Meanwhile, having received Jabba's message, Roger grinned at the visibly displeased Sengoku and said, "Since our objective has been achieved, we shall meet again next time. Boys, retreat." With Roger's signal to withdraw, the members of the Roger Pirates began to fall back towards the Oro Jackson. Truly an intriguing newcomer, Rayleigh remarked with a slight smile, observing the panting Sakazuki before choosing to retreat, knowing that pursuing them would yield no benefits. However, the Navy had no intention of letting the Roger Pirates escape. As Roger and his crew withdrew, the encirclement by the Navy gradually tightened. There are more and more enemies. We can barely hold on. What do we do? Shanks approached Fang Yi, speaking with urgency. Just wait a little longer. Wang Zai and Sanbei should be nearing success. Fang Yi had already emptied his quiver several times, but fortunately, he had prepared an ample supply of arrows beforehand. Otherwise, he would have been forced into close-quarters combat with the enemies. Upon Fang Yi's return to the ship, Jabba had already dispatched Wang Zai and Sanbei into the sea to sabotage the naval vessels, providing an escape route for them. Therefore, they had to endure until Wang Zai and the others succeeded. Boom! 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 At that moment, a series of explosions erupted from the naval flagship, as Sengoku, seeing that Roger and the others were attempting to flee, transformed into his Buddha form and began to relentlessly pursue them. That is from the captain's side. The Navy's numbers are overwhelming. With a grim expression, the sniper Peter M., equipped with wind goggles, lamented, "In this battle, the enemy numbers exceed 500, while we are merely a band of 20. The disparity in our forces is insurmountable." Fang Yi understood that continuing in this manner was untenable, yet he found himself devoid of effective alternatives. At that moment, he recalled the lottery ticket acquired after defeating Huang Yuan earlier, glancing at the prize wheel of the day. Upon seeing a particular skill, he gritted his teeth and decisively used the lottery ticket adorned with a pale blue hue and the Navy insignia. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill. Flame Dragon Blast. Fang Yi was momentarily taken aback by the system's notification, followed by a wave of immense joy. Although the specific function of the skill remained unknown to him, its name suggested it was a formidable ability. Flame Dragon Blast, LV.1. 100, summons a flame dragon to deliver a devastating area attack on the target. After perusing the skill's description, Fang Yi couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. It was indeed an area of effect capability, meaning it was a group attack technique. That moment. What he lacked most was precisely such an area of effect skill. Without hesitation, he drew an arrow and aimed it at the Navy warship obstructing their escape. Flame Dragon Blast. Upon invoking the skill, Fang Yi felt an unprecedented surge of power ignite within him, as if all his energy had been siphoned away, channeled directly through his arm into the arrow. Whoosh! Not long after, Fang Yi sensed that he had reached his limit and reluctantly released the arrow. The moment the arrow departed from the bowstring, it soared toward the Navy warship. The swiftly flying arrow appeared to ignite in midair, its flames transforming into the slender form of an Eastern dragon. However, due to the insufficient energy he provided, the flame dragon was not particularly large, measuring less than 10 meters in length. Boom! Yet when the burning arrow encased in the flame dragon struck the deck of the Navy warship, the resultant explosion was anything but insignificant, violently engulfing the ship's deck. The Navy personnel still on the deck suffered severe losses, with many opting to leap into the sea to evade the blast's wrath. Boom, boom, boom. The violent explosions triggered a chain reaction, causing the ship's cannons and ammunition to detonate due to the flames, inflicting further damage upon the vessel, while the fire began to spread from the deck toward the cabin. If the blaze could not be swiftly contained, the warship would be rendered inoperable. The sudden explosion naturally drew the attention of the Navy, leaving even Roger and his crew, who were in retreat. Astonished, they had individuals aboard their ship capable of such destruction. Yet those individuals were supposed to be at Roger's side, leaving no one behind on the ship capable of executing such a devastating attack. Damn it! What on earth has transpired? Sengoku, pursuing Roger and his crew, questioned in exasperation. With 3 warships surrounding the Oro Jackson, their escape was virtually assured. However, the destruction of one ship created an opening in the encirclement, allowing the pirate vessel a potential escape route. At that moment, Fang Yi, the one responsible for the powerful strike, had collapsed onto the deck, utterly drained, lacking even the strength to move a finger. Geez, how did you manage that? Shanks, who had witnessed Fang Yi's attack in its entirety, swallowed hard, incredulous at what he had seen. However, utterly depleted of energy, Fang Yi felt parched and was unable to explain anything to Shanks. T.S. exhausted. You can take him to the cabin to rest with his teacher. Peter M. glanced at Fang Yi and said to Shanks, I will notify Rowan. Once Captain Roger returns, we must set sail immediately. We cannot squander this opportunity. Understood, Mr. Peter M., Shanks replied, casting a glance at the seemingly unconscious Fang Yi, a smile gracing his lips. Before long, Roger and the others returned to the Oro Jackson, observing the exposed gap. Roger inquired with curiosity, who did this? It was little E. As for how he accomplished it, I am not certain. That little fellow has completely exhausted himself, so I had Shanks take him to rest. Peter M. recounted the earlier events with a smile. Splendid, Roger exclaimed, laughing heartily that we must remain vigilant. The Navy has not yet given up, Rayleigh cautioned, shaking his head as he surveyed the advancing Navy. However, scarcely had his words left his lips when 2 warships erupted in explosions, coming to a sudden halt. Looks like Wang Zai and Sanbel's operation was a success, Jabba chuckled upon witnessing the chaos. Before notifying Roger, he had dispatched Sanbel and Wang Zai to sabotage the ship's hulls. All right, now that little E has been rescued, let us depart, Roger declared, laughing boisterously. Damn you, Roger. On the deck of the Navy warship, Sengoku was visibly frustrated, unable to fathom how the Roger pirates had managed to escape under such circumstances. Polyusolino, what is your status? How did that little brat manage to escape? Sakazuki questioned Polyusolino, who stood nearby, as the Oro Jackson receded into the distance. Polyusolino, his expression still somewhat grim, replied, that little brat is no ordinary child. By the way, Sengoku, why didn't TU use Seastone cuffs on the ability user? Ability user. Are you implying that little brat possesses a power? Sengoku furrowed his brow, inquiring. Polyusolino nodded. Indeed, his ability is rather peculiar. I used a laser to shatter his bow and arrow, yet I still felt as though I had been struck. Nevertheless, it seems his power cannot be sustained indefinitely. Next time I encounter him, I shall settle the score. Sengoku nodded thoughtfully. Although he had not heard of such an ability, the ocean harbored countless devil fruits with bizarre powers, and it was not surprising for new powers to emerge that had yet to appear in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. Hence, as long as he remained cautious in the future, there should be no issues. When Fang Yi awoke, it was already the 2nd day since the battle had concluded. Even upon awakening, he felt an overwhelming soreness throughout his body, coupled with an insatiable hunger. Turning his head, he noticed Shanks and Buggy sleeping beside him, both of whom bore bandaged wounds, suggesting they had been caring for him throughout the ordeal. Hey, you too. Is this how you take care of someone? Fang Yi smiled faintly and whispered, "Hm. You're awake. Are you feeling better?" Shanks, upon hearing Fang Yi's voice, immediately sat up, his face lighting up with joy upon seeing Fang Yi conscious. Cough, cough. I'm still a bit weak. And I'm so hungry. Fang Yi chuckled lightly. What's the situation outside? Where's Teacher Eamon? We've escaped the Navy's encirclement, thanks to your timely strike, which greatly aided our breakout. Teacher Eamon is also fine. Shanks hurried to Fang Yi's side and explained, I'll check the dining hall for food right away. Yes, thank you. After you bring me some food, you should also take a break. Fang Yi smiled and nodded, observing the bloodshot veins in Shanks' eyes, indicating he had not rested well while caring for him. But I'm fine. Shanks replied with a grin as he made his way outside, while Buggy remained blissfully asleep, showing no signs of waking. Before long, Shanks returned with food, accompanied by Eamon and Jabba. Teacher Eamon, Teacher Jabba. Fang Yi, too weak to rise, could only muster a wry smile in greeting. Young man, are you pushing yourself too hard? I heard from Brumelin that you completely exhausted yourself. You won't be getting out of bed for at least 3 to 5 days, Eamon declared, plopping down on the edge of Fang Yi's bed and inadvertently waking Buggy. What happened? What is going on? Buggy, having fallen from his chair, looked up in confusion, only to find additional figures in the small room. But at that moment, no one paid him any mind. I had no idea that move would require so much energy. It was merely a stroke of inspiration that led me to execute it. Fang Yi chuckled lightly. Fang Yi spoke somewhat bashfully. In truth, he had no way to explain his sudden acquisition of the Flame Dragon Blast, a range-type AoE technique, so he could only present it this way to provide some sort of clarification. All right, I'm just glad to see you're okay. Make sure to rest well these days, and if you need anything, let Buggy and Shanks assist you. Jabba smiled gently as he addressed Fang. Sure, teacher Jabba. Fang Yi nodded in response. After the two departed, Buggy quietly muttered to himself as he returned to his chair, intending to resume his slumber. However, before he could even settle in, the door swung open once more. Woof woof. This time, it was Wang Zai entering the room. All right, I'm fine now. No need to lick me. I can't bathe right now. And your slobber all over my face is quite uncomfortable. Fang Yi chuckled at Wang Zai, who was relentlessly licking his face. Wang Zai seemed somewhat displeased, but obediently ceased, opting instead to sit nearby, as if planning to guard Fang Yi. Oh, stinky Wang Zai. This place is already cramped. You really shouldn't stay here. Hurry, get outside. The already small room felt even more confined with Wang Zai's presence, and seeing that Wang Zai had no intention of leaving, Buggy immediately stood up, determined to usher him out. All right, Buggy, you've worked hard too. Go back and rest. Fang, he shook his head at Buggy. Since you say so, I really will take my leave, Buggy replied cheerfully. However, just as he reached the door, he turned back to Fang Yi and asked, Are you truly sending me away? It's not that I want to leave. Fang Yi rolled his eyes and said, If you don't want to go, you can stay. I'll have Shanks take a rest first. No sooner had he finished speaking than Buggy had already vanished from the doorway, darting away at great speed. It seems I can only trouble you further, Shanks. Fang Yi chuckled helplessly. No problem. I've already had some rest. Shanks then sat at the edge of Fang Yi's bed, helping him eat some food after propping him up. You should also find a place to rest. The room is rather messy, so please don't mind it. After consuming some food, Fang Yi truly felt rejuvenated. However, he was acutely aware of his physical condition and dared not eat too much. A day later, with Shanks' assistance, Fang Yi was able to get out of bed and move about, albeit not very swiftly. Upon seeing this, Wang Zai immediately urged Fang Yi to sit on his back and carried him onto the deck. Hey Xiao, your health is improving, but what are you doing? Riding a big dog? Hey, that looks quite interesting. Xiao, Yi, come down and let me try. The crew members, upon witnessing Fang Yi riding on Wang Zai, were all filled with curiosity and gathered around to watch. After Fang Yi explained the situation, they laughed and dispersed, but Yamen approached with a broad smile, holding a bottle of wine. Teacher, is your injury completely healed? You should still be in a state where you can't drink, right? Before Yamen could speak, Fang Yi frowned and replied, You little brat. Do you think I'm like you, still lying in bed for days? That minor injury healed long ago. Gulping down 2 swigs of wine, Yamen immediately retorted, seemingly to prove her point. Fang Yi's lips twitched, choosing not to say more. It appeared that the humans in this world possess particularly robust physiques, especially the strong ones. Thus, Fang Yi understood that this modest amount of alcohol should not adversely affect Yamen. Otherwise, the crew would have long intervened. It seems that we suffered significant losses in the last battle, Fang Yi remarked, gazing at the remnants of the battle on the deck and the bandages adorning most of the crew members. Well, it could be worse. The Navy fared much worse. I heard 3 warships were rendered useless. Thanks to you. Yamen laughed heartily. I certainly did not possess the ability to destroy a warship. I merely set their deck ablaze. The situation at the time was quite chaotic, and it seemed that the warship lacked a commander, which allowed the flames to spread. Fang Yi shrugged. Upon hearing this, Yamen stepped closer to Wang Zai, patting its head and asking, I never expected Wang Zai to have grown so large. Have you ever considered collaborating with it in battle? Collaborating in battle? Fang Yi tilted his head in confusion. Wang Zai also lifted its head to look at Waimon. He genuinely wished to fight alongside the crew, but due to the dangers of combat, The crew always insisted it return to the cabin before battles, preventing it from participating. However, it was clear that at this moment, Wang Zai understood Yaman's words. Indeed, collaborating in battle, it is not unusual to have partners in combat alongside our jungle warriors. I currently lack a battle partner because I am now a pirate, but I once had a Black Panther that grew up with me. Yaman nodded. Are you suggesting that Wang Zai become my battle companion and that I teach you combat techniques? Fang Yi's eyes lit up. Precisely. Moreover, your current weight is well within Wang Zai's capability to carry. The arrangement you have now is excellent, with the swift Wang Zai handling mobility and your stronger offensive capabilities taking charge of the attacks. If you cooperate effectively, you can achieve a synergistic effect greater than the sum of its parts. Yaman affirmed. Yaman's words left Fang Yi momentarily stunned. Was this not akin to mounted archery? The primary advantage of mounted archers is their enhanced mobility, as they do not need to run themselves due to their steed. However, this applies primarily to long-range combat. For short-range confrontations, a foot archer may prove more agile. Moreover, mounted archery demands a higher proficiency from the archer. Of course, this pertains to ordinary mounted archers. While Fang Yi was no ordinary archer, and Wang Zai was no ordinary steed, what kind of prowess could he and Wang Zai exhibit together? Yaman's words plunged Fang Yi into contemplation. Although Wang Zai had yet to experience battle, its demonstrated abilities during past hunts indicated that it indeed possessed the potential to serve as Fang Yi's mount. The innate strength of beasts and their heightened sensitivity to danger surpass humans. With Wang Zai's aid, Fang Yi could disregard ordinary attacks during combat, as Wang Zai would lead him to evade them. Furthermore, Wang Zai possessed one significant advantage: its ability to thrive underwater, which, when combined with Fang Yi's underwater breathing potion, would afford them greater tactical versatility. Whether in retreat or pursuit, their maneuvers would become considerably easier. Though he was eager to test this out, his physical condition presently forbade him from using a bow and arrow. So he resolved to first acclimate to the sensation of riding on Wang Zai's back. Wang Zai, brimming with excitement, had longed to join the crew in battle, but had been denied until now. Seizing this opportunity, it was naturally overjoyed. Thus, in the ensuing days, Wang Zai carried Fang Yi around the ship, allowing both to familiarize themselves with this new dynamic and enhance their synergy. The other crew members watched on with envy, particularly Roger and Buggy, who also wished to experience the joy of mounted riding. Unfortunately, Roger was already an adult, and Buggy's relationship with Wang Zai could only be described as mediocre as Fang Yi's health improved. He began practicing moving and shooting while seated on Wang Zai. However, this proved to be more challenging than he had anticipated. One day, while Fang Yi was training with Wang Zai, as usual, Yaman approached him with a beaming smile, presenting him with a wanted poster. "Is this my wanted poster?" Fang Yi exclaimed in astonishment, staring at the image of himself drawing a bow and shooting. "Indeed, though the bounty is a bit low, it's your first one, and considering your age, the world government surely wouldn't assign you too high a bounty." Yaman chuckled at Fang Yi's surprised expression. Nevertheless, Fang Yi was genuinely elated. Grinning broadly as he exclaimed, "Teacher Yaman, look, I finally have a bounty." Yaman gazed at Fang Yi in exasperation. How could he be so elated over a mere bounty of 8 million? Indeed, Fang Yi's initial bounty was a modest 8 million. However, this was largely due to his youth. Had it not been for his remarkable feat of defeating the Navy supernova, Kaido, the bounty would have been significantly higher. Of course, Kaido himself deemed Fang Yi's victory as invalid. Should they encounter each other again, he was confident he would seize the upper hand and not suffer defeat a second time. Nevertheless, the fact remained that Kaido had retreated, whether by flight or tactical withdrawal. Soon, news of Fang Yi's bounty spread throughout the ship, drawing envious glances from Shanks and Buggy. For pirates, a bounty served as a testament to one's prowess. But just 8 million. If I were to be targeted, it would surely surpass 10 million, Buggy exclaimed, his tone betraying his envy even as he feigned indifference. "Ha! The eccentric marksman, Fang Yi. I feel this nickname does not quite encapsulate my essence." Fang Yi, however, paid no heed to Buggy, recognizing his jealousy for what it was, smack. Yet, Fang Yi's smug demeanor irked many, including his close combat mentor, Jabba. Don't get too carried away. You brat. A bounty means more eyes will be on you in future battles. No one will underestimate your abilities. Moreover, bounty hunters and naval officers will surely come after you, Jabba remarked, delivering a playful slap to the back of Fang Yi's head. That's all right. I'm not afraid of them. Fang Yi replied with a grin. In a certain maritime expanse of the New World, having just concluded a battle, the Whitebeard pirates were recuperating. Member Sachi approached Captain Whitebeard with a bounty notice. Grinning as he said, "Old man, take a look." "What is it?" Whitebeard inquired, setting down his bottle of liquor. Curiosity piqued as he took the bounty notice from Sachi. "Has your bounty increased again?" Vista asked with a smile. "Not quite. Moreover, this concerns you as well." Sachi waved his hand, chuckling. "Gwaha, it turns out it's that kid from Roger's crew. Marco Vista, you two better step up your game." Whitebeard boomed, laughter echoing after reading the notice. Marco and Vista exchanged puzzled glances before approaching Whitebeard. However, when they beheld Fang Yi's visage on the bounty notice, their mouths dropped in astonishment. A mere 8 million bounty. If it were me, it would surely be in the tens of millions. Marco's words mirrored Buggy's in sentiment, if not in tone. "Ha! I would have thought he would be targeted so soon. He truly is formidable, but catching up to me will not be easy." Vista chuckled lightly. Unlike Marco Vista, who was 2 years older and a swordsman, had already gained a modicum of fame before joining the Whitebeard pirates. Thus, he was quickly awarded a bounty after becoming a pirate, which now stood at an impressive 34 million berries. So, Fang Yi's 8 million bounty hardly impressed Vista. "Gwaha, everyone! Hurry up and prepare. We are setting sail. We cannot fall behind Roger's crew," Whitebeard declared, rising slowly with his bicento in hand. The members of the Whitebeard pirates responded in unison. Fang Yi could never have imagined that his bounty would spark a competitive spirit between the Whitebeard pirates and Roger's crew. In another part of the New World, a pirate fleet comprised of 5 or 6 ships was heading toward a small island. Keek, it seems Roger has stirred up trouble again. The bounty has risen once more. Cackled Shiki, the captain of the flying pirate crew and a senior officer of the Rocks Pirates, as he perused a stack of bounty notices. "Kakaka, I heard they even attacked the Marines led by Sengoku and successfully damaged a warship, which is why the bounty increased." Indigo, a scientist among Shiki's crew, remarked with a grin that, "I see." Just as Shiki continued to sift through the new bounty notices, he stumbled upon a familiar face among Roger's crew. "What is it, Captain?" Indigo inquired, noticing Shiki's contemplative expression. "This kid looks somewhat familiar." Shiki furrowed his brow. Being targeted by the world government at such a young age must indicate he possesses some extraordinary talent. "And he wields a bow and arrow as his weapon," Indigo exclaimed, somewhat astonished. However, after a moment of reflection, Shiki could not recall who Fang Yi was. He tossed the bounty notice aside and called out, "Indigo, how far are we from our destination?" "We'll arrive shortly." "Captain, are we planning to make a significant strike this time?" Indigo replied with a smile, "Of course." Shiki laughed heartily as he stepped out of the cabin, revealing before him the infamous Devil's Island, a place he had visited once in the past. Fang Yi's bounty, aside from being known to himself and a few acquaintances, did not create much of stir. Those who glimpsed it merely marveled at his youth before quickly forgetting his visage, primarily due to the low amount of the bounty. However, on the very day Fang Yi learned of his bounty, shortly after midnight, the system emitted a series of prompts. "Congratulations, host. You have received your first bounty, and your points have increased by 800. Unlocking bounty interface. Congratulations, host. Your points have surpassed 10,000. The shop is upgrading." Awoken from his slumber by the system's notifications, Fang Yi glanced down at the lower right corner of his vision, where indeed a bounty interface icon had appeared. Curiosity piqued, he opened the bounty interface, revealing a towering black structure reminiscent of a tower, tapering at the top and broadening at the base. The tower appeared strangely familiar, and Fang Yi soon recalled that it bore a resemblance to the Navy's Impel Down. Upon clicking the first level of the tower, 3 empty prison cells appeared, devoid of any occupants. After reviewing the bounty interface's description, Fang Yi understood the purpose of this imposing tower. He could choose to imprison bounty criminals he had defeated within this black tower, and the system would generate an identical virtual entity to confine, converting their bounty into points. Conversely, if he opted not to imprison a bounty criminal, he would not receive the corresponding points for their bounty. In essence, he could currently claim the bounties of 3 criminals, converted into points, but to continue acquiring more, he would need to unlock the second level of the prison, which required him to purchase permission with points. After absorbing this information, Fang Yi couldn't help but grimace. Had he known points were so vital, he certainly wouldn't have squandered them on ordinary lottery tickets. Moreover, he discovered that surpassing 10,000 points activated the shop's upgrade. And he realized that he had accumulated far more points long before, but had used them all for lottery tickets. Had he been aware of this, the shop would have already been upgraded. Understanding the tower's function, Fang Yi attempted to click on the second level. The system promptly displayed a prompt. Do you wish to spend 100,000 points to unlock the second prison? Upon seeing the staggering figure of 100,000 points, Fang Yi nearly cursed. What did that even mean? He had only earned 1,000 points for locating a single historical text, which implied he needed to find 100 such texts to unlock the second level of the prison. And this was merely the second level. He had no idea how many levels the tower possessed, as the lowest section appeared somewhat blurred. However, from what he could see, there were at least 6 levels. And based on the system's pattern, each subsequent level would likely cost more. How many points would be required to reach the final level? The thought left Fang Yi almost in disbelief. Yet, as he pondered, he recalled his 8 million bounty, which had granted him 800 points. Thus, the points corresponding to the bounty must indeed be in increments of 10,000. At present, he possesses 3 opportunities to earn a bounty. And by eliminating a wanted criminal with a reward exceeding 10 million, he could amass over 1,000 points. Contemplating this, the prospect of acquiring 100,000 points does not seem insurmountable. He merely needs to vanquish 3 individuals with bounties exceeding 300 million, and that would suffice. The fury within Fang Yi is almost palpable. What era are we in? Unlike the future where bounties casually reach hundreds of millions, those with bounties exceeding 100 million now are undeniably formidable figures of the seas. Take, for instance, Edward Newgate, one of the future 4 emperors. After establishing his own pirate crew, the official bounty placed upon him barely surpassed 100 million. Whereas Fang Yi must confront beings with bounties 3 times that of Whitebeard to unlock the second tier of the prison. Upon realizing this, despair began to seep into Fang Yi's heart. Perhaps these 3 positions should remain vacant until the era of Luffy, when they could be utilized for maximum benefit, but by then, his own strength would surely have grown formidable, and the bounties of the criminals would have escalated significantly. For instance, after becoming a vice-emperor, Marco's bounty soared to over 1 billion AT that time. A single target would suffice for Fang Yi to access the second tier of the prison. The following morning, upon awakening, Fang Yi discovered that the system's shop had been updated. Thus, after completing his morning routine, he refrained from rushing out and instead settled on the edge of his bed to open the system's store. In addition to the items he previously owned, the shop now boasted a plethora of new offerings. The first thing that caught Fang Yi's eye was the lottery tickets. 10 lottery tickets, 1,900 points, limited purchase once daily. Random skill, 5,000 points, limited to 1 purchase. Legacy of the body, 10,000 points, limited to 1 purchase. Legacy of strength, 10,000 points, limited to 1 purchase. Legacy of agility, 10,000 points, limited to 1 purchase. A single lottery ticket costs 200 points, while 10 are priced at 1,900 points, yielding a discount of 100 points. Moreover, these limited purchases are all highly desirable, causing Fang Yi to salivate with anticipation. Had he known that upgrading the shop required merely 10,000 points, he would not have squandered his points on so many lottery tickets, only to end up with nothing. Currently, he possesses 772 points. The 10,000-point legacy of strength could be purchased, and he could also acquire a random skill, leaving him with an additional 5,000 points. Without a doubt, he intends to purchase all of these limited items. Yet the question remains, what should he prioritize? After careful consideration, Fang Yi found himself torn between the random skill and the legacy of the body. The allure of the random skill lies in its affordability, allowing him to retain 5,000 points post-purchase. However, its inherent randomness poses a significant drawback that he cannot guarantee that the random skill will be of any use to him. Should he receive a mundane life skill, It would truly leave him with no recourse. In contrast, the legacy of the body presents a more straightforward solution, as he currently lacks physical stamina. Therefore, acquiring a legacy of the body would significantly enhance his endurance. Ultimately, Fang Yi opted to purchase the legacy of the body, not because skills were unappealing, but because stamina is of greater assistance to him at present. After all, the new area of effect skill, Flame Dragon Explosion, demands a considerable amount of stamina to execute. Without sufficient stamina, no matter how many skills he acquires, he would be unable to utilize them. Once the familiar pain subsided, Fang Yi chuckled bitterly as he clenched his fists. Feeling the transformation within his body, this substance has its merits, but the pain endured during each consumption is excruciating. After resting briefly, Fang Yi exited his room, only to find Wang Zai waiting for him on the deck. As Fang Yi needed to cultivate rapport with Wang Zai, he now spent every day in the company of the creature. Were it not for the cramped confines of his room, he would have relocated Wang Zai's nest there. Xiao Yi, Mr. Rayleigh wants to see you. While Fang Yi was practicing archery in motion with Wang Zai, a crew member suddenly called out to him. All right, I'll be there shortly. Upon hearing this, Fang Yi patted Wang Zai's head, allowing it to rest while he proceeded towards the cabin. Xiao, he has arrived? Have a seat. In the dining area of the cabin, Rayleigh, Roger, and Jabba were engaged in conversation. Upon noticing Fang Yi, they greeted him warmly. Captain, Mr. Rayleigh, Teacher Jabba, is there something you need? Fang Yi inquired curiously as he took a seat. Indeed, there's a matter of great importance that requires your attention. Rayleigh nodded, casting a sidelong glance at Jabba before responding. Me? Fang Yi was taken aback, then turned to Jabba, whose expression seemed somewhat off, and asked Rayleigh in confusion. What is it? Rayleigh chuckled, glancing at Jabba, then leaned closer to Fang Yi, whispering something in his ear. Is that true? After hearing Rayleigh's words, Fang Yi's expression shifted to one of disbelief, his eyes widening as he looked at Jabba and asked, Is this really the case? Ahem, I'm not sure either. Jabba rarely exhibited such an awkward demeanor, speaking somewhat uneasily. What do you mean you don't know? Apart from you two and those 3 kids, who else on the ship could possibly be unaware? Rayleigh rolled his eyes and retorted. Well, hadn't he noticed before? Rayleigh, you absolutely must not be mistaken. Otherwise, this situation could spiral out of control. Roger chimed in cautiously. Rayleigh sighed, feeling wearied by the conversation with these individuals. I understand. So Teacher Jabba's intention is to confirm this matter, correct? Fang Yi smiled slightly and continued. However, Mr. Rayleigh believes it is unnecessary to confirm and that we should act directly. Rayleigh nodded, affirming exactly. Your comprehension is far superior to theirs. Then how about we proceed in this manner? Fang Yi's eyes sparkled as he proposed. Perfect. I think that sounds great. Roger exclaimed, clapping his hands in delight. Rayleigh pondered for a moment before not opposing the plan. While Jabba appeared somewhat troubled, don't look so despondent. Jabba, Xiao Yi's plan is excellent. Let us execute it, Rayleigh declared, glaring at Jabba. But what if she sees through it? What then? I truly lack confidence in deceiving her. Jabba sighed. Deceive? Why must we deceive? Fang Yi retrieved a pill from his pocket and placed it on the table, declaring, This is the most crucial element of my plan. Teacher Jabba, if you truly make a decision, simply consume it. Once you do, the situation will become irreversible. Fang Yi's words left the 3 of them momentarily stunned, especially Roger and Rayleigh, who regarded him with newfound seriousness. The reason the 3 had summoned him was quite straightforward. Jabba felt that his feelings for Yamin seemed to have shifted, prompting him to seek counsel from Rayleigh and Roger. Had he not asked, it would have been fine, but upon inquiring, Rayleigh nearly lost his temper. Everyone aboard the ship could see that the relationship between him and Yamin was somewhat special. Yet the 2 parties involved remained utterly oblivious, much to the chagrin of the onlookers. Thus, in response to Jabba's request for assistance, Rayleigh's solution was simple. Lay everything bare, and the situation would resolve itself naturally. However, both Jabba and Roger appeared utterly astonished, as they genuinely felt nothing. Especially Roger, who bore an expression of bewilderment, as if questioning why everyone knew but him, prompting Rayleigh to suppress the urge to kick him. Jabba's skepticism was further amplified. After all, if he was unsure of his own feelings, how could Rayleigh appear so confident? Hence, he ultimately sought Fang Yi's input, believing that as Jabba and Yamin's disciple, he would have clearer insights. And Yamin's sentiments could also be gauged through Fang Yi's perspective. Having understood the background of the situation, Fang Yi proposed a plan. When they reached the next island, Jabba would feign poisoning, necessitating someone to assist him in curing it, with the method of cure naturally requiring a hint of intimacy. Then, they would intervene to stir up the situation, thus solidifying the bond between the two. According to Fang Yi's reasoning, if Yamin had no interest in Jabba, she would not bother to help with the antidote. Conversely, if she harbored feelings for him, then it would not pose a significant issue. This plan would not only meet the desires of both Roger and Jabba, testing Yamin's affections, but also align with Rayleigh's approach of taking decisive action to finalize the matter. However, once Fang Yi produced the poison, the three began to feel that perhaps this was a bit excessive. What if Yamin refused? Would Jabba genuinely resort to death? Rest assured, this medicine will not truly claim your life. It will merely induce certain symptoms of poisoning. Fang Yi explained with a smile. Upon hearing his reassurances, the three of them quietly exhaled in relief. However, Jabba still harbored some reservations, namely that he did not wish to deceive Yamin. Yet, lacking a better alternative, he ultimately acquiesced to Fang Yi's plan. Once the four had reached a consensus, Fang Yi exited the cabin and made his way to Yamin's quarters. Before long, he sought out the ship's doctor. Whispering several instructions, it seemed even fate was on his side, as that very afternoon, they discovered an uninhabited island. Jabba, you and Shao, you should scout ahead. We will follow once we have organized ourselves. Seeing the moment ripe, Roger and Rayleigh exchanged glances before casually addressing Jabba and Fang. Perfect. After practicing for so long with Wang Zai, I can finally try my hand at hunting and see how effective it is. Fang Yi declared, brandishing his bow and arrows with a smile. Good. Well then, Jabba, sporting sunglasses, cast a furtive glance at the oblivious Yamin, swallowed hard, and nodded in agreement. I'll accompany you. Both Buggy and Shanks expressed their desire to join the expedition. However, Rayleigh swiftly pulled them back, stating, you two, settle down. Is it necessary to have so many people for a simple reconnaissance? Just leave it to Shao, Yi, and Jabba. We will set out later. For now, focus on organizing our supplies. He was determined not to allow Shanks and Buggy to disrupt their plans. Shortly after disembarking, Jabba, with a look of tension, pulled Fang Yi aside, asking Shao Yi, what should I do if Yamin chooses not to save me? Fang Yi, with an odd expression, replied, well, Jabba, you cannot simply wait for Yamin to rescue you. You must prepare some sort of declaration that would persuade her to save you. Correct? Jabba was taken aback, having not considered such a scenario before. He gazed at Fang Yi in confusion, inquiring, what kind of declaration should I prepare? Perhaps a formal confession. As a man, you must first express your feelings, and then see what choice Yamin makes. Otherwise, how would she know your intentions? What are the chances she would agree? Fang Yi gently guided him. But I don't even know myself. I initially only intended to ask Rayleigh and Captain Roger about something. Who knew it would turn into this? Jabba lamented helplessly. Then simply articulate your most genuine thoughts. After all, saying something is better than saying nothing. Fang Yi cast a knowing glance at Jabba as he spoke. Upon hearing Fang Yi's words, Jabba fell into deep contemplation. However, Fang Yi chose not to elaborate further. Instead, he handed Jabba a small pill, saying, Jabba, think it over carefully that I shall go hunting now. Once you've made up your mind, act according to the plan. After Fang Yi departed, Buggy and Shanks, still aboard the ship, grew increasingly impatient. Having finally arrived at a small island, they were eager to explore. Hold on. Rayleigh seized Buggy, casting a stern glare. Why the rush? We will go once Shao, Yi, and Jabba return. Huh, why? Buggy inquired, oblivious. Shanks, equally prepared, cast a curious glance at Rayleigh and the smirking Captain Roger, sensing that something was afoot, and refrained from hurrying ashore. Ahem, Yamin, since Shao, Yi, and the others have been gone for quite a while. Why don't you check on them? After a moment, Roger pretended to casually approach Yamin, who appeared completely unconcerned at Roger's awkward demeanor nearly made Rayleigh unearth a 3-bedroom apartment from his shoes, as it was undeniably uncomfortable. Yet this only piqued the interest of the other crew members, who began to suspect something between Shanks and Roger. However, Yaman seemed unfazed, posed no further inquiries, and simply took her bottle of liquor and disembarked, leaving her weapons behind. Once Yaman had left, the crew members surrounded Captain Roger and Rayleigh. "Captain, what are you two plotting?" Peter teased. "Don't ask too many questions. Now is not the time." Rayleigh managed to withstand the pressure, maintaining a serious expression that, in a way, the chef, Yao, glanced at Yaman striding deeper into the island, then recalled Jabba and Fang Yi's earlier departure, speculating you can't possibly want Yaman and Jabba to show. Roger immediately adopted a grave expression, interjecting, "Nothing is set in stone yet. Refrain from speaking of it, or it will become quite awkward." Oh, the rest of the crew bore expressions of realization, while only Buggy and Shanks remained utterly perplexed. Being children and not traversers like Fang Yi, such matters were beyond their comprehension. Rayleigh cast a helpless glance at his captain, pondering how this was any different from simply stating the truth. "Look, Yaman has already gone far. Shouldn't we follow her now?" The lookout, Jelen, pointed at Yaman, who had already disappeared from sight. "Quickly, let us follow her," Roger declared with urgency, leading the charge. Upon seeing Roger sprint away, the crew finally reacted. Particularly, the ship's doctor, Bluma Lin, recalled Fang Yi's earlier admonition and grabbed his medical kit, hastily following suit. Confused, Shanks and Buggy exchanged glances and promptly descended the ship, rustling. Jabba, hesitating while holding the pill Fang Yi had given him, was startled by sounds emanating from nearby bushes, causing him to hastily toss the pill aside and drop to the ground. "Enough with your charade. Get up." Indeed, it was Yaman who had approached, and upon reaching Jabba, she delivered a kick before plopping down beside him. Speaking nonchalantly, Jabba's heart raced, uncertain of how to proceed. Should he remain lying down? The situation felt decidedly off, yet sitting up would be even more awkward. Yaman glanced at Jabba, who remained motionless, chuckling lightly. "If you keep lying there, Captain and the others will arrive soon." Her words sent a chill down Jabba's spine, prompting him to sit up abruptly, his eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed at Yaman. Trembling as he asked, You knew? No longer playing dead?" Yaman scoffed as Jabba's lips moved, yet he found himself at a loss for words. "Speak. Shao Yi mentioned you had something to say to me, and I'm curious to hear what could stir such a commotion." Yaman took a sip from her drink, speaking softly. However, her trembling hand revealed her inner anxiety. In truth, when Fang Yi had approached her earlier to discuss Roger and the others' plans, she had contemplated a confrontation. Yet, Fang Yi's persuasion had enlightened her, making her realize this was no mere prank. "Has Shao Yi already divulged everything to you?" Jabba asked with a wry smile. "What? Do you wish to toy with me that much?" Yaman inquired, displeased. "No, not at all." Jabba quickly waved his hands, insisting, "How could that be? I truly did not want to deceive you. It was all Shao Yi's suggestion." At that moment, Jabba had no choice but to throw Fang Yi under the bus, causing the latter, who was hiding not far away in the trees, to shudder. "Did you take the pill that boy gave you?" Yaman shot a glance at Jabba, asking to, "No. I felt it would be wrong to deceive you in that manner." Jabba sheepishly rubbed the back of his head. "Well, at least you have some conscience." Yaman shot him a look before tossing her bottle of liquor to him, saying, "But I do understand your feelings now." Jabba caught the bottle, took a hearty swig, and then turned to Yaman, declaring, "Since you already know, I won't beat around the bush any longer. I like you. Will you be my wife?" Yaman hesitated for a moment, glancing towards Fang Yi's hiding spot, before picking up a nearby stone and hurling it in his direction. Sensing impending danger as Yaman raised her hand, Fang Yi wasted no time fleeing. When he circled back, he was immediately seized by Jabba, who had come charging at him. "So, how does it feel to betray us?" Jabba quipped as Roger and Rayleigh, with bruised faces and furious expressions, joined the fray in a chaotic melee. Despite Fang Yi triggering his evasion skills on multiple occasions, he could not escape the clutches of misfortune. The swelling on his head grew increasingly pronounced, causing even Wang Zai, who stood nearby, to anxiously tuck his tail between his legs. "Did you succeed in the end, Teacher Jabba?" Fang Yi, lying on the ground, asked with unwavering hope. Why don't you ask your esteemed teacher, Yamon? Aren't you closer to her? Jabba retorted, visibly displeased. Do you think it's appropriate for me to approach her now? Fang Yi replied with a wry smile. Prepare for the banquet tonight, Roger said with a grin as he departed. Upon hearing this, Fang Yi instantly recognized that the plan had succeeded and joyfully leapt to his feet. Initially, the three had not been overly forceful. Their annoyance stemmed from Fang Yi's failure to disclose the true scheme to them. However, they understood that had he revealed it beforehand, the outcome would not have been as favorable. After witnessing Jabba and Roger's performances, even Rayleigh silently commended their efforts. Nevertheless, someone had to bear the blame, and Fang Yi became the most suitable candidate, which led to the earlier scene, primarily due to the awkwardness of previous encounters. It turned out that Roger and the others arrived only after Yamon had gotten wind of the plan. Thus, when the ship's doctor saw Jabba, he recalled Fang Yi's instructions and promptly pinned Jabba to the ground, spouting nonsensical claims of poisoning and imminent death if not rescued, while Roger and Rayleigh joined in the act, nearly provoking a fit of laughter from Yamon. Eventually, Jabba, regaining his composure, quietly informed Roger, Captain, I haven't taken the pill. Also, I have already concluded matters with Yamon. The ensuing atmosphere was thick with embarrassment. Even Roger, known for his eloquence, found himself at a loss for words that in short, with Jabba's statement, the entire scene fell into a hush. As for what transpired next, Fang Yi remained oblivious, for afterward, no one was willing to discuss it. Not even Shanks and Buggy, who had been silenced, leaving Fang Yi to lament. That evening, the Roger pirates held a modest wedding ceremony for Jabba and Yamon, as is customary among pirates, or so Yamon remarked, as children of the sea. For them, a wedding was merely a ritual, and simplicity was key. The crew celebrated wildly throughout the night, only succumbing to slumber as dawn broke. Thus, the Roger pirates took 3 days to recuperate on the deserted island, setting sail on the 4th day to continue their adventures. Fang Yi pondered whether his matchmaking of Jabba and Yamon constituted a change in the course of history. However, once he had seamlessly integrated into the Roger pirates, he ceased to care about such historical matters, for those around him were flesh and blood individuals rather than mere characters from an anime. They laughed together, wept together, fought together, and bled together, treating one another as family. Captain, something significant has occurred. On this day, the Oro Jackson sailed as usual upon the vast ocean. Suddenly, Lookout Golan shouted towards Roger, who was enjoying his meal in the cabin, holding a newspaper aloft. What has happened? Rayleigh adjusted his glasses and inquired, glancing at Golan, Mr. Rayleigh, you must take a look. Golan handed the newspaper to Rayleigh, who scanned it for a moment before his expression darkened. Roger, unable to contain his curiosity, leaned closer while continuing to eat. Mr. Rayleigh, what has transpired? The others inquired with intrigue. The Golden Line pirates have been annihilated at Devil Island. Rayleigh closed the newspaper, his tone grave. The Golden Line pirates? Devil Island? Unlike the other crew members, Fang Yi was taken aback, wondering what this destroyed Devil Island was and why the crew reacted with such astonishment upon learning of the Golden Line pirates' demise. The Golden Line pirates, also known as the Flying Pirate Crew, were captained by the notorious Shiki, a former high-ranking officer of the Rocks Pirates who, like Whitebeard, established his own crew following the downfall of Rocks. Unlike Whitebeard, however, Shiki harbored ambitions akin to those of his former captain, seeking to dominate the world. Consequently, his growth and expansion outpaced that of the Whitebeard pirates, and, as reported, they had amassed nearly 10 pirate ships. Forming a small fleet, that Shiki fellow is not someone to be trifled with. It seems the Navy will have a headache now. Jabba chuckled lightly. Well, it doesn't concern us much. Let the Navy deal with that fellow. By the way, Xiao Yi, didn't you mention discovering clues regarding some historical texts? Roger, having finished his meal and set down his plate, turned to Fang Yi and inquired. Indeed, Captain. Fang Yi nodded, stating, although the world government seems quite stringent in its suppression of ancient texts, I have unearthed some hints from various documents, particularly concerning Weno country. Weno country? Everyone paused, bewildered. While rumors of Weno country had circulated across the seas, no one knew its true coordinates or had encountered its ally. Thus, it gradually became a legend. However, the Roger pirates were different, having genuinely met individuals from Weno when they rescued Shanks and Buggy. Indeed, it is likely that such ancient texts are recorded in the isolated Weno country. Since they are not a part of the world government and have remained secluded, they may possess clues regarding ancient writings. Fang Yi affirmed. He was cautious not to reveal too much, opting for this phrasing to alert Captain Roger. Upon hearing Fang Yi's words, Roger fell into contemplation, recalling what the Weno samurai had whispered to him before his demise. While Fang Yi did not believe it pertained to ancient texts, it could still offer Roger some insight. So our future goal will shift from historical texts to Weno country, Combatant Taro remarked with a shrug and a smile. All eyes turned to Roger, the captain, the only one capable of determining the course for the Oro Jackson. No, we shall continue to seek out historical texts. Roger grinned widely. Huh. The crew members were somewhat puzzled. Fang Yi had clearly found a lead, so why would Roger forsake this seemingly easier path in favor of the elusive historical texts? Fang Yi merely smiled subtly, recognizing that Captain Roger's choice mirrored his own, for it was indeed the best decision. The seemingly clear objective of Weno country was, in truth, the most nebulous, as no one had yet discovered its location. In contrast, historical texts were different. They had already found numerous leads and possessed ample clues to pursue methodically. In Fang Yi's view, searching for Weno country and historical texts were not mutually exclusive. Therefore, given that one path was clearly defined while the other appeared straightforward, yet was utterly unknown, the optimal choice was to continue searching for historical texts while simultaneously gathering any information regarding Weno country. Moreover, since they had yet to decipher any historical texts and were unaware of their contents, they might need to compile all historical texts to uncover the final island. Thus, embarking on the quest for historical texts would also serve as preparation for the future. Although Fang Yi knew that the clues leading to the final island resided solely within 4 red Poneglyphs, he was eager to collect more historical texts to accrue substantial points, having resolved to persist in the search for historical texts. The Oro Jackson continued on its predetermined course. Meanwhile, in the unending war-torn country, Barrett, I hereby officially appoint you to the rank of general, trusting that you will continue to exert your strength in the battles ahead to secure our ultimate victory. Commander Douglas Gray said affectionately to the 14-year-old Barrett, who stood robust and beaming with joy. Yes, my lord. The burly Barrett responded, equally elated, as the commander of the troops had promised, as long as he continued to display exceptional prowess in the final battle. He would be granted true freedom, namely, the opportunity to depart from the battlefield before him. Barrett, an orphan born in this ceaselessly war-torn nation, was abandoned by his parents shortly after birth and later adopted by the very unit he now served. During his childhood, he trained as a child soldier under the command of Douglas Gray, his primary task being to lead the charge on the battlefield, traversing minefields or clearing paths with explosives. Those who achieved the greatest feats in combat were adorned with medals, a coveted honor that young Barrett yearned for amidst a life surrounded only by weaponry, though such accolades were reserved for a singular individual. Despite his formidable combat abilities, Barrett was betrayed by a comrade, just as success seemed within reach. Not only was his medal snatched away, but he also sustained near-fatal injuries. The betrayal stemmed from Barrett's overwhelming strength. Inciting jealousy even among fellow child soldiers raised in the same harsh environment, in a swift act of retribution, Barrett eliminated those who had wronged him, reclaimed his medal, and recognized the cause of his earlier failures, his own negligence. Arrogance and the weakness that came from trusting others. From that moment on, Barrett ceased to place faith in anyone but himself, pursuing victory solely for his own sake. With his newfound strength, he became a legendary hero on the battlefield and the most formidable of child soldiers, increasingly aware that true power was the key to his freedom. However, one fateful day, while on the brink of starvation and exhaustion in battle, he consumed a devil fruit, which greatly amplified his strength, leading him to this very day. Even Douglas Gray, his commander, could no longer ignore Barrett's presence, promoting him to the rank of general and promising genuine freedom once the war concluded. Yet, upon his promotion, Barrett annihilated the enemy forces in the final conflict, only to discover that what awaited him was not true freedom, but betrayal. Douglas Gray, who viewed him merely as a war machine. The war had ended, and thus, The machine had no further purpose. However, he underestimated Barrett's might, and the anger of the betrayed Barrett culminated in the death of Douglas Gray, along with the destruction of his own country and army, reducing the ceaselessly war-torn nation to ruins. Gazing upon the remnants of a life he once knew, Barrett adopted a new name, Douglas Barrett. Before setting sail, a reminder to himself that there were no true companions or trust, only the necessity of becoming stronger to attain genuine freedom. Thus, this 14-year-old boy embarked on a solitary journey across the seas, seeking adversaries that could further his strength a year later, while wandering the seas in search of battle. Barrett had yet to face defeat until one day, while resting on a small island, he spotted a pirate ship approaching. "Hey, Captain, there's a small boat here. Could it be that someone has beaten us to it?" exclaimed the armed buggy, anxiously observing the vessel docked to the shoreline. His urgency stemmed from their purpose on the island, the pursuit of treasure, having seized an enemy's treasure map in their last skirmish. They had hastened their journey, only to find that someone had arrived ahead of them. "Calm down, buggy, it's just treasure. We were merely passing through anyway. Even if someone else takes it, it matters not," laughed Fang Yi, delivering a hearty slap on Buggy's back. "Big brother, you can't say that. We work hard to obtain that treasure map. As pirates, how can we watch others snatch our treasure away?" Buggy retorted, his big red nose almost touching Fang Yi's face. As time passed, Buggy came to understand the disparity between himself and Fang, leading him to address him as Big Brother, much like Shanks did. "What you say holds some truth, but we must still heed the captain and Mr. Rayleigh's orders. Besides, look at that small boat. Even if they have the treasure, they can't take it away. So why the rush?" Fang Yi remarked, pushing Buggy's face away with a hint of disdain. Big brother, you know Buggy wants to be the first to find the treasure," Shanks chimed in merrily. "You scoundrel, Shanks." Buggy, incensed, found an outlet for his frustration and promptly engaged in a scuffle with Shanks, prompting Fang Yi to shake his head in exasperation. Although but a small vessel, its presence indicated that there might indeed be others on the island besides themselves. Consequently, Fang Yi took to scanning the entire island from the bow. "All right, lads, prepare to set sail," Roger commanded after ensuring everything was in order. Yes, they were on an uninhabited island. No one remained behind to guard the ship. However, Chef Yao Yi, accompanied by several crew members, began preparing food for the feast not far from shore. According to tradition, a banquet was to be held upon Roger's return, prompting him to commence preparations for the celebratory meal immediately after disembarking. "Xiao Yi, why didn't you go with the captain and the others?" Yao inquired with a smile as he observed Fang Yi assisting him. "I'm not particularly interested in treasure," Fang Yi replied with a chuckle, shaking his head. His lack of interest in riches was genuine. If it were historical texts, he would gladly pursue them for the sake of gaining points, and exploring ruins or embarking on adventures would also be enticing. However, the mere act of treasure hunting held little appeal for him. He preferred to help Chef Yao Yi complete the tasks at hand, and then enjoy a peaceful slumber on the beach, relishing the rare moments of leisure. "Woof woof? What's wrong?" Wang Zai, Fang Yi, suddenly awakened from his slumber by his companion's barking, looked at Wang Zai in surprise. "Gur woof woof?" Wang Zai exhibited a fierce demeanor, as if he had discovered something, and glared towards the dense foliage behind Fang Yi. "What is it?" Fang Yi furrowed his brow, summoning his son's shooting bow into his hand. Though he was uncertain of what Wang Zai had detected, the dog's reaction indicated that whatever it was certainly not a foe to be trifled with. "Xiao Yi, what's the matter?" The other crew members, noticing Fang Yi's unusual demeanor, gazed at him curiously. "I don't know." Fang Yi shook his head, a hint of confusion in his tone. "It seems Wang Zai has spotted something. Perhaps a large beast?" "Oh, it seems we might have a feast tonight," exclaimed the crew members, their eyes lighting up with interest in the prospect of hunting that moment. However, a burly youth emerged from the underbrush. "Oh, it's just a kid," crew member Aliu chuckled lightly upon seeing the newcomer. "You lot are pirates, aren't you?" The muscular boy, stepping out from the thicket, fixed his gaze on Fang Yi and the others, his tone grave. "Since you know, why not leave quickly? Pirates are quite fearsome, you know," Aliu jested, attempting to frighten the boy. "Ha! Come on, Aliu, he's just a child. Kid, are you a resident of this island?" Chef Yao Yi interjected with a smile as he approached. Since you're pirates, it's only natural for me to rob you. The robust youth grinned widely, seemingly pleased at the prospect of an unexpected gain. Aside from Fang Yi, the remaining crew exchanged glances and erupted in laughter. Though the boy appeared more muscular than Fang Yi, they assumed their ages were likely similar. They did not believe that anyone other than Fang Yi could possess such extraordinary strength at their age. Fang Yi, however, remained silent, not only because he found the boy somewhat familiar, but also because he could not recall who he was. After all, the events of the original story occurred decades later, and characters had undergone significant changes since then. Additionally, Wang Zai was highly sensitive to danger. Anything that could provoke such a reaction from him was undoubtedly a formidable opponent. Bang! Just then, the boy suddenly vanished from his spot, reappearing directly before Aliu. Before Aliu could react, the boy delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen, sending him flying. Now it's your turn. After incapacitating Aliu, the boy turned his gaze toward Fang Yi and the others, speaking calmly. Everyone be cautious. This individual is not ordinary. Xiao Yi, fire a signal flare for the captain. The head chef gazed at the motionless Elio, who lay crumpled on one side, his expression shifting dramatically as he shouted. Wang Zai, without a moment's hesitation, Fang Yi leapt backward, an arrow signaling already knocked upon his bowstring. Woof! Hearing Fang Yi's call, Wang Zai swiftly retreated, allowing Fang Yi to land securely upon his back. Whoosh! After releasing the signal arrow, Fang Yi cast his gaze back at his opponent, only to discover that apart from Chef Yao Yi, the other crew members had collapsed to the ground. Mr. Yao Yi, Fang Yi exclaimed, loosening his grip on the arrow, which flew forth imbued with an aura of frost towards the adversary. He dared not underestimate his foe. Though the figure was robust, their movements were remarkably agile, a type not uncommon among the formidable. A prime example being the legendary marine hero, Monkey D. Garp, who had relentlessly pursued them, forcing them to flee in every direction. Upon hearing Fang Yi shout, Chef Yao Yi immediately dodged, creating an opening for Fang Yi's arrow. Boom! Crack! The youth did not evade Fang Yi's projectile. Instead, he attempted to deflect it with his arm. However, he seemed unprepared for the remarkable strength behind the arrow, which, despite being deflected, caused him to stagger back 2 steps, an eerie frost beginning to encase the arm that had made contact. Who are you? The youth inquired, a frown creasing his brow as he examined his arm. I am Fang, an intern of the Roger Pirates. Perched upon Wang Zai's back, Fang Yi responded, drawing his bow again. And who might you be? Douglas Barrett. The youth was none other than Barrett, the one who had brought ruin to Fang Yi's homeland a year prior. Now a wanted man by the world government. So it is you. Fang Yi's eyes widened in realization. The boy before him was destined to become renowned as the descendant of the devil. Douglas Barrett. You recognize me? Barrett's gaze sharpened as he questioned Fang Yi. Have you seen my bounty? Truth be told, at that moment, Fang Yi was not familiar with Barrett. Had he been, he would have recognized him upon their first encounter. Nevertheless, since Barrett himself mentioned a bounty, Fang Yi nodded in acknowledgement. Xiao Yi, who is this guy? At that moment, the only one still capable of fighting, Chef Yao Yi, approached Fang Yi, his expression grave. Douglas Barrett, a remarkably powerful individual. He grew up in the military and not only annihilated his enemies, but also destroyed his own country due to betrayal. Fang Yi's lips twitched as he spoke. Really? How old is he? Yao Yi seemed incredulous, observing Barrett, who appeared to be no older than Fang Yi himself. You are no match for me. However, you do pique my interest. Barrett glanced at Yao Yi, disregarding his presence, and turned his attention back to Fang Yi. Intrigued, Mr. Yao Yi, please take care of our companions over there. I shall handle this fellow. Fang Yi understood Barrett's intent. Although Yao Yi was formidable, he paled in comparison to Fang Yi. Very well, be cautious. The captain and the others should return upon seeing the signal arrow. Yao Yi nodded, acknowledging that his presence would only hinder Fang Yi before moving to assist Elio and the others. Then let us begin. Barrett shook his arm, shattering the ice coating it, and advanced towards Fang Yi. Wait. Fang Yi interrupted. What? Are you conceding? Barrett frowned, questioning. Fang Yi shook his head, asserting, This is Wang Zai, my partner. It would be unfair for me to face you alone. No matter. Let us commence. Barrett dismissed Fang Yi's concern. The mere presence of Fang Yi had ignited a fierce fervor within him. Daring to underestimate us, Wang Zai, let us show him what we are capable of. Fang Yi gently patted Wang Zai, raising his bow once more. Boom! Barrett's fist struck the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. In the blink of an eye, both Wang Zai and Fang Yi had vanished from view. Whoosh! Before Barrett could locate Fang Yi, an arrow pierced through the dust, aimed directly at his brow. Such an attack cannot harm me, Barrett declared, launching a punch at the arrow. Boom! Upon impact, an explosion ensued, flames cascading along Barrett's arm, engulfing him entirely. This is the result of Fang Yi's explosive and fiery arrow combination, a deadlier technique. Aha! I told you, such attacks are ineffective against me. Focus! Barrett unleashed a torrent of energy, dispersing the flames and clearing the surrounding dust. What an infuriating individual! Observing Barrett's nonchalant demeanor, Fang Yi felt a twinge of frustration. Woof woof! Nevertheless, Wang Zai appeared to be brimming with fighting spirit today. All right, let him witness why I am known as the deceptive marksman. Onward, Wang Zai. Fang Yi patted Wang Zai's head, swiftly drawing 3 arrows from his quiver and knocking them. Trident, strike true. The 3 arrows flew forth in succession, each emanating a distinct radiance as they soared towards the stationary Barrett. Surprisingly, the first arrow to strike Barrett was not the first to be launched, but rather the last, an arrow glowing with green light aimed straight for him. Entangling arrow, LV.2, 113,300, fires an entangling arrow at the enemy, dealing damage while the accompanying vines ensnare them instantly. This was Fang Yi's latest skill, now upgraded to LV.2 through rigorous training. This could be interesting. Barrett showed no intent to evade, enveloping himself in armament hockey. Prepared to absorb Fang Yi's assault, bang! As Barrett's fist connected with the entangling arrow, he suddenly furrowed his brow, experiencing a long-forgotten sensation of pain, as if the arrow had pierced through his defenses and struck him directly. Before he could react, numerous vines erupted from thin air, ensnaring him completely. Following closely, the other 2 arrows from the trident struck his flanks with precision. Boom! Crack! Instantly, Barrett's left side was engulfed in flames while the right was encased in frost. His K. As expected of Xiao Yi, truly monstrous. Most would struggle to withstand such an onslaught. Elio, who had been revived by Yao Yi, lay at an angle on the ground, shaking his head. It's not over yet. That fellow's attacks are relentless. Once he starts, he doesn't stop. Yao, he shook his head, observing the scene. Sure enough, no sooner had he spoken than Fang Yi's voice rang out. If you can't hold on, speak up early. Otherwise, I won't be responsible if you end up dead. Charged arrow, a silver light flashed, racing towards Barrett's heart. Such close range. Given Fang Yi's current power, even figures like Jabba and Rayleigh would find it impossible to nonchalantly withstand the attack. Boom! The silver light struck, sending Barrett, who could not evade, flying a considerable distance, the force of the arrow dispersing the flames, frost, and vines that had surrounded him. Could that fellow be a monster? How could he endure such an attack? Chef Yao, of the Roger Pirates, gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scene. At that moment, Barrett's shirt lay in tatters, blood trickling from his mouth, an arrow embedded in his chest. Yet he had withstood Fang Yi's close-range charged arrow with sheer resilience. You must also possess some peculiar devil fruit ability, do you not? As the dust settled, Barrett, having regained his composure, yanked the arrow from his chest. A spurt of blood accompanying the motion, and raised his head to fixate on Fang Yi, a strange smile creeping across his face. In a way, you could withstand this too? Fang Yi found himself questioning his own offensive capabilities for the first time. This feeling had previously arisen during the fierce battle in the Valley of Gods. Regardless of whether he faced Kaido or Charlotte Linlin, his attacks had been utterly ineffectual against their defenses. However, since then, he had significantly strengthened himself, and had not encountered any formidable opponent primarily reliant on physical prowess. Thus, he had not experienced that sense of helplessness against an adversary who could completely withstand his assaults. Of course, he did not count Kapu, who had always been in pursuit of them, as he was engaged in a conflict with their captain, Roger, and thus Fang Yi had no stake in that matter. Yet now, standing before Barrett, he once again felt that overwhelming sense of powerlessness. To his astonishment, this opponent was a peer, someone of similar age. What a surprise it was to encounter such an impressive individual in this place. How exhilarating it made him feel. Barrett fixed his gaze on Fang Yi, grinning widely as he spoke. He was not in a rush to attack. It was not due to a lack of desire, but rather because he felt slightly dizzy. Fang Yi's trident strike had triggered his dizziness skill, while 2 of the attacks had activated his precision ability, meaning he had genuinely endured Fang Yi's 3 assaults, especially the last charged arrow. Had it not been for his formidable haki, he would surely have been slain by that single shot. Naturally, Fang Yi was aware of Barrett's current state. The system's prompt informed him of the skills his attacks had triggered. However, although that charged arrow had breached Barrett's defenses, the damage inflicted was limited. If the battle continued, he would have no choice but to resort to his final area of effect ultimate move. Fortunately, at that moment, upon seeing Fang Yi's signal arrow, Rayleigh returned with a portion of the crew. "Xiao Yi, what has transpired?" Rayleigh asked in surprise upon witnessing Fang Yi confronting a robust youth. He was well aware of Fang Yi's strength. On the ship, only he and Roger could truly overpower Fang Yi, and even Jabba and others would not dare claim they could defeat him with absolute certainty, primarily due to Fang Yi's exceedingly elusive attack methods. His arrows seemed to strike true even when one had evaded or blocked them. There had been times when Rayleigh and the others speculated whether Fang Yi was a devil fruit user. However, having seen him frolicking in the sea with Wang Zai on multiple occasions, they could only conclude that it was Fang Yi's unique ability. "Mr. Rayleigh, this is Douglas Barrett. He's incredibly strong. I hit him with my close-range charged arrow, and he acted as if nothing happened, but for some reason, he attacked us as soon as he arrived, injuring several of my comrades." Fang Yi briefly recounted the situation, subtly warning Rayleigh that Barrett was not a simple character. Upon noticing Rayleigh and the others, Barrett felt no fear. Instead, he seemed eager for a challenge. "Leave this to me. The captain has already located the treasure and is on his way back." Rayleigh nodded at Fang Yi, signaling his understanding. Before approaching Barrett and asking, "May I inquire why you attacked our crew?" "It's nothing. I merely sensed the aura of a strong opponent from him and wanted to challenge him." Barrett pointed at Fang Yi, grinning as he spoke. In that case, allow me to entertain you." Rayleigh replied with a light chuckle. "I have no objections. As long as they are strong opponents, it matters not who they are. In any case, you will all fall before me," Barrett declared, charging directly at Rayleigh, having shrugged off the negative effects Fang Yi had inflicted. The clash between the two was intensely violent. Unlike Fang Yi, Rayleigh, as a swordsman, excelled in close combat, engaging Barrett, a brawler, in a brutal exchange of blows. Every crew member watching, including Fang Yi, had to concede that Barrett, the youth before them, possessed an almost monstrous level of strength. His robust physique allowed him to disregard most attacks. Yet his own strikes commanded utmost respect. Fang Yi felt that a single hit from him could potentially strip away a significant portion of his combat capability. Their battle raged on until Roger and his crew returned. Yet no victor emerged. Nonetheless, Fang Yi could tell that if Barrett were to truly engage Rayleigh in a death match, it was likely Rayleigh would be gravely injured while Barrett would meet his end. Of course, this was contingent on Barrett lacking any hidden tricks. After all, he had already revealed his combined form fruit, and Fang Yi doubted he had any further surprises in store. This is truly entertaining. "Rayleigh, where did you find such a formidable youth?" Roger exclaimed after observing their battle for a while. "You'll have to ask Xiao Yi about that." Rayleigh replied with a grin after swiftly withdrawing from the fray following a clash with Barrett. He had already gauged the youth's strength and deemed it unnecessary to continue the fight. Another one? Barrett felt an ominous aura emanating from Roger, a pressure that Fang Yi and even Rayleigh could not exert upon him. "Hey, little one, who are you?" Roger inquired, smiling at Barrett. "Douglas Barrett. I aspire to become the strongest man in the world." "And who might you be?" Barrett replied solemnly. At that moment, he realized he had failed to ascertain who among this group was the strongest. Having wasted some stamina battling both Fang Yi and Rayleigh. "I am the captain of the Roger Pirates. G.O.L.D. Roger." Roger responded with a slight smile. "Captain, so you're the strongest among this group?" Barrett gazed at Roger, his eyes igniting with fierce determination. "Our captain is not only the mightiest on our ship, but has also sailed these seas for years without suffering a single defeat." Fang Yi, who had been watching from the sidelines, proclaimed with pride. Upon hearing this, Barrett's eyes brightened as he turned to Roger and said, "Very well, then accept my challenge. You, first, defeat me." Upon seeing his captain's arrival, Fang Yi no longer cared who Barrett was. Barrett shot Fang Yi a glare, but remained silent, for he had indeed failed to best Fang Yi earlier, and he was aware that the latter's attacks were exceedingly peculiar. While the threat posed by Fang Yi was not immense, he could not dismiss the possibility that his opponent still had unutilized techniques. "All right, since you wish to challenge me, let us proceed." However, it is evident that Roger was also intrigued. Such a remarkable youth is indeed a rarity, and he too wished to test Barrett's strength. Once Roger spoke, Fang Yi felt it inappropriate to voice any further objections, and truth be told, he himself was uncertain of his chances against Barrett. The battle commenced swiftly, and contrary to Fang Yi's expectations, Barrett's defeat came rather quickly. It lacked the flair he had displayed during his earlier skirmishes with Rayleigh. From beginning to end, he was thoroughly suppressed by Roger, ultimately leading to his loss. As evening fell, the entire Roger Pirates crew held a feast by the beach, while Barrett sat alone in the shadows, watching them with indifference that he had lost thoroughly, without even a suitable excuse to offer himself. Although he had fought briefly with Fang Yi and Rayleigh, he knew that even without those encounters, he would still not stand a chance against Roger, whose overwhelming momentum had crushed him utterly. "Hey, after such a hard day, why not come over for a bite?" Fang Yi offered a large piece of roasted meat to Barrett, smiling as he spoke. Barrett glanced at Fang Yi but did not reach for the food, remaining motionless in his seat. "Could it be that you're upset because you lost the captain?" Fang Yi sat down beside Barrett, cheerfully inquiring. Barrett shot Fang Yi a sidelong glance but still did not respond. However, Fang Yi was undeterred. As he munched on his food and sipped his drink, he remarked, "Our captain is no ordinary person. It's only natural that you couldn't defeat him. Have you heard of the Rocks Pirates?" They were known as the strongest pirate crew in the world, and their captain, Rocks, was hailed as the mightiest being in existence. Yet, even such a formidable entity was ultimately vanquished. Would you like to know how that happened? Observing Barrett's silent demeanor, Fang Yi smiled slightly and continued, "Indeed, upon hearing terms like the strongest in the world and the number one." Barrett's eyes sparkled with renewed interest. However, Fang Yi refrained from elaborating further, opting instead to enjoy his food, seemingly waiting for Barrett to inquire. Watching Barrett, who appeared torn between curiosity and hesitation, Fang Yi smiled gently and extended the plate of food once more, saying, "The captain of the so-called strongest being, Rocks, was defeated by the legendary Marine Vice Admiral, Monkey D. Karp. However, this is merely the outsider's narrative. In truth, it was Karp and our captain who joined forces to barely overcome Captain Rocks." This time, Barrett hesitated for a moment and did not refuse the food offered by Fang, primarily because he feared that Fang Yi would abruptly halt his speech midway. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Yi managed to make physical contact with Barrett, marking his inaugural interaction with him. That Navy fellow named Karp truly formidable?" Barrett inquired curiously after accepting Fang Yi's food, breaking his silence. "Formidable? That individual can hardly be deemed merely formidable. He is downright monstrous. Like you, he is a master of physical combat, and moreover, he has yet to consume a devil fruit, rendering him utterly devoid of weaknesses." Fang Yi sighed as he spoke. "Weakness?" Barrett was taken aback, casting a perplexed glance at Fang Yi. As a user of a fruit ability that merged powers, he felt empowered by it, seemingly without any inherent vulnerabilities. "Surely you are aware that those who possess devil fruit abilities cannot swim. In other words, they are reviled by the sea itself. Therefore, if we were to encounter each other upon the ocean, I could easily destroy your vessel without engaging in direct combat, and your demise would be inevitable." Fang Yi remarked with a smirk. Upon hearing Fang Yi's assertions, Barrett found himself momentarily at a loss for words. At the same time, the Whitebeard pirates faced dire straits as they encountered the young Barrett while contending with their longtime adversary, the Roger Pirates. Initially, they clashed with Sengoku, who was accompanied by Kizu. And after a fierce battle, the Whitebeard pirates incurred substantial losses before managing to flee. However, Before they could exhale in relief, they realized they had drifted into unfamiliar waters, where the currents were peculiarly erratic. Even leaving the seasoned navigator, Whitebeard momentarily bewildered to their astonishment, they discovered freshwater fish, specifically carp, strangely swimming in the ocean, even leaping up a waterfall against the current. Ultimately, the current swept them up the very waterfall. Had it not been for Marco, the user of a flight-based devil fruit, they might have faced catastrophic destruction. Fortunately, their luck held. Despite the considerable damage to their ship, they reached land safely, only to soon encounter a formidable man named Kazuki Oden, who informed them that they were in the legendary Weno country. Subsequently, Kazuki Oden requested to accompany Whitebeard on his voyages, but was met with a heartless refusal. Whitebeard was reminded of his experiences aboard the rock ship. The crew members there were undeniably powerful, appearing invincible to outsiders. Yet, only they understood that with a ship full of tyrants, discord reigned, ultimately leading to their downfall and dissolution. He had no desire to tread that same treacherous path. He sought a collective akin to a family, rather than an ostensibly invincible pirate crew. However, as they departed, Kazuki Oden, the heir to the Weno throne, discovered them and forcibly boarded their vessel. Through several days of interaction, Whitebeard came to understand Oden's character and decided to offer him a chance. Should he pass a test, he would be welcomed aboard. Ultimately, Kazuki Oden failed the test while attempting to save a woman. Nevertheless, Whitebeard discerned that Oden's temperament was indeed compatible with his own. Thus, he returned with his crew to inform Oden that he had passed the test. Meanwhile, the Roger pirates, busily scouring the seas for historical texts, were experiencing quite the commotion. "Boom!" Roger exclaimed as he watched Barrett being sent flying by his punch, colliding with the ship's railing before coming to a halt. "You have lost, Barrett. I will surely defeat you." Barrett grunted, struggling to rise slowly while fixing his gaze on Roger. Since his previous defeat at Roger's hands, and after being enlightened by Fang, Barrett had formally joined the Roger pirates. His reason for boarding was compelling: to surpass Roger in combat. Thus, from that day forth, Barrett would challenge Roger every few days, much to the crew's amusement, as their matches were more sparring than actual battles. Moreover, aside from his occasional challenges to Captain Roger, Barrett did not exhibit any rebelliousness, and given his formidable combat prowess, he garnered the crew's support. Fang Yi welcomed him even more enthusiastically, as it meant an additional lottery ticket for him each day. "That fellow is indeed a terrifying presence. He may even surpass Egu in sheer prowess," Buggy remarked, watching Barrett head off to train after his defeat. "I still believe Egu is more formidable," Shanks asserted resolutely from his side. "While Egu is impressive, he likely cannot compete with such a monster. Did they not face off previously? Ge's strongest charged arrow merely grazed him." Buggy hesitated before shaking his head in response. In truth, they had long been aware of Fang Yi's tremendous strength, having been under his influence for an extended period. Yet, when confronted with the formidable Barrett, Buggy still held the latter in higher regard. However, Shanks recognized that Fang Yi had yet to unveil his ultimate technique. During the Navy's siege, Fang Yi had demonstrated an immensely powerful move, albeit one he had not fully mastered, leaving him utterly drained afterward. Shanks was convinced that should Fang Yi employ that technique, even Barrett would be unable to escape unscathed. Furthermore, Fang Yi's growth was palpably visible. He was continuously growing stronger. Hence, Shanks believed that Fang Yi's future would undoubtedly eclipse Barrett's. "Wang Zai, we must strive harder. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing if we cannot even penetrate his defenses." Fang Yi chuckled, patting Wang Zai's head while observing Barrett train. "Woof woof." Wang Zai seemed to convey that their partnership was the ultimate combination. In truth, Fang Yi felt a sense of gratitude for Barrett's presence. Prior to Barrett's arrival on the ship, his only sparring partner had been Shanks. However, with the continuous elevation of Fang Yi's skill level, the frequency with which he could trigger precise strikes had increased significantly. Consequently, he was hesitant to spar with Shanks, fearing he might unintentionally injure him. Barrett, on the other hand, boasted formidable haki, providing the perfect natural defense. Thus, sparring with Barrett allowed Fang Yi to unleash his techniques freely, accelerating the growth of his skills. Whoosh, 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 a flurry of arrows darted towards Barrett from various angles. Barrett, now fully enveloped in haki, attempted to block Fang Yi's arrows while searching for an opportunity to close the distance. However, upon the first precise strike being triggered, Barrett quickly realized that aside from enduring the attacks, he seemed unable to take any meaningful action. The relentless barrage of arrows inflicted upon him created a sensation of being struck repeatedly, occasionally accompanied by bouts of dizziness, rendering Barrett incapable of mounting an effective counterattack. Little Yi's attacks are becoming increasingly incisive, Barrett mused, acknowledging that despite his strength, prolonged defense would inevitably lead to defeat. If he could not breach Little Yi's arrow formation, he would never truly vanquish him. Observing Fang Yi as he relentlessly drew his bow and released arrows, Rayleigh reflected, "Indeed, the best strategy against this lad is to eliminate him before he has a chance to strike." Beside him, the sniper, Peter, bitterly remarked, "Now, the position of the ship's foremost sniper has long been claimed by Fang, and beyond long-range sniping, I have been wholly outmatched and pose no threat to him whatsoever. Buggy, have you noticed? EGE speed seems to have increased." Shanks furrowed his brow as he addressed Buggy. Buggy rolled his eyes in response. "Do you think I can even perceive how fast his arrows are? I barely have time to react before he has already hit me. So, whether he is fast or not is of little consequence to me." Much like Barrett's challenge to Roger, Fang Yi engages in daily sparring sessions with Barrett. And this practice proves mutually beneficial for both. Barrett utilizes Fang Yi's arrows to enhance his physical conditioning, awaiting the moment he fully adapts, which will signify his ultimate victory over Fang Yi. Conversely, Fang Yi harnesses Barrett's prowess to refine his skills and improve his synergy with Wang Zai, all while seeking out any vulnerabilities in Barrett's defenses that, in truth, Shanks's observation of Fang Yi's accelerated shooting speed is no mere illusion. It stems from rewards he acquired after facing Barrett, which bestowed upon him a new skill, rapid fire, non-upgradable when utilizing ranged weapons. Your attack speed increases by 20%. This accounts for the enhancement in his shooting rate. However, despite Fang Yi's continuous barrage, once Barrett regains his composure, he withstands the onslaught and begins to close the distance. This is the advantage of their daily training, having acclimatized to Fang Yi's attacks. Barrett, with his robust physique, can endure the strikes and advance as long as Fang Yi fails to inflict dizziness. Naturally, Fang Yi's attacks are not entirely ineffective. During their exchanges, he refrains from targeting Barrett's vital areas, focusing instead on joints, landing multiple hits. Even Barrett experiences a sense of restricted movement. Thus, the two engage in a lively game of pursuit and evasion. Additionally, with Wang Zai's presence, who possesses a keen sensitivity to danger, they occasionally anticipate Barrett's attack trajectory and evade it, leading Fang to ponder whether Wang Zai has awakened a form of observation hockey. Nevertheless, these skirmishes generally conclude with Fang Yi's defeat. The limited space on the deck means that once Barrett blocks his path, Fang Yi has little room to maneuver, often finding it challenging to withstand Barrett's formidable strength. Yet both Barrett and Fang Yi are acutely aware that if it were a life-or-death battle, the circumstances would differ significantly. At the very least, if Fang Yi wished to escape, Barrett would be powerless to stop him unless he could incapacitate Wang Zai from the outset. Furthermore, since their cooperation began, everyone has gradually forgotten that Fang Yi himself possesses remarkable agility. He had long mastered the techniques of shave and moonwalk from the Navy's 6 styles. This is a deliberate display by Fang. Each time Barrett corners him, he concedes defeat, intentionally withholding his full capabilities to at the very least. He has never revealed another technique he shares with Wang Zai in front of Barrett. This is not an act of caution against Barrett, but rather a habitual strategy to retain a hidden trump card, providing him with a sense of security that "I found you, Roger." In a certain part of the New World, before a dog-headed warship, Garp gazes through his binoculars, a smile gracing his face. "Mr. Garp, why are you so intent on capturing that pirate named Roger?" A young man, towering over Garp and donning a black hat, inquires with confusion. "Kazan, do not underestimate Roger. He is no ordinary individual. Ignoring him could lead to significant trouble." Garp replies with a hearty laugh. "Huh." Kazan looks at Garp in bewilderment. He is a member of Zifa's naval training camp, although he has only recently joined. His formidable strength has earned him the title of monster newcomer, allowing him to accompany frontline commanders like Akainu and Borsellino on missions even during training. However, unlike Borsellino and others, he follows Garp. Thus, Kazan, who has only just begun to accompany Garp on assignments, is still unclear about the implications of Garp's words. Waha! Full speed ahead, bring us closer. Garp, still laughing heartily, commands the warship to advance towards the Oro Jackson. The captain is Garp of the Navy. Joel T. Roger, currently training, is alerted by Golan on the mast, who spots the naval ship and calls out. Garp? Barrett pauses, recalling that name from somewhere. It's that guy again. Didn't he go on another mission? Roger, hearing Golan's words, wears an expression of resignation. The legendary Vice Admiral of the Navy. Barrett finally remembers who he is, having heard the name from Fang Yi. Change course. We must avoid him. Roger shouts to the helmsman. Yes, Captain. Although they know that under normal circumstances, they would not outrun a naval warship, they must at least give it a try. Captain, how about I and Wang Zai go to intercept them first? Fang Yi suggests, glancing at the naval ship still some distance away. After a moment of thought, Roger nods. All right, but don't push yourselves too hard. If it gets tough, retreat. Understood, Fang Yi affirms, swiftly mounting Wang Zai's back. He pats Wang Zai's head and says, let's go. Time to meet Vice Admiral Garp. Wang Zai barks twice and leaps into the sea, propelling itself towards the warship. A.S. Fang Yi is not a devil fruit user and is aided by underwater breathing pills. He can collaborate with Wang Zai to launch an attack from beneath the waves. Hey, the same trick won't work on me. Garp, observing someone from Roger's ship diving into the water, immediately deduces it to be the merman member. Sambel. Previously, it was Sambel's interference that caused them to miss the chance to pursue Roger. Therefore, they had long been wary of such underwater assaults against their ship. However, he did not anticipate that this time the assailant would not be the merman Sambel, but rather Fang Yi, working in tandem with Wang Zai. Soon, propelled by Wang Zai's swift swimming, the duo reaches a position not far from the naval warship. After signaling Wang Zai to maintain stability, Fang Yi draws 5 arrows from his quiver, the maximum he can shoot simultaneously without sacrificing accuracy. His quiver has now evolved from small quiver to a medium quiver, capable of holding 50 arrows, replenishing one every half hour automatically. Compared to the previous small quiver, this medium one holds more arrows and generates them more rapidly. Furthermore, Fang Yi discovered the optimal method for utilizing the quiver. He ensures it is never fully stocked. Once the quiver generates arrows, he takes out a portion to store in his backpack, allowing the quiver to continue functioning, thus minimizing the need to purchase arrows. Since the arrows generated by the quiver are considered system-produced, they can be stored in his backpack without taking up additional space, proving exceptionally practical. During training and sparring sessions with companions, he can also recover some arrows, ensuring he has enough for combat. Charge arrow. Ice arrow rain. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After launching the 5 arrows, Fang Yi quickly knocks another, this time foregoing the charge arrow, merely aiming at the warship's position before releasing them. Arrow rain is a technique he developed after acquiring the rapid-fire ability, utilizing his increased rate of fire to unleash a barrage of ice arrows or flame arrows in a short span, effectively creating an area of effect attack, making it an excellent clearing technique. With 5 charged arrows leading the charge, it also enhances the attack's potency. The Navy is taken aback by the sudden appearance of arrows. Yet, despite their unexpected nature, none strike any soldiers. Since Fang Yi launched the arrows from underwater, he cannot see the situation on the warship's deck. However, the arrows he released are no ordinary projectiles. They are ice arrows. Upon striking the deck, the ice energy they carry instantly begins to freeze the surface. While flame arrows would have been more effective, launching them from the ocean would render them susceptible to the water's influence, leading him to opt for the ice arrows instead. Those arrows are not ordinary, an officer exclaims loudly upon noticing the ice energy associated with the arrows, shouting, "Everyone be careful, stay away from those arrows." But just as his warning echoes, more arrows emerge from the water, raining down upon the warship's deck. "Everyone be careful," the naval officer shouts, alarmed by the barrage of incoming arrows. "Ice shield." At that moment, Kazan made his move, utilizing his abilities to conjure a shield of ice above the deck of the warship, successfully intercepting all incoming arrows. Moreover, since Fang Yi's projectiles were also ice arrows, their impact only served to fortify Kuzan's icy barrier, rendering it impervious to the onslaught. However, Fang Yi remained oblivious to this, for he had already arrived at the stern of the warship alongside Wang Zai. Hee, let's set their ship ablaze as well, Fang Yi proclaimed, standing atop Wang Zai's back, where he conjured 5 arrows anew, rain of fire arrows. He intended to unleash the same technique as before, but this time substituting the ice arrows with flaming ones. Enough to incite chaos among the Navy ranks. His sole objective was to assist the Oro Jackson in evading naval pursuit, not to sink the warship. Yet, as soon as Fang Yi discharged the rain of fire arrows and began to flee, a sharp ice blade suddenly hurtled towards him. Thanks to Wang Zai's early warning of danger and its swift movement across the sea, Fang Yi narrowly evaded the icy assault. Nevertheless, upon witnessing the sea freeze upon contact with the ice blade, a serious expression settled upon Fang Yi's face. Damn brat, it's you. He glanced towards the stern of the warship, where he beheld the furious Karp, along with one of the future 3 admirals. Kazan, Uncle Karp, I merely came to say hello. Are you trying to keep me here? Fang Yi bellowed with laughter. You little brat, did Roger send you? Give up. This time, you can't escape. Karp waved his hand behind him, clearly preparing to take action. No, I'm just an intern. If you're upset, why not take it out on our captain? I'll be taking my leave. Farewell. Fang Yi waved at Karp and promptly instructed Wang Zai to depart. Remaining any longer would spell danger for him. Despite seemingly being in a position of safety on the sea, he knew all too well that should he truly provoke Karp, even fleeing to the ocean's depths would be futile. That damn brat runs really fast, Karp exclaimed in frustration as he watched Fang Yi flee without a second thought. Lord Karp, is that child part of the Roger pirates? Kazan inquired with curiosity. He's an intern from Roger's ship, wielding a bow and arrows. He must have created that diversion to delay us. Karp nodded in response. I.S.E. from the Fishman tribe. He doesn't seem to exhibit any Fishman traits. Moreover, how is he able to wield ice energy? Kazan questioned. Puzzled, he speculated that the fire arrows were merely a result of the arrows' properties, as adding gunpowder to them could yield similar effects. However, he was certain that the previously ice-infused arrows had been imbued with ice energy by someone. And as a user of the ice fruit, he knew this for a fact. That brat is not a fishman, and his abilities are rather peculiar. It's still unclear what the situation is in any case. It likely isn't a fruit ability, but rather a unique race. Karp shook his head. Karp, the fire has been contained, but the Roger pirates have already made their escape. Should we pursue them? A naval soldier approached to inquire. Of course, continue the chase. I want to see what other tricks they have up their sleeves, Karp commanded with a cold snort. Meanwhile, having returned to the ship with Wang Zai's assistance, Fang Yi was met with a warm welcome from the crew. However, before they could celebrate their evasion of the Navy, Golong atop the mast brought forth another piece of troubling news. Captain, a large number of pirate ships have been spotted ahead. The flags suggest they belong to the Flying Sky Pirates. Golong shouted to the deck. Flying Sky Pirates? Shiki the Golden Lion? Fang Yi exclaimed, turning to Roger. Since Shiki's defeat at Devil Island, his fleet had rapidly expanded, and now the Flying Sky Pirates led by him constituted a force that even the Navy could not afford to disregard. The rivalry between Shiki and Roger was notorious, always teetering between love and enmity. After Roger's surrender, Shiki had boldly stormed the Navy headquarters, convinced that Roger could never be captured. However, from Fang Yi's perspective, the encounters between the Roger pirates and the Flying Sky Pirates have been infrequent, primarily due to Roger's crew's efforts to evade Navy pursuit. This was not an opportune moment to change course, and Roger's intention was to warn Shiki of Karp's approach, urging him to flee. Is that you, Roger? As they drew closer, Shiki, cigar in mouth, stood at the bow of his ship, laughing heartily in Roger's direction. Shiki, Roger replied with a grin, I suggest you turn back quickly. Shiki was momentarily taken aback, expecting something more profound, only to receive this seemingly nonsensical advice. Karp from a Navy is heading this way. Roger pointed behind him, smiling. I held him off for a moment, but he should be on his way now, so you best change course. In his view, if the Flying Sky Pirates pressed on, they would inevitably encounter Karp, leading to an unavoidable clash. It was better to inform Shiki now and earn his gratitude for the warning. As soon as Roger finished speaking, a warship emerged on the horizon, seemingly confirming his words. Karp, Shiki squinted at the distant Navy vessel, lost in thought for a moment before speaking again. Roger, let us team up and take that guy down. What do you say? I refuse, Roger replied without hesitation. Why? Shiki asked, confused. If we take out Karp, the rest of the Navy won't pose a threat. Then we can dominate these seas, perhaps even rule the world. Shiki, I have no interest in ruling the world. Roger stated earnestly that my dream is to become the Pirate King. The Pirate King? Shiki was taken aback, then erupted into laughter, addressing Roger. Roger, you can't be serious. Do you still believe in that legend? Shiki, our visions differ. Thus we cannot join forces. Roger remained unfazed by Shiki's mockery. Roger, are you serious? If we rule the world, we can be kings of this realm, even surpassing the title of Pirate King. Shiki's smile faded as he looked at Roger, a mixture of disbelief and curiosity crossing his face. Initially, he thought Roger was lying to refuse his offer, but upon seeing Roger's demeanor, it appeared he was genuinely serious. The so-called Great Treasure, the One Piece, had been sought after by countless pirates over the years, yet no one had ever claimed to find it, leading Shiki to dismiss its existence. Watching the Oro Jackson sail away, Shiki fell into deep contemplation. He held a certain admiration for Roger, recognizing his strength as formidable, but he believed that if they partnered, the world would be theirs for the taking. Stubborn as he was, Shiki did not heed Roger's warning, resulting in a direct confrontation with Karp, which led to significant losses on both sides. Meanwhile, the Roger pirates made their swift escape, showing no intention of reaping the rewards of the conflict. Only Barrett felt a sense of regret, eager to test his strength against Karp. During his time aboard the ship, Barrett had not fared well. Having been betrayed in the past, he had long ceased to trust companions, believing that true strength lay solely in one's own power, rendering allies expendable. However, during his time on the Oro Jackson, Fang Yi, Shanks, Rayleigh, Roger, and the others demonstrated unwavering trust in their comrades, causing Barrett to feel a sense of confusion as his heart began to waver from its former steadfastness. Hey, Buggy, where you up to? One day, just after finishing his training and preparing to return his quarters for a bath, Fang Yi spotted Buggy sneaking around, seemingly up to something in nothing at all. Baki wore a guilty expression that immediately aroused Fang Yi's suspicion that if this fellow had not engaged in any wrongdoing, he would certainly not exhibit such behavior. Surely, you aren't plotting some kind of prank, are you? Fang inquired, eyeing Baki with skepticism. How could that be? Am I that kind of person? Baki exclaimed, springing up with indignation. Fang Yi was well aware that Baki was not the type to indulge in trivial mischief. Whatever he was being so cautious about was undoubtedly related to treasure. Thus, his earlier remarks had merely been a feigned attempt to provoke him. What do you have in your hands? Indeed, as Baki retorted. The object concealed behind him became visible, instantly caught by Fang Yi's keen eye. Shoo! Realizing he could no longer keep it hidden, Baki discreetly pulled Fang Yi into a corner and presented the treasure map to him. Is this a treasure map? I must ask, Baki, where on earth did you acquire such a collection of treasure maps? Upon confirming it was indeed a treasure map, Fang Yi found himself at a loss for words. Unlike you, my dream is to possess the largest and most abundant treasure in the world, Baki exclaimed, reclaiming the treasure map from Fang Yi with an expression full of yearning. And then what? Bury it somewhere and turn it into a new treasure map. Ultimately, it becomes something for other pirates to fight over, Fang Yi asked, exasperated. Baki was taken aback. He had never considered such matters. He merely desired an immense amount of treasure, without contemplating what would follow. Observing Baki lost in thought, Fang Yi shook his head and turned to walk back to the room, pondering how peculiar Baki truly was. When Fang Yi emerged, he found Baki had vanished. Reflecting on the situation, he decided to retrieve a magical bait from his backpack, hoping to see if it could yield any results. Each time Fang Yi utilized the magical bait, it typically attracted sea beasts, occasionally summoning sea kings, but only on rare occasions did it bring forth something truly bizarre. However, today was exceptionally strange. After casting the bait for quite some time, nothing appeared, and the sea remained unervingly calm. Yet, Fang Yi sensed an unusual aura, reminiscent of the eerie stillness that precedes a storm, which instilled a flicker of fear within him at that moment. Roger, resting in the cabin, suddenly opened his eyes and stood up. "What's wrong, Roger?" Rayleigh, startled by his abruptness, asked in surprise. "Something feels off. It seems as though something is fixating on us," Roger replied, scanning the surroundings as he stepped onto the deck, sensing an odd sensation. When Roger, with a grave expression, reached the deck, he found the surroundings tranquil, devoid of any apparent disturbances. "Captain," upon seeing Roger emerge from the cabin with a serious demeanor, Fang Yi recognized that his instincts had not steered him wrong. It appeared that today's bait was bound to attract something significant. "Xiao Yi, what's the matter?" Rayleigh inquired, noticing Fang Yi's anxious demeanor as he followed Roger out. "I just used the magical bait, but nothing came up, and I felt an unsettling sense of foreboding." Fang Yi confessed, unable to hide his concerns. The magical bait. The others exchanged glances of realization. They were well aware of the magical bait Fang Yi had crafted, with Roger having used it several times as well. However, they deemed that such a concoction would merely lure small sea kings, hardly enough to alert Roger to any imminent danger. Something is drawing near. Rayleigh and Roger's expressions changed simultaneously as they gazed towards the stern of the ship, speaking in unison. Boom! At that moment, not far from the stern of the Oro Jackson, a tremendous noise erupted as a gigantic golden fish head rose from the sea, seemingly having set its sights on the Oro Jackson. Is that the island-eating goldfish? "Run!" Recognizing the creature, Rayleigh immediately identified it as the legendary island-eating goldfish. According to legend, there existed a colossal sea beast that survived by devouring islands, which was precisely the creature they now faced. While it was unlikely that this goldfish actually consumed islands, its immense size and gaping maw, capable of swallowing a small island whole, serve as a stark reminder of its unbeatable nature. What kind of monster is this? The commotion naturally drew everyone's attention, but upon seeing the massive golden fish head, their legs nearly buckled in fear. "Captain, this creature was attracted by my bait. Allow me to lead it away." Though Fang Yi was equally terrified, he felt compelled to take responsibility for the situation he had caused. "Stop with the nonsense. We need to flee at full speed." Roger dismissed Fang Yi's suggestion, rallying the crew to make a hasty escape. They had no intention of engaging with a monster of this magnitude. However, the colossal island-eating goldfish, drawn in by the bait, would not easily depart. Despair filled the crew's eyes. The goldfish slowly opened its mouth. "Captain, what should we do now?" Fang Yi asked helplessly, holding a torch. They found themselves inside the dark belly of the island-eating goldfish, surrounded by a pungent, corrosive stench, with some crew members, including Rayleigh, having become separated. The situation could not have been worse. "First, let us locate Rayleigh and the others." Roger, feeling a headache coming on, glanced around before responding. He had not anticipated being swallowed whole without a chance to fight back. Now, not only were they separated from their crew, but figuring out how to escape posed a significant challenge. If this giant beast returned to the depths of the sea, even if they managed to escape, it would lead to certain death. However, their immediate priority was to find Rayleigh and the others. "We are likely in the stomach of the island-eating goldfish, so we must find Mr. Rayleigh quickly. If we get contaminated by the stomach acid, it will truly be disastrous. Moreover, the Oro Jackson cannot remain in this environment for long." Chef Yao examined their surroundings carefully before speaking. "But the problem is, it's too dark, and we lack sufficient visibility to search for them." "What should we do, Captain?" Reyna shook her head, voicing her concerns. "Xiao, shoot a few signal arrows. If Rayleigh and the others are here, they should see them," Roger suggested after a moment of thought. "Understood." Fang Yi nodded, setting the torch aside and drawing his bow to shoot a signal arrow upward. Bang! The signal arrow exploded overhead, providing the crew an opportunity to survey their surroundings. "It seems we truly are inside the island-eating goldfish's stomach." Yao Yi sighed as he gazed at the stomach walls. Hearing his words, everyone felt a sinking sensation. The greatest challenge now was finding a way out. The longer they delayed, the slimmer their chances of survival became. For once the island-eating goldfish submerged, even if they managed to escape, they would have no means of survival. "Wait, I think I heard something." At that moment, Jabba furrowed his brow, urging everyone to be quiet as he seemed to catch a sound. "Hey, I'm over here." It was the voice of Taro. "That way, let us go," Roger exclaimed excitedly. "No, Captain, our ship can't navigate through there." Fang Yi threw the torch outside, and everyone soon realized they were surrounded by debris and remnants of various structures, rendering navigation impossible. "Wait here. I'll go take a look," Roger said, his brow furrowed. "Hold on, Captain. Let Wang Zai go," Fang Yi called out, stopping Roger from venturing forth. "Wang Zai is faster and has better vision in this environment than we do." "Indeed, it's better to send Wang Zai," Jabba chimed in, supporting Fang Yi's suggestion. Given the current circumstances, leaving the ship was fraught with uncertainty, so sending Wang Zai was preferable to risking Roger. "Very well. Wang Zai, be careful. When you return, I'll have Yao Yi prepare a delicious meal for you." Roger contemplated for a moment, then nodded, patting Wang Zai's head with a smile. "Woof woof," pleased by Roger's affection. Wang Zai barked twice and leaped overboard. "Xiao Yi, provide light for Wang Zai," Roger instructed as Wang Zai departed. "Yes, Captain." Fang Yi harbored considerable concern for Wang Zai, for they had lived together for an extended period, and Wang Zai had become indistinguishable from his family. A signal arrow was swiftly launched towards the direction from which Wang Zai had departed. With a resounding bang, the signal arrow exploded, illuminating the path ahead, where faint silhouettes could be discerned. Meanwhile, Wang Zai nimbly leapt across various structures that jutted out from the gastric fluid, making his way towards those shadows. "Xiao Yi, maintain the illumination," cried Jabba. "Rowan, take advantage of this opportunity to steer the ship closer." "Golan, report on the surroundings at all times." With Riley absent, Jabba began to assign responsibilities, coordinating the crew's actions. "Understood." With clear command, everyone began to spring into action. Standing at the bow, Captain Roger prepared to assist Wang Zai and respond to any unforeseen circumstances. "Woof woof." Before long, Wang Zai's barks and the sounds of conversation reached them, easing the group's anxious hearts. "All right, this is not the time to relax. Bring the ship closer," Jabba reminded them loudly. Whoosh boom. The arrow in Fang Yi's hand transformed from a signal arrow to a flame arrow, igniting the exposed stones upon impact. "Xiao Yi, why did you stop using the signal arrows?" Jabba inquired, furrowing his brow. "We're running low on signal arrows. I fear we won't have enough when the need arises. By igniting the stones with flame arrows, I can achieve the same illumination effect," Fang Yi explained with a wry smile. The signal arrows had been crafted by binding signal flares to the arrows, and he had not prepared many. Though there were still some flares on the ship, their quantity was limited, as no one had anticipated such a situation. After a moment's hesitation, Jabba nodded and said, "It's best to conserve them. After all, we are not outside, and must consider the air quality." Fang Yi was taken aback. He had not considered that burning would consume oxygen, potentially altering the air composition within the stomach of the island eater. While it might still be able to respire, the consequences they might face were unpredictable. Initially, he had intended to ignite all the stones along the route, but now he could only light crucial spots to provide sufficient visibility for Lookout Golan. The Oro Jackson advanced cautiously, ultimately reuniting with the crew members located by Wang Zai. "Where's Riley?" "He's not here." Roger frowned as the scattered crew members boarded the ship. "Mr. Riley went to scout the area. He said he wanted to see if there were any other lost companions. We weren't all here. Mr. Riley gathered us together." Taro shook his head and replied, "Captain, what shall we do now? Should we wait a bit longer? If Mr. Riley sees the signal flares we launched earlier, he should come to rendezvous with us." Fang Yi hesitated and asked, but Roger shook his head, saying if Riley saw the signal flares, he would surely come to join us. "He is the only one missing now. Something must have happened to him. You all stay here. I will go investigate." "Taro, from which direction did Riley leave?" Taro pointed to the left and said, "That way." "All right, wait for me here," Roger declared before swiftly heading towards the direction Riley had taken. "Captain, please be careful," the crew called out as they watched Roger depart. "Jabba, what shall we do now?" Fang Yi exhaled deeply, turning to the deck where Jabba was deep in thought. "Yao Yi, do you think we can still leave from here?" Jabba did not respond to Fang Yi, instead turning to Chef Yao Yi for his input. Chef Yao Yi shook his head and said, "I know what you're thinking, but we must first locate that place. It seems that we have no choice but to proceed this way. Jabba sighed. Fang Yi's expression darkened. He understood what Jabba and you were hinting at. Given that they had reached the stomach, the best way to exit would naturally be to allow the island eater to pull them out. Yet the thought of such a scenario filled Fang Yi with immense resistance. The method that Jabba mentioned. Could it be? Shanks, standing nearby, also grasped the implication, his face clouded with concern as he turned to Fang Yi. Fang Yi forced a nod, whispering, "Let us not speak of leaving just yet. It's uncertain if we can even get out. We must not let this discourage everyone's spirits." Shanks nodded in silence, understanding the sentiment. Yet like Fang Yi, he was equally reluctant. However, it appeared that the only viable route for escape remained this one, as everyone anxiously awaited. A sudden explosion erupted from the direction Roger had departed. The group exchanged astonished glances, their expressions reflecting surprise. Wang Zai. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Yi called out to Wang Zai, then mounted him, turning to Jabba and saying, "Jabba, I'll go take a look." Although Jabba was apprehensive about allowing Fang Yi to go, it seemed there were no better alternatives, so he nodded, saying, "Just be careful." "Wait, Xiao Yi, I'll go with you." At that moment, Yamin stepped forward, declaring, "I am a jungle warrior. I am more suited to this environment than you." "Yamin, I'll be fine with Wang Zai taking me. There's no danger. Please wait here for me." Fang Yi smiled wryly. Under these circumstances, it was indeed unwise to disperse their forces. "Yamin, Xiao Yi is right. You should stay." Jabba nodded in agreement with Fang. Yamin opened her mouth as if to protest, but upon seeing Jabba shake his head, she fell silent, merely sulking as she walked to the side with her bottle in hand. Fang Yi cast Jabba a helpless glance before setting off with Wang Zai. "Xiao Yi, prioritize your safety. Riley and the captain are capable and should not be in danger. Protect yourself first," Jabba shouted after the departing Fang Yi. "Understand." Fang Yi waved back with a smile, then, guided by Wang Zai, swiftly advanced ahead. As Fang Yi departed the Oro Jackson, Barrett, standing on the deck, pressed his lips together, remaining silent as the second strongest combatant on the ship aside from Roger. He should have stepped forward at this moment, yet for some unknown reason, he chose to remain quiet. Not long after Fang Yi left the Oro Jackson, he noticed a faint glimmer of light ahead. Assuming that Roger and Riley might be there, he urged Wang Zai to move in that direction. "Captain, Mr. Riley." Upon reaching the location, Fang Yi found Roger and Riley crouching beside a large stone, seemingly examining something. "Xiao Yi, what brings you here?" Roger asked, astonished to see Fang. "Why, I it because of the explosion earlier." Riley chuckled lightly. Fang Yi nodded, replying, "Everyone was quite worried about you, so I came to check. Take a look. Does this not resemble the entrance to the intestines?" Riley pointed ahead, inquiring of Fang Yi. Taken aback, Fang Yi scrutinized the area closely, his expression shifting slightly as he said, "Could it be that Mr. Riley intends to—" "Indeed. This is the only way out," Riley affirmed, yet the passage remained tightly sealed. Not only was the Oro Jackson unable to pass, but even if it could, it would be impossible to proceed. Riley nodded, smiling as he acknowledged, "At this moment, it appears the so-called intestinal entrance is firmly shut, yet the center rides continuously, appearing rather peculiar. Perhaps we should return to the ship. Everyone is rather concerned." Fang Yi glanced back at the location of the Oro Jackson. "Agreed. Now that we've identified the location, we can return and deliberate on how to escape this dreadful place." Riley nodded, standing up. However, as they approached the Oro Jackson, they heard a cacophony of noise from the ship, where the crew seemed to be in high spirits. Could it be that they had discovered another means of escape? Fang Yi felt a surge of hope as he exchanged glances with Riley. Whispering, "Let us go and find out." Roger grinned widely as he spoke. It was only when the three approached that they realized it was not a means of safe escape they had conceived, but rather that they had uncovered a trove of gold amidst the ruins of some buildings. "Ha ha, Yij, come quick and see what I have found. It's a crown made of pure gold." "How magnificent!" Bucky exclaimed, presenting his find to Fang Yi with palpable delight. Fang Yi opened his mouth, initially intending to question Bucky about the practicality of gold should they remain trapped, but upon considering the potential dampening of morale aboard the ship, he forced a smile and refrained from further comment. At tea times, He genuinely envied Bucky, who seemed to revel daily in the thrill of treasure hunting, oblivious to the pressing matters at hand. "Captain, are we not being overly complacent?" Fang Yi began, wishing to suggest a discussion to explore better avenues of escape, only to notice Roger had joined the crew in their treasure-seeking adventure. What the hell? Fang Yi thought, feeling as though he alone was anxious to depart while the others appeared unfazed. Ha ha! Weevee struck gold. Who would have thought this fish could swallow such a bounty of gold? Truly a stroke of fortune. Before long, the crew returned from their treasure hunt, and the deck was piled high with gold. "Captain, if we cannot leave, what use is all this gold?" Fang Yi remarked with a bitter smile. "Oh, not worry. I devised an excellent plan," Roger replied, pointing toward the previously discovered passage resembling an intestinal route. Fang Yi looked at Roger quizzically, as there were numerous ruins between their current location and the entrance to the intestine, making it impossible for the ship to navigate through. Thus, he failed to grasp Roger's intentions. Roger inhaled deeply while standing at the bow, slowly raising his weapon. "Hey, Captain, you're not seriously slash." Before Fang Yi could finish, Roger unleashed a powerful strike aimed straight ahead. A tremendous slashing attack emanated from the bow, illuminating the surroundings in a brilliant spectacle, as the structures obstructing their path were either blown away or obliterated by the force of Roger's strike. Barrett, standing behind Roger, swallowed hard, incredulous at the display before him. He had always believed himself to be on par with Roger, but in that moment, he realized how naive he had been. Now there's no problem." Roger laughed heartily at his own handiwork. Gulp, Fang Yi swallowed nervously and trembled as he queried, "Captain, have you considered how provoking the stomach of this fish might affect its behavior?" Roger responded, his expression one of bewilderment. He had completely forgotten they were currently inside the belly of a giant fish. Boom! Boom! At that moment, the entire stomach began to convulse violently, as if the world were collapsing around them. "This is bad. Our earlier attack must have agitated it. Quick, accelerate! We have no retreat now," Rayleigh shouted, his face paling as he grasped the gravity of the situation. The Oro Jackson surged forward toward the intestinal entrance, and thanks to Roger's strike, the path had been cleared, allowing for swift progress. The vibrations intensified, accompanied by the turbulence of gastric fluids, akin to a tempestuous sea. The Oro Jackson began to roll with the waves, teetering on the brink of destruction. Crash! Crash! Fortune and misfortune often come hand in hand. Just as they faced this dire moment, a greater roar of water surged behind them, as torrents of seawater cascaded forward. What is happening? Is this the end of days? The crew gazed in horror at the towering waves, teeming with fish and even a sea beast amidst the chaos. Their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. The team must be a consequence of our earlier attack. The fish has taken a gulp of seawater, Rayleigh grimly remarked. "We are doomed." "Hey, don't give up so easily." Roger maintained his cheerful demeanor, seemingly unaware that they had reached the entrance of the intestine. The previously sealed entrance was now marred by a gaping wound from Roger's earlier strike, with blood seeping forth, evidence of the damage inflicted and the cause of the fish's agitation. "Shall we freeze the incoming seawater to buy us some time? Everyone else, join me in shattering this barrier," Roger urged, grinning as he pointed at the tightly shut entrance. Fang Yi cast a glance at Rayleigh, feeling an inherent skepticism about this reckless approach. With the peril they faced, provoking the fish further seemed unwise, and the nature of the entrance remained uncertain. "Enough. We have no alternative." Rayleigh gritted his teeth and nodded decisively. "Yes." Fang Yi took a deep breath and swiftly climbed the mast, readying his sun arrow to rapid-fire ice arrow rain. Arrows imbued with icy energy flew towards the tumultuous waves behind the Oro Jackson, rather than unleashing a barrage. Fang Yi opted for the expediency of a straightforward shot. Crack! Crack! Boom! However, the ferocity of the waves proved overwhelming. Fang Yi's icy arrows barely managed to freeze the water before being shattered by the oncoming tide. Failing to create any meaningful barrier. No, I cannot relent. After firing nearly 20 ice arrows, Fang Yi felt his strength waning, teetering on the brink of exhaustion. "Captain, I cannot hold on much longer. This is my last shot." he shouted, drawing 5 arrows simultaneously and launching them at a single point, hoping to momentarily freeze the waves. "Break through," Roger commanded, leading the other crew members in their assault on the entrance to Ha. But to everyone's astonishment, their attacks did not strike the injured entrance. Just as they initiated their strike, the entrance suddenly opened, and a powerful suction force pulled the Oro Jackson straight inside. A chorus of screams erupted. "What the hell is this?" Feeling the ship convulsing violently, Fang Yi had no time to ponder. He quickly secured himself with ropes on the mast, a precautionary measure meant to keep the lookout safe during storms. Hold on tight. Do not let go." After being drawn into the intestine, the Oro Jackson did not halt. It surged forward rapidly, as if something at the end of the intestine were continuously pulling them in. "My gold! My gold!" The gold that had been piled on the deck was now scattered as the powerful suction caused it to fly in all directions. "You fool! Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Seeing Bucky recklessly attempt to grab the flying gold, Rayleigh immediately restrained him, shouting in alarm that "My gold!" Bucky's heart ached at the sight. It was his first encounter with such a vast fortune, and now it seemed he was destined to bid it farewell. "Everyone, hold on. It seems we are nearing the end." As the suction intensified, the ship began to tilt and spin, yet this also indicated they were on the verge of passing through the intestine. Pop! Boom! In the midst of a dizzying whirl, Fang Yi barely had time to survey his surroundings before he felt the walls of the intestine closing in on him, followed by a peculiar sound. "Glub, glub, glub! Everyone be cautious. Brace yourselves." Ugh! A sound reminiscent of flatulence erupted, promptly followed by a billowing cloud of orange smoke. The already disoriented Fang Yi nearly fainted upon inhaling the odor emanating from that orange gas. He could also hear the retching of his comrades on the deck below. A thought, tinged with anguish and indignation, crossed his mind. Could it be that they had been released from the belly of the food island goldfish like a mere fart? Several crew members shared Fang Yi's sentiments, their expressions a blend of relief, indignation, and sorrow, for the stench was indeed unbearable. "Everyone be cautious. We must exit immediately. The vast ocean awaits us." Roger, ever the stalwart leader, retained the presence of mind to survey their surroundings despite the chaos. "Roger, secure the ability users." At that moment, Rayleigh tossed a rope towards Roger, signifying that he should bind the ability users on the ship, while he too grasped a rope to assist. Boom! Bang! The previously inky darkness was suddenly pierced by a brilliant light, and for a fleeting moment, Fang Yi fancied he glimpsed the sun, yet he knew it was merely an illusion. Soon enough, he realized they had resurfaced in the ocean, surrounded by water. However, it appeared they were not far from the surface, as the glaring sunlight above was unmistakably visible. Wait, something is amiss. Fang Yi suddenly discerned that they had emerged from the belly of the food island goldfish and should be amidst the ocean. Yet there was no water surrounding them. Shaking his throbbing head, he struggled to rise and peer outside, only to comprehend that the gas released by the goldfish had forcefully displaced the seawater. They were currently enveloped in that very gas. With a deafening roar, the sea erupted, and the Oro Jackson was hurled in the sky by the explosive force of the IT was the taste of freedom. As they burst through the ocean surface, the gas dissipated, and the crew felt as though they had been reborn. Boom! The Oro Jackson landed steadily upon the sea. We've made it out. What a thrilling escape. Who would have thought our luck would be this fortuitous? The crew, reveling in their brush with death, laughed heartily like a tea that moment. Fang Yi felt a profound ache throughout his body, though the ordeal had been brief. It had been exceedingly intense. Brummel, please check to see if anyone is injured. Rayleigh, inspect the ship. After sensing that the danger had passed, Roger finally issued commands. Captain, I apologize. This is all my fault. Fang Yi exclaimed as he descended from a mast, immediately addressing Roger. Yet Roger merely chuckled and patted Fang Yi's shoulder, saying, "That was quite the adventure, wasn't it? Such is life on the sea. Anything can happen. So this incident is hardly your fault," though aware that Roger bore him no ill will. Fang Yi couldn't help but smile wryly at Roger's eccentric reasoning. Quite the adventure, indeed, he murmured to himself, observing the gleeful Roger, while everyone else marveled at their extraordinary experience. Only Buggy gazed mournfully at the ocean depths. Hey, Buggy, look at this. At that moment, Shanks pulled out a piece of gold from his pocket, laughing as he presented it to Buggy. Gold? Buggy blinked, momentarily taken aback, then incredulously asked Shanks, "Is this something you've been hoarding?" "Not at all. It just fell into my hands when we emerged. It must have come with us from the belly of the food island goldfish," Shanks replied, his laughter echoing. The luck of that scoundrel Shanks left Buggy envious. Observing the jovial crew, Fang Yi finally felt a sense of relaxation wash over him. If his actions had led to the demise of Roger's pirate crew, he would have never found peace. Even in death, who would have thought we would be expelled like a mere fart? Peter remarked, his face a mask of bitter amusement. Just escaping is a victory in itself. If we keep this to ourselves, no one will ever know. East Gino, the fighter, added, his heart still racing from the ordeal. However, as soon as the words left their lips, they exchanged knowing glances and exclaimed in unison, "Captain!" Indeed, Roger was on the deck, regaling the crew with tales of their harrowing escape and their expulsion as if they were nothing more than flatulence. That story seems to be one the crew is less than eager to hear. Fang Yi quietly remarked to Roger that, "Yes, that's so, but they all seem quite entertained." Roger replied, a look of surprise on his face. Ultimately, through the collective efforts of the crew, they managed to convey to Roger that this adventure was not one to be shared with outsiders. After this experience, Fang Yi resolved never to use the magical bait so recklessly again, for one could never know what would be attracted. Perhaps next time, their fortune would not be so kind. Yet their adventures would not cease due to this incident. The Oro Jackson continued its voyage across the ocean, that on one particular day, they arrived at a small island, where, after procuring the necessary supplies for their journey, the crew members relaxed at a tavern, enjoying drinks to alleviate their travel fatigue. "Hey Barrett, what has been bothering you lately? You seem perpetually glum," Fang Yi said, plopping down beside Barrett with a drink in hand. Barrett shot Fang Yi a sidelong glance, but refrained from answering that "You're not still pondering how to defeat the captain, are you? Don't worry. You're still young that you'll surely surpass the captain one day." Fang Yi chuckled, patting Barrett on the shoulder. He sensed Barrett's earnest desire to grow stronger, perhaps even more fervently than his own, now that Fang Yi had attained a basic level of self-defense. He no longer trained as obsessively as before. "That aren't you younger than I am?" Barrett replied gruffly. Fang Yi smiled but said nothing. He understood that although he might not best Barrett in a spar, if they encountered each other in the wild, Barrett would find it far from easy to defeat him. Fang Yi could leave at will, and Barrett was well aware of this fact. "Why are you so fixated on becoming stronger? Is there something you wish to protect? Or is there something you feel compelled to achieve?" Fang Yi inquired gently, sipping his drink. Barrett paused, looking at Fang Yi with a hint of confusion. "Becoming stronger is simply about being the strongest. I have nothing to protect." "I see. So your pursuit of strength is merely for the sake of it," Fang Yi replied with a light laugh. Barrett frowned slightly, unsure why Fang Yi's words struck him as odd. "Humans are like that. Without a goal, one easily loses their way. Are you feeling quite lost inside? Unsure why you were bested by the captain?" Fang Yi continued, sipping his drink. Barrett felt a surge of astonishment. He indeed harbored some confusion, yet he had never shared this with anyone, leaving him puzzled as to how Fang Yi knew. That's strange," Fang Yi asked, noticing Barrett's bewilderment. "It's nothing unusual without a goal. Striving for strength becomes a path to confusion. But the captain is different. He possesses something he wishes to protect, so he must grow stronger to safeguard it. If you're feeling lost, perhaps you should seek a goal, whether it be for protection or destruction. Protection or destruction." Upon hearing Fang Yi's words, Barrett appeared deep in thought. By the time he came to his senses, Fang Yi had already departed to join the other crew members in their revelry. "So, Fang Yi, is your goal one of protection or destruction? If it's protection, what is it you wish to safeguard?" Barrett pondered, watching Fang Yi laugh heartily with the crew, a spark of resolve igniting in his eyes. "Goodness, the individuals emerging upon these seas are truly formidable," Rayleigh remarked from a corner of the tavern, perusing a newspaper with a look of astonishment. "Oh, what remarkable newcomer has caught your attention?" Fang Yi inquired as he happened to pass by. "You should be quite familiar with this person," Rayleigh said, pointing to a formidable figure in the newspaper, a smile gracing his lips as he addressed Fang. Upon recognizing the figure in the paper, Fang Yi's mouth twitched as he muttered, "That fellow is even more monstrous than Barrett. My assault proved utterly ineffective against her." The figure gracing the newspaper is none other than the captain of the Big Mom Pirates, known by the moniker Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin. After a considerable interval, it is evident that Charlotte Linlin has undergone some transformation since the days of God Valley. Her figure appears to be expanding. Although she is yet to assume her future rotund form, the alluring physique she once possessed has indeed altered. Aside from her, there is also a fellow named Kaido, who seems to have stirred quite a commotion. However, it is rumored that Sengoku has already sought him out for trouble, so it is safe to assume that this Kaido fellow is presently enduring considerable distress. Haha. As an old adversary, Rayleigh is well aware of Sengoku's capabilities. Dealing with a recently emerged pirate is hardly a challenge. Yet, Fang Yi, who understands Kaido's strength, realizes that capturing him will likely not be a straightforward endeavor. By the way, how does Rayleigh always seem to possess information that eludes us? It feels as if we are together every day. Finally, Fang Yi voiced the question that had lingered in his heart. That is because Rayleigh has access to special intelligence channels, something we cannot compare to. Jabba, who had entered with Yammon, just happened to overhear Fang Yi's words, plopping down and laughing heartily. Ever since Yammon married Jabba, Fang Yi noticed that her visits to the tavern had significantly diminished. In the past, her first order of business upon disembarking was undoubtedly to visit the tavern. However, now she would first stroll around the island with Jabba, purchasing some daily necessities before joining the others at the tavern. In the evening, Fang Yi and a few crew members returned to the ship, but if there were no pressing matters, Fang Yi generally preferred not to sleep outdoors. He favored the comfort of his own quarters. After tending to the somewhat lethargic Wang Zai, he finally reclined back onto his bed. Upon emerging from the belly of the Goldfish Island, Wang Zai had been feeling quite unwell due to the effects of the gas. With his sense of smell far superior to that of humans, he had fainted immediately, and upon waking, he lacked any appetite, unable to even touch his favorite roasted meat and barley wine. Only in the past few days had he begun to recover slightly. The next morning, upon awakening, Fang Yi commenced his morning exercises. However, by the time he concluded, Roger and the others had yet to return to the ship, despite the previous agreement to set sail for the next island that morning. "Captain Shanks has not yet returned?" Fang Yi inquired of Shanks, who was on the deck, just emerging from a shower. "No, Buggy has gone to find the captain and the others," Shanks replied, shaking his head. As the ship's interns, the three of them had returned to the ship the previous night. Oh no, oh no. At that moment, Buggy dashed back, panic etched across his face as he shouted, "Buggy, what is it? Is the Navy coming?" Shanks asked Buggy, his expression shifting to concern. "The captain has fainted," Buggy gasped, panting heavily as he boarded the ship, worry evident on his face. Everyone gazed at Buggy in astonishment, unable to fathom why Captain Roger would collapse when he had seemed perfectly fine. However, Fang Yi felt a jolt in his heart, for he was acutely aware of Roger's future and fate, which made him particularly vigilant. According to the original narrative, Roger had contracted an incurable disease, though the specific cause was not elaborated upon. Thus, Fang Yi had long suspected that Roger might have been poisoned. Just as Nami had been in Little Garden, a mere mosquito bite could potentially expose one to deadly bacteria or viruses, especially considering the medical practices of the present were inferior to those of the future. Consequently, whenever venturing to uninhabited islands, Fang Yi would exercise particular caution. Mr. Rayleigh, upon arriving at the island's inn, Fang Yi and the others encountered Rayleigh in the lobby. "You've arrived? It seems Roger's health has taken a turn for the worse, so it appears we cannot set sail today." Rayleigh greeted them with a smile, though Fang Yi could distinctly discern the worry lurking in Rayleigh's eyes. "Mr. Rayleigh, what exactly is wrong with the captain? Wasn't he fine last night?" Fang Yi could not help but ask. "I'm not sure. Bruley and the town's doctor are currently examining Roger. He suddenly fainted this morning with no warning as we were preparing to return to the ship." Rayleigh shook his head and explained. Before long, as everyone awaited news, the door to the room swung open. "Dr. Bruley, how is the captain? Has he awakened?" The crowd hurried forward to inquire upon seeing the doctor emerge. The doctor and Bruley exchanged glances before shaking their heads in silence. What is going on? Speak up. An impatient crew member could no longer contain himself and shouted. Bruley, what is the captain's condition? Have you determined anything? Rayleigh stepped forward, his voice low and serious. Mr. Rayleigh. Bruley hesitated for a moment before speaking. We conducted a thorough examination of the captain, but the situation is not optimistic. Hearing this, Fang Yi's heart sank, and he questioned, why is this happening? With the captain's strength, his body should not be failing him. It must be some kind of illness. You know that no matter how powerful a warrior is, they can still fall victim to disease. Bruley's words remained unfinished, but the implication was clear. Is there no remedy? Rayleigh inquired, his brow furrowed. Bruley shook his head and replied, with my medical skills, it is difficult to assist the captain. Upon hearing this, the crew fell into silence, recognizing that there was little they could do, yet the news was undeniably disheartening. Speaking of medical expertise, I know of a remarkable doctor who may have a solution. The town's doctor mused after a moment of contemplation. Yes, that's so. That would be splendid. May I ask where this esteemed doctor can be found? Rayleigh inquired eagerly. However, Weno was not so optimistic. He understood that Roger likely had an incurable affliction, one beyond the reach of medicine. Otherwise, with his robust physique, it was improbable that he would suddenly faint. As expected, the town's doctor spoke up. His name is Dr. Kurokas. I have only heard of him through others. He is reputed to possess exceptional medical skills, highly regarded by all the doctors of the Kingdom of Drum, which is situated in the Grand Line. However, I have never met him, merely heard tales of his prowess. Then where can we find this Dr. Kurokas? We must seek him out. Rayleigh pressed urgently. He resides at Twin Cape, the entrance to the Grand Line. Before the doctor could respond, Fang Yi spoke in a low voice. The others looked at Fang Yi in confusion, as if asking how he knew this information. You know Dr. Kurokas? The doctor regarded Fang Yi with curiosity. Fang Yi shook his head, stating no. I have only heard his name. However, he did not finish his thought, unsure if he should disclose this information. It would be too demoralizing to mention Roger's incurable condition before confirming his status. Then we have no choice but to give it a try. We will head to the entrance of the Grand Line, Rayleigh concluded after some contemplation. Thus, without Roger regaining consciousness, the Oro Jackson set sail. After ensuring Roger was settled, Rayleigh sought out Fang Yi, drawing him into his quarters and asking, what were you about to say earlier? Do you know something regarding Roger's condition? Observing Rayleigh's earnest demeanor, Fang Yi sighed and replied, Mr. Rayleigh, to speak frankly, I have considerable faith in Dr. Kurokas's medical skills. However, Captain Roger is no ordinary individual. Given his immense strength and exceptional physique, for him to be incapacitated signifies that his condition is indeed dire. Rayleigh's expression darkened. He had already suspected the implications of Fang Yi's unfinished sentence. Now, hearing Fang Yi's words, he found them to be quite plausible. Powerful beings rarely fall ill. Yet once they do, it often indicates that there is little hope left. But now, aside from seeking a doctor, we have no other recourse. Rayleigh shook his head in resignation that no, there is still one other option. Fang Yi countered, shaking his head. I wonder if Mr. Rayleigh has heard of the surgery fruit. The surgery fruit? Rayleigh was taken aback, looking at Fang Yi with confusion. Indeed, the surgery fruit, a paramecia-type fruit. If an ordinary person were to obtain it, they would only gain a slight enhancement in strength. However, if a doctor with exceptional skill were to wield it, it could potentially create limitless possibilities. Fang Yi nodded slightly and remarked, are you suggesting that we locate the surgical fruit, present it to that Kurokasu, and then have him treat Roger? Rayleigh pondered thoughtfully. Finding the surgical fruit is no simple task. For when the surgical fruit reaches its ultimate development, it possesses a unique capability. Fang Yi shook his head and replied, if the user of the surgical fruit happens to be an exceptionally skilled physician, endowed with the talent to fully exploit the fruit's powers, they could wield an ultimate ability, the ageless surgery. By sacrificing their own life, they could grant the recipient the ultimate human dream of immortality. What? Rayleigh exclaimed in shock, incredulity etched across his face. That cannot be true. Immortality. Is that really possible? I am uncertain. Fang Yi shook his head again. This is what I discovered while searching through ancient records. It is said that someone underwent such a procedure. Moreover, this individual was a member of the Celestial Dragons, which is why the surgical fruit is a coveted prize for the world government. Acquiring it will not be an easy feat. I never anticipated such a secret to exist, Rayleigh marveled. However, we do not require numerous conditions. If we can find a surgical fruit and hand it over to Kurakasu, he should be able to utilize its powers to save the captain. Fang Yi smiled as he stated. Thus, our current objective is to ascertain the whereabouts of the surgical fruit. If it has already been consumed by someone who happens to be a doctor, we can simply seek their assistance. Rayleigh nodded in agreement. Let us first find Kurakasu. After all, these are merely your speculations. However, we should begin inquiring about the surgical fruit's whereabouts along the way, not if we can find it. That would serve as a double assurance. Iga, come quickly. The captain has awakened. Just as the two were finalizing their plans, they heard Buggy's voice calling from outside. All right, I am coming, Fang Yi responded, rising alongside Rayleigh as they made their way outside. Upon seeing Rayleigh and Fang Yi emerge together, Buggy was taken aback, but there was no time to dwell on it. The three hurried to Roger's room, which was already filled with people. Captain, Mr. Rayleigh has arrived. As Rayleigh entered, the crowd parted to make way, and Fang Yi followed him to the innermost part of the gathering. Listen, I am well aware of my own condition. There is no need for dramatics. If we head to the entrance of the Grand Line now, it would be a waste of time, Roger stated directly upon seeing Rayleigh. Clearly, he had learned from the crew that they intended to go to the entrance of the Grand Line. After some persuasion from Rayleigh and others, Roger ultimately agreed to journey to the Twin Cape at the entrance of the Grand Line to seek out Kurakasu. Thus, they set off, retracing the path they had taken many years ago. Knowing this route, they often found themselves not needing a log pose, as they only had to be aware of the direction. Before long, they returned to the earlier segment of the Grand Line. Ah, how nostalgic, Jabba remarked as he gazed at the calm sea. When we first entered the Grand Line, it was a terrifying place for us. I doubt the Navy ever expected us to return to this part of the Grand Line. Such antics are only typical of pirate crews that fail in the New World. Peter chimed in with a grin. It feels as if the air here exudes freedom, unlike in the New World, where one is always on edge. With their return to the earlier segment of the Grand Line, the crew's spirits lifted considerably. Why haven't I seen that Karp fellow around lately? It turns out he went to the Flower Country in the West Sea, Roger said, holding a newspaper that depicted Karp knocking out the head of the contemporary pillar of the Flower Country's navy, Green Pepper, with a single punch, laughing heartily. Since regaining consciousness, Roger had shown no signs of abnormality, appearing just as he always did. However, only Rayleigh, who knew him well, understood that Roger was undoubtedly enduring extraordinary pain. Though they were retracing their steps, Roger remained keenly interested in various news, but due to their absence from the New World, many updates did not reach him in a timely manner. Aside from him, Rayleigh and Fang Yi were also deeply invested in information, but their focus was solely on the whereabouts of the surgical fruit. Even with Rayleigh's request to Shaki, who specialized in gathering intelligence, they still had not unearthed any news regarding the surgical fruit. However, there was a silver lining. Thanks to the formidable Whitebeard pirates, the tale of their cruise edition of Samurai from Weno had finally spread. I would love to meet him, Roger remarked with a smile as he perused the information in his hand. From their current intelligence, it was evident that Weno was a crucial piece of the puzzle. Do not fret, Captain. Fang Yi, understanding Roger's thoughts, responded with a smile. The Whitebeard pirates are relatively easy to locate. Once we find Kurakasu, we can return to seek them out. Let us hope for a smooth journey. Roger nodded in agreement. The Oro Jackson sailed steadily toward the Twin Cape. Due to the formidable strength of Roger's crew, they encountered virtually no obstacles, and even the Navy was unaware that the Roger pirates had stealthily returned to the earlier segment of the Grand Line. It was not until they encountered a Navy patrol ship in the vicinity that their presence was revealed. Yet, none of this mattered to the Roger pirates, as they had no intention of lingering. The reverse mountain lies ahead. The Twin Cape should be just beyond that. What a nostalgic place. The lookout, Sogo, promptly reported, "At last, we have arrived at the lighthouse where Kurakasu resides." Rayleigh turned to Fang Yi and inquired. It should be correct. It is said that he keeps a whale here, so he should be easy to find. Fang Yi affirmed with a nod as the Oro Jackson docked at the lighthouse. Fang Yi immediately recognized Kurakasu, His distinctive appearance made him easily identifiable. "Who are you?" Seemingly sensing the extraordinary nature of Roger and his companions, Kurakasu addressed them as soon as they disembarked. "May I inquire if you are Mr. Kurakasu?" Rayleigh asked with a broad smile. "Are you here for something regarding Kurakasu?" "He is not at home," Kurakasu replied with a shake of his head, his expression serious that Rayleigh's smile faltered. Just before disembarking, he had confirmed with Fang Yi that they would indeed find Kurakasu. Although Fang Yi had mentioned he had never seen him, after describing Kurakasu's appearance, Rayleigh was certain that the man before him was the one they sought. However, he never anticipated that Kurakasu would so earnestly lie, and so convincingly at that. "Mr. Kurakasu, please do not misunderstand. While we are pirates, we do not come seeking trouble. We have heard of your remarkable medical skills, and we have come to request your assistance for our captain." Fang Yi stepped forward with a cheerful demeanor that in such a situation, Rayleigh and the others felt it inappropriate to engage in banter with Kurakasu, but Fang Yi, still a youth, and perhaps even a child, could navigate the conversation without offense. Even if negotiations faltered, they could always attribute it to Fang Yi's age and likely evade conflict. "Here for a consultation? You startled me. I thought you were here to rob me. This is merely a humble lighthouse, with no treasures to offer." Kurakasu responded with a hearty laugh that in truth, Kurakasu had recognized from the moment Roger and the others disembarked that they were not the typical pirates who had failed in their ventures on the Grand Line. Their powerful aura was unmistakable. This was also the reason behind his deception, for individuals of such caliber often heralded trouble. However, realizing he could not escape the encounter, Kurakasu resigned himself to hosting Roger and his crew. "You all can wait here. The patient may come in with me." Kurakasu glanced at Rayleigh and the others before stating matter-of-factly. Then I shall trouble you. I'm the patient." Roger stepped forward, grinning widely. Upon seeing Roger, Kurakasu scrutinized him closely before furrowing his brow. "You are the patient? Surely, you jest? You hardly appear to be a patient. Mr. Kalokas, the situation with our captain is somewhat unique. Please allow me to first share with you the cheerful demeanor of Rayleigh as he steps forward, and the three of us proceed directly into the lighthouse. Well, it seems our captain's matters may linger for a while, so let us prepare some provisions. The head chef, Yao Yi, always prioritizes food preparation upon arriving at a new location, as the number of gluttons aboard the ship is simply overwhelming. "Yao Yi, is there still enough food on the ship?" he inquired, considering that their journey had been a straight shot with few islands offering resupply along the way. Thus, the stock of food and fresh water had been dwindling, prompting Jabba to ask at this juncture. "Indeed, the supplies are rather limited." Yao Yi nodded in agreement, adding, however, there should be small islands nearby. He intended to deplete the current provisions and then procure ample food and fresh water from a nearby isle before setting sail for the New World. "That may not be feasible," Jabba remarked, unfurling the map and scrutinizing it closely before shaking his head and pointing. "The nearest island is here. Yet, it is still a day's journey from us. We cannot exhaust all our supplies." "What then shall we do?" Yao Yi shrugged, expressing his concern. "The captain has yet to indicate how long we shall be delayed here. How about this? I shall take a team to procure supplies while you remain here to await the captain." Jabba proposed after some contemplation that it seemed they had no other choice. Yao Yi conceded with a hint of resignation. Thus, Jabba set off with Fang Yi, Shanks, Buggy, and others towards the nearest island, while Yao Yi began preparing food for the remaining crew. Meanwhile, as the Roger pirates lingered in the Twin Cape, Karp at Naval Headquarters received word of their appearance in the first half of the Grand Line. They ventured into the first half of the Grand Line. "Roger, given your nature, you hardly seem the type to flee. What then could your purpose be?" Karp pondered, utterly perplexed by the intelligence in his hands. "Never mind, I shall take this to Wahi for her insight." After much speculation that left him mentally exhausted, Karp finally relinquished the matter and headed to another office, the room of Rear Admiral Wahi, a contemporary of both himself and Sengoku, the trio. Renowned within the Navy, was an iron triangle, with Wahi distinguished as a female leader famed for her intellect and strategy, even surpassing Sengoku, who was known as the Wise General. Thus, Karp often sought her counsel for any pressing issues. The Roger pirates have surfaced in the first half of the Grand Line. Could there be an error in the intelligence? Ahi's initial reaction mirrored Karp's disbelief. She would not accept that the Roger pirates had fled from the New World. Aha! So it was a mistake in the intelligence. You had me worried for ages. If that rascal Roger truly fled, I would have been in quite the predicament. Karp replied with a hearty laugh. Fool, I said it was a possibility. Thus, you must confirm with the source of the intelligence that if it is indeed true, they likely have some ulterior motive. We must ascertain the facts, Ahi retorted, rolling her eyes. At this moment, Ahi was still the youthful, capable figure, not yet resembling the elderly woman she would become. So even her eye rolling was met with admiration from the surrounding naval officers, though. Is that so? I have no idea where the intelligence originated. Karp hesitated, scratching the back of his head. I shall ask Kaido. Kaido, his aide, typically managed Karp's routine matters. Karp had previously commanded that all intelligence regarding the Roger pirates be relayed to him. Hence the information that had reached his hands. After listening to Kaido's explanation, he contemplated for a moment before stating, immediately instruct the Navy to locate the whereabouts of the Roger pirates and determine why they have appeared in the first half of the Grand Line. Yes, Rear Admiral. The messenger promptly saluted and departed. Ahi, Roger is mine. Those individuals cannot possibly be his match. You must allow me to take action. Karp protested, clearly dissatisfied with her orders. Fool, with their situation unknown. What could you accomplish by venturing forth? They have likely already departed. Only by understanding their motives can we devise a targeted strategy. That is the only way to ensure a conclusive capture. Ai firmly stated, shaking her head. Teacher Jabba, we have spotted an island ahead. Fang Yi, acting as an impromptu lookout, called out to the deck below. Have we arrived already? It appears we are indeed correct. This is Whiskey Peak, Jabba remarked, glancing at his map and nodding in affirmation. Whiskey Peak? What a curious name, Buggy muttered quietly beside him. This island looks rather intriguing, resembling a cluster of cacti. Fang Yi descended from the mast. Grinning, he recognized this island as the first one Luffy, the Straw Hat Kid, had encountered upon entering the Grand Line, though by that time it had already become a stronghold for Baroque works. Teeming with bounty hunters under Crocodile's command, but of course, Crocodile's whereabouts were currently unknown, let alone those bounty hunters. Thus, this island should presently be a normal one to, however, upon landing, Fang Yi and his companions discovered a grave issue. The island appeared to lack sufficient resources. With its two cactus-like peaks stark and barren, and a small town below that seemed rather subdued, Mr. Jabba, it seems there may not be enough food available for us to purchase. Shanks voiced his concerns. In any case, let us procure whatever we can. If push comes to shove, you can always use bait to lure a sea creature. Jabba shrugged with a smile. Fang Yi's expression shifted, shaking his head. Teacher Jabba, please spare me. If we attract a sea king like the Island Eater again, we would be in dire straits since the last encounter involving the bizarre bait that drew the Island Eater. Fang Yi had been too wary to use it again, for the ocean's depths held unfathomable mysteries, and one could never predict what horrors might be attracted by such bait. Fear not. This is the entrance to the Grand Line. There should be no creatures of that caliber here. Jabba chuckled. Fang Yi remained unconvinced, recalling the whale laboon near the Twin Cape. During their time in Little Garden, they had faced a gigantic goldfish, and it was only thanks to the giant's assistance that they escaped unscathed. Although Usopp claimed it was also an island eater, Fang Yi compared it and estimated that the one they encountered was merely the size of the head of the island eater they had previously faced. Excuse me, is there a place here where we can purchase provisions? We are merely passing travelers hoping to acquire some maritime supplies. Upon entering the small town, Fang Yi casually inquired of a local. Travelers, you should leave quickly. Do not linger here. The individual cast a glance at Fang Yi, shaking his head. The response left Fang Yi taken aback. What could be the reason for such urgency? Mr. Jabba, something seems amiss here. Shanks whispered to Jabba. Indeed, it is rather peculiar. The townsfolk appear devoid of energy, and astonishingly, many homes remain shuttered in broad daylight. Jabba furrowed his brow. Shall we split up to gather information? Fang Yi suggested. Shanks and Buggy are still children. They might attract less suspicion. Very well, we shall wait for you at the tavern ahead. Once you uncover any information, meet us there. Jabba indicated a nearby tavern. Thus Fang Yi. Shanks and Buggy dispersed to gather intelligence, while Jabba and the remaining crew proceeded to the tavern to await their return. Shortly after, when Fang Yi arrived at the tavern, he found that Shanks and Buggy had also entered simultaneously. "What have you learned?" Upon seeing Fang Yi and the others, Jabba quietly inquired. "Did you manage to uncover anything?" Fang Yi asked, showing no urgency but rather directing his question towards Shanks and Buggy. "I gathered some information regarding this place, given its proximity to the Grand Line's entrance. Thus, the island, once a bountiful paradise, has become a frequent target for pirates. The incessant visit from these marauders have irrevocably altered its former splendor." Shanks lamented with a hint of sorrow. Buggy nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, and the residents have attempted to resist in the past. However, the pirates who venture into the Grand Line possess a certain level of prowess. They may fend off one pirate crew, but they are utterly incapable of confronting the multitude of pirates that plague this place. This predicament is also exacerbated by the island's geographical circumstances. Any pirate wishing to enter the Grand Line must navigate through Reverse Mountain. Although there are multiple routes available from the Twin Cape, the sheer number of pirates arriving here is overwhelming, far beyond what these ordinary inhabitants can manage." Fang Yi nodded in understanding. "It seems the dire state of this island is indeed a consequence of the pirates' relentless assaults." Jabba took a sip of his drink and inquired, "So, have you pondered why this place is so frequently besieged by pirates, yet its residents do not flee?" This. Shanks and Buggy were momentarily taken aback, for they had not considered such a question. "After all, it presents an opportunity." Fang Yi smiled slightly and remarked, "The town now has very few inhabitants. Those who remain are primarily bounty hunters." Upon hearing Fang Yi's response, Jabba smiled and gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "As expected of you, you always handle matters with such assurance. How did you discern this?" Fang Yi asked curiously, noticing Jabba's confident demeanor. "Just observe the tavern's layout. The walls are plastered with bounty posters, some of which are remarkably recent. Neither the tavern owner nor the bartender appear to be ordinary folk, and the patrons seem entirely unperturbed by the bounty posters. When one considers all these factors, combined with the information you brought back earlier, the answer becomes glaringly clear," Jabba declared with pride. "Truly impressive, teacher," Fang Yi praised. Watching the two exchange compliments, Shanks and Buggy exchanged glances, secretly cursing the pair for their shamelessness. With the situation on the island clarified, there was no longer any cause for concern. After visiting several shops and purchasing supplies at a premium, Fang Yi and his companions intended to return to the Twin Cape. However, upon reaching their vessel, they were confronted by a group of individuals. "Surrender your valuables and supplies, and we shall allow you to leave." It was evident that their extravagant purchases had caught the attention of these bounty hunters. "Seriously, have they not seen our bounty posters?" Fang Yi queried in disbelief. If they had perused the posters, these bounty hunters should have recognized that this group was beyond their capabilities to confront. While Fang Yi's bounty of 800,000 was noteworthy, Jabba's was alarmingly high, and the members of Roger's crew all had bounties of their own. Any astute bounty hunter would refrain from targeting them. "What are you staring at? Did you not hear what I said?" The leader of the bounty hunters, visibly irritated by Fang Yi's astonished expression, shouted, "Shanks and Buggy, I leave these ruffians to you. Is that agreeable?" Fang Yi expressed, having no desire to engage in the confrontation himself. "Absolutely," Shanks replied with a grin. "Just a bunch of destitute fools. I have no interest in them," Buggy declared, although he stepped forward, preparing to take action. In a matter of moments, Shanks and Buggy had dispatched all of the obstructive bounty hunters, save for their leader. "Wait, please don't harm them." Suddenly, a small girl dashed forward, positioning herself in front of Shanks with a pleading expression. The unexpected appearance of the little girl left Shanks momentarily speechless. "Xiaoya, come here. They are pirates and extremely dangerous." The leader of the bounty hunters shouted anxiously at the girl. Yet the girl named Xiaoya remained steadfast in her position before Shanks. "Little girl, we are not attacking. It is he who is blocking our way," Shanks said, raising his hands in exasperation. Eventually, through Xiaoya's explanations, they discovered that these so-called bounty hunters were, in fact, the original residents of the town. Due to the relentless pirate incursions, they could not live in peace on one occasion, After successfully repelling a band of pirates, they received a bounty from the Navy. This sparked a new idea among the townsfolk. If pirates could rob them, why could they not claim the heads of these pirates for a bounty? Thus, the remaining residents transformed into bounty hunters, specifically targeting pirates that entered their town. However, their lack of strength rendered them unable to contend with the pirates. Consequently, the townspeople lived in dire straits. Initially, Fang Yi and his companions had no intention of causing harm. According to the town's rules, they would not have been attacked. However, their substantial purchases of food and fresh water had piqued the interest of the townsfolk, resulting in their attempt to rob them. It was unlikely that Fang Yi and his companions could have acquired such a large quantity of food, as it constituted the entirety of the resident supplies. Nevertheless, under the pretense of reclaiming what was theirs, they sold all the food to Fang Yi and his group. Once the details of the situation were clarified, Jabba and the others agreed to leave half of the supplies, providing assistance to the residents. Were it not for their own scarcity, they would have gladly donated all of it to the townsfolk. Big brother, these are vegetables grown in my family's garden. I give them to you. I heard that if you don't eat vegetables while sailing, you might get sick. As Fang Yi and his companions prepared to depart, Xiao Yu presented a small bag of vegetables to Shanks, evoking a sense of melancholy within him. I truly wish to help them. Standing on the deck and watching the residents wave goodbye, Shanks expressed his reluctance. Then go ahead. Fang Yi tossed Shanks some magical fish bait. Smiling as he said, "Why not test your luck? I certainly wouldn't dare to use it." Upon seeing the bait in Fang Yi's hand, Shanks hesitated. While the crew had not spoken much about Fang Yi's previous encounter with the food island goldfish, many believed it had been a worthwhile adventure. However, at this moment, Shanks understood Fang Yi's conflicting emotions that if he used the bait, there was a risk of attracting some terrifying creature, potentially leading to the obliteration of the entire Whiskey Peak. Yet if it merely drew in sea beasts, even small sea kings, it would not pose a significant problem, especially with Jabba and Fang Yi present to handle it. Fortunately, Shanks was not one to dither indecisively. Ultimately, he steeled himself and took the bait from Fang. He then made his way to the opposite side of Whiskey Peak, intending to use it there. Is it really all right, big brother? Xiao Yu asked anxiously from the foot of the mountain. Her brows furrowed with worry as she looked towards Fang. Why, or not Fred. It should not pose any significant issues. Fang Yi replied with a light chuckle. Using the magical fish bait in this location, Fang Yi surmised that the most he could attract would be a whale or the kind of massive goldfish sea beast that Luffy had encountered. Such a creature would not disrupt the entire Whiskey Peak. As long as it was not a being of the caliber of the Food Island goldfish, there would be no trouble. Indeed, not long after, a colossal octopus-like sea beast emerged from the depths, breaking the surface before the astonished eyes of the gathered crowd. It's a sea beast. Run! The appearance of the octopus sent the residents of Whiskey Peak, who had come to watch, into a state of panic. Shanks, hurry and run! Xiao Yu shouted anxiously, remembering the sight of Shanks holding a fishing rod by the shore. Jabba, look! It's food! In stark contrast to the frightened townspeople, Shanks was filled with exhilaration as he called out to Fang Yi. Fang Yi chuckled softly, raising the sun-shooting bow in his hand as he addressed Jabba. Teacher, shall I take charge? Jabba smiled and nodded. From the size of the octopus-like sea beast, it was evident that it would resolve their food dilemma for the voyage. And even if they shared a significant portion with the residents, it would be more than sufficient. With Jabba's approval, Fang Yi drew back his bowstring, aiming at the octopus. Whoosh! The distance from the foot of the mountain to the coastline is not particularly far. Perhaps just a few hundred meters, a distance that poses no challenge for Fang. Moreover, given the colossal size of the giant octopus, the likelihood of Fang Yi missing his mark is virtually non-existent. Whoosh! Crack! An arrow imbued with icy energy struck the head of the octopus sea beast directly, instantly encasing the wound in ice upon impact. Bullseye! Seeing this, Shanks at the shoreline immediately leaped into the sea with a rope in hand. The residents of Whiskey Peak, who were fleeing, were left agape, astonished that the formidable sea creature had been felled by Fang Yi, who was no larger than a child. When Shanks returned to the shore, everyone unitedly pulled the giant octopus ashore. Shanks, I didn't expect Fang Yi to be so formidable. Are you equally as powerful? Littleya asked curiously as she approached Shanks. I'm not nearly as capable as Ego. Shanks shook his head in response. However, noticing Littleya's slightly disappointed expression, he quickly added with a smile, but I could certainly handle an octopus of this size on my own. Really? I knew you were impressive. Shanks, Littleya exclaimed, nearly leaping with J. O. wide up to her. Shanks was the kindest person towards her. After dismantling the entire octopus, Jabba allocated most of the octopus meat to the residents of the small town, which was the very intent behind Shanks' adventurous use of the magical bait. Thank you so much, everyone. As they prepared to leave, the elderly mayor grasped Jabba's hand with a reluctant expression. All right, mayor, we cannot linger for long. However, you have been persistently subjected to pirate assaults. It may be wise to seek assistance from the Navy or the world government. Establishing a naval base here would significantly improve your situation. Jabba smiled as he spoke to the mayor, Tio Fang. This seemed rather odd. A pirate advising others on how to deal with pirates was indeed peculiar. However, having spent considerable time aboard the Roger pirates, Fang Yi had grown accustomed to such anomalies, feeling that the Roger pirates were less a band of pirates and more akin to adventurers that, of course, the Roger pirates had engaged in plundering. But their targets were predominantly other pirates, and they had never actively attacked merchant ships. After departing Whiskey Peak, they swiftly returned to the Twin Gorges. Upon their return, they discovered that the crew members who had remained behind were already in the midst of a celebration. Thus, they seamlessly joined in the festivities. Kurokas had successfully treated the captain and had accepted Captain Roger's invitation to become their companion on the forthcoming adventure. This was the reason for the crew's revelry. Yet Fang Yi was taken aback. Could it be that my presence has altered something? Fang Yi pondered silently. Originally, Roger was supposed to be afflicted with an incurable ailment, and Kuroka's boarding the ship was to ensure Roger's condition did not deteriorate further, while also seeking out Brook and the Rumbar pirates. However, now that Kuroka's had miraculously cured Roger's illness, Fang Yi found himself perplexed. Yet this could be considered a positive turn of events, at least in Fang Yi's view. Allowing Roger to continue living was preferable to sacrificing his life to usher in some grand age of pirates. Following a night of revelry, the next morning, the Oro Jackson set sail once more. Having already traveled this route once, they chose not to follow the conventional path, but instead proceeded in a direct line towards the New World. Shortly after their departure, a naval reconnaissance ship stealthily approached the Twin Gorges. Is the intelligence accurate? Are we certain the Roger pirates are here? Could they have circled back to the East Blue via Reverse Mountain? An officer inquired of the soldiers nearby aboard the reconnaissance vessel. There is no mistake. We previously located witnesses at Whiskey Peak confirming the presence of Roger Pirates members. Although Captain Roger himself was not seen, the enigmatic sharpshooter Fang Yi and the ship's third-in-command, Jabba, were indeed present. A soldier replied after saluting, Excellent. Ensure everyone remains vigilant. This matter has garnered considerable attention from Vice Admiral Garp back at headquarters. You've all heard of Vice Admiral Garp. Haven to you. We cannot disappoint him. The officer spoke in a grave tone. Vice Admiral Garp, the one renowned as the hero of the Navy. I've heard he declined a promotion to Admiral. Is that true? Upon hearing Garp's name, the soldiers became visibly excited. Mind your own business. The officer shot a glance at the soldier, speaking in a hushed tone. Apologies, sir. I will immediately inform the others to be on the lookout for the traces of the Roger pirates. The soldier, chastened by the officer's words, responded earnestly. Humph. Do you wish to know? I wish to know as well, but what Garp intends is beyond our guessing. After the soldier left, the officer muttered quietly to himself. However, despite the reconnaissance ship searching the area for several rounds, it failed to discover any trace of the Roger pirates. Sir, do you think they really returned to the East Blue? The soldier speculated as he approached the officer once more. The officer hesitated for a moment before commanding. Contact the East Blue Division and instruct them to thoroughly search near Reverse Mountain for any signs of the Roger pirates. Additionally, alert the other 3 Cs as well, to avoid missing anything. Yes, sir. This time, the naval soldiers did not say much more and promptly saluted before departing. Unbeknownst to the Navy, after inviting Kurokas aboard, the Roger pirates had set their course straight towards the New World. Has Rayleigh located the whereabouts of the Whitebeard pirates? Inside the cabin of the Oro Jackson, Roger inquired with a smile. Don't rush, Roger. Once we return to the New World, we should discover the location of the Whitebeard pirates. Rayleigh replied, casting a worried glance at Roger. "T.S. not that I'm anxious, but my time is limited," Roger remarked, glancing at Kuroka's, who was preparing to administer another dose of medication. "Kuroka's, is there truly no other option?" Rayleigh asked, unable to suppress his concern. After disinfecting the used syringes, Kuroka shook his head and replied, "At least I do not possess any viable solutions. However, I have not heard of any surgical fruit. If such a fruit could indeed perform miraculous surgeries, perhaps Roger could still be saved. I don't know much about the surgical fruit either that I've asked Shaki to gather intelligence on this matter. I hope she brings back good news." Rayleigh sighed. It turned out that, like in the original story, Roger was indeed afflicted with an incurable disease. However, Rayleigh feared that if this information spread, it would affect the morale aboard the ship. Thus, after conferring with Roger and Kuroka's, he chose to keep this secret from everyone, including Fang. What Roger desired most was to find the Whitebeard pirates and inquire whether the samurai from Weno aboard their ship could understand the ancient script. If they could, it might lead them to the path towards the final island. Should there be no record of the final island in historical texts, Roger could very well die without uncovering its secrets. Therefore, he was urgently eager to discern whether the historical texts indeed contained any references to the final island. The New World. We have returned. Upon passing through the Red Line once again, the Roger pirates found themselves back in the latter half of the Grand Line. "Rayleigh." Roger turned his head to look at Rayleigh, softly asking, "Has Shaki sent you any news?" "Roger," Rayleigh replied, a hint of exasperation crossing his face, "we have only just arrived in the New World. I have yet to communicate with Shaki. Please try to be patient. This is rather uncharacteristic of you." "Apologies, my friend." Roger paused, then chuckled wryly. "I suppose my mindset is a bit off." Rayleigh remained silent, though a fleeting look of concern crossed his eyes. "Captain, an enemy ship has been spotted ahead." At that moment, the lookout, Golan, shouted loudly. The celebrating crew members paused, rushing to the deck to gaze ahead, where they beheld a pirate ship emblazoned with the insignia of a top hat and a collar adorned with fur. Accompanied by a lipstick-wearing, skeleton-waving, ITS Charlotte Linlin as big MOM pirates. Fang Yi instantly recognized the flag of the opposing crew. "Why has the Bigman pirates made an appearance here?" Jabba furrowed his brow and spoke. "The Bigman pirates, led by Charlotte Linlin, and Kaido's Beast pirates are both recent super rookies. Under normal circumstances, they would not venture to the entrance of this new world." "Captain, what should we do?" The crew turned to Roger, seeking guidance. Boom. Roger hesitated for a moment, intending to suggest a detour. However, the enemy suddenly opened fire on them. Since they have made the first move, we shall not hold back. Let's teach them a lesson, so they understand that newcomers must respect their seniors." Rayleigh, already suppressing his inner fury due to Roger's situation, was not about to let this provocation from the Bigman pirates go unchallenged. Initially intending to retreat, Roger did not oppose Rayleigh's words, and thus a fierce battle was imminent. "Rowan, bring the ship closer. Pit 'em, shall we? Show them what we're made of." Roger laughed heartily. "All right, Captain," Fang Yi replied with a slight smile. Upon receiving Roger's command, Fang Yi swiftly climbed up the mast and retrieved his bow and arrows from his back. "Let us start with you." Fang aimed directly at the comical singing figure at the bow of the enemy ship. Originally, he intended to target their pirate flag, but after some reflection, he decided against it. Typically, one would not attack an enemy's flag unless there was a deep-seated grudge. Thus, Fang Yi settled for the amusing figure at the bow instead. Gathering energy, he unleashed a fire arrow. Whoosh! "Ah, Mama, help me." The flaming arrow, imbued with fiery energy, soared toward the comical figure at the bow, striking it and provoking an immediate cry for help from that oversized face directed at Charlotte Linlin. Fang Yi's attack served as a signal, prompting both sides to engage in a volley of ranged assaults. However, as the distance between them diminished, all combatants braced themselves for battle. "Captain," just as Roger prepared to launch an assault, Fang Yi, perched atop the mast, suddenly called out to him. "What is it, Xiaoi?" Roger looked at Fang Yi in surprise, noticing that he appeared exceedingly excited, more so than when he stumbled upon treasure. Fang Yi remained silent, instead gesturing for Roger to come up. Although puzzled, Roger trusted Fang Yi and promptly ascended to the mast. "Captain, look! What is that? I can sense its call to me. It must be a historical text, and not just any ordinary one, as this sensation feels unusually strange." Fang Yi exclaimed with palpable excitement. After hearing Fang Yi's words, Roger paused for a moment before using his abilities to sense the object concealed beneath a black cloth aboard the Bigmam ship. "What do you think, Captain?" Fang Yi asked anxiously. He was certain that it was one segment of the road Poneglyph. The feeling he received from it was distinctly different from that of ordinary historical texts. Most importantly, he knew that Bigmam possessed one of the road Poneglyphs as for when she acquired it. He was uncertain, but now that he had seen it, he was sure he wouldn't mistake it. After attuning to the sound of all things, Roger's eyes gleamed with determination as he looked at Fang Yi and declared, "We must obtain that. However, Captain, Charlotte Linlin is not to be trifled with. If we charge in recklessly, even if we secure that historical text, the losses will likely be significant. How about we do this, and this? What do you think?" Fang Yi suggested with a twinkle in his eye. Roger pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement, stating, "That sounds feasible. Although we may still face combat, our chances of success will be greater. After all, our objective is not to fight, but to acquire that text." "Very well. Then it's up to the captain." Upon receiving Roger's acquiescence, Fang Yi chuckled mischievously that Roger's expression darkened. He was not particularly adept at such deceptive tactics. "Perhaps we could let Rayleigh handle it?" Roger suggested hesitantly. "That won't do. It's essential for you to initiate the conversation, or else they might grow suspicious." Fang Yi shook his head. "However, once the captain breaks the ice, the rest can be left to Mr. Rayleigh, which should pose no issue." After finalizing their plan, they descended from the mast and relayed the situation to Rayleigh. "Xiaoyi, are you certain that historical text will be of great benefit to us?" Rayleigh inquired, frowning. "Engaging in battle with the Bigmam pirates is one thing, but attempting to seize their treasure is another matter entirely." Fang Yi shook his head, replying, "I cannot be certain, but the sensation that text gives me is profoundly different. It is unlike any historical text I have encountered. That is why I call for the captain to confirm. Indeed, I can sense it too. That stone tablet lacks the usual weight of history and the cruelty of war." Roger nodded, adding, "Furthermore, when the black cloth was slightly lifted, I glimpsed that the stone tablet was red." "In that case, let us proceed according to Xiaoyi's plan," Rayleigh affirmed with a nod. Roger grinned widely, then moved to the bow of the ship. Calling out to the Bigmam pirates, "Charlotte Linlin, after all these years, you greet me with an attack. Have I offended you in some way?" "Ha, indeed." Upon hearing Roger's words, Charlotte Linlin stepped forward with a hearty laugh, saying, "Roger, your presence here is no mere coincidence, is it?" Roger smiled broadly. His arrival truly was coincidental. However, now that he had encountered her, it mattered little whether it was by chance or design. He was determined to claim what he sought. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Charlotte Linlin, Roger fell silent, allowing Rayleigh to take over the conversation, conveying a singular message. This battle held no significance. Naturally, if the Bigmam pirates wished to fight, the Roger pirates would be more than willing to oblige. Having just acquired treasure, Charlotte Linlin was keen to avoid unnecessary complications. Initially, she thought the Roger pirates had come to thwart them upon hearing some rumor. But now it seemed to be nothing more than a coincidence. Thus, after some idle banter, both sides parted ways. However, as soon as the Bigmam ship departed, Rayleigh shot Fang Yi a knowing glance. Fang Yi nodded and swiftly vanished from the stern alongside Wang's eye. Together, they entered the sea, trailing the Bigmam ship from a safe distance. Aware that Bigmam was a user of the soul fruit, Fang Yi dared not approach too closely. When night fell, Fang Yi quietly returned to the Oro Jackson. How did it go? Upon his arrival, Rayleigh and the others immediately surrounded him, inquiring eagerly, "No problem. Sambel is keeping watch that I've instructed him not to get too close. Charlotte Linlin is a soul fruit user. She can imbue lifeless objects with souls, be it ships or swords. They are her eyes." Fang Yi nodded and smiled. "However, we must wait. It seems they are currently holding a feast. We shall act once they are thoroughly intoxicated." "All right, you should rest for now and prepare the necessary items for the imprinting. Later, we will sneak aboard their ship." Rayleigh agreed with a nod. Mr. Rayleigh, I want to go too. Nearby, Buggy appeared particularly enthusiastic about the prospect of sneaking onto the enemy's ship. No way, this isn't a game. If we ruin the plan, we may be forced into a full frontal assault. Rayleigh shook his head in refusal. Mr. Rayleigh, I actually think Buggy should go, Fang Yi said with a mysterious smile. Buggy has an exceptional knack for treasure hunting. Perhaps he could uncover the enemy's treasure trove and surprise us. Rayleigh glanced at Buggy, noting his earnest expression, as if to convey that he was up to the task. Buggy, our objective is specific and not related to treasure. If you attempt to pilfer their riches, you may become their target. That would put you in great danger. Do you still wish to proceed? After considering, Rayleigh stated directly. His message was clear. If Buggy wanted to go, he could, but the risks were considerable. However, your presence would merely serve as bait, which could prove to be exceedingly perilous. Indeed, upon hearing this, Buggy immediately hesitated. Although he had an affinity for treasure, he held his own life in high regard. The notion of serving as bait was something he would typically eschew. Observing his indecision, Fang Yi opened his mouth, yet refrained from speaking. He initially intended to propose that if Buggy were to proceed, then all the treasures acquired would belong to him. However, such a suggestion would inadvertently encourage Buggy. Should anything go awry, he would undoubtedly regret it himself. Nonetheless, Fang Yi's silence did not imply that Buggy was incapable of discerning the situation. Mr. Rayleigh, I can go, but will all the spoils be mine? Buggy resolutely stated after gritting his teeth. Certainly, Rayleigh nodded in agreement. Very well, then I shall do it, Buggy resolved, accepting the challenge without hesitation. Buggy, it is far too dangerous for you to venture alone. Shanks, I must trouble you to accompany Buggy on this endeavor. Remember, in a critical moment, prioritize your safety over the treasure. Rest assured, Captain and Mr. Rayleigh will surely join. As long as you manage to escape, all will be well. Fang, noticing Buggy's resolve, quickly interjected. That night, it seemed as though fate was favoring Fang Yi and his companions, as the thick clouds obscured the already dim moonlight. Meanwhile, the Big Mom pirates appeared to be celebrating their discovery of the road Poneglyph with a grand feast, and all were soundly asleep. Everyone, exercise caution. Fang Yi gestured to his companions behind him, leading the way onto the ship of the Big Mom pirates. Uncover it, Fang Yi signaled, and immediately a crew member stepped forward to remove the black cloth concealing the road Poneglyph. Fang Yi hurriedly approached to make a rubbing. Congratulations, host. You have found the lost road Poneglyph, earning 2,000 points. As Fang Yi's hand touched the Poneglyph, the system notification resonated, no longer merely identifying it as a historical text, but explicitly declaring it the road Poneglyph. With the points for what was once a historical text now doubled. However, Fang Yi had no time to ponder the system's announcement. He needed to focus entirely on making the rubbing. Otherwise, if the members of the Big Mom pirates were to discover him, it would spell disaster. Yet, as often is the case, the very thing one fears most is precisely what occurs. Just as Fang Yi was on the verge of completing the rubbing, a member of the Big Mom pirates inexplicably awoke, staring blankly at Fang Yi and his companions. This is bad. Xiao Yi, keep going. The fighter, Murray Payne, exclaimed, swinging his meteor hammer at the intruder in an attempt to silence him before he could raise the alarm. Intruder! Unfortunately, before the meteor hammer could strike, the Big Mom Pirates member had already shouted out, "Oh no! Let us go protect Xiao Yi." Roger, Rayleigh, and the others hidden nearby rushed to Fang Yi's side to ensure his work remained uninterrupted. Who dares disturb my slumber? On the deck, the somewhat portly Charlotte Linlin, known as Big Mom, rose slowly, her voice heavy with authority. Those are the members of the Roger Pirates. Her eldest son, Charlotte Perispero, extending his long tongue, glared at Roger and the others, declaring, "They're stealing our treasures." "What? Roger, you truly have your sights set on my treasures, but I shan't let you take them so easily." Napoleon, Big Mom's furious roar transformed her horn hat into a sentient sword. "Indeed, you have been targeting us all along, haven't you?" Charlotte Katakuri, her second son, stepped forward, fixing his gaze on Roger and the others. "Ha! Enough with the chatter. Let us engage in a grand battle." Roger laughed heartily as he charged at Charlotte Linlin. Boom! The clash between Roger and Charlotte Linlin unleashed a tempest of energy. "Focus on the rubbing. We will handle things here." Jabba shielded Fang Yi from the scattered energy, not bothering to look back. Fang Yi understood that his foremost priority was to complete the rubbing of the road Poneglyph, so he remained silent, working diligently to finish as swiftly as possible. However, such tasks cannot be rushed. Every detail must be meticulously captured, for even a single oversight could render their efforts futile. Drop what you are holding, or you shall meet your demise here. Katakuri, wielding a trident, shouted directly at Fang Yi, who continued his work without even glancing in his direction, inciting Katakuri's ire. Very well, then die. With that, Katakuri thrust his trident toward Fang. Yet before he could reach him, a battle axe intercepted his attack. Apologies, but passage is forbidden here, Jabba declared with a smile. Blocking Katakuri's trident with his axe, yes, the battle erupted. The cadre of the Charlotte family sprang into action, charging toward Fang Yi, knowing that only by halting him could they claim victory. If Fang Yi were to abscond with the treasure they had so painstakingly located, their mother would surely be driven to fury. However, the Roger pirates proved to be stronger, aside from Roger and Charlotte Lin battling on the side. The others encircled Fang Yi, ensuring he faced no interruptions. Meanwhile, having stealthily boarded the ship and proceeded to the cabin in search of treasure, Buggy and Shanks scoured the interior, yet found no sign of the treasure room. Boom, boom, boom. Just as they were at a loss for what to do, the sounds of battle erupted outside. This is bad. A fight has broken out. Buggy, we must leave. Shanks urgently grabbed Buggy, intending to make a hasty exit. However, Buggy was unwilling to retreat. It seemed to him that with the chaos outside, no one would venture into the cabin, presenting them with a prime opportunity to display their skills. Previously, they had refrained from thorough searches due to noise concerns. But now those worries were lifted. Thus, Buggy broke free from Shank's grasp and darted toward a room he had previously suspected. Buggy, seeing Buggy's determination to delve deeper into the ship rather than leave with him, Shanks hurriedly followed. I found it. Through a hidden compartment, Buggy finally discovered the treasure room of the Big Mom pirates. Ha ha ha, Shanks, I've struck it rich. No longer will I have to follow behind you and watch your expressions. Buggy exclaimed, nearly fainting from excitement at the sight of the treasure. Hey, you can't just recklessly invade someone else's treasure trove. Just as Buggy was about to start moving the loot, a voice suddenly interrupted. Buggy, be careful. Shanks, catching up, shouted a warning to a burly man with short yellow hair and earrings, clad in a blue cotton coat adorned with shoulder decorations resembling two machi and a belt emblazoned with a genie lamp, appeared right behind Buggy. Although Buggy sensed the imminent threat from behind, he was unable to evade the attack. Bang! Boom! Due to the distance between Shanks and Buggy, by the time Shanks arrived, Buggy had already been struck by a powerful punch, sending him flying. However, as the assailant prepared to pursue, Shanks intercepted him. Feeling the immense power emanating from Shank's sword, Charlotte Daifuku was taken aback. Who are you? He inquired, furrowing his brow. I am Shanks, an inter the Roger pirates. Shanks replied with a measured tone. A mere intern dares to stand in my way. Upon learning that his opponent was merely an intern, Daifuku's anger flared. It was utterly humiliating to be obstructed by someone of such low rank. If the rest of his siblings found out, he would be ridiculed for eternity. Yet despite his youth, Shanks possessed formidable strength, often overshadowed by Fang Yi and Barrett. Nevertheless, when placed in the spotlight, he was indeed a monstrous talent. Buggy, we must go, Shanks urged, fully aware that this was not the time for prolonged confrontation. Upon witnessing Buggy rise slowly, Shanks immediately shouted loudly. Although Buggy felt a twinge of reluctance, he understood that lingering would be unwise. If the adversaries arrived, escape would become impossible. However, who was Buggy? Having entered a treasure trove, how could he leave empty-handed? Thus, before his departure, he casually seized a handful of riches and even grabbed a small chest. You scoundrel! Leave that behind! Charlotte Lin was nearly driven to madness. How audacious could one be to pilfer their treasures in plain sight? Observing Buggy's actions, Shanks could only wear a helpless expression. Buggy was a peculiar character. At times, he displayed remarkable cowardice. Yet when an opportunity arose, he could perform astonishing feats regardless of the opponent. Conversely, when faced with danger, he exhibited a keen awareness of self-preservation. With Shanks obstructing him, Buggy recalled Fang Yi's words. as long as he reached the deck. He would be safe. Hence, he abandoned Shanks and sprinted towards the deck, with Shanks retreating while fending off attacks, and an enraged Charlotte Linlin pursuing him. "Help!" Captain Buggy, clutching the treasure chest, tumbled onto the deck. However, upon arrival, he realized that the deck was far from the safety Fang he had described. "Mama, that red-nosed thief stole our treasure." At that moment, Charlotte Linlin emerged, pointing at Buggy and shouting at Charlotte Daifuku. All eyes converged upon Buggy, who instantly felt as though his demise was imminent. "Well done, Buggy. Let us go." Just then, Fang Yi had completed his rubbings of the historical text and shouted loudly while holding the rubbings. Fang Yi's words led Charlotte Linlin to misinterpret the situation to her. It seemed that despite Fang Yi's crew having fussed over the text for quite some time, they could not simply take such a large stone. Thus, they must have discerned something and were deliberately distracting her while that red-nosed rogue pilfered their treasure. "Roger, I didn't expect you to be so despicable. Red-nosed scoundrel, put down my treasure." Charlotte Linlin abandoned Roger and charged at Buggy. "Ah, Fang Yi, you rascal!" Buggy, seeing Charlotte Linlin approach, angrily shouted at Fang Yi, believing that his words had drawn her attention. Yet he seemed to have forgotten that he had already been exposed when Charlotte Daifuku emerged. "What are you waiting for? Hurry back." As Charlotte Linlin charged forward, she was intercepted by Captain Roger, while Rayleigh swiftly approached Buggy, seizing his collar and tossing him towards the Oro Jackson. Fang Yi, having retreated first, was conveniently positioned to catch Buggy and hastily bring him back aboard the ship. Once on deck, Fang Yi unceremoniously dropped Buggy and set aside the rubbings of the text to draw his sun arrow bow. "Charge! Ice arrow!" Whoosh! An arrow imbued with icy energy flew directly toward Charlotte Linlin. Clang! Although the arrow traveled at astonishing speed, Charlotte Linlin managed to deflect it. Nonetheless, she felt as if she had still been struck. "You little brat, is that you?" The pain coursing through her body and the chill emanating from her large blade immediately brought Fang Yi to her mind. Back in God's Valley, she had experienced Fang Yi's unique technique. Even when blocking an arrow, it felt as though she had been hit, and the sensation was strikingly real. "Linlin Beauty, you seem less lovely than before. Have you been indulging in too much delicious food?" Fang Yi, standing at the bow of the ship, laughed heartily while teasing Charlotte Linlin. His words incited the fury of the Big Mom pirates, as the crew was primarily composed of Charlotte Linlin's family. Rapid fire, flame arrow. Observing the situation, Fang Yi wasted no time and activated a barrage mode to provide his crew with more space and time to retreat. "Let us go," with Fang Yi providing cover and Roger's formidable strength. The crew swiftly made their way back aboard the ship. "Linlin, do you wish to continue?" Roger asked with a grin as he stood at the bow. Roger, Charlotte Linlin, though furious, knew that prolonging the battle was futile. Yet, she was unwilling to let them go so easily, so she proclaimed, "If you hand over that bow-wielding brat and that red-nosed scoundrel, I will let you depart." "That is out of the question. If you wish to fight, I am more than willing," Roger replied with a hearty laugh. However, at that moment, at the bow of the Big Mom pirate ship, a comically large face shouted in terror. "Mama, someone is attacking me from beneath the water." Charlotte Linlin's expression changed. She immediately recognized this as a tactic employed by Roger and his crew to sabotage their ship. However, before she could issue an order, her children, skilled in underwater combat, leaped into the sea. Meanwhile, the Oro Jackson seized the opportunity to set sail and attempt an escape. "Don't think you can get away." Upon seeing this, Charlotte Linlin raised her blade and charged forward. Slash! But before she could reach them, Roger delivered a powerful strike aimed at Charlotte Linlin, who was suspended in mid-air. Though she tried to defend herself, the force of Roger's blow was overwhelming and lacking leverage in mid-air. She was struck down into the sea below. "Mama!" Charlotte Linlin's children, witnessing the incident, had no time to consider whether Roger and his crew were escaping. They rushed toward the spot where she fell. Their mother was a powerful being, and she wouldn't be able to swim upon hitting the water. Once the two sides had parted, Rayleigh and Roger approached Fang Yi to inquire, "How did it go? Is everything in order?" Fang Yi wasted no time and displayed the completed rubbings of the text. "Good. It's a pity we cannot decipher what it says. Otherwise, it could prove useful to us. Now we must seek out the Whitebeard pirates and inquire with their warriors to see if they possess any knowledge. Roger remarked, examining the rubbings with a smile. Captain, come quickly and see. At that moment, Shanks suddenly shouted excitedly. The others turned their attention to Shanks, who wore a beaming expression while holding a small treasure chest containing a peculiar fruit and what appeared to be a letter-like object. Where did this come from? Roger asked in surprise, unaware that Buggy had indeed pilfered treasure from the Big Mom pirates. Buggy brought it back. Shanks recounted the tale with a grin, handing the letter-like object to Roger. This is... Roger accepted the letter and began to read it carefully. Ha ha ha, I see. Our direction was indeed correct. We owe a debt of gratitude to that Charlotte Linlin, Roger exclaimed with a sudden burst of laughter. The others were left bewildered, not understanding Roger's sudden joy. Rayleigh quickly took the letter from Roger, knowing that all the answers lay within. After reading it, he too wore a broad smile, exclaiming, Ah, I see. This is a letter from a member of the Big Mom Pirates addressed to Charlotte Linlin. They discovered the red historical text on some ancient island and learned its true purpose. Oh, they already know the function of the red text. Fang Yi asked in astonishment. Indeed, Xiao Yi, just as we suspected. This contains information about the final island, Roger said, somewhat excitedly. Really? Fang Yi asked, filled with disbelief. Then what is the purpose of these red historical texts? In truth, he was aware of the function of the directional text, but found it hard to believe that its purpose could be understood so simply. Indeed, as stated in this letter, the historical red text, referred to as the landmark text, consists of 4 pieces. Once they are all gathered, a coordinate can be obtained, revealing the location of the final island. Roger grinned and remarked, So, does this mean we have truly discovered a way to reach the final island? Jabba responded, his expression one of disbelief that IT should be correct. After a moment's hesitation, Roger continued. They likely never anticipated that Buggy would attempt to steal their treasure and, by sheer coincidence, obtain the letter. Therefore, the credibility remains quite high. Captain, the situation is not as straightforward as we may imagine. Fang Yi smiled slightly, gesturing towards the rubbings of the text, just like Charlotte Linlin. Even if she were to gather all 4 pieces of the red landmark text, she would remain oblivious to the whereabouts of the final island, for she cannot comprehend the contents inscribed within. Xiao Yi's assertion was indeed accurate. Currently, we face 2 tasks. The first is to locate the 4 pieces of the landmark text, and the second is to find an individual capable of deciphering ancient script. Despite our extensive search, we have yet to discover anyone proficient in ancient languages, and it is unlikely they could find someone so swiftly. Rayleigh nodded in agreement. Moreover, now that we are aware of this matter, we can keep a vigilant eye on the Big Mom pirates, regardless of whether they have located the remaining pieces of the landmark text or found someone who can interpret ancient writing. We can seize the opportunity to take it from them. Reyna said with a mischievous grin, In any case, let us first locate the Whitebeard pirates. If the samurai aboard their ship can indeed decipher ancient text, the situation will become considerably more manageable. Roger nodded, not refuting Fang Yi's words. After a prolonged search, they had finally discovered a means to reach the final island, with Buggy emerging as a significant contributor. The forthcoming banquet would see Buggy take center stage, regaling tales of how he daringly acquired the treasure of the Big Mom pirates and cleverly evaded the pursuit of formidable foes, ultimately returning to the ship in style. However, he seemed to forget that everyone present was a witness to the events. Their understanding of his performance was quite clear. This time, he had indeed stumbled upon a great achievement by mere chance. So they were all amused to listen to his boastful tales. Oh, you know what this is? He exclaimed excitedly, holding up the devil fruit in his hand. This is the spoils of war. A miraculous fruit that was found alongside that crucial clue. Indeed, this is the greatest treasure of the seas, a priceless devil fruit. Hey, Buggy, don't act recklessly. The devil fruit is not that simple. Shanks interjected, fearing that Buggy might consume the devil fruit, quickly stepping in to prevent him. While it can bestow immense power, consuming it will render you unable to swim. In that case, you could no longer be a pirate. The pros and cons of the devil fruit have been discussed long ago when Barrett boarded the ship, and Shanks wholeheartedly agreed. Compared to you monsters, this is hardly anything, Buggy chuckled lightly. Now, in front of everyone, I shall consume this devil fruit. With that, Buggy indeed devoured the devil fruit in his possession. Buggy, how do you feel? Have you experienced any changes in your body? Shanks, observing Buggy's consumption of the fruit with a mix of tension and curiosity, inquired. Buggy blinked, then shook his head, replying, "Nope, I feel nothing at all." Could it be that it isn't a devil fruit at all, but rather an ordinary fruit? A crew member hesitantly suggested. What did it taste like when you ate it? Was it delicious? Fang Yi, having caught wind of the discussion, fixed his gaze on Buggy and asked. Upon seeing Fang Yi, Buggy's expression shifted from panic to joy, and he feigned calmness as he replied, "The taste was, well, not bad, though it's not exactly delicious. Then what you consumed must certainly be a fake." Fang Yi shook his head, chuckling lightly. "Barrett has tasted it. The flavor should be unforgettable for you." Barrett seemed to recollect the taste of the devil fruit, a fleeting expression of anguish crossing his face as he nodded and remarked, "Indeed, it is a flavor that one cannot forget. I have never tasted anything so horrid. I have heard the taste of the devil fruit is akin to that of excrement, though I have never tasted it myself. Just the thought of it is nauseating. Buggy, you should consider yourself fortunate. You merely consumed an ordinary fruit." "What? It was a fake. How utterly disheartening. That was my hard-won spoils," Buggy lamented, wearing a sorrowful expression, seeing Buggy's demeanor. Fang Yi smiled but refrained from saying much. He had already deduced that Buggy must have switched the real devil fruit with a fake, although Rayleigh had promised him that anything retrieved would belong to him. The value of a devil fruit was astronomical, measured in the hundreds of millions that, if he did not consume it himself, it would inevitably be shared with other crew members, and he would likely receive only a token compensation in return. Thus, Buggy devised this scheme. As long as he consumed it, it would no longer exist. He could later find an opportunity to secretly sell the genuine devil fruit, keeping all the proceeds for himself. Now aware of the existence of the landmark text, the primary objective of the Roger Pirates was to seek out someone capable of deciphering ancient script. The samurai from Weno country aboard the Whitebeard pirate ship had become their foremost target. "Roger, we have uncovered the whereabouts of the Whitebeard pirates," Rayleigh announced, handing the information from Shaki to Captain Roger with a grin. "They are right here. It is said they have been docked for several days. Likely due to some matter. If we head over, we may just encounter them." "Excellent. Then let us set forth. Onward to our objective." With the location of the Whitebeard pirates revealed, Roger was filled with anticipation. Feeling that he was drawing ever closer to the final island, the Roger pirates made their way towards the location of the Whitebeard pirates. Fang Yi noticed an unusual tension between Buggy and Shanks. Over the past few days, Buggy's gaze toward Shanks had been peculiar, a mix of anger and sadness. Shanks, for his part, seemed to be avoiding Buggy as much as possible. "Shanks, what has transpired between you and Buggy lately? Is there some misunderstanding? We cannot allow such discord among comrades. We should be able to trust each other with our backs. If there is a misunderstanding, it must be resolved promptly." Unable to bear it any longer, Fang Yi approached Shanks to play the role of the counselor. Shanks began, hesitating momentarily before falling silent once more. "What is it? Is there something you cannot share with me?" Fang Yi sat down and patted the empty space beside him, encouraging Shanks to join him. "Fear not. I shall assist you in resolving it." Shanks let out a bitter laugh, replying, "This matter is likely not easy to resolve." It turned out that Fang Yi's suspicions were correct. The devil fruit that Buggy had consumed that day was indeed the ordinary fruit he had swapped out. The following day, while attempting to hide the devil fruit in a treasure map he had stolen from the Bigman pirates, Buggy accidentally encountered Shanks. In a moment of panic, Buggy stuffed the devil fruit into his mouth, inadvertently swallowing it. In addition to consuming the devil fruit, Buggy's nerves caused the treasure map he had pilfered from the Bigman pirates to fly out of the ship. In a hurry, Buggy leaped into the sea to retrieve it, only to discover that once submerged he lost all strength and was unable to swim. Though Shanks ultimately rescued Buggy, he believed that Shanks was to blame. If not for him, Buggy would not have unwittingly consumed the devil fruit, nor would he have lost the treasure map. That treasure map was crucial, stored alongside the devil fruit and the letter concerning the landmark text. Buggy had eagerly anticipated retrieving it at a later time, but now it was all ruined. Especially after consuming the devil fruit, He could no longer swim, meaning the vast treasures beneath the sea were now beyond his reach. Since that last incident, when the Roger pirates were released by a fish from Fish Island, Buggy had come to realize that the places with the most treasures were not on any small island, but rather the endless depths of the ocean that he continuously fantasized about the day he could claim all those treasures for himself. However, at this moment, that dream has been shattered, and the culprit is none other than that scoundrel Shanks. Hence, it is no surprise that later on, one can see the fury reflected in Buggy's gaze toward Shanks. Whenever Shanks utters a word or takes an action, Buggy will undoubtedly oppose him without a moment's hesitation. After hearing Shanks' words, Fang Yi chuckled, patting Shanks on the shoulder, his laughter nearly bringing him to tears. Did Buggy really eat the devil fruit? Fang Yi wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes and inquired. Shanks, with a face full of embarrassment, nodded and said, "Ego, please stop laughing. I truly have no idea how to handle this. It's all right for those of us who aspire to be strong. The devil fruit can indeed seem somewhat superfluous. However, for Buggy, it is a commendable choice. At least now he possesses the ability to fight. By the way, what fruit did he consume?" Fang Yi shook his head and replied, "As for that treasure map, you can always compensate him with another one next time, can't you?" Shanks hesitated for a moment and asked, "But Buggy wants to become strong as well. Now that he can't swim, how will he continue to be a pirate? I also have no idea about the fruit. He didn't tell me." You aren't he Buggy, so how could you possibly know what he desires? Trust me, compared to becoming strong, Buggy values treasure far more. And what of being a devil fruit user? Isn't Baird also a user? Hasn't he become a pirate? A formidable one at that. So, as long as you provide him with a treasure map, he will surely forgive you, Fang Yi said with a smile at the same time. As Fang Yi was trying to console Shanks, the Whitebeard pirates, with an increasing number of crew members, decided to split the crew into teams and select captains for easier management. "Hey, I don't want to," exclaimed Kazuki Oden, the newly appointed captain of the 2nd Division, with a look of disdain. "I just want thrilling adventures." Bang! Whitebeard struck Oden on the head with his fist, causing a large bump to form, and said, "You brat, take on the responsibility." Ultimately, under Whitebeard's firm insistence, Oden reluctantly accepted the position of captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard pirates. It was not that he was opposed to becoming captain. Rather, he was averse to the responsibilities that came with it. He had set sail from Weno country to witness the grandeur of the sea. Had he desired power, staying in Weno would have suited him better, as he was the sole heir to the Weno country's shogunate and thus considered part of the royal lineage. Tian Yushur, with her prominent belly, cheerfully congratulated her husband, fully aware of the strength of the Whitebeard pirates. Thus, her husband's role as the 2nd Division captain was indeed commendable. Tian Yushur was the woman whom Kazuki Oden had rescued. When he had first set sail, Whitebeard was reluctant to let him board and had devised a trial for him. However, just as Oden was about to complete the trial, he discovered Tian Yushur in distress. Consequently, in his quest to save her, Kazuki Oden abandoned the trial. It was precisely because of this act of kindness that Whitebeard recognized Oden's noble character and declared him to have passed the trial. From that moment on, Kazuki Oden and Tian Yushur boarded Whitebeard's ship and became a married couple. Now, Tian Yushur was pregnant and on the verge of giving birth. Thus, the Whitebeard pirates had remained on the small island for over a week, the longest they had ever stayed in one place since their formation. Initially, Kazuki Oden believed they need not linger here, but could continue sailing while awaiting the arrival of their child. However, Whitebeard and the others deemed that too perilous, leading them to stay on the island. White Xiao Ji, now that the teams have been formed, let us press on. After the division of the Whitebeard pirates was completed, Kazuki Oden once again proposed to continue their voyage. However, Whitebeard hesitated, glancing at Ashur's condition, before saying, "Actually, I am somewhat inclined to continue our adventures as well. Remaining in one place is not my style. And Tian Yushur has not shown any signs of labor these past few days. Let us continue our journey. My condition is perfectly fine, and besides, we have a ship's doctor aboard, right? I trust there will be no issues." Tian Yushur, knowing Kazuki Oden's thoughts, stepped forward with a smile. Upon hearing Tian Yushur's words, Whitebeard pondered for a moment before nodding and saying, "Very well. Then prepare ample supplies, especially for the items the child may need. Once we are ready, we shall set sail." "Oh, we're setting off!" Kazuki Oden exclaimed joyfully upon hearing Whitebeard's consent. Just 3 days after the Whitebeard pirates departed the small island, the Roger pirates, racing at full speed, arrived at the same location. However, upon learning that the Whitebeard pirates had set sail 3 days prior, even Fang Yi could only sigh. Who would have thought that despite our efforts, we would still miss the Whitebeard pirates? Rayleigh said with a bitter smile that in the vast ocean, locating a pirate crew without a fixed territory is exceedingly difficult. What shall we do now, Captain? Fang Yi looked at Roger with concern and asked. His worry stemmed from the fact that he was already aware of Roger's illness. Initially suspicious, he had noticed some telltale signs during their time together, prompting Fang Yi to privately inquire about Roger and Rayleigh while on their way to seek the Whitebeard pirates. After receiving Roger's answer, Fang Yi's heart sank. Through years of camaraderie, he had genuinely come to regard Roger and the crew as family and had been determined to change the captain's fate, ensuring he would not succumb to an incurable disease. Yet, before he could even begin to act, it seemed fate had already been sealed. This realization left Fang Yi utterly despondent, and now all he could do was assist Roger in reaching the final island as swiftly as possible. He even contemplated that once they found Kazuki Oden, he would immediately inform Roger of the whereabouts of the 4 road sign texts, thereby saving a considerable amount of time that could be utilized to search for the surgery fruit. Fang Yi firmly believed that as long as a user of the surgery fruit was present, there was hope for saving Roger's life. Unfortunately, they had stumbled at the very first step, failing even to lay eyes on Kazuki Oden. Now, they could only search for the red road sign text while also trying to ascertain the whereabouts of the Whitebeard pirates. Roger stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the distant sea as he spoke softly. "Mr. Rayleigh, is there still no news of the surgery fruit?" Fang Yi approached Rayleigh and quietly inquired, "No." Rayleigh shook his head, letting out a sigh. "Or perhaps, as you suspected, the world government has already secured that fruit." Given the current state of the captain's health, the only solution that came to mind was indeed the surgery fruit. If even Kuroka's could not assist, I truly cannot think of anyone else who might help. Fang Yi lowered his head and said. Rayleigh nodded, saying, "Do not worry. I've already asked Shaki to thoroughly investigate the whereabouts of the surgery fruit. As soon as it is found, I will be notified immediately." Unable to catch up with the Whitebeard pirates, Roger had no choice but to order a day's rest on the island. They had exerted themselves tremendously in their pursuit, and the ship's supplies were nearly depleted, requiring replenishment. What? Unable to locate the Roger pirates at Marine Headquarters Marineford, during the time that the Roger pirates had gone missing, Vice Admiral Garp, although occasionally dispatched on missions, had been awaiting news regarding Roger. "Indeed, sir. According to the intelligence, the last known whereabouts of the Roger pirates was near the entrance of the Grand Line, close to Reverse Mountain. After that, all traces were lost," replied the naval officer beside Garp after saluting. "Reverse Mountain? What did he go there for? Have you inquired with the Four Seas Division? Is he possibly heading somewhere else?" Garp pondered for a moment before questioning. "We have already inquired, and the Four Seas Division has also dispatched personnel to confirm. However, no traces of the Roger pirates have been discovered." The soldier nodded in response. Garp scratched the back of his head in confusion and asked, "Has this intelligence been reported to Rear Admiral Tsuru?" What was her response? "I have not received any relevant messages regarding that." The officer replied somewhat awkwardly. All right, I understand. You go find Tsuru and inform her about the situation of the Roger pirates. Then ask for her opinion." Garp nodded, instructing. "Yes, sir." The officer saluted before turning to leave. This is strange. What could Roger possibly want at Reverse Mountain? After the contact officer departed, Cap pondered, stroking his chin in confusion. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, the Roger pirates had already returned to the New World and were fervently searching for the remaining 3 pieces of the road Poneglyph, as well as the Whitebeard pirates. "Yo, Buggy, your abilities are quite impressive. You can even separate automatically." Fang Yi remarked with a light chuckle as he observed Buggy evade his arrows that AT present. Fang Yi's precision skill had reached the maximum level of 5. Statistically speaking, for every 2 arrows he shot, one would undoubtedly hit its target. This could be considered an extraordinarily formidable ability, though it regrettably could not be compounded with his other skills. For instance, if he released a freezing arrow but the opponent dodged it, Even if he triggered precision, the adversary would only suffer the damage from the arrow. The freezing effect would not apply. Moreover, Fang Yi discovered another limitation with the precision skill. Even if he activated it against Buggy's chop fruit, the damage inflicted remained minimal. This was because Buggy's fruit afforded him a certain degree of defense against Fang Yi's arrows, a factor seemingly accounted for by the system. This realization was not new to him. He had sensed it previously during his encounters in God Valley, where he found that against Charlotte Linlin or Kaido, his arrows, if not enhanced by other abilities, would hardly inflict any real damage, only causing discomfort due to their formidable physique and high resistance to his projectiles. This was also the reason Fang Yi had yet to triumph over Barrett. Although he had been somewhat aware of it before, it was only during this recent battle with Buggy, who had consumed the chop fruit, that the truth became glaringly evident. However, as Fang Yi's strength grew, even his ordinary arrows began to pack considerable might. When enhanced with haki, they could inflict substantial damage upon ability users. Ha. How about that? Not bad, right? And now I can fly too, Buggy exclaimed, bursting into laughter upon hearing Fang Yi's praise, seemingly having forgotten his earlier struggles upon consuming the devil fruit. Observing Buggy's upper body soaring into the sky while only his feet remained on the deck, Fang Yi resolved to inform him of the risks associated with such a maneuver. Hey, you despicable fiend, let go of my feet, Buggy shouted angrily at Fang Yi, who stood on his feet in midair. Fa! Buggy, you're just here to entertain us. It's utterly hilarious how someone could expose their vulnerabilities to their adversary so openly. Before Fang Yi could respond, the surrounding crew members erupted into uncontrollable laughter. In truth, Buggy's tactic was quite useful. Hiding his feet before engaging in battle would grant him an additional ability to fly. However, utilizing such a skill on a ship effectively surrendered oneself to the enemy. Buggy, make sure to fully develop your fruit abilities. Who knows, you might become a dominant force across the seas in the future, Fang Yi said with a gentle laugh as he released Buggy's feet. Do I need you to tell me? The great Buggy will undoubtedly grow exceedingly powerful, Buggy replied proudly. Having acquired new abilities seemed to open a new world for Buggy. He even trained alongside Fang Yi, Barrett, and Shanks for several days, though he ultimately found it too exhausting and gave up. After the day's training concluded, Fang Yi returned to his quarters and opened his character status panel. Name: the Eerie Archer Fang Yi. Gender: male. Affiliation: Intern of the Roger Pirates Bounty. 800. 000 berries points. 4360 skills. Precision LV.5. Max: your attacks have a 50 chance to hit the enemy with absolute certainty. Evasion LV.3. 5901000. You have a 30 chance to completely evade enemy attacks. Divine Protection LV.2. 300. When facing a fatal blow, you can evade that attack with absolute certainty. Can activate twice per natural month. Current. 2. Dizziness LV.2. 133 300. Your attacks have a 6 chance to stun the enemy. Fatal LV.3. 1000. Your attacks have a 3 chance to deal lethal damage to the enemy. Fire Arrow LV.3. 192 1000. Shoot a fire arrow at the enemy, causing fire damage and inflicting a burning effect. Frost Arrow LV.3. 56 1000. Shoot a frost arrow at the enemy, causing frost damage and inflicting a freezing effect. Binding Arrow LV.2. 213 300. Shoot a binding arrow at the enemy, dealing damage while the accompanying vines ensnare them. Flame Dragon Blast LV.1. 89 100. Summon a flame dragon to unleash a devastating area attack on the target. Hawkeye, non-upgradable, enhances your vision, granting you eagle-like sight. Charging, non-upgradable, enter a charging state, immobilizing you, but your next attack will unleash 200 of your power. Long-range firepower, non-upgradable. When using ranged weapons, you can exert 120 of their power. Rapid Fire, non-upgradable. When using ranged weapons, your attack speed increases by 20. Trident, self-understood, a bow and arrow technique invented with your mentor, Yaman, allowing you to fire 3 arrows at once, but not simultaneously. Arrows are shot in 3 stages: left, right, and finally the center, attacking from 3 directions, resembling the shape of a trident, hence the name. Marines 6 styles. Suru, instantly step on the ground more than 10 times. Generating explosive speed through reaction force. Jeppo, self-understood, utilize powerful leg strength to tread upon the air, creating strong levitation, allowing you to walk in the air like ascending stairs, but you cannot remain airborne for too long. Haki, armament haki, observation haki life skills. Music, intermediate, you possess a certain level of musical appreciation, alongside conventional instrument usage skills. Shipwright, beginner, your hands have become more dexterous, but you can only perform basic repairs on ships. Navigation, beginner, you possess the ability to sail the seas, but tend to get lost easily. Sculpting, beginner, any ordinary material in your hands can be transformed into a work of art. Medicine, beginner, patience, no, in my hands, they're only the deceased or the healthy. Painting, beginner, give wings to your imagination, and you'll be the most dazzling figure aboard the ship. Weapons, sun-shooting bow, a finely crafted bow that allows the owner to shoot farther and faster. It imbues you with the courage to chase the sun. Arrow quiver, medium, can hold 50 arrows, with one automatically replenished every 30 minutes. Standard pistol, a very ordinary pistol. Right dagger, a well-crafted dagger. An inch shorter is an inch more perilous, allowing you to revel in the thrill of dancing on the edge of a blade. Left dagger, a well-crafted dagger. An inch shorter is an inch more perilous, allowing you to revel in the thrill of dancing on the edge of a blade. Missing compared to before, the number of new skills Fang Yi acquired was not substantial. However, the proficiency levels of his skills had significantly increased, especially precision, which had reached max, making it the first among all his skills to attain maximum proficiency. In contrast, the skills divine protection, dizziness, and fatal were difficult to trigger, with their proficiency entirely reliant on the skill experience scrolls he obtained regularly. Conversely, the newly acquired skills Fire Arrow, Frost Arrow, Binding Arrow, and Flame Dragon Blast experienced rapid growth in proficiency, as he could use them actively without needing to trigger them. Additionally, his life skill and music advanced from beginner to intermediate, not due to discovering a method to upgrade life skills, but because he had purchased a random skill from the upgraded shop for 5,000 points, resulting in a life skill. After spending that amount, he regretted almost to the point of wanting to sever his own hand. It was worth noting that after the shop upgrade, the opportunity to purchase random skills was limited to just once, and he ended up with a life skill. How could he not curse his luck? He had refrained from acquiring both the inheritance of strength and the inheritance of agility, prioritizing instead the procurement of random skills. Subsequently, it seemed that Fang Yi had begun to encounter a streak of misfortune. During regular lottery spins, it was as if all valuable items evaded him, leaving him bereft of anything useful. Currently, he received 7 lottery tickets daily for his check-ins, which included Roger, Rayleigh, Jabba, Shanks, Buggy, Barrett, and Kurikasu. Yet, despite this formidable array of lottery tickets, he had endured several consecutive 10-draw sessions without yielding a single reward, not even a skill experience scroll. Fang Yi, I hope you can unleash your full strength and fight me, rather than holding back every time, Barrett stated earnestly on a beach of Small Island. Barrett, is it really necessary? We are companions, not foes. Fang Yi replied, exasperated. 3 days prior, they had encountered a pirate crew of considerable strength, and in order to prevent Roger from intervening, Fang Yi had nearly exerted all his power. Aside from refraining from using the Flame Dragon explosion, he had essentially revealed all of his usually concealed prowess. This left Barrett particularly astonished, as during their regular training and sparring, Fang Yi had not displayed such strength. Hence, upon arriving at the island, Barrett promptly requested a duel with Fang Yi. However, Fang Yi was reluctant to engage in battle with Barrett, primarily because this man was exceedingly formidable, making it exhausting for Fang Yi to fight him, requiring an immense amount of focus. Otherwise, should Barrett seize an opportunity, the battle would swiftly conclude. Let me experience your true power in battle. Barrett remained undeterred, resolutely intent on clashing with Fang Yi. This was also a testament to Fang Yi's strength. Aboard the ship, aside from Captain Roger, only Rayleigh and Fang Yi could engage him in combat, while the others were largely no match for him. Shao Yi, since Barrett is so insistent, why not give it your all? I too Wish to see how strong you are at full power. Yamin, who stood nearby, interjected. Since marrying Jabba, Yamin's previously dominant demeanor had softened considerably, becoming much more rational, and occasionally, Fang Yi sensed a maternal glow emanating from her. Yet confronted with Barrett's aggressive demeanor toward Fang Yi, Yamin could no longer hold her tongue. Faced with Yamin's somewhat irate expression, Fang Yi felt a twinge of helplessness and reluctantly nodded to Barrett, saying, "Very well. Let us proceed with this trial." "Excellent. I trust you will not disappoint me," Barrett replied with a hearty laugh. "Then you should be cautious," Fang Yi declared, preparing to make his move. "Wait." Barrett raised his hand, insisting, "Call Wang Zai to join." "You are a team." Fang Yi's expression darkened as he replied, "There's no need, since you wish for a duel. I shall not take advantage of you. Behold my arrow." He had not anticipated that his usual concealment would lead Barrett to underestimate him so. Thus, determined, he resolved to demonstrate that he was not one to be trifled with. Whoosh! No sooner had Fang Yi's words left his lips than a green, energy-laden arrow shot forth, aimed directly at Barrett. Recognizing it as Fang Yi's binding arrow, Barrett understood that if struck, he would face relentless assaults. Consequently, he swiftly opted to evade. Having dodged the binding arrow, Barrett paused, realizing this was Fang Yi's most peculiar trait. Regardless of whether one chose to evade or defend, his arrows always found their mark. However, Barrett was no novice in combat against Fang Yi, so he did not exhibit undue surprise. He had already discerned that as long as he avoided Fang Yi's arrows, the bizarre abilities attached to them would not affect him. Thus, even if he sensed an arrow had struck him, Barrett pressed forward after a brief hesitation, aware that lingering would forfeit his chance to close in on Fang. "Why, do you think this will render me helpless?" Watching Barrett charge toward him, Fang Yi offered a subtle smile, his feet shifting constantly as arrows continued to rain down on his opponent. Fang Yi's attacks were such that even devoid of any special abilities, they could still affect Barrett, and should he achieve even a momentary disorientation, his adversary would find it impossible to escape. Barrett understood this imperative. He had to approach Fang Yi before being ensnared. Thus, the two engaged in a relentless chase along the beach. Although the distance between them diminished, Fang Yi consistently evaded Barrett's strikes while seizing opportunities to counterattack. Nowhere to run, Barrett seized a moment to corner Fang Yi, throwing a powerful punch in his direction. Realizing he could not evade this time, Fang Yi braced himself with the sun's shooting bow to absorb Barrett's blow. However, as Barrett's fist struck, he was astonished to feel as though he had hit nothing but air. Boom! Taking advantage of Barrett's momentary distraction, Fang Yi delivered a kick to Barrett's chest, simultaneously using the rebound to create distance between them once more. Barrett had been fortunate enough to trigger an evasion skill during his last attack, which accounted for the sensation of striking emptiness. Hit! Not wasting the opportunity, Fang Yi swiftly drew his bow, launching an arrow imbued with green energy directly at Barrett. Caught off guard, Barrett had missed his optimal chance to evade and was forced to block the arrow with his arm. As the arrow made contact with his arm, a multitude of vines erupted from it, swiftly coiling around Barrett's body. Break free! Barrett realized he could not afford to hesitate, so he immediately enveloped himself in haki, breaking free from the vine's grasp. Unfortunately, Fang Yi was relentless, launching several more arrows toward Barrett without offering him respite. Recently freed from the vines, Barrett had no time to dodge the subsequent arrows and was soon engulfed by a dual sensation of freezing and burning. Yet Barrett was not easily vanquished. Even as Fang Yi's relentless barrage struck him repeatedly, Barrett withstood the onslaught with minimal damage. That I have stated before that without the capability to inflict fatal harm, I cannot defeat you. However, should you grant me an opportunity, you too will find it impossible to best me. Thus, our battle holds no significance, Fang Yi declared amidst his continuous assault. Barrett remained silent, as Fang Yi knew he was biding his time, waiting for the perfect moment to retaliate. Yet at that moment, when Fang Yi loosed a freezing arrow that struck Barrett, he suddenly paled and halted his attack. Ugh! Hit by the freezing arrow, Barrett trembled momentarily before sinking into a half-kneel, blood gushing from his mouth. What just happened? The crew members watching were taken aback. How could Barrett, who had appeared unharmed just moments ago, suddenly seemed gravely wounded. "You truly possess hidden skills," Barrett managed to say, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth as he slowly raised his gaze to Fang Yi, however, remained speechless. How could he explain that Barrett's misfortune had led to the activation of a fatal strike that had never before triggered? Although he had invested a substantial number of skill experience scrolls to elevate the fatality level of his skills to LV.3, the activation probability remained a pitiful 3%. Fang Yi had never intended to rely on a fatal skill in actual combat, as the chances were simply too low. Such uncertainty could not be integrated into his strength, serving instead as a mere bonus, awaiting the day an unfortunate soul would trigger it. And now, Barrett had unwittingly become that unfortunate individual. This was also the result of Barrett realizing that Fang Yi's attack had activated a fatal strike, prompting him to halt his onslaught. Otherwise, even Barrett, under Fang Yi's relentless barrage, would likely have found himself in dire straits. This is not a hidden killer move. It is merely a matter of your bad luck. Under normal circumstances, I should not be able to so easily defeat you, Fang Yi replied, shaking his head. Although he said this, his appreciation for the fatal strike skill had undeniably increased, for Barrett's constitution was indeed formidable. Although he has yet to harness the full capabilities of the fusion fruit, the mere presence of a lethal skill that incapacitated him in an instant is indeed quite terrifying. Much like Barrett, the crew members now regard Fang Yi with newfound respect. They were utterly astonished to discover that Fang Yi harbored such formidable abilities, capable of taking down even Barrett in a single blow. Even Yaman, who instigated this confrontation, could not have anticipated such an outcome. In her view, achieving a stalemate with Barrett would have been an impressive feat. After all, a battle from which there is no escape is somewhat disadvantageous for Fang Yi. Thus, she had prepared herself for the possibility of Fang Yi's defeat, even formulating her excuses. Yet, she was taken aback by the magnitude of the surprise Fang Yi delivered. "Xiao Yi, does this mean you could even surpass Rayleigh?" Yaman inquired, casting a glance at Rayleigh, her voice tinged with astonishment. Fang Yi shook his head and replied, "That is impossible. Teacher Yaman, Barrett and Mr. Rayleigh possess entirely different fighting styles. Mr. Rayleigh is more akin to a swordsman, contrasting with Barrett's close-quarters combat. Additionally, Mr. Rayleigh boasts impressive range capabilities, which diminishes the effectiveness of my arrows. He can also close the distance to me much more swiftly." Yaman was not unaware of these distinctions, but the increasingly enigmatic nature of Fang Yi's techniques sparked a flurry of thoughts in her mind. Meanwhile, Colokas had tended to Barrett's injuries with some basic bandaging and advised him to rest well, refraining from training or engaging in combat for the next few days. Although Fang Yi's arrows seemed to inflict minimal damage on Barrett at first glance, the precision of his skills rendered these injuries unavoidable. When Barrett was unscathed, such minor wounds were inconsequential. However, once he sustained injuries, they became a significant concern. Following Fang Yi's battle with Barrett, neither Rayleigh nor Roger probed further into the matter, yet Fang Yi could sense their intense curiosity. Even they were unable to discern how Fang Yi had managed to injure Barrett. However, Fang Yi himself found it challenging to articulate the nature of his abilities, thus he chose to remain silent and allowed them to speculate. Since Fang Yi's victory over Barrett, the latter had been incessantly seeking opportunities to engage Fang Yi in further battles. Yet, Fang Yi adeptly evaded these encounters, only agreeing to spar when he could find no other excuse. And even then, he refrained from exerting his full strength, an outcome Barrett could not accept. "Fang Yi, do you look down upon me? Do you believe me unworthy of your full effort?" On this day, during their practice session, Fang Yi once again conceded, prompting Barrett to confront him. "No, Barrett," Fang Yi insisted, shaking his head. "Your strength is unquestionable, and you need not prove yourself by defeating me. It is not that I do not fight with all my might against you. Rather, I simply cannot match your prowess. Of course, barring a life-or-death struggle, I will refrain from employing techniques that may pose a risk during our friendly sparring." Fang Yi's words elicited nods of agreement from Roger and Rayleigh, who recognized the validity of his reasoning. The techniques Fang Yi had utilized were indeed peculiar and bore substantial power, yet it was evident that he had not fully mastered them. Otherwise, he would not have exhibited such surprise upon their execution. Roger wholeheartedly agreed with the notion of abstaining from such techniques in friendly matches. However, Barrett perceived the situation differently. He believed Fang Yi had yet to unveil all his capabilities, choosing instead to avoid a serious confrontation. This left Barrett, who had set his sights on self-improvement, feeling profoundly dissatisfied. "Barrett," Fang Yi turned to him earnestly, stating, "Do you remember what I told you? Strength is a goal, but what do you aspire to achieve with that strength? My desire is to protect my comrades. Therefore, under no circumstances will I employ dangerous techniques against you. As a fellow companion." Upon hearing Fang Yi's words, a sense of confusion returned to Barrett's eyes. The longer he remained aboard the ship, the more lost he felt. As he struggled to fit into the crew's camaraderie, he had not been without change. After Fang Yi's earlier remarks, he pondered the purpose of his own quest for strength. After much reflection, he concluded that his goal was to grow stronger so as to rely less on others and pursue his own ambitions. Yet the members of this ship held steadfast beliefs in the value of companionship, convinced that having allies was far superior to solitude. Thus, Barrett endeavored to embrace this perspective, influenced by the convictions of Roger, Rayleigh, and even Fang Yi, who were all united in this belief. Indeed, deep within him, he considered Rayleigh to be stronger than himself. As for Fang Yi, he still held the opinion that he surpassed him. However, following his defeat to Fang Yi in their last battle, Barrett experienced an overwhelming sense of betrayal. Was it not understood that comrades should be honest with one another? Why did Fang Yi possess more powerful techniques, yet choose never to employ them? In addition to this psychological sense of betrayal, Barrett began to doubt himself, questioning if he was truly suited for such a path. That in the past, he had grown stronger at a remarkable pace, while focused solely on his own ambitions. Yet now, influenced by Roger, Fang Yi, and others, he felt not only stagnation but a regression in his progress. All these factors combined led Barrett to a state of self-doubt. Observing Barrett's quiet departure, Roger and Rayleigh exchanged concerned glances. Recognizing the validity of Fang Yi's statements, yet noting Barrett's evident despondency. After some contemplation, Roger approached Barrett, seemingly intent on offering him some words of encouragement. Since that incident, Barrett had refrained from challenging Fang Yi again, avoiding even friendly sparring, though he continued to periodically test his mettle against Roger. As time passed, Roger, now nearing 50, remained a vibrant force. Even afflicted by a terminal illness, he lived life to the fullest, whether through battle or festivities. "Oh, Captain, look, that fellow Sengoku has actually become an admiral." One day, while sailing the seas, a newspaper delivered by a newsbird caught Roger's attention. Who would have thought that Sengoku has risen to the rank of admiral? Roger remarked, reading the news of Sengoku's promotion from vice admiral. "Hey, Captain, does this mean Sengoku will no longer be hounding us?" Fang Yi sighed in relief at the thought. Unlike the straightforwardly combative Admiral Karp, Sengoku preferred to orchestrate battles with meticulous precision before engaging, which often left Roger's crew ensnared in his strategies. Fang Yi had reached a point where even the mention of Sengoku's name caused him distress. Now that Sengoku had attained the rank of admiral, Fang Yi believed that admirals did not venture out as frequently as vice admirals did. Unless significant events transpired, they typically remained stationed at the Marine headquarters in Marineford. That is uncertain. I have heard rumors of solitary pirate known as Red the Lone, a formidable individual. Even if Sengoku has become an admiral, he will still be required to participate in battles. After all, the Marines cannot afford to let such strength go to waste, Rayleigh remarked, shaking his head. Red the Lone? Fang Yi pondered for a moment before recalling the notorious figure, a ruthless character who needed no comrades to dominate the seas. Somewhat akin to Barrett, but less extreme in his methods. That has no bearing on us. We have our own matters to attend to. Roger grinned widely, his demeanor cheerful. By the way, Roger, how do you intend to handle the lead regarding that item we discovered last time? Rayleigh inquired after a brief pause. Rayleigh, we have no need for such an item. It serves no purpose other than inciting a global war. Our pursuit of dreams is solely for freedom, Roger replied with a smile. Is that so? I understand now. Rayleigh nodded and asked, should we destroy the leads? Not at all. As long as people continue to seek answers to their quest for freedom, this will never cease. Our role is to record and observe all of this. guiding it to where it is meant to go. Roger shook his head and replied. Fang Yi beside him remained silent. Some time ago, while they were searching for historical texts, they stumbled upon an extraordinary discovery. An entity referred to as ancient weaponry. The moment they unearthed the clue, Fang Yi felt a surge of excitement. After all, these were the legendary ancient weapons. However, Roger dismissed it outright, believing that such artifacts would bring nothing but calamity. Consequently, they did not pursue the lead further, leaving Fang Yi with a tinge of regret that, of course, he did not feel an absolute necessity to acquire the ancient weaponry. Echoing Roger's sentiments, he too regarded these items as potentially perilous. Once one obtained them, it would inevitably incite the trepidation of various factions, rendering one a target of hostility. Ego. Just as Fang Yi was deep in contemplation, Shanks' voice abruptly interrupted his thoughts. Oh, Shanks, what's the matter? Do you need something? Fang Yi inquired with a smile. Could you spar with me for a bit? I believe I made some progress recently. Shanks replied somewhat sheepishly that, no problem. Would it be all right if I use a dagger? Fang Yi nodded in response that that's fine. Initially, I'd hoped you would use a bow, but considering the relentless strikes you unleash with it, I doubt I could showcase my true abilities, so I'll have to agree. Shanks conceded. Shall we begin then? Don't underestimate me, just because I'm wielding a dagger. Fang Yi declared as he drew the dagger from his thigh, twirling it gracefully in his hand with a smile. Yes, I will give it my all, Shanks affirmed, nodding. Then I shall take the offensive. With that, Fang Yi vanished from his spot, reappearing behind Shanks and thrusting the dagger directly at him. Clang! Fang Yi's attack was deftly blocked by Shanks. Ego, at this level, I can't handle it, Shanks said with a grin, wielding his dual swords to parry Fang Yi's dagger. Yes, that's so. Do not let your guard down, even though I wield only a dagger. My speed has dramatically increased, Fang Yi warned, the dagger dancing through the air, creating a flurry of afterimages. This surge in speed stemmed from a skill known as rapid fire. When utilizing a bow, it enhanced arrow speed, and in close combat, it accelerated the pace of strikes, an incredibly useful skill, albeit one that could not be upgraded. Faced with Fang Yi's rapid onslaught, Shanks was cautious, retreating swiftly while attempting to evade Fang Yi's advances. Only when evasion was impossible would he resort to defense. Due to the skill precision, even with a dagger, as long as Fang Yi was within striking range, the skill could potentially activate. Shanks was clearly aware of this, continually stepping back to escape Fang Yi's dagger's reach. Yet, Fang Yi was relentless, pursuing him closely with continuous attacks. From the spectator's perspective, it appeared as though Fang Yi, armed with a mere dagger, was relentlessly chasing Shanks, occasionally triggering precision, leaving Shanks in quite a predicament. Hey Shanks, can you believe it? Little E is wielding just a dagger, one observer remarked. What a monstrous existence. Little Yi's current strength is surely on par with Mr. Rayleigh. Another added, I don't know. He has been able to completely overpower me for quite some time now. The onlookers conversed while watching the duel unfold. Just as Shanks found himself cornered with no retreat. He suddenly let out a mighty roar, an overwhelming aura radiating from him. That conqueror's haki. Fang Yi's movements froze. When the haki swept over him, he felt as though a beast had locked onto him, his muscles stiffening and his mind assaulted by a powerful wave, nearly causing him to faint. After all, facing Conqueror's haki unprepared was quite taxing. What on earth happened? Upon witnessing several crew members collapse, Roger rushed over with Barrett and Rayleigh. Astonished that it's nothing, Captain, it seems Shanks just used Conqueror's haki. The crew was unprepared, which is why this occurred. Fang Yi explained, having ceased the sparring that Conqueror's haki. Roger, Rayleigh, and Barrett exchanged incredulous glances at Shanks. Currently, only Roger and Rayleigh possessed Conqueror's haki aboard the ship. Even Jabba had not awakened it. Thus, the revelation of Shanks wielding it astonished everyone. Barrett, in particular, regarded Shanks with newfound respect. Conqueror's haki was not something just anyone could awaken. It was to prove one's potential as a conqueror, a feat neither he nor Fang Yi had achieved. Typically, he paid little attention to Shanks and Buggy. Even though Buggy had consumed a devil fruit, he remained unimpressive in Barrett's eyes. Yet, the seemingly inconspicuous Shanks had awakened Conqueror's haki, further aggravating Barrett's already frayed nerves. However, apart from him, the other crew members were elated, especially Fang. Fang Yi understood Roger's perspective. He, Shanks, and Buggy had always held the status of interns, ensuring their growth would not be impeded. The Roger pirates would eventually fade. But the three younger ones had a much longer journey ahead. Once the Roger pirates disbanded, they could form their own crew. Interns were not considered official crew members, thus posing no threat to their future endeavors. Moreover, Fang Yi had nearly secured Shanks for his crew as one of the future Yonko. Shanks' potential was undeniable. Fang Yi had intentionally nurtured their relationship, and now he was over 80% confident he could recruit Shanks for his future pirate crew. The stronger Shanks grew, the better it was for him. That day, Roger hosted a grand feast to celebrate Shanks' awakening. Nevertheless, Fang Yi was puzzled as to why Shanks was the first to awaken Conqueror's Haki. Typically, the order would be to first awaken Armament Haki or Observation Haki, before eventually achieving Conqueror's Haki. However, none of that mattered. What truly mattered was that Shanks had awakened it. Moreover, since Shanks had awakened Conqueror's Haki, his status aboard the ship rose dramatically. Just a few days later, Captain Roger gifted his straw hat to Shanks, which caused Fang Yi to feel a twinge of anxiety. It wasn't that he feared Shanks would surpass him in status aboard the ship. He wasn't that petty. Rather, he was concerned that Roger might assign Shanks some task. This notion held considerable weight among pirate enthusiasts. In the future, Shanks, already one of the Yonko, will be perilously close to the title of Pirate King. Furthermore, he knew of the 4 road Poneglyphs and their locations, why hadn't Shanks ventured to the final island? Fans speculated that perhaps when Roger passed the straw hat to Shanks, he also entrusted him with a mission, such as waiting for Roger's successor to appear. If that were the case, Fang Yi might find it challenging to recruit Shanks to his crew, which was why he began to feel anxious. Knock, knock, knock. Shanks, are you in? One day, Fang Yi decided it was time to speak with Shanks, hoping to settle matters now, so that even if Roger sought Shanks for something later, they would have an agreement in place. Is that you, Iga? Just a moment. I'm coming. Shanks called from inside, hurrying to open the door. Do you have a moment? Let's have a chat, Fang Yi asked with a smile. Sure, Shanks replied readily, glancing at the already sleeping Buggy before shutting the door and following Fang Yi. Shanks, have you thought about the future? Upon reaching the stern of the ship, Fang Yi sat on the rail and posed the question to Shanks. The future? Shanks was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Fang Yi with a look of confusion. Indeed. Fang Yi nodded thoughtfully and remarked, the age gap between us and the captain is substantial. That be why the time we mature. The Roger pirates may have already faded into obscurity. So, have you contemplated what we should do then? Upon hearing Fang Yi's words, Shanks fell into a contemplative silence. I apologize, Iga, but I have never considered matters so distant. I simply feel content here, enjoying the camaraderie with everyone. Shanks offered a sheepish smile as he spoke. Fang Yi rolled his eyes and responded, Am I to assume that my interactions with everyone are less enjoyable? However, have you thought about how old we will be when we reach our 30s or 40s? At the pinnacle of our abilities? Surely, you wouldn't expect them to still be pirates in their old age? He realized that Shanks had misunderstood his intentions. He must have thought that Fang Yi was eager to break away independently. Prompting Fang Yi to clarify his stance, Shanks, aware of his misunderstanding, sheepishly rubbed the back of his head and inquired with a smile. So Iga, what are your plans? If the captain continues as a pirate, I will undoubtedly follow him and everyone else. However, should he choose to abandon the pirate life, I would not wish to give up either. If the captain's dream remains unfulfilled, I shall establish my own pirate crew to assist him in the quest for the final island. And once found, I will bring the captain and the others there. Fang Yi replied with a smile, present. Roger's health status was confidential, so Fang Yi refrained from elaborating further. Shanks stared at Fang Yi in astonishment, not expecting him to think so far ahead. So, if I were to form my own pirate crew, would you join me? Become my first mate, my right-hand man? Fang Yi fixed his gaze on Shanks and asked. Shanks hesitated for a moment, eager to agree but unable to assure it. Thus, he found himself conflicted. The future was uncertain for anyone. There's something troubling you? Fang Yi inquired, observing Shanks' conflicted expression. Shanks shook his head, offering a wry smile as he said, If it were you, Iga, I would gladly join your crew. Yet, for some reason, I feel that something is amiss, though I cannot quite articulate it at the moment. Actually, what concerns you is why I've already considered forming my own pirate crew. Isn't it? Fang Yi smiled slightly, gazing out at the distant sea. Though I have my reasons, you might believe that as members of the Roger Pirates, we ought not to be contemplating forming our own crews at this juncture, right? Upon hearing Fang Yi's words, Shanks was momentarily taken aback, then lowered his head in silence, tacitly acknowledging Fang Yi's perspective. Fool! Fang Yi exclaimed, gently tapping Shanks on the head, laughing as he continued. What is there that you cannot express to me? Speak your mind freely. Then why do you harbor such thoughts? Ego. Surely this is not the time for us to be forming our own crews. Shanks looked up at Fang Yi, asking earnestly. Fang Yi hesitated, glancing at Shanks before sighing. I can share my reasons, but you must promise not to disclose them, even if I were to remain silent. I suspect the captain will announce it in due course. Upon hearing Fang Yi's words, Shanks felt a weight in his heart. Indeed, there was something he was unaware of. The captain has been diagnosed with a terminal illness. The reason Kuroka's boarded the ship was to manage the captain's condition. Based on his speculation, the captain likely has only a few years left. Fang Yi whispered. What? Shanks' eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Fang Yi, urgently asking, but Kuroka's and Rayleigh said. Shanks' words trailed off, for he understood why Captain Roger had chosen not to disclose this information at this time. The D or not panic, while Kuroka's may be a loss. I recall reading in a book about a devil fruit known as the surgery fruit, which may hold the potential to heal the captain. Fang Yi shared the information about the surgery fruit with Shanks. Now I understand. Shanks finally grasped Fang Yi's motivations. So, Ego, what do you plan to do? He asked, looking at Fang. Rayleigh has already tasked Shocky with investigating the whereabouts of the surgery fruit. I suspect it is likely under the control of the world government. Once we receive any news, regardless of where it is, I will endeavor to retrieve it for the captain. Fang Yi declared resolutely. Count me in. Shanks nodded in agreement. Of course. I've already begun formulating plans. Since you currently do not have a bounty, I will likely require your assistance. Fang Yi replied with a smile. Thus, the two engaged in a lengthy discussion about the surgery fruit. And before they returned to the cabin, Shanks earnestly said to Fang Yi, if the captain's dream remains unfulfilled, then I shall join you, Ego, in our efforts to see it realized. As for what I would do if we find the final island by then, I cannot say for certain, so I apologize, Ego, for not being able to provide you with a clear answer. That is of no consequence. Simply follow your heart. If I were to pressure you, even if you were to join the crew, our journey would not be enjoyable, would it? Fang Yi patted Shanks on the shoulder, smiling warmly. By the way, do you plan to invite Buggy? Shanks suddenly recalled Buggy and asked. Absolutely. We are all companions. It would be better to venture together in the future. Fang Yi replied affirmatively. Since Fang Yi had privately invited Shanks, their relationship had become closer, much to the confusion of the crew. Especially Buggy, who wondered why their bond had suddenly strengthened. Many crew members speculated that Shanks, having awakened his conqueror's haki, was now able to keep pace with Fang Yi's growth, leading to an increase in their common topics of conversation. However, this view was met with dissent from others. They pointed out that despite Barrett's formidable prowess, Fang Yi's relationship with him had not improved. Moreover, Fang Yi and Shanks had always shared a good rapport. They had merely grown closer. Thus, while the crew was curious about the evolving dynamic between the two, they were not overly concerned, except for one individual, Buggy, a former member of the trio of interns. Buggy felt a sense of exclusion. Shanks, Fang Yi, what on earth have you two been up to behind my back? Buggy, not one to tolerate such feelings, confronted Fang Yi and Shanks directly. Fang Yi's expression darkened as he retorted, your words imply we have been up to something nefarious behind your back. What exactly are you trying to ask? Buggy seemed to realize his approach was flawed and pointed at the two, stating, why do I sense that your relationship has become closer? Have you forgotten our trio? You want to cast me aside, don't you? Buggy's expression was one of grievance, resembling a wronged spouse. Buggy, it's not like that. Let me explain. Shanks hurriedly waved his hands, attempting to clarify that I refuse to listen. Buggy interjected, ignoring Shanks' attempts to explain. Enough, you two, fool. After delivering a punch to each of them, Fang Yi felt the atmosphere shifting back to normal. I have been spending more time with Shanks recently because we are training together. Shanks just awakened his Conqueror's haki that he needs to practice controlling it, and I wish to train under the pressure of haki, so I can adapt better when facing adversaries who possess it. You, however, have not been training, so naturally, we did not invite you. Once the two had calmed down, Fang Yi softly explained. Upon hearing this, Buggy looked at Shanks, who nodded in agreement, and then he burst into laughter to mask his embarrassment, saying, "Ha ha ha, if it's just training, then carry on. Of course, since you've come to us, you might as well join in on today's training." Fang Yi rolled his eyes and replied. Upon hearing this, Buggy immediately attempted to flee, but Fang Yi was not about to let him escape. In the end, Buggy reluctantly joined in on the training. Moreover, due to his presence, Fang Yi deliberately intensified the training regimen for today. By the time it concluded, Baki was utterly exhausted, slumped on the ground, unable to move. "From now on, I absolutely refuse to participate in your training." Baki glowered at Fang Yi and Shanks, who appeared completely unfazed, and muttered resentfully, "You simply don't exercise enough." Fang Yi chuckled. "If you continue like this, even if you find treasure in the future, you won't have the strength to carry it away." Baki rolled his eyes and mumbled, "Do you think I'm foolish? There's no way I wouldn't be able to move treasure, no matter how much there is." That he was not inclined to believe Fang Yi's words. Observing Baki's expression, Fang Yi discerned what he was thinking and was about to tease him further when he suddenly felt the Oro Jackson tremble slightly. "What is going on?" Fang Yi steadied himself. Perplexed, "I don't know. Let us check the deck," Shanks replied, shaking his head. He had not spotted any enemy ships around nor heard any warning from the lookout, leaving him equally baffled to avoid disturbing others. The three typically practiced at the stern of the ship that, in the event of any issues, the crew would usually gather on the deck. By the time the three arrived at the deck, most of the crew had already assembled. What happened? Noticing that the crew appeared quite bewildered, Fang Yi could not help but inquire. "Not sure. It seemed like we hit something just now. Sambel has gone down to investigate." Peter shook his head in response. They were also unaware of what had transpired, but everyone felt the earlier tremor. "Hit something?" Fang Yi was taken aback and began to scan the surroundings like the other crew members. But there seemed to be nothing in the vast ocean. Before long, the fishman Sambel returned to the ship, informing everyone that there was nothing on the seabed. Suddenly, at that moment, the ship trembled again, this time more violently than before. "What on earth is going on?" Fang Yi approached the ship's railing, yet he saw nothing. Not only him, but even Roger and Rayleigh could not detect anything unusual. "This is quite strange. Could it be some invisible entity attacking us?" Rayleigh activated his observation haki, but still found nothing amiss. The sensitivity of observation haki varies greatly among individuals. For instance, Rayleigh's haki primarily senses an opponent's movements, rendering him less adept at locating enemies. Additionally, in the future, the renowned user of observation haki, Princess Odoheim of the Fishman tribe, possesses an unparalleled sensitivity, able to detect others' emotions and even thoughts, akin to mind reading. Another notable future figure is Katakuri, the undefeated vice-captain of the Big Mom Pirates, whose haki allows him to glimpse into the future, providing significant advantages in combat. Aside from these two, one of the formidable powers emerging from the Navy's massive recruitment in the future, Fujitora, is recognized for his impressive observation haki, reputedly having the broadest sensing range, even detecting meteors passing through space. Compared to these individuals, Fang Yi felt as though his observation haki was almost illusory. Not only was his sensing range limited, but his sensitivity was also rather weak. It seemed to merely enable him to perceive the direction of life forces, allowing him to ascertain the exact locations and life intensities of beings within his range. Perhaps this was because his haki was not naturally awakened, but rather bestowed by the system, making it more suited for an archer, yet less impactful in conventional combat. Could it be that some strange entity has set its sights on us? Baki, standing beside Fang Yi, seemed to have an epiphany, his expression darkening. "Baki, you pessimistic fool, must you speak so carelessly? It's probably just an undersea tremor causing our ship to shake. There's nothing to worry about." Clearly, Fang Yi shared Baki's concerns, yet he was reluctant to confront them. "Everyone be cautious. It seems something is approaching us." Suddenly, Captain Roger rushed to the bow, shouting loudly. Upon hearing this, Fang Yi wasted no time and swiftly climbed the lookout tower via the ship's rigging, his bow and arrows at the ready. The other crew members also prepared for battle, bracing themselves for the impending confrontation. Boom! Indeed, mere moments after Roger's words, the ship quivered once more. Damn it! What on earth is it? Baki could no longer contain himself, using his powers to anchor himself to the deck before launching into the air to scout from above, hoping to identify the source of their attack. Baki, see anything? Fang Yi called out loudly, watching Baki soar overhead. Though he too was atop the mast, his view was nowhere near as clear as Baki's, leaving him in the dark. Nothing at all. Baki circled around the Oro Jackson, his face a mask of confusion. Just then, he seemed to catch sight of something, his expression turning incredulous as he shouted, "It's coming! Something seems to be approaching from beneath the water." Alongside him, Roger, standing at the ship's bow with his sword drawn, quietly declared, "It's here." Without hesitation, Fang Yi leaped and grasped Baki's body, hanging on to him as they swayed in midair. "You idiot, get off me." "I can hardly hold on." Baki was taken aback by Fang Yi's sudden move, nearly losing his balance a moment ago. However, Fang Yi paid him no heed, gazing downward instead. Below the Oro Jackson, a massive shadow loomed, causing the entire ship to rock violently before the shadow began to shrink, seemingly retreating. "You think you can leave?" Roger, stationed at the bow, appeared to have been waiting for this moment, delivering a decisive slash toward the sea below. Boom! The powerful strike cleaved through the ocean's surface, appearing to split the shadow beneath the water in two. Yet, shockingly, no blood or cries of agony followed. As the water slowly closed in again, the shadow began to merge back together. "How is this possible?" Baki and Fang Yi exclaimed in disbelief, their voices synchronized. "What happened?" When Fang Yi and Baki returned to the deck, Shanks, looking curious, asked, having missed the earlier spectacle. However, Roger's strike had already left him profoundly impressed. Such a forceful attack would surely affect whatever lay beneath, regardless of its nature. But upon hearing Fang Yi recount the incident, not only Shanks but the other crew members also wore expressions of skepticism. It was cleaved in two, yet it could still reassemble with the water. Chef Yao rubbed his chin, seemingly deep in thought. "Chef Yao, have you deduced something?" Fang Yi inquired, noticing Yao's contemplative demeanor. Chef Yao shook his head, replying, "I cannot say for certain, but based on your description, I do have some suspicions. Wait here. I'll fetch something." With that, Yao dashed toward the kitchen and soon returned with a bag of unknown contents. "Let me give this a try if my theory holds. That shadow should reappear." Yao smiled as he poured the contents of the bag into the sea. Sure enough, a large shadow soon enveloped the area where they stood, causing Baki to tense up, ready to flee at a moment's notice. Strangely, however, this time they felt no tremors. It seemed as if the shadow merely lingered beneath them without launching another attack. "Mr. Yao, what's happening?" Fang Yi asked, puzzled. Chef Yao gestured toward the ship's railing, smiling as he said, "Just take a look for yourselves. It seems we have some work to do today." Fang Yi, intrigued, leaned over the edge to observe the ocean surface, where he saw a multitude of fish leaping joyfully, as if eagerly awaiting food. This is, indeed, the so-called shadow was not a singular creature, but rather a multitude of small fish gathered together. Due to the presence of various plankton and algae on the bottom of our ship, it has become a target for them. They do not seek to attack us. Rather, they wish to feast upon the sustenance found on our hull. Yao remarked with a smile. This explains why the captain's strikes had little effect on them. They were always capable of dispersing. "I see," Laylee nodded, "but with so many fish trailing behind us. What should we do?" "Ha, just watch how I handle this." Buck, having discovered the truth a moment earlier, brandished a fishing rod and bucket, ready for a grand endeavor. Upon observing Buck's actions, the other crew members quickly caught on. With such an abundance of fish, surely they could all catch some with ease. Some even fetched nets, and with a single cast, they estimated they would haul in dozens of pounds of fish. This is indeed a solution. These fish are social creatures, which helps protect them. Yao, he explained, as you witnessed earlier. When they swarm together, the shadows they cast can effectively intimidate foes. However, when their numbers swell, their demand for food increases significantly. This is also why they collide with our ship. If left unattended, they will consume all the algae from our hull and then depart. The head chef Yao elaborated with a smile. Yet if they encounter a less sturdy pirate ship, it is likely that the hull would soon be breached. Therefore, capturing some of them would also benefit their population. Moreover, these fish are delicious and can be made into dried fish. An excellent food source for long voyages. Although Yao Yi's explanation was clear, no crew member was listening anymore, including Roger. All were devising various methods to catch the fish, and before long, a competition ensued to see who could catch the most. In a short time, the deck was awash with the fish caught by the crew, did I say. Should you not temper your enthusiasm? Yao, he finally lost his temper upon seeing the deck littered with fish. After reprimanding everyone, including Captain Roger, he began to organize the cleanup. While these fish were indeed delectable, the process of turning them into dried fish was no simple task, due to the crew's raucous behavior. The sheer volume of fish caught was overwhelming, and Yao Yi could hardly manage it alone. Consequently, the entire crew was directed by Yao Yi to prepare dried fish on the deck. You caught these fish, so you shall be the ones to prepare them. Do not leave them all on my side. You scoundrel. You clearly stated that these were your catches. Captain, weren't you the one who caught the most? All these are yours. Do not slack off. During the preparation of the dried fish, the crew began to bicker, each insisting on distributing their catches to others. However, as everyone engaged in this behavior, chaos ensued. Fang Yi discreetly pushed his fish towards Shanks, but was soon discovered. Eat goo, Shanks said, looking at Fang Yi with exasperation. Fang Yi could only smile awkwardly and retrieve his fish, though he deliberately returned a few less. Every little bit counts. At that moment, Fang Yi regretted joining in this commotion. Now he was facing the consequences of his actions. Beside him, Buck was nearly in tears, having caught more than both Shanks and Fang Yi. And with his mountain of small fish, he realized he would be occupied for days. After a long day, the crew discovered that dinner consisted entirely of the small fish they had caught that day. Yao Yi, where's the meat? Why is it all fish? I want to eat meat. Captain Roger was the first to protest loudly. Seeing this, the other crew members joined in, though the small fish were quite tasty. They had already eaten them at lunch and desired something different for dinner. Fang Yi wisely refrained from participating in the uproar, although the small fish could be made into dried fish. The speed of preparation was limited. If not processed quickly, these fresh small fish would spoil. Thus, they had to hasten their efforts while also consuming the fresh fish rapidly. He could already envision a plethora of fish dishes in the coming days. Indeed, faced with the ire of Yao Yi, even Captain Roger was chastised thoroughly, and one by one, they began to eat the small fish obediently. For a chef, wasting food is the gravest sin, an unforgivable error. I warned you to temper your enthusiasm, yet you refused to listen. Now, with so many small fish, should you dare to waste any, I will deal with you. After finishing his meal, Chef Yao Yi declared, return to making dried fish. You shall eat other things only when the dried fish is completed. With that, he stormed off. With no recourse against the formidable head chef, the crew could only wear gloomy expressions as they began to consume small fish. However, mutual complaints were inevitable. Fang Yi and Shanks hurriedly finished their food and fled before the situation became chaotic. Now, the mere scent of these small fish makes me want to retch, Fang Yi remarked with a wry smile to Shanks. As they exited the dining area amidst the clamor, that we must think of a way to turn those leftover small fish into dried fish. Otherwise, the chef will not let us off the hook. Shanks replied, still feeling the weight of their predicament. Finally, after 2 full days of relentless work, the crew declared enough was enough. Chef Yao Yi assessed the remaining small fish and finally relented, allowing the crew a brief respite. Over the course of 2 days, they had done little else but prepare dried fish. Yet even so, a small quantity remained unprocessed. The ship now reeked of fish, and Fang Yi felt as though he were drowning in the stench. Even Wang Zai had ceased residing on the ship, preferring the comfort of the sea over the unpleasant odors within. Moreover, the fishy scent had attracted a multitude of seabirds, much to the crew's annoyance. Under normal circumstances, if those seabirds were to stealthily consume the unprocessed small fish, the crew would likely turn a blind eye. However, these fish had been caught 2 or 3 days prior and were no longer fresh. Thus, the seabirds ignored them, favoring the dried fish instead. As a result, the crew was unwilling to allow their hard-earned catch to be devoured. Thus began a battle between the seabirds and humans over the dried fish. Shout, keep an eye out. If any seabirds approach, shoot them down quickly. Sure, but I still have my task of preparing dried fish, as the ships in turn, while the other crew members enjoyed their break. Fang Yi, Shanks, and Buck were compelled by the head chef to continue preparing dried fish alongside him. All eyes were filled with sympathy for the trio. Even Barrett wore a begrudging expression, thankful he was now a full member. Otherwise, he too would be conscripted into labor. Interns must behave like interns. Don't try to dodge your responsibilities. Besides, aren't you a sharpshooter? This is precisely what you should be doing. Since Chef Yao, he had forcefully assigned work to the three under the guise of intern duties. The crew occasionally used this as an opportunity to jest at their expense. Please, I am not a sharpshooter. I am merely an intern archer. The sharpshooter is Peter. Go find him. I still need to prepare dried fish. Fang Yi replied with a woeful expression, causing those who wished for him to fend off the seabirds to retreat in defeat. Although Fang Yi's abilities had now surpassed Peter's in terms of rank, Peter remained the ship's primary sharpshooter, while Fang Yi was merely an intern. Even when it came to combat, what Fang Yi did was still what the primary sharpshooter should do. However, in terms of status, he was still just an intern. Peter, meanwhile, felt he was being unfairly dragged into this situation. He had only just escaped from such tedious tasks and was determined not to fall back into that mire. Thus, while initially observing the commotion, Peter quickly prepared to make his escape. Yet, circumstances rarely unfold as one hopes. Before Peter could flee, the crew seized him and unceremoniously tossed him atop the mast, appointing him as the automatic seabird sniper. I say, Xiao Yi, are you not being a tad unreasonable? Why did you not suggest such a brilliant idea days ago? Beside the hull of the Oro Jackson, a line of crew members, each wielding a fishing rod, are collectively engaged in the art of angling. This idea struck Fang Yi as a last resort when he found himself unwilling to resort to the laborious task of producing dried fish. The inspiration stemmed from the incessant attempts of seabirds to pilfer their catch. By using the small fish as bait, they can directly reel in edible seafood, thereby circumventing the need for drying. While their overall dietary needs remain unchanged, fish is still a staple. At least they are spared the tedious process of making dried fish. However, it seems that Bucky's fishing rod is on the verge of being yanked from his grasp, yet he does not appear to be reeling anything. Is it just me? Or does it seem like a storm is brewing? Peter raised his gaze to the sky, frowning as he spoke. Indeed, it is a possibility. The atmospheric pressure is dropping, but it is nothing to be overly concerned about. Fang Yi replied with a smile. His instructor, Jabba, serves as the ship's navigator, and he has acquired substantial knowledge about seamanship from him. Coupled with the basic sailing skills that encompass weather-related knowledge, he possesses a keen sense of judgment. Alas, I wonder where the Whitebeard pirates have gone. We have pursued them for quite some time, yet we have not caught up, the combatant Taro remarked with a hint of displeasure. The Whitebeard pirates, being a formidable crew, are generally easy to track down. However, every time they arrive at a location, the crew has already departed, resulting in several fruitless chases that have begun to wear on the patience of the sailors. Unfortunately, the only one capable of deciphering ancient texts is a samurai from Weno aboard Whitebeard's ship. Thus, we must locate him at all costs. Fang Yi sighed and shook his head. 3 o'clock ahead. We have detected a multitude of enemy ships. Just as they were discussing the Whitebeard pirates, the lookout, Golan, suddenly sounded the alarm. The crew looked up and gazed toward the front right, where they could faintly discern the silhouettes of vessels on the distant sea. Are they Navy ships? With so many warships, this could pose a problem. Shanks remarked quietly as he peered ahead. They're not Navy. They are pirates. Fang Yi lowered his telescope and shook his head. This telescope was a prize he had drawn from the system, offering a greater range than the typical telescopes of this world. He had gifted one to Golan and also to Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba, having accumulated several through numerous draws that owe a large contingent of pirates operating together. It seems something significant is afoot. Rayleigh, who had just emerged, chuckled upon hearing Fang Yi's words. Pirates sometimes gather for various intriguing activities. For instance, a powerful faction may offer treasures to attract pirates for a competitive treasure hunt, selecting outstanding individuals to join their ranks. Naturally, those who fail to recognize the opportunity often meet their demise. Thus, upon spotting a gathering of pirates ahead, Rayleigh assumed they might be participating in some event. Mr. Rayleigh, I fear the situation may not be so straightforward. Fang Yi shook his head, stating he had observed that the gathering did not resemble a casual congregation of pirates, but rather an organized faction. Captain, it is the flying pirate fleet of Captain Shiki. Indeed, Golan provided the answer. Both Roger, who had just appeared, and Rayleigh, standing beside Fang Yi, turned serious upon hearing Golan's words. When discussing the most powerful pirate crew, there could be many opinions, but when it comes to the largest and most formidable, Captain Shiki's flying pirate fleet undoubtedly ranks among the top. After annihilating Devil Island, they amassed a wealth of resources and personnel, enabling the successful establishment of the fleet. With Shiki's renowned reputation and formidable strength, many pirates flocked to join his ranks. Currently, the flying pirate fleet boasts over 10 pirate crews and an extensive membership, with more than 20 ships sailing the seas in grand procession. The reason for their heightened anxiety stems from the fact that the flying pirate fleet seems to be actively seeking the Roger pirates. As for their intentions, everyone is well aware. They are undoubtedly looking to absorb them. Consequently, upon realizing it was the flying pirate fleet, Roger commanded the Oro Jackson to change course and evade them. However, it appeared that Shiki had also taken notice of the Roger pirates, as the entire fleet began to pivot and swiftly approach. Captain, they are closing in on us, Golan called out from the mast. It seems they have set their sights on us, Rayleigh remarked with a slight smile. Turning to Roger, we are all aware of Shiki's ambitions, but I am not one to be easily intimidated. Roger replied with a grin. If I cannot sail freely upon the seas, then I would prefer to perish. Then let us flee. Such a vast fleet is beyond our current capabilities. Rayleigh laughed. Indeed, we have no choice but to retreat. Roger responded with a hearty laugh. Just as the Roger pirates encountered the flying pirate fleet, a Navy reconnaissance vessel, which had been monitoring Shiki's movements, spotted the Roger pirates and promptly reported back to Navy headquarters. The then Admiral, Steelbone Kong, upon receiving the news, immediately summoned Admiral Sengoku, ordering him to lead a fleet to the waters of Ite Wall to monitor the actions of both parties and apprehend them if necessary. However, just as Sengoku was preparing for departure, Vice Admiral Karp received the news and made his way to the Admiral's office. Admiral Kong, I hear that the whereabouts of the Roger pirates have been discovered? Karp inquired directly of the Admiral. Damn it, Karp. I'm still the Admiral here. Are you questioning me? By the way, since you are here, this is the appointment letter for your promotion to Admiral. Take a look. And if there are no issues, we will prepare for your ceremony. Kong replied, handing Karp a document with a smirk. Promotion? Not necessary. I am satisfied with my current position. See? Now, we have news of the Roger pirates. I must set out immediately, Karp declared, preparing to leave. Karp, stop right there. I've already sent Sengoku. You need not go, and I have not finished speaking yet, so you stop, Kong shouted angrily at Karp, who was already heading for the door. You may not have finished, but I have heard enough, Karp retorted before exiting. Stop. You scoundrel. Steelbone Kong seemed to say something else, but Karp paid him no heed, having finally located Roger's whereabouts. How could he sit idly at headquarters waiting for news? Wah, Vice Admiral Karp, you wouldn't have turned down a promotion again, would you? That is simply too cool, Kazan exclaimed in admiration upon seeing Karp emerge. Hee, if one desires freedom, one need not seek such high station. Karp's words hinted at something deeper, yet the youthful Kazan clearly did not grasp their meaning. Karp, Shiki's matter has been assigned to me. You should return, Sengoku remarked, understanding his old comrade's intentions as Karp approached the port. Wah, don't worry about it. All the credit belongs to you, Karp replied jovially to Sengoku. Ditto. Are both Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Karp deploying together? This is quite the news, given the significance of the situation concerning Roger. It was evident that Vice Admiral Karp would not turn a blind eye. Indeed, and Captain Shiki is not someone to be trifled with. The surrounding commanders were astonished to see Karp and Sengoku preparing for simultaneous action. Yet those in the know quickly explained the situation. After all, With the involvement of the Roger pirates and the flying pirate fleet, it made sense to dispatch both an admiral and a navy hero. Sengoku, on the other hand, was exasperated by Karp's antics. Wondering if he truly cared about such trivial accolades, he intends to convey to Karp that there are no issues with entrusting the matters concerning the Golden Line pirates and the Roger pirates to him. This time, it is a battle between two pirate crews. He simply needs to go and clean up the aftermath. Should Karp also rush over, he might inadvertently disrupt his plans, for he knows Karp all too well. The man has no regard for strategy, and his sole approach is to charge headlong into battle. Moreover, due to Karp's formidable strength, he often bulldozes his way through, leading to the total annihilation of the opposing forces. Currently, the only target he has yet to capture is the Roger pirates. Although he has cornered them several times, they always seem to manage to escape peril. Thus, wherever Roger is, Karp, once aware, will undoubtedly rush to eliminate him. Just like this time, although the mission was assigned to Sengoku, Karp still took action, even disregarding the marshal's orders. Karp, the vice admiral, is truly terrifying. Besides Sengoku, the rather unseemly Kizaru, observing Karp, chuckled softly, "That rascal is always so willful." Sengoku shook his head with a wry smile, remarking, "Just a moment ago, Marshal Kong mentioned promoting him to admiral. I suspect that fellow will undoubtedly refuse. To refuse a promotion, Karp must be the only one in the entire Navy capable of such audacity." Sengoku Said, Evra, chimed in with a smile. "Indeed, it could only be him. Do you think others would dare to speak so freely to the Marshal?" Sengoku replied, "Very well, let us set sail. Otherwise, if that rascal Karp arrives first, who knows what chaos he might unleash." With a shake of his head, Sengoku ordered the warship to depart. After a full day of pursuit, the Golden Lion's aerial fleet finally surrounded the Roger pirates in the waters of Whitebeard. "Captain, we can no longer break through." Fang Yi shouted grimly from the mast of the deck. It was not for any other reason than that he felt he had become too complacent, having forgotten such a significant event as the Whitebeard naval battle. In the original narrative, the Roger pirates and the Golden Line pirates engaged in a fierce battle in the Whitebeard waters, ultimately suffering heavy losses due to a storm, while the Roger pirates, with only one ship, emerged unscathed. However, that was merely a tale. Now, he found himself in a real world. Moreover, because of his own actions, no one could guarantee they would encounter such fortunate weather as a storm. Although the current weather did seem to suggest the possibility of a storm, there were certainly no signs of a superstorm capable of annihilating half a pirate fleet, having been preoccupied with tracking the Whitebeard pirates and inquiring about the op fruit. Fang Yi had completely forgotten about this incident until the Golden Lion pursued them. But by the time Fang Yi remembered, it was far too late. The enemy had already locked onto them. An escape was impossible. They ultimately found themselves encircled by the Golden Lion's aerial fleet in the Whitebeard waters. "Roger!" On a ship adorned with a lion figurehead, the Golden Lion Shiki bellowed. "Shiki!" As captain, Roger naturally stepped forward to respond. "So, what do you think? The scale of my aerial fleet is quite impressive, is it not?" Golden Lion Shiki exclaimed, arms wide in pride. "What do you say? Care to join us?" "Shiki, our aspirations diverge. My dream is not to conquer the world," Roger resolutely rejected. "Dreams? Roger, do not jest. What are dreams but mere illusions? Only power is worthy of a man's pursuit." Shiki replied earnestly to in the face of this vast world. "Foolish dreams become our guiding light." "Shiki, that is what a dream is." Roger laughed heartily in response. "How many times have I repeated this?" "Roger, although we have had our share of grievances in our youth, let us put them aside. With the world-destroying weapon you know of combined with my forces and the perfect plan I have spent years constructing, we could instantly dominate this world. Become my right hand." "Roger!" Shiki believed that Roger's reluctance stemmed from their past enmity and thus shouted at him, "I have no interest in ruling the world. Shiki, if a pirate cannot pursue his desires, then what is the point?" Roger shook his head, firmly declining. "Damn it, how does Golden Lion Shiki know that we have found clues to the ancient weapons?" Fang Yi furrowed his brow. Shiki's earlier words had already revealed that they had been searching for the Roger pirates for some time. Had Fang Yi not mentioned it, no one would have found it odd. However, now that Fang Yi brought it up, even Rayleigh and others frowned in concern. Our actions were not kept secret, and there were many residents on that island. They likely leaked the information, Rayleigh pondered before softly stating. Regardless of the reasons and circumstances surrounding the leak, Rayleigh was unwilling to cast suspicion on his crew at such a critical juncture. Are you suggesting that I should kill you now, Roger? Golden Lion, seeing Roger's unwavering stance, realized that his plan to recruit Roger was nearly impossible. I mean to obliterate all of you. Shiki, Roger laughed as he brandished his weapon. Signaling his crew to attack, charge, flame arrows. The first to strike were Fang Yi and Peterm, with Fang Yi employing a bow and arrow while Peterm used the ship's cannon. Golden Lion glanced at the pirate ship struck by the Roger pirates, dismissing it. Although that cannonball was remarkably precise, rendering a pirate ship incapable of combat, he did not care in the least. There were over 20 pirate ships surrounding the Roger pirates. Losing one would not significantly affect their efforts. Unlike Peterm's direct assault, Fang Yi targeted the pirate ships behind them, hoping to create a breach for their escape. Despite using a powerful charged arrow, the damage was insufficient for a pirate ship. It merely ignited their deck without incapacitating it as Peterm had done. Captain, we must find a way to break through. There are too many enemies to contend with. Fang Yi fired flame arrows in every direction. But the results were less than satisfactory, as the worsening weather severely hampered his efforts. Wait, something feels off. Roger, the sea seems to be turning violent. At that moment, the navigator Jabba suddenly spoke with a grave expression. I can sense the turmoil of the world around us. Crew, our troubles are about to intensify. Roger nodded in response. What do you mean? The crew looked at Captain Roger in confusion, inquiring. They all knew that Captain Roger possessed a unique ability to listen to the world around him, often relying on this skill to navigate through perilous situations. That it seems an unprecedented storm is approaching, likely capable of causing tsunami-like devastation. Jabba stated, his face pale. What do we do now, if such a powerful storm arrives? We may perish here, Peterm shouted while firing the cannon. Sambel, Wang Zai, we are counting on you now. Dive into the sea immediately and find a path to escape. Fang Yi recalled the nautical knowledge he had taught. Jabba looked at Fang Yi with a smile. Teacher, is it appropriate to place such a heavy burden on me at a time like this? Fang Yi understood Jabba's intent and forced a smile. Now the sea had begun to turn violent, compounded by the presence of the Golden Lion's aerial fleet. Thus, Jabba found it challenging to locate an escape route on the surface and could only direct Sambel and Wang Zai to plunge into the sea to discern a path to safety. Although Sambel, a fisherman, could detect the currents, he lacked navigation skills and could not guide the Oro Jackson away. In contrast, Wang Zai and Fang Yi were different. Their cooperation allowed them to survive for extended periods in the water.